Chapter 101. Wu Poor Yu felt sorry for the treatment cabin and looked at the time, feeling something was wrong. Captain, I only stayed in the treatment cabin for 2 hours. Shinkei nodded, yeah. Wu Yu was suspicious. Didn't my spleen and lungs burst? Then what did I just vomit? Shinkei said seriously, you may have eaten too much at noon. Wu Yu, It seems to make sense, but it always feels far-fetched. Looking suspiciously at the crushed treatment cabin, Wu Yu's eyes wandered back and forth on Shinkei. Shinkei glanced at the communicator. Come to me if you need anything, I'm leaving first. Watching Shinkei leave, Wu Yu returned to the dormitory. Recently, Richard was not at the base. Before leaving, he gave Wu Yu a crystal ball that could be activated by mental power. He asked Wu Yu to meditate on the crystal ball every day during his absence. Richard believed that as long as Wu Yu's mental power core was still there, she could still use her mental power even if she could not sense it. In layman's terms, it was to blindfold a sniper and practice blind sniping. Putting the crystal ball in front of her, Wu Yu sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly closed her eyes, trying to explore the existence of the spiritual power core. However, just like before, nothing was found. Looking at the crystal ball that did not react at all, Wu Yu simply changed her mind. She directly picked up the crystal ball and put it in her hand, just like purifying seeds before, using the crystal ball directly as a purified prop. Wu Yu used her spiritual power skills on the crystal ball, and found that the crystal ball actually emitted a faint white light. However, the white light was very thin and soon faded away. At the same time, Wu Yu felt a slight stinging pain on her forehead, which was a reminder that her mental power was about to run out again. After carefully placing the crystal ball back into the ornament, Wu Yu was not in a hurry. She thought that as long as she persisted in daily meditation, there would always be a day when she would find a way to exert her mental power. After meditation, it was Wu Yu's daily practice time. She opened the long-lost Tianshi. This time, while it was still early. Wu Yu calmed down, took out the copybook and dictionary, looked up all the rare characters one by one, and sorted and copied them on the new volume. Her face was calm, and she seemed to be wrapped in a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere. The pen she used for copying was the top-quality wolf hair brush that Fu Yanqi had given her before. After practicing with the copybook a few days ago, Wu Yu's calligraphy had begun to show its roots. The rice paper she used for copying was bought by Wu Yu after squatting in the free market of the Alliance for several days. It was cheap and good quality, but the quality was absolutely superior. Wu Yu even suspected that someone had posted the wrong price, which allowed her to buy a full 20 sheets at the price of 1 million points per sheet. After all, rice paper of this quality is priceless in the market. It costs tens of millions of points to buy one, and if you come across one that you really want to buy, it is a bargain. Thinking of the preciousness of rice paper in the end times, Wu Yu was particularly pious and careful when writing. The beginning of Tianshi mainly tells about what a generation of Tianshi saw and heard when traveling around. All of this is novel and interesting to Wu Yu. Compared with the monster-like beasts and Cthulhu creatures in the dungeon now, the world recorded in Tianshi is a myth and legend of supernatural and strange things, a shining pearl that has been lost. Wu Yu was particularly fascinated by what she saw, and couldn't help herself from the small events. Even the crystal ball behind her, which emitted an extremely dazzling and brilliant light, was ignored by her under the cover of the bright lights. Drowsiness came over her, and Wu Yu yawned deeply while looking at the completely copied preface. The moment she turned back, the crystal ball went out. Looking at the golden crow and Sangbiao who had fallen into a deep sleep, Wu Yu carefully covered them with a quilt, and then she fell into the quilt and fell into a sweet dream. For the next period of time, Wu Yu's schedule was very regular. She got up early in the morning, ran 10 kilometers in the training ground, and then went to the canteen for lunch. After lunch, she went to the plantation on the back mountain to observe the growth progress of new crops, as well as daily planting renovation and seed purification. After cleaning the chicken coop and collecting eggs, it was noon. After lunch, she took a short rest, and came to the training ground again to practice and consolidate her sword skills. Before dinner, she meditated for 2 hours, and after dinner, she copied the Tianshi. After a day of working hard, I fell asleep peacefully at 11 o'clock. On the 13th day of maintaining such an efficient lifestyle, Wu Yu's communicator issued an alarm. Warning, warning, you have not entered a dungeon for 13 days. A random dungeon will be matched for you in 24 hours. Countdown 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Wu Yu remembered that a small dungeon happened to be opened at this time in her previous life. The dungeon was of a very low level, and only individual players went there. Finally, She heard from the forum that the clearance process was also very leisurely and enjoyable, which was just right for Wu Yu to go alone. Arriving at the airport, I happened to run into Shinkei, who was returning to the base. Shinkei, Wu Yu, where are you going? Wu Yu, Captain, my dungeon countdown is almost up. I'm going to the dungeon. Shinkei was surprised. Are you going alone? Wu Yu nodded yes. Shinkei, I go with you. Wu Yu, but I'm going to a sea-level dungeon. Would it be a waste of talent to take a hexagonal warrior like Shinkei to a sea-level dungeon? Shinkei followed Wu Yu onto the shuttle. It's okay, I'm free anyway. Without giving Wu Yu a chance to refuse, Shinkei had already boarded the shuttle and sat steadily in the co-pilot's seat. Shinkei turned his head and looked at Wu Yu, who was standing there in a daze. Issue the order, Captain. Wu Yu sat in the main driver's seat and felt that his heartbeat seemed to be a little faster. Target, Frozen Can Meet Dungeon. Wu Yu felt that the name of this dungeon was a bit embarrassing. Puff. She turned her head suddenly and glared at him. Captain. Shinkei stopped smiling and said seriously yes. The thrusters pushed forward suddenly. Let's go. The target is the Frozen Meat Can Dungeon. 1 kilometer away from the dungeon, Wu Yu landed the shuttle in advance and hit it. She urged Shinkei, Captain, change your clothes quickly. Shinkei didn't understand. Why do you have to change your clothes? Wu Yu looked serious. Because we can't lose the team members. The captain of the first team Qian drove the most advanced shuttle to the sea-level dungeon, mixed in with a group of random people, and slack off in the dungeon. She could throw this person away, but Shinkei, not. In the end, both of them entered the dungeon in the crowd wearing gray clothes. Welcome to our frozen meat canning factory for a visit. As soon as they entered the dungeon, a monster with a cat head came up. The body of this monster is all human, except for the face, which is a furry cat head. Its huge eyes rolled around, examining everyone present. He repeated with a malicious tone, Welcome to our frozen meat canning factory for a visit. I believe you will feel at home here and have a great time. It's best not to leave forever. Chapter 102. Wu Yu and Shinkei mixed in the crowd and followed the cat-headed monster into the frozen meat canning factory. There was a big cat head next to the factory sign. The slogan on the sign read, The materials are genuine. There was also a bloody handprint next to it. The visitors trembled and said, This material, is it human flesh? Shut up, the dungeon has just started, don't do stupid things. The cat-headed monster turned his head suddenly, staring at the two people who were talking with green cat eyes, and said in a dangerous tone, During the tour, please keep absolutely quiet. I only remind you once. It was the first time that Shinkei saw a sea-level dungeon with dungeon NPCs and plots. Usually, when Qian went to the dungeon, the cat-headed monster would be killed by Jiechen and Wu Chong as soon as it appeared. Shinkei felt his sleeves being pulled. He lowered his head and saw Wu Yu mouthing to him, Captain, don't do it. It's a decryption-type dungeon. Use your brain. While saying this, Wu Yu nodded his head. Shinkei's eyes passed through Wu Yu's head, and he nodded silently. Following the cat-headed monster into the factory, it led the visitors to prepare for entering the dust-free workshop. Everyone needs to be disinfected and wear dust-proof clothing. Shinkei, who can chop down an entire dungeon of ghosts by himself, followed Wu Yu obediently, and his white hair was blown everywhere by the clean wind. After dressing up, they officially entered the dust-free canned food production workshop. The cat-headed monster smiled strangely at everyone. The first thing I want to introduce to you is the fresh frozen meat we just arrived. As the workshop door opened, the whole environment instantly became dim. There was a huge ice room at the other end of the door. As the temperature dropped sharply, many frozen meats were hanging in the ice room. As the cold wind blew, a body bag slowly turned around, revealing a face with a sad smile. You look! It's a person. The one hanging there is a person. The cat-headed monster laughed grimly. It's a person, dear visitors. If you don't listen, you will also be hung there. The crowd let out a low cry of fear, and everyone was trembling. The cat-headed monster laughed triumphantly, hee hee hee. Seeing Shinkei standing there alone, the cat-headed monster's laughter suddenly stopped. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu, who was shaking like a sieve, with a terrified and exaggerated expression. Noticing Shinkei's gaze, Wu Yu signaled him with her eyes, Captain, cooperate a little, otherwise the cat-headed monster will be embarrassed. Shinkei, Yes, he will not be embarrassed at all, and you don't have to worry about his life or death. The cat-headed monster swayed his body left and right, and finally moved forward with satisfaction. After the frozen meat storage room, the next step was the production line. Other cat-headed monster employees on the production line were seen unwrapping the corpses that were continuously transported from the ice room conveyor belt from the body bags. All these corpses gathered in the preparation area. After the entire preparation area was filled, the gate suddenly opened, and the corpses all slid from the upper preparation area into the lower crushing area as if opening a floodgate. As the teeth-grinding sound of flesh and bones being shattered by the knife came, the double visual and auditory attack made all the visitors present tremble. Some people even fainted amid the screams of fear. Except Shin-Kei sighed and picked up Wu-Yu, who was also afraid and collapsed on the ground. Now he finally understood why he had to change his clothes. If he was wearing the Chien team uniform now, all the witnesses present would be stunned. Wu-Yu whispered, "Captain, think quickly, what just happened is the story of the dungeon." Shin-Kei saw from the corner of his eye that a cat-headed monster had appeared to drag the fainted visitor to the other side of the darkness. The corners of his mouth twitched fiercely, and finally, under Wu-Yu's expectant gaze, he fell to the ground and closed his eyes. Wu-Yu could still feel that Shin-Kei put her on the ground before he fell. Wu-Yu sighed. As expected of the captain, he really knows how to do it. After being carried by the cat-headed monster, Wu-Yu and Shin-Kei opened their eyes, and found themselves in a closed dark room with other visitors. The scene of unloading the materials just now was so horrifying that my legs are still shaking. Plot-based dungeons are like this. The tolerance rate is high, and the mortality rate is much lower. I secretly observed it before I was brought in. It is 2 rooms behind the unloading area. To escape, you need to cross 4 rooms. There are cat-headed monsters patrolling in each room at regular intervals. Wu-Yu glanced at the person who was talking. He was not very old, and was as thin as a monkey. Just now, he was the most ruthless one, but he was unexpectedly cunning. She immediately admired him with starry eyes. "Wow, you are so awesome." Shoho glanced at Wu-Yu and was a little flattered when he saw how beautiful she was, of course. Wu-Yu approached Shin-Kei. "Captain, we will follow them and escape in a while." Shin-Kei, "Isn't he awesome?" he said silently. "I estimate that the combat power level of these cat-headed monster guards outside is about B, and the one who takes us on a tour should be A+, probably the biggest boss in the dungeon. The implication is that I will fight them alone." Wu-Yu shook her head. "Captain, we are here to play in the dungeon. Don't delay them from passing the plot and getting rewards. Besides, with her here, it won't take much more time than if Shin-Kei kills them alone." Shin-Kei glanced at the individual players present. None of them were dressed well, and some were even from the refugee camp. The sea-level dungeon with a plot may be the only dungeon where they can get some rewards. Shin-Kei looked at Wu-Yu. "So, did Wu-Yu also survive in the dungeon with such difficulty before?" Shin-Kei calmed down and acquiesced to Wu-Yu's statement. "Shoho, we have to find a way to escape first." "Yes, I see there is a lock on the door. So where is the key?" "Shoho, everyone look for it." He glanced at Wu-Yu and couldn't help but straighten his back. "Sister, I see your companion is pale and looks weak. You follow me later. Maybe you can have a chance to leave alive." Shin-Ruby Bujing Feng-Kei, I regretted it. I should have killed everyone. "Hey look, is this the key?" Shin-Kei's hand was suddenly grabbed by Wu-Yu, and he looked up in surprise. Holding the key, Wu-Yu smiled and said, "Let's go, my super powerful captain." "You can say she can, but you can't say captain." Shoho couldn't believe it. "Where did you get the key from?" Without changing his expression, Wu-Yu quietly opened the door and said calmly, "I stole it from the cat-headed monster guard when he was dragged in just now." Ignoring everyone's surprised expressions, Wu-Yu dragged Shin-Kei out. The irresistible force, at that moment, made Shin-Kei have an illusion that he was the princess who was locked in the castle and needed to be rescued. Chapter 103. Wu-Yu looked at Shin-Kei dimly. The boy lowered his head and trembled all the time. She gritted her teeth. "Captain, have you laughed enough?" Shin-Kei raised his head suddenly, his face serious. "I didn't laugh." Seeing Wu-Yu's blue eye sockets and the nose stuffed with paper balls that was about to bleed, he lowered his head and covered his face, his shoulders shaking silently. Wu-Yu's forehead was throbbing wildly, just as she opened the door and wanted to leave. She was discovered by a cat-headed monster guard, who originally wanted to twist her head off, but was forced to give her a cat punch and took away her key because of Shin-Kei's external combat power. Wu-Yu said seriously, "Captain, look up. What I'm going to say is very scary." Shin-Kei raised his head, pursed his lips, and tried his best to suppress the corners of his mouth that were raised. "Well, please go ahead." "Wu-Yu, the monsters in the sea-level dungeon cannot have such high intelligence. I observed it just before I opened the door. The guard was clearly far away, but he appeared in front of me the moment I opened the door. I suspect that the dungeon rating has been improved because of your participation." Shinkai, I have never heard of such a precedent. I suspect that your suspicion is seriously mixed with personal hatred towards me. Wu Yu Tsk. I didn't expect that I couldn't fool him, and he actually found out. Wu Yu sneered with a crooked mouth, 3 parts disdain and 4 parts mockery. Interesting, talk about personal hatred. Shin confirmed that he was wrong very straightforwardly. I was wrong. Wu Yu took a deep breath. Okay, accept your apology. Now they are good teammates who love each other again. In Shinkei's shocked eyes, Wu Yu very straightforwardly took out another bunch of keys. Shinkei, what are you doing? Wu Yu looked calm. I made it right after I stole the key. It doesn't matter if you take one away, I have already split into 100. Shinkei felt that Wu Yu was just a robot cat. There was nothing she couldn't think of or do. Before opening the door, Wu Yu carefully observed the shift pattern of the cat-headed monster. The single eye of a cat has a 280-degree field of view, which is 6 times wider than that of a human. But it was strange, she had clearly noticed this just now. Why was she still discovered? This time, Wu Yu stuck in the cat-headed monster's shift change, and the blind spot of vision, and decisively opened the door. As soon as she and Shinkei opened the door, the skinny monkey followed them without a word, and other visitors followed suit. Shinkei glanced back at the skinny monkey, his eyes distant and cold. The back of the skinny monkey's neck instantly felt cold, and he said wisely, "Don't worry, I will never hold you back. If I hold you back, you don't have to kill me, I die by myself." When Shinkei confronted the cat-headed monster just now, he had already seen the clues. Maybe this guy who looks sick and weak is the best fighter in the dungeon. After leaving the small dark room, Shinkei found that Wu Yu seemed to be familiar with the terrain here. She skillfully avoided all the cat-headed monster's pursuit, stuck to the blind spots of vision, and entered new areas on the edge of being discovered several times. However, the other visitors who followed them were not so lucky. They followed blindly without any personal ideas, so they were gradually caught by the cat-headed monsters and taken back to the small dark room. When Wu Yu and Shinkei entered the frozen meat can warehouse, only Shouho was left behind them. In general, after the production process is completed, the products are stored in the warehouse, and then sent out by escort vehicles to various markets. For this dungeon, as long as they can get out of the factory by hiding in the transport truck of frozen canned meat, they can pass the customs successfully. Seeing Wu Yu stop there, Shouho asked cautiously, "Sister, is there a problem here?" Wu Yu remembered that the clearance strategy for this dungeon said that you just need to get into the factory transport truck. But now the factory gate is closed, is it not time for transportation yet? Moreover, Wu Yu always felt that this factory was slightly different from what she had seen on the forum in her previous life. She tilted her head and asked Shinkei, "Captain, are you sure that the one you are navigating is a sea-level frozen meat can dungeon?" Shinkei hesitated for a second and nodded, yes. The skinny monkey next to him was puzzled. Sea-level? No, this is B+ canned meat. Wu Yu turned her head instantly. What did you say? B+ canned meat? Which one are you talking about? The skinny monkey moved around. It's this kind of moving, the moving one. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei in disbelief. Shinkei turned away guiltily. After a while, he whispered, "I just chose the first one that popped up." Okay, Wu Yu reacted immediately. The system will automatically match the corresponding dungeon according to the owner's mental power level, so Shinkei actually chose the difficult mode canned meat dungeon. No wonder she was still wondering. The first time she opened the door, she had already been stuck in the perspective. How could she still be discovered? Skinny Monkey was surprised. You actually entered the wrong dungeon? I saw that you were so agile. I thought you came here to get the first kill in this difficult dungeon. This difficult dungeon was just refreshed this morning, and many people who have played the easy dungeon want to come and take advantage of it. This dungeon still has the first kill. Hearing this news, Wu Yu and Shinkei's eyes burst with firm belief at the same time. This first kill cannot be taken. It's not because of embarrassment, and it's not because I don't want the team members to know that they were beaten up in the dungeon by Catfist/wrong dungeon. Simply, I want to be Lei Feng. The two looked at each other in tacit understanding and nodded at the same time. A strange sound of canned food breaking came from the warehouse, as if there was meat squirming inside and trying to break through. Shouho took out a knife and swallowed his saliva in horror. Oh my god, what's going on with this sound? Listening carefully, the sound of canned food breaking became more and more frequent, followed by the sound of liquid and mud flowing. Wu Yu took out Shuangyu Bingling, dungeon's name says it all. It's a meat can. The meat will move after being broken. Shinkei, are you going to fight? Wu Yu shook her head. Run back. As she spoke, she inserted the frost moon ice into the ground to form a layer of frost to slow down the rotten meat, and then ran in the direction she came from. Shinkei followed behind her, and still had the energy to look back. All the mincemeat flowed out of the can, gathered on the ground and reshaped into the original corpse. The corpse made of mincemeat was terrifying and weird, and the strong smell of blood and rottenness made people want to vomit. The skinny monkey ran at the end, and was scratched by the rotten meat, and goosebumps all over his body. The skinny monkey ran with all his strength. Where are we going now? Wu Yu's thoughts were unusually clear, to the entrance of our visit. The skinny monkey? But aren't there cat-headed monsters there? Wu Yu, so what? The name of the dungeon has changed. The boss of this dungeon is now the meat. The skinny monkey hadn't reacted yet, but won't the cat-headed monsters attack us? Shinkei looked back and saw that the huge new boss formed by these moving flesh was rapidly increasing in comprehensive combat power rating. As these moving flesh were formed, they would capture the cat-headed monster and crush it to become part of the body combination. Dungeon was filled with shrill screams, and at the same time, a new boss with a comprehensive combat power rating of S- had been generated. Chapter 104. Wu Yu and Shinkei just ran to the unloading area and found that the corpses in the preparation area were all wrapped in body bags and crawling towards this side. After the body bags were scratched by sharp nails, the corpses immediately attacked the cat-headed monster in the canning factory. Seeing the cloudy whites of the corpse's eyes, and the emotionless pupils biting the cat-headed monster's body in big mouthfuls, the skinny monkey trembled in fear. What should I do now? I can't go to the entrance. TSK, Wu Yu curled her lips. What else can I do? The skinny monkey said in despair. Are we just waiting to die? Wu Yu. Schwa. Changed the frost moon ice sling into a two-handed sword and held it in his hand, his tone calm and indifferent. Since you don't want to let us go, let these scum know. Who is the father of this dungeon? The next second, the skinny monkey saw Wu Yu and Shinkei, who had just jumped faster than him, and took out their weapons, and rushed towards the corpses without hesitation. The body was sharp and fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the corpses that originally filled the unloading area were all turned into complete scum, unable to move anymore. Wu Yu picked up the bag neatly, and the two continued to walk forward. Suddenly, Shoho's doubtful voice came from behind. I think I've seen this golden trident before. Shinkei's body suddenly stiffened, and he and Wu Yu looked at each other furtively. Wu Yu's eyes drifted. Really? It might be a coincidence. Shoho nodded. Yes, I remember. I saw the captain of the first team Chi Yin took it in the big dungeon that just ended. He was so handsome when he pierced through the siphon waterfall in one go, and I was so excited. You don't know, I'm actually a fan of Chi Yin. It's just that I was in the mining area at the time, the signal was not good, and I could only watch it intermittently. It was such a pity. Shinkei breathed a sigh of relief. He pulled up the mask, wishing he could stuff his whole face in it, hesitating. Yeah, you're right. Speaking of Chi Yin, Shoho couldn't help but get excited. You don't know how much I admire Chi Yin. There are so many strong people. My biggest wish in this life is to collect the signatures of all the masters of Chi Yin. I must put it under my pillow as a treasure. The tone of Shoho was so sincere that Shinkei couldn't help but want to. Ahem. Wu Yu coughed suddenly, and Shinkei turned to look at her. You don't know until you see that Wu Yu has taken out a gas mask and covered her entire face. Shinkei twitched his mouth. Let's run first. Shoho nodded. Yes, I talk a lot when I talk about Chi Yin. I didn't make you unhappy, did I? Wu Yu shook her head. No. Shoho was relieved, and finally, he couldn't help but sigh. Yes, I thought about it. Chi Yin is so strong that he can get so many resources in the big dungeon. Their captain is ranked 4th in the Alliance's combat power list. How could he compete with us civilians for the first kill of a mere B+ dungeon? I guess he won't even look at this small dungeon. It's too cheap, right? Shinkei looked at Wu Yu silently, and Wu Yu looked away silently. She looked at Shoho faintly. Have I ever told you a word? Shoho was curious. What? Wu Yu, if you don't speak, no one will think you're dumb. Shoho nodded repeatedly. Yes. Wu Yu whispered. Captain, if you have to fight later, you must be gentle. For the first kill, just give it to your little fanboy. Shinkei, yeah. For the first time, Shinkei felt that the golden trident in his hand was so hot. After passing through the disinfection area and coming to the outside of the factory, he could see the gate of the canning factory from a distance, which was the exit of the dungeon. Even if they don't get the first kill, as long as they can clear the dungeon, each participant can still get the clearance reward. Shoho was very satisfied. He said gratefully, Thank you for helping me clear the dungeon. I'm sorry, brother, I said you were weak before. I'm short-sighted and shallow-minded. Don't be so formal with me. Shinkei curled his lips. It's a small matter, don't worry about it. Shoho said enthusiastically, These days, There are very few people willing to play plot dungeons. Why don't we add a communication number, so that we can play such dungeons together in the future? Hey, but what is your communication number? Wu Yu and Shinkei, The two of them were silent when asked. What should I say? What should I say? Hi, our communication number is Qian Shinkei Qian Wu Yu. It's the idol you mentioned who just cleared the big dungeon of the Alliance, and came to the small dungeon to compete with ordinary players for the first kill. Shouho saw that Wu Yu and Shinkei were motionless, but he didn't care. He naturally put away the communicator and scratched his head. Hey, look at me, I'm so friendly. It's okay, a chance meeting is fate, you two, we see each other later. As he said that, the skinny monkey took the lead and walked towards the dungeon exit. However, to everyone's surprise, before the skinny monkey reached the dungeon exit, a dead body made of giant stones fell from the sky. The place where the skinny monkey landed was exactly where the skinny monkey was. As expected, the skinny monkey would be smashed into a pool of mud. The skinny monkey looked at the shadow that suddenly gathered above his head in horror, as if he had seen the arrival of the god of death. Just as he was waiting for death to come, he narrowed his eyes, and saw a meteor-like golden light passing in front of his eyes. A golden trident flew from the sky and accurately pierced the corpse through his head. Countless body parts scattered above his head. At the same time, a system message flashed across the Alliance. Congratulations to Shinkei of the Qian team for completing the first kill of canned meat. First kill reward. Cat mimicry. You can completely transform into a cat within half an hour and move freely in the form of a cat. Wu Yu, I told you not to kill, but you still got caught in the end. Shinkei was also helpless, then he is the one who died. The skinny monkey standing in the middle of the pile of corpses read the message back and forth 3 times, and he looked up with a blank face. Looking at Wu Yu and Shinkei who walked in front of him, Wu Yu smiled and held out his communicator, meeting his fate, add a communication. My communication number is Qian Wu Yu. Shinkei also raised his hand, Qian Shinkei. Until the communication was added, the skinny monkey felt that he was still in a dream. Looking at the two people who were already walking towards the dungeon exit and preparing to leave, he jumped up and shouted, Hey, idol, my name is Lu Quan. Ding Di. Lu Quan looked down at his communicator, Qian Shinkei. Lu Quan, Qian recruits new members at the end of each year, you are welcome to sign up. Chapter 105. As soon as the dungeon came out, Wu Yu's communicator kept beeping. Wu Chong, ha 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 ha, the captain now doesn't even let go of the first kill of the B+ dungeon. Fu Yanqi, is the team finally going to be in trouble? Worry.jpg. Jietchen, what a success. Richard, don't say that about the captain may have a sudden cramp in his brain. Jian Suiyu. You didn't let him go either. Wu Yu glanced at the small group chat interface quietly, and suddenly Shinkei's faint voice came from beside him. What are they talking about me? Wu Yu tried to hide the truth by closing the communicator and shook her head, no, nothing. Shinkei said pitifully, so you guys are creating a small group behind my back, right? Wu Yu felt a little guilty, Captain. How about we talk while walking? Shinkei hung his head, and Wu Yu felt that his fluffy white hair seemed to have dimmed. She quickly blocked the group message and deleted the chat dialog box to show Shinkei, really nothing, look. Shinkei glanced at him, and his tone became more resentful, you even blocked my circle of friends. Wu Yu looked at her latest photo with Gua Gua in her circle of friends, her face wrinkled with bitterness. She really deserved to die, she really wanted to punch herself twice. Wu Yu sincerely apologized, I'm sorry, Captain, I thought your existence was very sacred before. Although I added your contact, I really dare not let my dirty words taint your holy ears. Shinkei nodded, so you blocked me. Wu Yu. I let you out now. Under Shinkei's surveillance, Wu Yu unblocked Shinkei. At the same time, the Qian Unity and Friendship Family Group has a message with you. Wu Chong. Yeah, why don't you laugh at the captain with us? At Qian Wu Yu as Shinkei smiled. Yeah, why don't you laugh at me with him? Wu Yu really wanted to die, Captain, because I don't like to laugh by nature. Seeing Shinkei standing there motionless, Wu Yu stood at attention obediently. Don't be angry, Captain, or I kowtow to you. Shinkei, forget it, let's go. Shinkei took a few steps forward and saw Wu Yu still standing there, somewhat at a loss. He suddenly smiled, it seems that you have integrated well into Qian, so I am relieved. In fact, when Sui Yu first told me that there would be a female player in the team, I was a little worried. I even thought about whether to add some new rules to the team. But Sui Yu told me that you can integrate and deal with these problems by yourself, so I should not interfere. When saying these words, Shinkei looked at Wu Yu intently. Although it may be a little late, Wu Yu, as the captain of Qian, I sincerely welcome you to join Qian. Wu Yu opened her eyes wide in surprise, then lowered her eyebrows. Shinkei moved his fingers slightly, and looked away. Warning! Warning! The current map will be hit by a meteorite fire disaster within 1 minute. Please find a safe area to hide in the area immediately. Considering the characteristics of the meteorite fire disaster, during the disaster period, the Alliance will temporarily close the shuttle route in the area to avoid the outside shuttle from accidentally entering and being injured by the meteorite fire. The duration of the disaster is not yet determined. Please prepare for survival. The Alliance will send a rescue team to search and rescue in time. The end of the world is coming. As long as it is within the wasteland, there is a possibility of accidental natural disasters. During the natural disaster period, the shuttle route was closed, and Wu Yu and Shinkei could only take refuge in the shuttle. Fortunately, their shuttle is currently the top-level small shuttle, and its defense, combat power, and survival supplies are enough to resist the arrival of this wave of meteorite fire disasters. Wu Yu checked the interior of the shuttle. Captain, the survival supplies in the shuttle are enough for the two of us to stay here for a week. Shinkei, generally, regional natural disasters will end in 3 to 4 days, and there are enough supplies for a week. Wu Yu nodded, and she took out the black soil and purification chickens she brought with her in the space and raised them directly in the shuttle. Shinkei looked at the 2 chickens for a second, and said in an intriguing tone, I didn't expect them to be alive. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The frightened purification chickens immediately offered a hot big egg. What kind of words are you talking about? The chickens don't want to listen. Wu Yu condemned in a tone, Captain, don't scare them. Don't listen, little chickens, it's a bad review. The chickens nodded repeatedly, and the master is still the best. Wu Yu calmly picked up the eggs. Well, Aunt Chen said that laying chickens cannot be killed. When they stop laying eggs, we can kill and eat them. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The chickens were in disbelief. Is this human language? The 2 purification chickens were so scared that their faces turned blue. Another chicken laid an egg. Wu Yu had just put the black soil in the shuttle when the meteorite fire disaster came. Countless meteorites wrapped in burning fire fell from the sky and hit the ground, creating huge holes. Wu Yu released the entire shuttle's defense device, and the meteorite fell on the air cushion protection layer above the shuttle, like a ball that had all its force removed and fell to the side. The meteorite fire fell like a meteor, filling the entire field of vision. For a moment, a huge sense of doom surrounded Wu Yu and Shin-Quebec. This meteorite fire disaster level is A level. Seeing that the arrival of the meteorite fire was a foregone conclusion, Wu Yu tilted his head. Captain, are you hungry? Shinkei nodded. Do you want to eat? Wu Yu took a deep breath. Then let's eat. Shinkei, why do you look like you're going to burn your boats? Wu Yu was very serious. I'm going to cook. Shinkei, but you look like you're going to assassinate the leader of the Alliance. Wu Yu had a sad face. Is it so obvious? Shinkei nodded. Watching Wu Yu walk towards the smart stove with a look of heroic sacrifice, she walked towards the smart stove with her hands and feet trembling, looking like she was going to die heroically. Shinkei, let me do it. Under Wu Yu's surprised eyes, Shinkei skillfully picked up the wok, waited until the wok was hot, poured in oil, and cracked in a huge egg. The sound of sizzle suddenly exploded in the pan, and the aroma of eggs and oil penetrated into the nose. Season with appropriate salt. Wait until the eggs turn into tender yellow, and Shinkei naturally flips the pan to turn over the whole omelet that has been formed. Fry until both sides are golden. Stand up the pan and pour it into the plate. Shinkei naturally asked, Are these enough? Do you want me to fry another one for you? There was no answer, and Shinkei tilted his head in confusion. Looking at Wu Yu's surprised eyes, he said, My dear mother. It was about to come out. Shinkei took the lead. Shut up. Wu Yu blinked, but I haven't said anything yet. Shinkei nodded. Well, whatever, just shut up. Wu Yu, Okay. After a while, Wu Yu poked her head out. Captain, I want to eat tomato and egg noodles, with a bunch of cabbage. The sizzling sound rang again. It was the sound of Shinkei starting to fry the tomato and egg noodles topping. Chapter 106. Wu Yu and Shinkei have been living in the shuttle for 2 days, but strangely, the number of meteorite fires has not decreased, but even increased. Wu Yu got up and looked at the visibility outside, which was getting lower and lower, wondering, what's going on? A-level natural disasters should not last so long. Shinkei came to the shuttle operation room. It seems that this natural disaster is not as simple as imagined. In the first 2 days after the natural disaster continued to erode, and then gradually calmed down in the next 3 to 4 days. Generally, on the 5th day, the waterway is restored and the rescue team enters to conduct search and rescue. Now, not only is there no sign of the rescue team, but even the natural disaster shows no sign of abating. The fierce burning of the meteorite fire made the whole air filled with smoke. Suddenly, the shuttle issued an alarm. The current external sulfide concentration is 60%, the oxygen density is too low, and the carbon dioxide density is too high, which has exceeded the limit that humans can bear. Warning, warning, the concentration of unknown toxic gas in the current external air has increased sharply. The unknown toxic gas is extremely corrosive. The shuttle is analyzing its forming elements. Please stay in the shuttle, and do not go out. Looking at the degree of danger of this alarm, Wu felt it was not good. Warning, warning, the current disaster level is being updated. The current alliance has issued a disaster level of S, under the S disaster, thousands of miles of wasteland, a wasteland. The disaster has been changed to meteorite fire and elemental erosion. Considering the safety of the vast majority of Alliance citizens, the Alliance announced that it would abandon all rescue work in the area. A firewall has been established outside the disaster area. In 10 minutes, a crystal core nuclear bomb will be dropped in the area to prevent the possibility of any unknown elements from spilling out. Wu and Shinkei looked at each other fiercely. The Alliance is going to bomb here. Wu and Shinkei's communicators rang frantically at the same time, and both the team group and personal communications were bombarded. Wu Chong, Captain, Yu, please reply if you receive it. Wu Chong, I set out from the Wu tribe, but I am far away from the disaster area. Jian Suiyu, tell us your specific location, and I will start rescue immediately. Richard, I am rushing to your side. Jietchen, on the way. Fu Yanqi, just forced to leave the dungeon on the way. Shinkei, in order to keep the remaining areas, the Alliance has always adopted an iron-fisted policy. The natural disaster suddenly escalated, and the route was not restored. If you want to leave, you must manually operate the shuttle throughout the process to avoid the falling fire. Wu canceled the shuttle's automatic intelligent control system. Warning, warning, it is not recommended to fly manually under the current circumstances. Wu did not change his face, and pressed the red absolute control button without hesitation. The shuttle is currently in manual control mode. Wu suddenly pulled up the operator, and called up the route map that he had recently left. Red crosses kept appearing on the route map. This was the area where the Alliance had built a firewall, and the shuttles and the natural disaster were prohibited from passing through. The firewall had to be built before the elements overflowed, and it was built very quickly. Unfortunately, Wu and his shuttle was the farthest away from the breakthrough point of the fire circle. The shuttle suddenly rose, and a lightning flashed in the air. The countless meteorite fires in the air were as dense as pebbles falling on his head. Wu had to constantly control the shuttle, rising and landing quickly in the air, and even diving sideways. Even someone as powerful as Shinkei felt palpitations and discomfort in the shuttle's strong centrifugal force and constantly changing flight angles. But Wu, as an operator, had no time to care about these things, even though her heart was beating so fast that it seemed to burst out of her throat. Her concentration was steadily divided into 3 parts. One part was used to observe the various angles of the natural disaster and analyze the best escape plan. One part was focused on the tedious manual operation of the shuttle and programming various complex flight programs on site. And the last part was used to dynamically observe the changes in the location of the Alliance's firewall and adjust the optimal 2.1 line fastest flight route at any time. Or rather, flying has become an instinctive reaction. This may be the longest and most anxious 10 minutes that Shinkei has ever felt. He saw with his own eyes that the range that could leave the natural disaster was blocked by the Alliance firewall and became smaller and smaller. He saw with his own eyes that the purple and black poisonous substances behind him kept chasing their shuttle as if they had life. It wanted to annihilate them instantly at all times. Moreover, wherever this unknown poisonous substance passed by, it turned into a scorched earth. The fear of the yellow sand passing by and everything returning to nothingness makes people's hearts tremble. The fire of the natural disaster falling on the head is getting denser and denser, and at one point, it is invisible to the naked eye. The last time point of the Alliance is getting closer and closer. 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3, 2. Warning, warning, entering the last minute bombing countdown. 59:58. High-intensity flight, rapid brain operation. Shinkei saw tears and blood in Wu's eyes. Blood and tears flowed down the corners of his eyes, leaving a blood mark on his face. At the same time, Shinkei watched a corner of the operation interface, where a data was rapidly rising. Real-time update. The current operator's mental power is A level. Real-time update. The current operator's mental power is S level. Real-time update. The current operator's mental power is S level. Real-time update. The current operator's mental power is SS level. Shinkei turned his head in surprise and looked at Wu Yu. He suddenly saw that Wu Yu's mouth was curled up with a smile. That smile, arrogant, unruly, and full of vitality. Wu Yu glanced sideways. Captain, we survived. The shuttle was like a flash of lightning, shedding its protective layer before the firewall was finally closed. It suddenly stood up and passed through the middle of the firewall. There were countless exclamations from the surroundings. What happened just now? It was Chian's shuttle. How is it possible? Under such dense fire, you actually manually operated the shuttle to escape the range of the disaster. Too strong, worthy of being Chian. What kind of operator can do this? The entire Alliance probably can't find him, right? After a long time, Shinkei nodded. Yes, I survived. After leaving the disaster range completely, the shuttle rejoined the shuttle track. The manual operation mode was turned off, and the shuttle re-entered the automatic flight mode. Captain. Shinkei suddenly came back to his senses. Wu Yu silently climbed into the treatment cabin, and finally closed her eyes peacefully. She uttered her last words. Next, it's up to you. Shinkei stared at the closed treatment cabin for a while, and in the quiet shuttle he said, Chapter 107. When Wu Yu opened her eyes, she found that their shuttle was surrounded. Wu Yu looked horrified. What's going on? Shinkei, don't worry, just wait until they arrive. Wu Yu nodded. Yeah. Suddenly she frowned. That's not right. When I was escaping just now, time was too tight, and now I finally remembered. After the fatal elements accompanying the meteorite fire and elemental erosion in the previous life dissipated, the meteorite fire revealed its original appearance. This is a new type of, or from outer space, that contains extremely strong power. It can take the current technological level of Blue Planet a step further, and add greater help to all mankind in fighting against terrorist invasions. However, because the elements released by meteorites are deadly and dangerous, it takes a long time for the elements to dissipate. It was not until 8 years later that the wasteland eroded by the meteorite fire disaster was discovered by a surveyor who accidentally stepped into it. The emergence of new or resources directly shocked the entire apocalypse and triggered a technological revolution that shocked the world. It was the arrival of this technological revolution that heralded the official entry of Blue Star's culture into the next stage of exploring the universe. Wu Yu died on the eve of cultural advancement. The dawn was bright, but she ultimately failed to wait for the sunrise. Wu Yu looked back at the area of natural disasters, which was surrounded by layers of impenetrable firewalls. Another piece of the human area was missing. Shinkei, Wu Yu, what are you thinking about? Wu Yu turned back. Captain, is there any way to enter the closed area of natural disasters? Shinkei was puzzled. Why are you asking this? Wu Yu just asking. Shinkei, yes, although most of the areas affected by the disaster are closed. But the disaster will eventually fade away, and after that, the Alliance will openly bid for the development rights of the disaster areas to major chaebol, noble families, and teams. The Alliance will exchange these wasteland areas with large amounts of points and resources, and the winners will bring their own weapons, equipment, and human resources to develop the area. For example, the once unknown Li-style chaebol accidentally discovered a whole crystal vein during the development process and became one of the top chaebols. Wu Yu nodded. Captain, will our team participate in the bidding for the wasteland area? Shinkei shook his head. No, the team's main resources are obtained through fighting. Wasteland development is a very long process, especially requiring experts in mineral resources and professional development analysts, which Chiyan has never been involved in. Shinkei saw that Wu Yu listened carefully and seemed to be very interested in this aspect. Shinkei, after a while, the Alliance will have an open wasteland bidding. The bidding can be completed on the Alliance platform, and the whole process is open. If you are interested, you can take a look. Wu Yu smiled. Yeah. After returning to the team, Wu Yu and Shinkei received serious criticism and education. Wu Chong was angry. Look at you two, you went to B+ dungeon, and you got the first kill. It's embarrassing, but you almost got trapped in the S-level natural disaster and couldn't come back. Jian Suiyu opened the bill. Very good, the top shuttle suffered multiple fatal blows, and it was directly scrapped at the limit of flight. You two, pay the money. Jiechen sneered. As the captain of Chiyan, you almost died in a natural disaster, you are capable. Richard smiled. Wu Yu, it seems that you have been very slack in your mental training during my absence. Fu Yinchi, then, I will recite a mantra for you two, and have a safe journey. Wu Yu lowered her head. I'm sorry, Captain, I made you and I get scolded together. Shin-Kei comforted her. It's okay, just pretend you didn't hear it. Everyone raised their voices. What did you say? Shin-Kei gently pushed Wu Yu out of the crowd. Go back to the house and rest early. He turned his head to look at his teammates who were staring at him, took out the golden trident, and lowered his voice. If I don't take action, you will all forget who the captain of Qian is. Jian Suiyu raised his eyebrows. Oh? Jiachen took out his Zen stick and moved his arms, making a crackling sound. Wu Chong said excitedly, Brothers? Beat him up. Wu Yu looked back and saw Shin-Kei jumping up and down as he was chased by his teammates. Finally, he jumped onto the eaves of the base, jumped into the nearest shuttle, started and ran away. Without going out, Wu Yu's life returned to its previous regular routine. The potatoes and beans planted before matured at roughly the same time, and with the accelerated planting of black soil, it was soon time to harvest. Looking at the bunches of plump beans and the plump and round potatoes under the ground, Wu Yu was particularly curious and observed the potatoes back and forth in his hands. Wu Yu thought to himself, what kind of magical existence is Duman? Uploading the beans and potato seeds to the Alliance Crop Atlas, Wu Yu began to read the emails. Most of them were invitations from Zhu Gingyun, the president of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, who had unexpectedly missed the appointment before, and invited Wu Yu to give him a chance to meet again. Zhu Gingyun, dear YW, please be sure to meet me in person. YW, I'm sorry, I'm currently trapped in the meteorite fire disaster and my return date is uncertain. The above is part of the emails that have been opened yesterday. You have new emails. Zhu Gingyun, I heard that the disaster has escalated. I'm very worried about you. Zhu Gingyun, YW, are you still alive? Zhu Gingyun, YW, I saw the potato and bean seeds you uploaded. Zhu Gingyun, you kid, why don't you say anything while you're still alive? Even at my age, everyone has a communicator with them all the time. I've never seen you so passive in responding to messages. Just wait, don't let me see you. If I see you, I will definitely take a good look at who is so amazing that he can find so many purification seeds by himself. Humph. Wu Yu, it can be seen that the Dean of the Agricultural Science Academy is really worried about her. YW, sorry, I'm out of danger and taking a short break. Everything is fine now, and I can keep the appointment. Finally, after waiting for YW's reply again, Zhu Gingyun's face was flushed with excitement. The assistant advised him, Dean, you should calm down. Otherwise, don't let anything happen. If you faint, you won't be able to meet again. Zhu Gingyun was angry. Pooh, you are such a bad mouth. In order to avoid accidents, Zhu Gingyun decided to meet at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences next time. Zhu Gingyun, do you need me to send someone to pick you up? YW, no, I will arrive on time. The Dean looks forward to meeting you. With just this one reply, Zhu Gingyun, who had been jumping up and down at the Agricultural Science Academy for a whole week, was completely flattered. He praised repeatedly, YW is such a polite person. The assistant said in a cold voice, yes, I don't know who kept asking if he was blind, and why he didn't look at the communicator. Zhu Gingyun glared, that's not what I said. When they come, you are not allowed to say anything nonsense. The assistant rolled his eyes, and turned away. Zhu Gingyun suddenly remembered, hey, I'm telling you, you asked the smart cleaner in the building to repaint the whole building, including the exterior walls. From the gate to the entire Agricultural Science Academy, roll out the red carpet for me to warmly welcome YW's arrival. And the two strange beasts at the door, train them well, and when YW comes, they will represent the lion dance. Tell them that those who can do it will do it, and those who can't will be killed today. And those mutant plants in the backyard, they have been warned, if anyone dares to do anything to me. Zhu Gingyun smiled grimly, I will make them into bean paste. Assistant, damn, deep well eyes. Chapter 108. Since she was going to the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, Wu Yu also made some preparations in advance. Zhu Gingyun invited her enthusiastically, so she naturally had to prepare some souvenirs. First of all, the seeds of various crops that she had obtained so far, Chinese cabbage, tomatoes, lettuce, pumpkin, eggplant, peppers, and beans and potatoes that had just been planted. While bringing the seeds, Wu Yu also prepared a large basket of mature crops. After preparing the souvenirs, Wu Yu went to the airport. After walking a few steps, she saw Jian Suiyu counting the shuttle expenses at the airport from a distance. Thinking that she still had the debt of a top-level shuttle, Wu Yu was shocked. She turned around abruptly and walked to the other side without hesitation. In addition to taking the base's dedicated shuttle, The team members in the base would also choose the Alliance's large civilian shuttle to enter the World City to buy personal items or visit relatives and friends. Although the civilian shuttle will stop at multiple stations, the relative price is much cheaper than starting a small shuttle alone. As the first team of the Alliance, GN will set up a shuttle stop at the entrance of the team within the scope of welfare. Not many people left at this point, and Wu Yu was the only one at the stop. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the civilian shuttle arrived. Wu Yu boarded the shuttle and bought a ticket to the Agricultural Science Academy, which only required 10 points. There was a corresponding seat on the ticket, and Wu Yu took the seat according to the ticket. A young couple sat by the window next to them, holding a baby in their arms, who looked chubby and very cute. As the Alliance construction continued to deepen, the Alliance set up a special combat team. As long as enough labor fees were paid, the combat team would lead the residents of World City into the dungeon in batches. Of course, casualties would occasionally occur. However, the first batch of residents who entered the World City were able to live a life similar to that of ordinary people. For the Alliance, the most urgent task is to solve the important mission of human continuation. Only reproduction can lead to endless life. As a citizen of the Alliance, as long as the body index meets the standard, it will be recorded by the Alliance and awarded the title of breeder. Generally, if the body impurity content is below 10%, it will be selected as a breeder, and the Alliance will continue to match breeders with suitable breeding objects. Suitable breeders will receive preferential treatment from all aspects of the Alliance's policies. If breeders delay in implementing breeding instructions, the Alliance will not take compulsory measures, but will only increase taxes to be used for the breeding fund of the entire Alliance. For Wu Yu, who has always survived in the team, the concept of breeders has always been very abstract. In her previous life, her body impurities had never been lower than 30%, and she was not considered by the Alliance's system at all. For now, even if her body impurities are completely removed, she is still a wild way of props and summoned beasts. She has not participated in the unified test of the Alliance, and has not been included in the Alliance's system backup. Wu Yu turned around and looked at the baby, who was laughing because of his mother's shaking. It can be seen that this is a nearly healthy baby. The reason why it is said to be nearly healthy is that the pupils of this baby's eyes are heterochromatic, and it is obvious that he has a congenital eye disease. The baby turned around and smiled innocently at Wu Yu. God knows, Wu Yu has lived 2 lives, and this is the first time he has seen a baby. A living, moving, normal baby, ah. Looking at it this way, it is still a little cute. Wu Yu couldn't help but take another peek, but she didn't expect to be discovered by the baby. She reached out and grabbed Wu Yu's hand, squeezing it quickly and accurately. Wu Yu. Who knows, she was molested by a diaper-wearing guy, but her hands were so soft, small and white. Lulu. After being scolded by her mother, Lulu grinned and laughed. Wu Yu peeked with her peripheral vision, and was discovered by Lulu again. The little girl winked at her. Wu Yu. She is so good at it. Hello, ticket check. Hearing the ticket inspector's voice, Wu Yu handed over the ticket in his hand. Dear passenger, I hope you have a pleasant journey. The ticket inspector handed the cut ticket to Wu Yu and checked the ticket for the young couple. Madam, your child is really cute. The young wife was a little shy, but very happy, really? Thank you. The ticket inspector advised, it's the end of the year, bandits are everywhere, madam, you must take good care of your child. The young couple looked at each other nervously, and nodded repeatedly, okay, thank you for the advice. After the ticket inspector left, the young couple whispered, I heard that bandits like to steal children recently, and send them to those upper-class families who cannot have children. How could that be? Aren't they taking drugs to reduce body impurities? My friend from the Research Institute said that although drugs can reduce body impurities, they can also make humans lose their fertility. That's just like the Agricultural Science Academy removing toxins from crops. Once the damage is done, it is irreversible. Who says it's not true? Even the rich people at the top of the pyramid are no exception. According to my friend, according to their current research, all children born after the end of the world will be granted the status of breeders by the Alliance when they grow up, even if their body impurities meet the standards. After carrying out the breeding mission, no one can give birth to a child. How could it be? If things continue like this, will the Alliance force breeding? Hubby, I don't want to leave you, and I don't want to give birth to someone else's child. No, don't think too much, we will never separate. The young couple next to them hugged each other, and their voices gradually became lower. Even if they lived in the World City, they could not rest easy. Wu Yu turned her head and glanced at Lulu. The child's eyes were rolling around, and the gloomy atmosphere of her parents made her look a little nervous. Of course, it was just a little bit. Wu Yu watched Lulu blow a big bubble from her mouth, and with a sound, a crystal saliva dripped down. Lulu, you're drooling again. I told you to bring her a bib when you go out. She is still young and can't control herself. Hee hee. Lulu giggled. What a cute baby. I'm sure your wife will like it. The voice of the ticket inspector came to her ears again. But this time, sensing the dangerous atmosphere, Wu Yu turned her head alertly. The black muzzle of the gun was facing her forehead. The ticket inspector lowered his voice. Beautiful lady, if you don't want to die, get out of the way. Wu Yu glanced at the security guard on the shuttle. The ticket inspector sneered, don't be delusional. No one will see it. Wu Yu suddenly smiled. No one will see it, then she was relieved. Chapter 109. Frost Moon Ice appeared in Wu Yu's hand instantly, and the ticket inspector was shocked by this sudden change. You are a fighter. You can't kill me, I am from the central city. Hands tightened suddenly, and the ice pierced through the ticket inspector's head from both ears, freezing the gushing blood instantly. Still in shock, the ticket inspector fell to the ground with a bang, and died with his eyes open. Wu Yu lowered his eyes coldly. I don't care who you are, the gun is on my head, who else can I kill if not you? Ah! The young wife beside him let out a short scream, and her husband quickly covered her mouth. Facing Wu Yu's cold gaze, she thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, thank you. The movement here quickly attracted the attention of the shuttle guards, and the young couple immediately explained the cause of the matter to them. The shuttle arrived at the central city, and Wu Yu left after a brief inquiry. She glanced at the communicator, and found that she was half an hour late from the time she had agreed with Zhu Gingyun. Zhu Gingyun waited nervously in front of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, rubbing his hands non-stop. What's going on? Did we run into another accident? Secretary. Dean, do you remember when we went on a field exploration? Zhu Gingyun was startled, thinking of his previous record of saying centipedes come centipedes, and scorpions come scorpions. Zhu Gingyun shut up obediently. The secretary nodded with satisfaction. But Dean, it's already half an hour late. Do you want to contact YW again? Zhu Gingyun just took out the communicator. I didn't expect that this old Jew from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences finally got it this time. Yes, he must have known that you, Professor Yin, were coming today, and he got the news in advance. The Academy of Agricultural Sciences has rolled out the red carpet. I have been in the Academy of Agricultural Sciences for so many years, and when have I ever been treated like this? That's right. I fell flat on my face at the entrance of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences before, but that stingy guy named Zhu didn't even add an extra cushion for me. How else can I say that Professor Yin is still amazing and famous? I saw that the two exotic beasts raised by the Academy of Agricultural Sciences were wearing big red coats. Are they going to perform a lion dance for Professor Yin? Yes, it must be. Yes, what is it? Zhu Gingyun looked at these people angrily. What do you know? You are just talking nonsense. Can you stop flattering yourself? Why, old Jew, aren't you waiting for our Professor Yin Wei Yin here? That's right, our Professor Yin is a young talent with a bright future. Even the Jiang family, the first Chable, wants him to do crop research and explore, and discover new crops, and his recent crop grafting technology has been certified to reduce impurities in crops. Yes, I believe that in the near future, Professor Yin will be able to develop completely purified crops by himself. Zhu Gingyun looked at these people with a look of suspicion. Which deep forest did you just come out of? Old Zhu. What do you mean? Zhu Gingyun smiled proudly. Don't you know that the seeds of purified crops have been released? Our Academy of Agricultural Sciences has already cultivated the first batch of purified crops, and is currently conducting the second phase of grafting research. Soon, there will be more purification crops. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhu Gingyun said proudly. How can it be impossible? Just look at the Alliance Atlas now. What's wrong, Lao Zhang? You are not well informed. No one notified you? I have to take care of this matter. It seems that you don't get along well with your colleagues. Are you bullied in the workplace? I didn't expect that at such an old age. You would be so miserable. Hee, I'm laughing at you. Shocked by Zhu Gingyun's confident look, everyone present looked at each other, and all looked at Yin Wei, who was standing behind him. Yin Wei, the youngest botanist at present, was trained by the Yin family, a family that focuses on various research. Not only in botany, but also in geology and mineral resources, he is highly sought after by major chables. Whenever a chable contracts a new mine, he will try his best to invite him to come out. After years of traveling, Yin Wei's skin is a little dark, he is tall, and has a neat half-inch hair. He is energetic and high-spirited. Yin Wei, President Zhu. Although Zhu Gingyun can't stand these flatterers, he still admires Yin Wei. Zhu Gingyun smiled. Xiao Yin, I heard that there was a new discovery recently. Congratulations. Yin Wei modestly said, President Zhu, you are too polite. In fact, I and several seniors were trapped in a natural disaster recently. The natural disaster signal interruption made it impossible for us to contact the outside world. We were just rescued by the search and rescue team today. So, we really don't know much about the purification crops you mentioned. Zhu Gingyun felt something was wrong. You said, you were also trapped in a natural disaster? Yin Wei nodded, yes. The secretary suddenly pulled Zhu Gingyun and covered his mouth with his hands. Dean, Yin Wei, isn't it YW? Zhu Gingyun suddenly became alert. He observed Yin Wei carefully, and suddenly felt that this possibility was not impossible. Zhu Gingyun asked, have you been to the tropical rainforest outside the northern suburbs of World City recently? Yin Wei thought about it and said, I did go there once more than 10 days ago. It matches. It matches. It matches everything. This made Zhu Gingyun excited and his hands tremble. He secretly glanced at the flatterer beside Yin Wei and whispered to Yin Wei, tell me, do you want to keep it a secret and not tell these people? I understand. You and I are a family. I will never say anything nonsense. Yin Wei looked at Zhu Gingyun with a puzzled look. Dean Zhu, what are you talking about? Zhu Gingyun punched him in the chest with his little fist. Oh, you are so annoying. Look at you. Why are you pretending to be so good to me? Looking at Zhu Gingyun's playful twisting and turning, even a velociraptor would be stunned. Yin Wei suppressed the slight discomfort in his throat and tried to confirm again, actually, it's the emergence of the purification crop you just mentioned. I don't know which colleague discovered it, and I really want to meet him. Zhu Gingyun sighed. Xiao Yin, Wei, look at you. If you keep pretending with your uncle will not be happy. Discovering purification crops is something to be proud of, and it should be announced to the public and celebrated by everyone. If your family knew that you had such a great discovery, they would definitely be very happy. You really should stop being so modest. Yin Wei, If his family knew that he dared to claim to have discovered such a reputation as a purifying crop, the teacher would definitely break his legs with a cane. While he was talking, a voice came from outside the door. Dean Zhu, there's someone named YW outside who wants to see you. She said you guys agreed to meet at 10 o'clock, but she was late for something, so she didn't know if you were still there. Zhu Gingyun looked at Yin Wei in doubt. What's going on? Aren't you YW? Yin Wei, no. Zhu Gingyun glared. Then how could you lie to me? Look at you, you are the one who delayed things. Otherwise, I would be the first one in the whole academy to see YW. Get out of the way. Pushing Yin Wei aside, Zhu Gingyun ran out of the door excitedly. Yin Wei, who was pushed aside, I heard that the agricultural community said that Dean Zhu's brain was not normal before, and it turned out to be true. When the people around heard that Zhu Gingyun was going to meet the discoverer of the purified crops, they were all hesitant and beating around the bush. I don't believe what old man Zhu said is true at all. Yes, I don't want to go and see it at all. Yes, even if I really want to go and see it, I won't say it. I will just keep dropping little pearls and hang myself in front of the Agricultural Science Academy, letting the Agricultural Science Academy guess. Yin Wei. Let's go. It just so happens that he also wants to see the first person who discovered the purified crops in the legend. That is a step that the entire Agricultural Science Academy, the Yin family, countless scientific researchers, and the resources of the entire alliance have never taken. I am really jealous. Who is it that took such a big step for mankind so easily? Chapter 110. When Wu Yu arrived at the entrance of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, she found that no one was there. It was indeed quite late. After telling the gatekeeper her purpose, Wu Yu stood there waiting. Within 3 minutes, bang! A loud noise suddenly came from above her head. Wu Yu looked up in horror. What's going on? Have the bandits entered the city? Huge fireworks exploded above her head, and countless firecrackers crackled, rang out. Wu Yu, who was shrouded in smoke, had a look of horror that turned into a dull expression, and finally twitched the corners of her mouth stiffly. She always felt that this situation was familiar. I hope not. Before she finished praying, the background music of the Golden Snake Dance sounded amid the sound of firecrackers, gongs and drums, pingling banklang, and even the sound of swana. It was really a hearty noise feast. Wu Yu silently covered her ears. If a coffin was brought to her, she could be buried on the spot. At this moment, Wu Yu felt that the land she was standing on was hot. The air she breathed was full of awkwardness. Wu Yu turned around and wanted to leave, but a lion dance slowly stepped out from the direction of the Agricultural Science Academy. A closer look revealed that they were wearing lion dance costumes, but inside were actually two exotic little tigers. The lion dance opened its mouth, and there was even a large piece of exotic chicken hanging in its mouth. They left their mother when they were young, and they had to perform before they reached adulthood. Wuyu twitched her lips fiercely and decided to give Zhu Gingyun one last chance. 3 seconds, if he didn't show up, she would really leave without looking back. Zhu Gingyun, who was still immersed in his wonderful arrangement, was intoxicated by this ultimate welcome ceremony. Zhu Gingyun held his heart with his hands. YW will definitely like it. Secretary Dean, you better stop everything now, and quickly take YW in. I saw her face, as if she wanted to run away. Zhu Gingyun waved his hand. Impossible, it's impossible, there won't be. Before he finished speaking, looking at Wu Yu's back as she turned around and ran away, Zhu Gingyun's voice suddenly split. Hey, don't run. Stop her. Finally, the Academy of Agricultural Sciences dispatched 2 shuttles to stop Wu Yu in person. The residents of the nearby world city were talking about it. I didn't expect that the Academy of Agricultural Sciences would arrest people with such a big attitude now. I don't know what she did wrong. With such a big commotion, she must be shot? Zhu Gingyun chased after him breathlessly. In Wu Yu's murderous eyes, he explained loudly, No, she didn't do anything. It's my fault. Hey, I've heard that the president of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences is kind-hearted. Today I saw that it was true. Please don't explain, Dean. We all understand. A cold light flashed in Wu Yu's eyes, like a laser beam. Hello, do you have a new order? Please sign for it. Zhu Gingyun's mind went cold, and he was furious. What do you know? It's really me. Zhu Gingyun looked at Wu Yu pitifully. I just want to make you happy. Wu Yu, why not happy? I'm almost dying of happiness. Vice Dean Zhang directly pushed Zhu Gingyun aside and approached Wu Yu. Hello, are you the legendary first person who discovered the purification of crop seeds? I am Zhang Zhongtian, Vice President of the Agricultural Science Academy. Do you think I would be honored to have an academic discussion with you? I am a senior researcher at the Agricultural Science Academy. Do you think I would be honored to know the process of your discovery of purified seeds? Hello, I am the Administrative Director of the Agricultural Science Academy. Do you have the intention to authorize us to carry out the subsequent research and development rights of purified crops? The researchers of the Agricultural Science Academy, who were just chasing Yin Wei, now all gathered in front of Wu Yu. Zhu Gingyun saw that this was not okay. YW, he was the first to contact him. How could he let these old guys take advantage of him? He clenched his fists and joined the fight without hesitation. Yin Wei tried to introduce himself several times, but they pushed him behind him. What's the matter, Xiao Yin? You are so young. Don't you know how to give way to the elderly? TSK, you used to flatter people and call them Professor Yin, but now you call them Xiao Yin. Who can change you? You are still an old man, and you don't even have a single white hair on your head. You are so shameless. Yes, you know how to be ashamed. If you are so shameless, don't stick your butt in front of me. I just pout, and you hit me. Zhu Gingyun's secretary looked at Yin Wei, who was squeezed to the back with an apologetic look. I'm sorry, Professor Yin, they are just curious, after all. Yin Wei slowly stretched out his hand. You don't have to say it. The secretary knew that Yin Wei, a gifted child of heaven, would definitely be dissatisfied if he was ignored in person. However, Yin Wei took a deep breath, rushed into the crowd, and pushed all the old men who were blocking the way to the side. With age as an advantage and body shape as a guarantee, he defeated thousands of troops, and finally squeezed in front of Wu Yu. Secretary, He always felt distressed because he didn't fit in with these people. A shadow suddenly fell in front of Wu Yu's eyes. Hello, I'm Yin Wei, a botanist. Wu Yu blinked, and saw the people behind him fighting with each other, and the veins on his forehead throbbed fiercely. Zhu Gingyun, who finally got out of the encirclement, straightened his half-torn dean's uniform, and stretched out his hand to Wu Yu and said solemnly, Hello, I'm Zhu Gingyun, the Dean of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. YW welcomes you to our Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Wu Yu shook hands back and said, Hello, President Zhu. I am Qi Yin Wu Yu. Hearing Wu Yu's self-introduction, everyone was shocked. Qi Yin? Could it be the Qi Yin who ranks first in the Alliance's comprehensive combat power rating? I didn't expect that the first person to discover the purifying crops was a combat power user. Alas, it seems that we are still old. The world is changing rapidly. It won't work to just stick to our old ways and use research to find a way to purify crops. Seeing the professors fall into depression, Wu Yu took out the souvenirs she prepared from the space and comforted them. Although the method of finding the purifying crops has not been found through research, if we want to obtain more purifying crops and explore biodiversity in the future, we still need the professional knowledge of the professors. I am just an outsider, and the professors are the backbone. I brought some grown purification crops to Professor Zhu. I hope you like them. Zhu Gingyun's face was directly smiling like a chrysanthemum, and he took it happily. I like it very much. He was happy, but others were not happy. Why does he have it, and I don't? Yes, I want it too. Looking at these professors who came up, they were all like old children. We could only take out all the purification crops available in the current space and give them to them. Seeing them all line up according to the rules, and even fight over the size of the crops when they are allocated. Holding a small cabbage and a small potato, they smiled so hard that their teeth were exposed, and even rubbed it against their face. Wu Yu silently looked away. The secretary watched silently on the side. Yin Wei lined up to get a cabbage, put on a storm cap, and lined up again to the last person to get another potato. He even took a selfie with the cabbage and potato with a cold face. Silently sneered, "This world has finally gone crazy." Chapter 111. Wu Yu visited the Academy of Agricultural Sciences at the invitation of Zhu Gingyun. Surrounded by agricultural experts, Wu Yu learned many lost planting and grafting techniques. Wu Yu also generously shared the origin of purifying crops with the experts. Zhu Gingyun was surprised. "You mean, the sunlight plus the purification skills of crops?" Wu Yu nodded. "Yes, I think these 2 points are the key to producing purified crops." Purifying crops have never been her exclusive property. If this technology can be promoted through the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, it will one day solve the food problem of all mankind. Zhu Gingyun seemed to be greatly inspired. He nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes. We have always been limited to starting from the research itself. Although we have tried to use purification props, we have never thought of combining the two together." His eyes burst into a warm light, and he was eager to implement the method mentioned by Wu Yu. The other agricultural masters were also excited. You know, although they are good at agricultural science, without purified crops, their heroes are useless. Now Wu Yu is teaching them how to fish instead of giving them fish. She told them the method directly. They can finally shine for what they have learned and love in their lifetime. Experts all have their own obsessions. At the moment, they don't even care about Wu Yu. They just turn around and take root in their own laboratories. I can't wait to develop more purification crops and increase the diversity of food. Yin Wei silently wrote down the method and looked at Wu Yu with a puzzled look. "You tell others the method directly. Aren't you afraid that someone will take away your honor?" Wu Yu shook her head as a matter of course. "No, this is not my strong point. Professional matters should be left to professionals. What's more, with her current mental power, it is impossible to purify all crops. If these experts can develop more purification seeds, she only needs a little mental power to strengthen these seeds again." Wu Yu smiled. "This is a win-win situation, isn't it? For her, for the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, and even for all mankind." Yin Wei looked at Wu Yu in surprise, and sincerely admired Wu Yu's big picture. "Can you leave me your contact information? In addition to plants, I also dabble in mineral geology. If you need anything, you can contact me. My name is Yin Wei, just call me Xiao Yin." The dean's secretary looked at Yin Wei in disbelief. When the tall and strong Yin Wei said this to Wu Yu, he was actually nervous and expectant, just like a little fan who asked for the idol's contact information, afraid of being rejected. The dean's secretary was so heartbroken. "Big brother, you are a favorite of all the chaebol. When you speak, you don't have to be so humble. Can't you be a little more arrogant?" When she heard about mineral geology, Wu Yu's eyes lit up instantly. She took out her communicator and said attentively, "Jia Jia, Chi Yin Wu Yu, scan me." The whole process of adding friends was quiet and fast. Both sides were very satisfied with the other party's contact information. They were afraid that if they were a step slower, the other party would regret it and run away. After the meeting with Zhu Gingyun, Wu Yu searched for the time when the next civilian shuttle would leave. She found that it might be because of the child snatching incident that happened on the shuttle before. The civilian shuttle was temporarily suspended, and the restoration time is yet to be determined. Wu Yu was not in a hurry. This was the first time she had free time in the World City. For the prosperous World City, she was like a pumpkin, full of novelties everywhere. World City is a huge comprehensive town funded by major chaebol families, and built by the Alliance 5 years after the end of the world. Due to the sharp decline in population before the end of the world, almost 70% of the world's population lives in World City. Most of the people living in World City are highly educated people before the end of the world, including scientists, physicists, chemists, and other experts in various fields. They are the driving force behind the rapid development of science and technology after the end of the world. After more than 10 years of development, World City has formed a pre-apocalyptic city war structure. Shopping streets, restaurants, hotels, entertainment facilities, and even pet shops specially opened for exotic animals are all available. This is a prosperous scene that is completely unimaginable for humans, who are wandering outside World City and struggling to survive. Wu didn't know the prices in World City, but she thought that with 200 billion alliance points, buying some small things in the shopping street shouldn't break the bank, right? Walking into the bustling shopping street, Wu stared at the exquisite clothes and exquisite decorations in the store. The small cakes and biscuits were made by the baking master behind the transparent cabinet, and then packed into unique craft paper bags and tied with ribbons. When they were put in the cabinet, they looked like exquisite handicrafts. Wu couldn't help but look at it for a long time. Everything was so new and out of tune with the outside world. Do you like it? Wu turned around in surprise. A man of some age appeared in front of him, but the years did not affect his handsomeness at all. Even the white frost on his temples added to his charm. Wu blinked. Hello, who are you? The man smiled but did not answer. His deep eyes were always on Wu's face. Then, he turned and left. Within a minute, the door of the bakery behind Wu suddenly opened. Hello, young lady. You are the 1,000th customer since we opened. All the bread in the store is for you today. Wu looked confused. Ah? No. No thanks. She was just curious and couldn't help but look at it for a while longer. What was going on with this magical trend? Hearing that he was rejected, the baking master was so anxious that he couldn't help but jump up and down. No. Please accept it, he said. Without allowing Wu to refuse again, he directly called the employees in the store. Quickly pack up all our desserts and bread today and give them to this young lady. Yes, boss. In less than 10 minutes, Wu was standing on the street in a daze, carrying 2 large baskets of exquisite desserts. A few hours ago. Alliance Secretariat Daily Work Report. Secretary General, there was an incident of armed robbery of a child in the civilian shuttle today. Zhou Qianfeng, did they catch the person? How is the child? Secretary, the person died, but the child is fine. Zhou Qianfeng nodded. The shuttle escort team did a good job this time. Give them a bonus. Secretary, it wasn't the guards who did it. It was Qian Wei. Zhou Qianfeng paused, then turned his head slowly. Who are you talking about? Secretary, Qian Wei. Zhou Qianfeng. So she is in World City now? Secretary, yes. Zhou Qianfeng stood up suddenly. Please help me put off all the upcoming matters. I want to go see her in person. Remember, don't let anyone know. Zhou Qianfeng's steps as he left were urgent. Chapter 112. When Zhou Qianfeng appeared on the shopping street, the entire shopping street was under the control of the Alliance Secretariat. He stood aside and watched Wu looking around with a curious look on his face, his eyes full of surprise and curiosity. Zhou Qianfeng was getting old, and even if he was able to plan and strategize, his eyesight and energy were not as good as before. He had to wear glasses to see Wu clearly. The moment he saw Wu, his scalp tingled, and he, who had always been smooth and ruthless, was actually shaky. If the person beside him hadn't supported him in time, he would have stumbled to the ground. Zhou Qianfeng was different from others. He and that person grew up together. They were childhood sweethearts. To this day, he still has the photos they took when they were young. The moment he saw Wu, he knew clearly that Wu was that person's child. No wonder Fu Yixu had lost her composure before. No wonder she looked like an old friend. It turned out that she was really the daughter of an old friend. Zhou Qianfeng couldn't control himself at all. He wanted to go forward and claim her child right now. Fu Yixu was right. Everything in front of him should have been hers. Seeing Wu's ignorant and yearning look, Zhou Qianfeng felt his heart broken. Growing up in an orphanage, what kind of suffering did she endure? Secretary General, calm down. There was a vicious attack on the shopping street a few days ago. It's not safe here. Vicious attack, not safe. Zhou Qianfeng realized that, yes, even in World City, even by his side, it was not safe. In fact, once he was by his side, there would be wolves all around, jackals, tigers and leopards, all of whom would want to take a piece of meat from his daughter. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Qianfeng lowered his voice. I just go and take a look. The secretary looked at him in surprise, as if he had just met him for the first time. The Secretary General of the Alliance, who was as strong as a rock, turned out to have weaknesses. The secretary nodded. Okay, I have the guards on guard at all times. Zhou Qianfeng walked behind Wu, unable to take his eyes off her. Seeing how focused she was, he couldn't help asking her, do you like it? Wu turned around in surprise and looked at him. He couldn't hear or see what she said. All he could think of was, the eyes look like hers, exactly the same. It's her child, it's her child. Zhou Qianfeng couldn't speak. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, people would notice that he was out of breath. He pulled the corners of his mouth stiffly, turned around and left, fleeing in embarrassment. Back to the secretary, Zhou Qianfeng's mind was so confused that it could not function normally. He could only subconsciously give orders. From now on, if she looks at anything for more than 3 seconds, buy it and give it to her. Secretary, but secretary, what if she likes someone? Zhou Qianfeng, buy it too. There is no one who cannot be bought, only a price that cannot be offered. Secretary, okay. Just got the news that the person who sent people to snatch the child was Mrs. Liu from the central city. She should have known that Wu Yu killed her people. Zhou Qianfeng smiled and turned around. Then let's change someone to be Mrs. Liu, someone who is obedient and docile. You have been with me for so long. Do you still need me to teach you this kind of thing? The secretary nodded, yes. Wu Yu felt that it was not a big deal for her to hold these 2 baskets of bread. She simply found a place to sit on the side of the road, and put the 2 baskets of bread in front of her eyes. She took out a sign from the space. Selling bread, fresh bread, 10 points each. After putting it on, Wu Yu sat there calmly and waited. She was not idle either. Although the shop was not open yet, she had already opened a loaf of bread and started eating. Holding the bread in both hands, she heard a rustling sound, like a little hamster. Before she finished eating a loaf of bread, many people suddenly rushed out in front of her. Not only did they rush to buy her bread, but they even said, "What? Such delicious bread is only sold for 10 points each? No, you take these 10,000 points. I want them all." Are you kidding me? You want to buy all these precious breads for 10,000 points? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Take these 100,000 points, I buy all these breads. All of you go away, I have a disease that will kill me if I don't eat bread. These 1,000,000 points, I want them. Wu Yu bit half of the bread, unable to move up or down, and was almost choked to death by these people. No. Wu Yu was speechless. How do you know that bread is delicious? You eat so deliciously. It must be delicious. Yes, everything you eat tastes delicious. Are you city people all mentally abnormal? If you want to eat bread so much, don't you have it in the bakery next door? As soon as Wu Yu turned around, she saw the bakery put up a sign instantly. All bread is sold at Wu Yu. Faced with the crowd still scrambling for bread, Wu Yu put away the bread and ran out of the crowd in fear. Hey, don't run. I haven't given you points yet. Finally escaping from the bread area, Wu Yu took a deep breath. She happened to stop in front of a women's clothing store, and before she could shake her breath, she heard, "Where did you come from, you country bumpkin? It's really unlucky to stand in front of my store." Wu Yu turned around, but didn't see anyone. She blinked in confusion. Huh? Who was talking just now? A person was dragged away in the corner, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. A beautiful woman came out and kicked the ground. No one is talking. Did you hear wrong? Winking at Wu Yu, the charming lady boss invited, "Come in and pick whatever you like." Wu Yu saw that the decoration and furnishings of this clothing store were very expensive. She didn't need these flimsy clothes for daily combat, so she shook her head and said, "No, thank you." The lady boss's expression froze. "No, you come. My clothes are very cheap." Wu Yu tilted her head to look at the clothes in the display area. This skirt costs 1.5 million points. The skirt was so thin that she could destroy it with a flying kick. The proprietress opened the display cabinet expressionlessly, took out a black pen, and crossed out the 4 zeros after 150. After thinking for a while, she crossed out the last 0 as well. She stuffed the skirt into Wu Yu's hand. 15 points, pay. Then, she snatched Wu Yu's communicator without saying anything and crossed out the points. Then, she turned around and started packing up all the clothes in the store. Today, buy one get 100 free. If you buy this 15-point treasure of my store, I will clear out all the remaining out-of-season products and give them to you. Wu Yu, who was buried under a pile of clothes, said in a dazed voice, "You don't think I look easy to deceive, do you?" The boss's wife's hands froze. What happened? Did she find out so quickly? This shouldn't be the case. She clearly said that she didn't know the boss's details at all. Suddenly, Wu Yu said, "Actually, I'm quite smart. Even if it only takes 15 points, I don't want to buy a bunch of your clearance clothes. Save when you should and spend when you should. Don't waste 1 point on junk." The boss's wife was relieved instantly. Chapter 113. Wu Yu was pushed out of the store with clothes in her hands without hesitation by the boss lady. Before she left, she stuffed a huge jade crystal in her hands. The boss lady was timid. Okay, I didn't expect you to find out that I am actually a famous profiteer on this street. This jade crystal is for you, just as your hush money." After closing the door in front of Wu Yu's confused face, the boss lady turned around and changed her expression in a second and replied through the communicator with joy. "Sir, complete your instructions 100%. Very good, report directly to the secretariat tomorrow." Yes, the lady boss wanted to grab Wu Yu and give her a kiss. Wu Yu looked at the clothes in her hand and wanted to sell them on the spot, but she thought of the strange scene when she sold bread just now. She silently put all the clothes into the space, but forget it, the people in the city seemed to be a little sick. Wu Yu always felt that the people on this street looked at her with eyes that were as greedy as wolves seeing meat bones. Wu Yu took out a piece of cloth from the space and covered her face. Walking along the shopping street, the whole street became narrower and narrower, and there were fewer people than before. I saw that the things sold in the store gradually changed from daily necessities and food to weapons and guns, and the security around and the patrol intensity of the guards were significantly increased. Wu Yu realized that she had entered the scope of the dark shopping street, which is commonly known as the black market. Because of the background of the end of the world, the transaction of guns and equipment has become legal and circulated among the citizens of the Alliance. Here, as long as you have money, you can buy everything you want, including human lives. There were many bounties posted on the bulletin board of the dark shopping street. Each bounty had the name of the person who was wanted and the crime he committed. Wu Yu looked up and saw that the person with the highest bounty was the bandit who had killed the youngest son of the Hua family, the captain of an island, Long Shi. Long Shi committed all kinds of evil, including burning, killing, looting, and robbing. In addition to the youngest son of the Hua family, he also killed children from other small families. Under the joint efforts of various families to hunt him down, his bounty was raised to 1 trillion alliance points. But even so, he was elusive, and no one could find his whereabouts. He exchanged Long Shi's head for 1 trillion alliance points. Wu Yu turned around and saw a bounty order with the same bounty as is next to Long Shi. Wu Yu wondered, what other evildoers in the entire alliance could have such a high bounty? She looked closely and felt that the person in front of her looked familiar. Bounty order. Shi Yan Captain Shinkei. Bounty amount. 1 trillion alliance points. I didn't expect to see Shinkei's bounty order, and it was such a high bounty. So what would be the crime for Shinkei's pursuit? Wu Yu looked down, but saw nothing. Wu Yu, Okay, you want to kill my captain without any crime, right? She tore off Shinkei's bounty without blinking an eye, and even tore off half of Long Shi's head, because 2 bounty orders were stuck together. But, so what, it's none of her business. She tore off the sticky part of Long Shi on Shinkei's bounty with disdain, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it into the trash can beside her with a whoosh. Wu Yu carefully put Shinkei's bounty into the space, and continued to stroll outside. Fuck, what is that? Want to die? Didn't you see my big brother? Shut up, don't you see where you are? Wu Yu looked at the 4 people who suddenly came out from the trash can in confusion. Big brother, it's a girl. Hey girl, your trash almost hit my big brother. Wu Yu was puzzled. Your big brother, is it a trash can? How are you talking to my big brother? Do you know who my big brother is? Enough. Long Shi looked at the bounty order that was just in good condition, and now half of his face was torn off from it. He curled his lips in a playful way. Go, see what she just threw away. Wu Yu twitched her lips. She really couldn't agree with this culture of picking through trash cans. It was really disgusting. Brother, this girl actually threw away yours. Long Shi looked sideways at the bounty order that was crumpled into a ball and thrown into the trash can, and slowly walked to Wu Yu. The unbridled release of powerful mental power made Wu Yu feel a sharp pain in her forehead. She looked at Long Shi vigilantly. What do you want to do? Long Shi narrowed his eyes crazily. I want to see who is so bold as to tear up my bounty order. Wu Yu's alarm bells rang instantly. She didn't expect that she would run into the top bandit Long Shi when she came to the dark shopping street for the first time. Wu Yu quickly recalled the various props in her space, and thought of the fast-moving talisman in the Tian Shiju that she had recently drawn with new wolf hair cinnabar and yellow talismans. She stuck the fast-moving talisman on her legs without hesitation, and Wu Yu quickly recited the formula in the Tian Shiju, Lin Bing Do Zhijia Zhenzheng. Long Shi raised his mouth in mockery. Miss, are you fooling me? He disdainfully urged his powerful mental power, wanting to crush Wu Yu's mental power core like crushing an ant. However, there was an invisible force in the air that was constantly suppressing his mental power. For a moment, he could not even sense the existence of his mental power core. What kind of weird awakening ability is this? It can even suppress mental power. He looked at Wu Yu in disbelief, watching Wu Yu soar into the sky, like an arrow from a bow. Wu Yu, Mom, I'm flying. Goodbye, Mom, I'm going to sail tonight. Long Shi's eyes flashed with viciousness and cruelty, and he took out his gun without hesitation and aimed it at Wu Yu's figure in the air. The next second, Long Shi was surrounded by countless white-clad Alliance guards, with countless Alliance's most advanced plasma crystal core laser guns pointed at his head. In an instant, he could be blasted into a ball of ash. Bai Yi was the strongest guard in the entire Alliance. To resist the white guards was to directly resist the entire Alliance. No instructions were needed, no hierarchy was ignored, and a destructive attack was launched directly. In order not to reveal his identity, Long Shi raised his hand and surrendered. Before being pressed away, Long Shi's dangerous eyes swept in the direction where Wu Yu left. Wu Yu's feet kept tumbling in the air, almost leaving an afterimage. Now the speeding talisman on her feet was like a jet launcher, wishing to send her directly to heaven. No, her talisman didn't have this effect before. If the talisman ran out of power, how would she get back to the ground? Wouldn't she fall directly into a meat pie? Besides, she remembered that there seemed to be a protective shield above the world city. If she flew up again, she might hit the protective shield. Bang! Ah, she hit it. Touching the bulge on her head, Wu Yu suddenly felt that the strength of her feet was getting weaker and weaker. Oh my god, the talisman is used up. Mom, I'm going to fall into a meat pie. Chapter 114. Be careful. Wu Yu was caught by a familiar breath in midair, and she looked at the person who hugged her in surprise. The silver-white uniform, even the buttons were buttoned to the neck. With long silver-white hair, light-colored pupils, and cool lips, the whole person looked cold and distant. He carried a paladin's long sword on his back, exuding a cold and noble aura that kept people at a distance. Lord Squire, it was the guard's negligence that made you have to take action. Squire shook his head and turned to leave. Before leaving, he glanced at Wu Yu from the corner of his eyes, as if to confirm whether she was okay. Wu Yu looked at Squire's back and felt that he looked familiar. She couldn't help but look at the white knight beside her. Excuse me, may I ask who saved me just now? The white knight received an order from his superiors to treat Wu Yu as a VIP, but Squire's identity was indeed not something he could discuss. The white knight apologized. He is a nobleman with an extremely noble status since the establishment of the Alliance. He has made great contributions to the formation of the Alliance. It is not something we can discuss. Wu Yu nodded to show her understanding. The Alliance was formed by countless countries, so it was inevitable that there were some feudal dregs. After some twists and turns, Wu Yu returned to the dark shopping street again. The cinnabar and yellow talisman that Fu Yanqi had given her before were almost gone, and the rice paper she had found before was no longer available on the market. Wu Yu wanted to find some related metaphysical supplies here. Wu Yu visited several shops in a row, but except for the most common weapons in the end times, there was nothing she wanted. It was a quiet time, and coupled with the commotion in the dark shopping street just now, many stalls had closed their stalls and left. Wu Yu could only look at the remaining stalls to see if there was any unexpected gain. Take a look, it's not really free. The enthusiastic shouting was completely different from the lazy and lifeless appearance of other stall owners. Wu Yu walked to the stall and was surprised to find that the stall was selling the cinnabar and yellow talisman she wanted. Seeing Wu Yu appear, the stall owner rubbed his hands excitedly. How about it? Do you want to buy some? These are the best cinnabar and yellow talismans. Even the first family, the Fu family, uses the same ones. If you don't believe me, you can check it directly. Wu Yu used the communicator to check and found that it was really like what the stall owner said. Although it was slightly inferior to what Fu Yanqi gave her before, it was more than enough for her to practice. Wu Yu asked calmly, how much are these? The stall owner smiled and said, 1 ounce of cinnabar is 5 million alliance points, and 1 yellow talisman is 1 million alliance points. Wu Yu thought that the rice paper she got in the free market for 1 million points was so big that it could flatten the whole table, and the quality was much better than this. This yellow talisman is of average quality, yet she dares to ask for such a high price. What a joke. Is this her first day out? Wu Yu bargained without blinking. 1 pound of cinnabar, 20 yellow talismans, a total of 2 million points. The stall owner was shocked by Wu Yu's dragon-slaying sword. Little girl, if you dare to bargain like this in the black market, the grass on your grave will be 3 meters high. Wu Yu didn't care. You can sell it or not. Anyway, these things of yours are not in demand, and the Fu family won't buy them. There are very few fighters who still use the mysterious arts on the market. It's been several days since you opened the shop, right? If you keep holding on, maybe someday someone will buy all of them for you. Just when I was about to order the people below to buy all of these suckers, the secretary, She scolded me, and she scolded me so badly. Wu Yu received a notice that the civilian shuttle has resumed operation and the next one will take off in half an hour," she said calmly. "I leave right away. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have it again. I'm not a very easygoing person." The stall owner and the secretary, Yes. I've never seen anyone who's easier to talk to than you. The stall owner gritted his teeth. "You add another 1,000,000 points." Wu Yu shook his head firmly. "Not a single point." The stall owner cursed as he collected the things. "Okay, you're lucky today. Take all 2,000,000 points." Now it was Wu Yu's turn to be surprised. "Did I cut too little?" The stall owner wanted to punch Wu Yu to death. Little, a head less. "I can't even get back my capital with this. If my family wasn't in urgent need of points, I wouldn't sell it to you so cheaply." Taking the cinnabar and yellow talisman handed over by the stall owner, Wu Yu happily transferred the points immediately. She said attentively, "Hey, big brother, don't leave in a hurry. Let's get contact information. If you have these in the future, sell them to me. I want them for a long time, but the price is still the same." The stall owner hesitated for a second and decisively added Wu Yu's contact. After seeing Wu Yu's name and her team, the stall owner looked back and forth between the communicator and her face. Wu Yu was surprised. "What's wrong?" The stall owner's hands were shaking with excitement. Qian Wu Yu. "I know you. It was you who summoned 9 heavenly thunders with your black words and white paper in the just concluded Alliance dungeon. 9 heavenly thunders. God will not destroy my Xiamen. Genius, I tell you, you are a genius. I won't charge you for these yellow talismans and cinnabar. I will give them all to you. In the future, as long as I have these goods, I will give them to you." Wu Yu was dumbfounded. "Huh? What kind of a magical development is this?" Wu Yu quickly refused. "No, I give you the points normally." "Stall owner, don't worry, I'm not giving it to you for free. I hope to get a talisman from you, a soul-returning talisman. To be honest, my wife went to the dungeon a while ago and came back alive, but it seems that her soul was lost in the dungeon after she came back. After that, I took her into the dungeon several times, trying to call her soul back from the place where she lost her soul, but it didn't work at all. I posted a bounty in the Alliance, but no one took it. The Fu family looked down on these, and outsiders didn't have the ability to do so, so they didn't dare to wade into this muddy water." Restoring talisman? While copying the Heavenly Master secret, Wu Yu actually saw a talisman that could bring back the soul of a living person. It's just that the process of drawing this talisman is very complicated, and it also has to be accompanied by a difficult formula. Wu Yu was not sure. "I've never drawn a restoring talisman, and I don't know if it will work." The stall owner looked sad. "If it doesn't work, it's just fate. If it works, you will be the great benefactor of our family." Wu Yu didn't want to be a great benefactor. She just wanted the cinnabar and yellow talisman. The money-loving eyes burst into a blazing light, and she nodded deeply. "Okay." Unexpectedly, Wu Yu would actually agree. The stall owner couldn't help crying with joy. He even gave all the remaining cinnabar and yellow talismans in his hand to Wu Yu. After receiving them, Wu Yu nodded seriously. "Wait for me, I will do my best." Chapter 115. After returning to the base, Wu Yu first shared her achievements in the city with Aunt Chen. First, she took out several baskets of bread from the space. "Aunt Chen, these are for you." Aunt Chen was still immersed in the joy that her child had not been raised in vain, and brought a gift to her aunt. Suddenly, she saw the trademark on the bread and was stunned. You can actually buy so many breads of this brand?" Wu Yu shook her head. "I didn't buy them. They said I was the 1,000th customer after the opening, and they gave them to me." Aunt Chen didn't believe it at all. "The 1,000th customer after the opening? How is that possible? This bakery is the most famous bakery in the world. All the ingredients used are the lowest in the market, and the baker who makes the bread is the top Michelin 3-star chef before the end of the world. Strive to restore the delicious taste before the end of the world 100%. Even the rich people in the central city have to line up to buy bread from this shop. Even the most ordinary baguette, as long as it comes out of the oven, the fragrance spreads 10 miles away. Some people even line up in the early morning just to taste this taste before the end of the world. Do they need to give away their bread? They can't even sell enough. Wu Yu, is this a knockoff store?" Aunt Chen unwrapped the bread, and the aroma of fermented wheat filled her nose. She took a deep breath, her face serious. "That's the smell, a charming aroma. I can't be wrong. I ate it once when I went to the city with Sui Yu last time. Could it be that after not seeing it for a while, something happened to this store? That's right. After all, it's the end of the world, and this kind of thing happens from time to time." Wu Yu. "Maybe." Wu Yu took out a bunch of clearance clothes from the space again. "Aunt Chen, please help me deal with these clearance goods. She has been busy drawing spirit summoning talismans recently, and has no time to set up a stall to sell clothes. Aunt Chen flipped through the clothes curiously. Why don't these clothes have trademarks? Where did you get them from? Without waiting for Wu Yu to answer, her hand suddenly began to tremble violently. Yeah. Did you buy these clothes in a store that looks very elegant and luxurious? Wu Yu recalled. Yeah, it seems so. Aunt Chen looked up suddenly. Is the name of the store AMS? Wu Yu, it seems so. It was quite chaotic at the time. I can't remember clearly. Aunt Chen couldn't hear what Wu Yu was saying at all. She checked all the clothing labels and confirmed that they were all AMS. Even when she saw Wu Yu still taking bags out of the space, Aunt Chen's pupils were shaking. Bags. They actually sold you bags. Wu Yu shook her head. No, these bags were used to stuff clothes. I took them out to confirm how many of these clothes were out of stock and out of season. Looking at it this way, these clothes are really ugly. No wonder they can't be sold. Ugly. You actually said that AMS's clothes are ugly. Okay, although some of them do look a bit ugly. But is this the point? This is not the point. The point is that you buy clothes and get a bag for free. Auntie Chen's voice was trembling. How much did you spend on these? Yeah. Were you cheated when you came to the city? Wu Yu looked sad. Aunt Chen's heart was bleeding. My goodness, this won't cost all the family's wealth, right? Wu Yu, these cost me 15 points in total. Aunt Chen, oh my god, these cost you 15 points. 15 points, this is duo shao. Say it again, you spent duo shao. Wu Yu, 15 points. Aunt Chen felt the world spinning, and her head was buzzing. Wu Yu was worried. Aunt Chen, are you okay? Aunt Chen waved her hand haggardly. It's okay, maybe I haven't been to the city for too long. I called myself the most fashionable woman in the base, but I didn't expect that fashion has abandoned me. AMS used to auction a high-end item for 15 million points, and the matching of goods must be 50 times to get a bag. Now, when you buy clothes, you can get a bag directly. I was too narrow-minded before. My biggest dream in life was to have a complete set of rare crocodile skins. Now I have figured it out. I can Photoshop what I want when I post it on WeChat Moments. Become an electronic socialite and enjoy a cyber life. It's not that I can't afford it, but it's more cost-effective to Photoshop it. Wu Yu didn't know that she had completely changed Aunt Chen's consumption concept. She left Aunt Chen's room in a daze and returned to the dormitory. Before entering the dormitory, she looked at Shinkei's room in confusion. Wu Yu walked forward, hesitated for a second. Knock. Knocked on the door. Knocked twice in a row, but no one responded. Wu Yu thought, is the captain not in the base again? I always feel that Lord Squire, who I saw in the city before, is very similar to the captain. Just as Wu Yu was about to leave, Shinkei's door suddenly opened. Shinkei was sleepy, with his hair still sticking up. Wu Yu, is there anything wrong? Wu Yu was puzzled. Captain, you just woke up. Do you still need to wear a mask? Shinkei hesitated for a second. Well, I have a wound on my face. A serious wound. I'm afraid of scaring people. What do you want to talk to me about? Wu Yu shook her head. She originally wanted to confirm whether Shinkei was in the base. Now it seems that she was overthinking. Wu Yu stuffed the 2 remaining breads in her hand to Shinkei, smiling. Nothing. Good morning, Captain. Please have some freshly baked bread. After that, Wu Yu returned to his dormitory. Shinkei took 2 loaves of bread and returned to his room. The window of the room was wide open, and the bed, which should have just woken up, was tidy and new. Wu Yu took out the cinnabar and yellow talismans he got from the stall owner Lin Chica, 2 kilograms of cinnabar and 50 yellow talismans. This was all Lin Chica had, and it was also his only hope to save his wife now. Wu Yu opened the Tian Shiju and turned to the page of the soul summoning talisman. The drawing of the soul summoning talisman was very complicated. It is better to say that this talisman itself has gone beyond the scope of words and is more like a painting. What Wu Yu saw from this strange talisman was a soul imprisoned by countless chains, and the soul was constantly howling, in pain and despair. The only way to save the soul was to find the source through these layers of chains, unravel the knots, and open the knots. Wu Yu had tried several times before, but each time she was unable to find the source of the chains because of her mental overdraft. The drawing of the soul-calling talisman was in trouble several times, and Wu Yu had exhausted her mental power several times in succession. If this continues, I am afraid that Lin Chica's wife will be dead, and there will be no progress. Wu Yu made a decision immediately. She contacted Lin Chica to bring his wife, and decided to go to the dungeon, where the soul was lost and draw a talisman to call the soul on the spot. Chapter 116. Team members need to register with the team before entering the dungeon alone. When seeing Wu Yu registering for the Shadow Play dungeon, Jian Suiyu looked at her and said, "You're going alone?" Wu Yu nodded. "Yes, I took the task myself this time when I entered the city, to help someone summon the soul." Wu Chong poked his head at the side. "What? Summon the soul? You didn't even ask me to go with you to summon the soul." Wu Yu scratched her head. "The first kill in that dungeon is long gone, the dungeon level is only B, and you don't need the cinnabar and yellow talisman given for completing the task." Wu Chong said indifferently, "It's okay, I'm free anyway, I go with you." Jian Suiyu was happy to see Wu Chong being messed around in front of him, and he gave them a shuttle directly. "Go quickly, the new round of World Boss Battle will start soon. Take the shuttle to pick up Lin Chica and his wife Yuan," and the four of them set off for the Shadow Play dungeon. Wu Chong was excited. World Boss Battle, I like it the most. The battle for the World Boss. Once the battle begins, many new beasts will appear in the Alliance world map, even in the World City and the Central City. Each individual who kills a beast will score 1 point. The top 5 teams with the highest points will be able to enter the newly opened world map to kill the final world boss. The final killer will be the final killer. The team of the killer will obtain the ownership of the new map and all the resources, items, and equipment dropped by the world boss. Compared to the big dungeon which is managed by the law enforcement team, the battle for the world boss is not only participated by the major teams, aristocratic families, chaebol, but also by bandits. Every final world boss battle is a bloodbath. This is a real life and death bloodbath. Lin Chica looked at Wu Chong in fear and whispered, "Master Wu, who is this?" "Wu Yu, don't be afraid, he is my teammate, Wu Chong of the Wu clan." Wu Chong turned his head and smiled sinisterly. Lin Chica was even more scared. "Wu Yu, forget it, as long as the child is happy." Entering the Shadow Play dungeon, ancient folk songs, stringed instruments, flower drums, and board cavity voices suddenly rang in my ears. In the dim room, behind the huge white curtain, the old craftsman whose face could not be seen clearly manipulated the thin shadow puppet to lifelike with a few threads. The shadow puppet in a red wedding dress fell into the arms of her mother, telling the sadness before getting married, and the sadness of parting echoed between mother and daughter. The moon sets and the sun rises, a new day arrives, it is the wedding day. The bride sheds tears, and enters the bridal sedan surrounded by people. The melodious sound of Swana starts, and the gongs and drums are beaten to send the bride off. However, as they walk, everything around them suddenly changes. At noon, the wedding procession enters a dense forest where it is pitch black. The sound of Swana suddenly stops, followed by a strange sound of plastic. Rumor has it that when something strange appears, it is the sound of plastic. Seeing the whole shadow puppet house become dark, Lin Chica's voice keeps trembling. "Master Wu, Yuan suddenly lost her soul here." As soon as the voice fell, everyone heard a strange shrill laugh from the house. Ha ha ha. It was like a fox's laugh. Yuan, who had lost her soul and was stupid, suddenly came back to life. Her eyes glowed with a faint green light, and she pounced on Lin Chica beside her. "Ah!" The black nails that suddenly grew wildly scraped off a large piece of flesh on Lin Chica's arm. Even though half of his arm was covered in blood, Lin Chica still held Yuan tightly. Obviously, he had experience. His 2 masters, Yuan was like this every time before. She went crazy when the show started. Wu Chong, this play is about fox fairies welcoming their brides. She lost her soul because she was possessed by the fox fairies. She is going crazy now, because the fox fairy's descendants are warning her not to take the fox fairy away. Lin Chica was so angry that his teeth were itching. What fox fairy? She is my wife. If it weren't for these fox fairies, my wife wouldn't be like this now. Wu Chong rarely said seriously, yeah, I will use witchcraft to summon her first. Wu Yu nodded, okay. Wu Chong recited the witchcraft spell to summon the soul, and a dark aura emanated from his body. Countless souls surged undercurrents, and roared to fight for Yuan's body. For a moment, the little fox on Yuan was scared away, but under the tearing of countless souls, Yuan screamed in pain. Lin Chica could only keep driving away the souls that wanted to occupy the magpie's nest. What should I do? Wu Chong turned his face away stiffly. I didn't expect that there would be so many lost souls in this dungeon. Your wife has lost her soul for too long, and she has been possessed by foxes several times. Now any soul with a strong grudge can occupy her body. Wu Yu's dynamic vision is very good. She can clearly identify even twisted and entangled souls. She quickly glanced at these souls, and was surprised to find that Yuan is not here. She immediately realized, these are illusions cast by the fox fairy. Yuan's soul is still trapped by him. Wu Chong hummed angrily. What's wrong with this dungeon, boss? Isn't this against the dungeon setting? Since the plot and setting of the dungeon have been cracked, why don't you let her go? Wu Yu was also confused. Suddenly, countless souls faded away, and Yuan and Lin Chica's arms stopped struggling. She turned her head slowly like a puppet, looked at Lin Chica, and said in a shrill voice, Sir? This strange voice frightened Lin Chica's movements and froze. He looked at Yuan, who was close at hand, but the corners of Yuan's mouth became longer and longer, and the tails of her eyes became thinner and thinner, until she completely turned into a fox. Sir, if I become what I am now, will you still love me? The sinister voice scratched across his skin, giving Lin Chica goose bumps all over his body. Wu Chong and Wu Yu looked at each other. In their eyes, Yuan was still the same as before. Everything was an illusion that only Lin Chica could see. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chica told himself that it was fake. All of this was fake. Only Yuan was real. He nodded firmly. Yuan, we have supported each other for so many years from the end of the world to now. No matter what you become, I will always love you and never leave you. With a swish, all the shadow puppets faded away. The room was instantly as bright as day. Congratulations to Lin Chica and Yuan for reaching a firm love and becoming a perfect couple. True love is moving. The apocalypse breeding system is officially open. From now on, all humans born after the apocalypse can breed offspring. And no matter what the physical fitness of the parents is, the children bred are completely healthy. Alliance announcement. Now start the first round of breeding matching for young people of the right age in the entire alliance. Alliance announcement. The alliance will give merits and rewards to dungeon passers who open the breeding system. When Wu Yu saw this series of announcements, her forehead jumped. She and Wu Chong looked at each other and instantly realized that they might have done something stupid that would be hacked to death by war criminals in the entire alliance. Chapter 117. The alliance channel, which was always quiet and peaceful, exploded instantly. I was fighting the evil spirits in the alliance, and suddenly I received a message asking me to go back and give birth. Okay, I can't even eat enough, and I'm giving birth. Don't let me find out who turned on the breeder system, or I kill his whole family. The above statement has been blocked because it violated the alliance rules. Not only did he turn on the breeder system instantly, but he was also afraid that I would not die, so he matched me with 10 breeder targets at once. I'm sorry, respected alliance, I'm a human, I can't give birth to an unfamiliar child. I'm sorry, respected alliance, I'm not giving birth, I'm just adjusting my birth, I give birth in my next life. The friend with the opposite surname who matched 10 breeder targets above, please work hard, you give birth to 10, and I give 2 to you, and I complete my target. The teen group was also full of complaints. What's going on? Why did the breeder system suddenly start? This research institute has been researching for most of its life, and still hasn't figured out how to have children, but now Dungeon has solved it. The Alliance notified that if the first batch of breeders fails to match, taxes will increase by 20%. Exorbitant taxes. I'm going to rebel. Wu Yu and Wu Chong looked at each other quietly, neither of them dared to say a word. Wu Chong whispered, what should we do now? Wu Yu thought for a moment, if we kill this boss, will the system shut down? Wu Chong shook his head, it's impossible, don't dream. Wu Yu looked sad, as if he had lost his parents. The dungeon continued, and a fox like a banished fairy suddenly fell from the sky in the open map. He looked at Lin Chica and Yuan, I didn't expect that you could pass my true love test. Don't say true love. Wu Yu now feels a headache when she hears these 2 words. But the fox fairy changed the subject, you humans. Don't think that the breeder system I gave you can give birth to healthy cubs by just having sex. Only true love can allow the human race to continue. Otherwise, the only final outcome waiting for you is destruction. Once the breeder system is activated, humans must remain chaste for love before finding their true love. Okay, a good way to remain chaste for love. Wu Yu dared to ask, what if someone can't do it? The fox fairy smiled and turned his head. His handsome face instantly turned into a ferocious fox face. He laughed sharply. That nightmare will always accompany him throughout his life. The dungeon was suddenly retracted, and Wu Yu and others stood in front of the dungeon of shadow play. Watching the Alliance channel constantly refresh what the fox fairy just said, the breeder system is officially opened, and humans must remain chaste for love before finding their true love. As soon as this additional information came out, the entire Alliance fell into a deathly silence. After a while, Smile.jpg, didn't the Alliance just say that it would reward the person who discovered the breeder system? Come on, I also want to know who it is. Keep chastity for love. I have so much work pressure, but I still have to keep chastity for a stinky man. I work hard outside every day. What's wrong with having a few more male models? I don't care whether it's true love or not. I know he's lying to me, as long as he's willing to spend time on me. What is true love? Is it true love when you see eye to eye? Alliance announcement. Shadowplay Dungeon is officially upgraded to Fox Ferry True Fate Dungeon. Dungeon level SSS mainline dungeon. Boss cannot be killed. When you find your true love, you can sign a red line with him. When the favorability of both parties reaches 100, you can go to the Fox Ferry True Fate Dungeon. As long as you pass the mini tests of the Fox Fairy will witness your love with her own eyes, and then you can further open the offspring raising system. Note, love is stronger than gold, and you can only love one person in your life. Please decide carefully. As soon as the announcement came out, Wu saw that the gate of the entire Shadowplay dungeon suddenly became huge, and the whole gray appearance turned into pink and petals fell, and the door was all wrapped with red roses that were about to bloom. Wu twitched her lips suddenly. This shouldn't be called a breeder system. It's basically a love system. The Alliance is also very user-friendly. As soon as it sees the dungeon iteration, it immediately changes the corresponding notification. Alliance notification. The first citizen of the Alliance who clears the Fox Ferry True Fate dungeon will have the opportunity to live in the central city. And the Alliance will open a large Alliance forum for him to retell the good times of meeting and falling in love with his lover. The Alliance will grant him the title of Alliance Breeding Promotion Ambassador, with all the privileges of a breeder. Wu and Wucheng looked at each other, afraid that they would accidentally step into this dungeon, and both took 3 steps back at the same time. Instantly, only Lin Chica and Yuan stood in front of the dungeon. Lin Chica and Yuan had not had children for many years, and they had the idea of entering the dungeon. You too, let's. Wu immediately extended her hand. Please, thank you for your hard work. Before leaving, Wu said respectfully, brother, if someone asks about it later. Lin Chica and Yuan smiled at the same time. They were very sensible. Don't worry, we will never tell anyone. It was you who helped us. Wu and Wucheng both breathed a sigh of relief. They escaped. The next second, their communicators beeped at the same time. The Chien Unity and Friendship Family Group has a message with you. The two of them were instantly nervous. Jian Suiyu. How was the dungeon? At Wucheng. Richard, what dungeon did Wu and Wucheng go to? Jietchen. The breeder system is such a big thing, but Wucheng didn't say a word, which is so abnormal. Fu Yanqi, I just made a divination. Jietchen, tell me. Fu Yanqi, the hexagram shows that they witnessed the new changes with their own eyes. Richard, Smile.jpg, you witnessed the opening of the breeder system with your own eyes, right? Jietchen, Ahmedba, monks don't get close to women. Jian Suiyu, don't be so happy. It won't delay the Alliance from collecting 20% more taxes from you. Jietchen, wait until these 2 brats return to the base, and I'll see if I can't beat you to death. He doesn't do anything serious all day, but only knows how to do some nonsense. Wucheng solemnly took Wu's hand. Yu, we share happiness and difficulties. Before Wu was moved, Wucheng said with tears in his eyes, then can you send me back to the Wu clan to avoid the limelight first? Wu, I really want to give this kid 2 punches. After sending Wucheng back to the Wu clan, Wu sneaked back to the base and sneaked back to the dormitory. Wu. When a voice sounded behind him, Wu shrank her neck. This is really unlucky. When people are unlucky, even drinking water can make their teeth ache. She came back late at night, but she was still discovered. Turning around, Wu was surprised to find that it was Shinkei. Wu opened her eyes wide. Captain, are you still awake so late? Shinkei walked in front of Wu. I heard Yu say that you were also present when the breeder system was opened this time. Wu's forehead began to sweat. It's over. A big family like the captain will have to pay hundreds of billions of taxes. She apologized. I'm sorry, Captain. I thought it was just a ghost, but who knew it would be such a great development? Who knew that such a big SSS mainline dungeon boss would hide in a small B-level dungeon? Shinkei looked at Wu mumbling like a chicken pecking at rice, and suddenly laughed. Wu looked up in confusion. What's wrong? Captain? Shinkei shook his head. Nothing, I just wanted to thank you. Thanks to you for discovering this system. It really solved a big problem for me. Go to bed early. As he said that, Shinkei turned back to his room in Wu's puzzled eyes. Chapter 118. Wu returned to the room without knowing what was going on. So the captain would also be troubled by the identity of a breeder? She opened the Alliance forum and found that it was all about discussions about the latest breeder system. At the same time, an old message about breeders was also pushed to the top. As the only celestial dragon noble with the purest bloodline in the world, who has been blessed by both the holy angel and the dragon god, Squire should contribute to the continuation of all mankind. Please accept the breeder mission arranged by the Alliance as soon as possible, and give birth to more pure-blooded offspring for mankind. This petition was the most popular post in the breeding section before the breeder system was opened. Wu Yu clicked on it, and saw that the words were full of moral kidnapping of Squire. Central City, noble families, chaebol, and even aristocrats were all absolute blind spots in Wu Yu's previous life. The photo of Squire in the post was the person who caught her from midair in World City that day. Wu Yu narrowed her eyes. The more she looked at it, the more she felt that this person and the captain were super similar. The next morning, Wu Yu sorted out all the talismans she had drawn before. Although she didn't have the opportunity to draw talismans on the spot this time, being at the talisman scene in person gave Wu Yu a new understanding of drawing talismans. Keep calm, recall the scenes you saw in the shadow play before, and recall where Yuan's soul was trapped at that time? What were there at that time? Yes, trapped in the shadow play. This is the source. If you find the source, you can start painting from the source. The same principle applies to the drawing of the soul-calling talisman. Wu Yu observed the complicated and tedious soul-calling talisman again, and finally found the trick. Pick up the pen, from beginning to end, a hearty painting, done in one go, reciting the formula that has been memorized by heart, the yellow talisman and cinnabar gather together, and at the same time flash a dazzling golden light. The moment the necromancy talisman was made, the crystal ball behind Wu Yu emitted a shocking light, like a shining ball of light. Richard, who had already returned to the base, was affected by the magnetic field emitted by the crystal ball. He came to Wu Yu's door in surprise, and knocked on the door. Wu Yu opened the door in confusion. Richard, what's wrong? Richard, Wu Yu, I feel the fluctuation of the crystal ball. While speaking, Richard actually saw that the crystal ball had broken into pieces, and scattered all over the floor. Following his surprised gaze, Wu Yu blinked. What's going on? Richard tried to use his consciousness to gather the crystal ball again, but failed. He looked at Wu Yu in disbelief. The crystal ball couldn't bear your strong mental power. It exceeded the load and exploded. Wu Yu, is the bearing capacity of this crystal ball a little bit poor? Richard shook his head firmly. No, it's not the crystal ball's problem. This crystal ball can fully support the mental power of an S-level psychic when he is violent. It's you, Wu Yu. You have broken through your mental power containment when you didn't notice it. What did you do? Think back. What did you just do? Wu Yu took out the talisman she had just drawn. I drew a talisman. Richard used his mental power to cover the talisman, but he was surprised to find that the talisman seemed to have a barrier of its own, and his mental power could not penetrate it at all. Even his vigorous mental power could not penetrate it at all. Just like the restriction in Wu Yu's brain, the talisman she drew could also isolate the erosion of mental power. Even after releasing mental power for a long time, Richard actually felt the tingling from the mental power core. What kind of powerful talisman must be to have such a domineering self-defense ability? Could it be that all the talismans Wu Yu drew before were so powerful? Richard looked at Wu Yu. Are there any talismans you drew recently? Wu Yu took out the stack of scrapped necromancy talismans. They are all here. Richard took it impatiently. Give it to me, I try it. Wu Yu looked at Richard's figure leaving in a hurry, completely losing his usual elegance, and her eyes were full of doubts. Richard's figure disappeared around the corner in the blink of an eye, and she quickly reminded him, Richard, there are some small problems with these talismans. Be careful when you use it. Richard took Wu Yu's talisman and walked into Qi Yan's cafeteria bathroom. He changed the toilet paper and put the wrongly drawn talismans on it. Then, he waited outside the bathroom silently. Soon, people began to enter the bathroom. Today's meal is really delicious. It's another happy day. This big brother you are. Don Jiang and Mo, you were summoned by the Lord. The Lord will not abandon me, and I am willing to sacrifice my head and blood for the Lord blood. No, big brother, you were talking well. Why did you suddenly commit suicide? He wiped his neck, spilled blood all over the floor, and a talisman was scrapped, and the blood on the floor disappeared. Hey, why do you look so pale? Do you want to use the toilet? Yes. Or change the toilet. This one is not clean today. After walking in, he found, no, this one is quite clean, isn't it? If you say that, the intelligent robot will not like to hear it. Flushing sound, wash and rinse. Wipe hands, sharp solo. Luo. Who are you? My little daughter Daji, please have mercy on me, sir. A skull face came close, and made the most charming voice. Sir, am I beautiful? Aw, ghost! The soul-summoning talisman ignited without fire in the air, And the charming voice was very aggrieved. Sir, you really don't have mercy on women. The skull shattered to the ground and disappeared without a trace. After testing 2 people, and hearing the rumor that the cafeteria bathroom was haunted today, Richard put away the remaining soul-summoning talismans. He realized that Wu Yu's spiritual power had been associated with the ruby. While she was drawing the talisman, her mental power would act on it at the same time. If we say that the power represented by this ruby is the mystical arts and the mysterious methods, those talismans drawn by Wu Yu, after being blessed by mental power, have long gone beyond the concept of the original scope of metaphysics. They obtain props by passing through difficult dungeons, and Wu Yu might be able to create props with a piece of paper and a pen. Chapter 119. Wu Yu sent the successfully drawn soul-summoning talisman to Lin Chica by email, and the matter of the soul-summoning talisman came to an end. Lin Chica replied, "Thank you for your soul-summoning talisman. We have passed the first stage of the Fox Fairy dungeon, and are currently looking for love fruits in the Alliance. It seems that the first kill of this Fox Fairy dungeon is not easy to get." While checking the email, we received a letter from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Dear YW, hello, the method of obtaining purified crops that you shared with us a few days ago has achieved initial results after our experiments. I am sending you some newly developed purifying crop seeds from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences as a thank you. In the future, the Academy of Agricultural Sciences will communicate with you as soon as possible about new discoveries about purifying crops. Good friend Zhu Gengyun. Along with the email, there is a crop seed package. Inside are all crop varieties that Wu Yu has never seen. Open the seed package. Get 5 rice seeds, get 5 wheat seeds, get 5 millet seeds, get 5 corn seeds, get 5 sorghum seeds. I didn't expect that the Academy of Agricultural Sciences gave all the grain seeds. Wu Yu thought, as expected, the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, which specializes in livelihood research, knows the most important research direction better. With these basic purification seeds, Wu Yu used her mental power to purify them immediately. After purifying the seeds, Wu Yu came to the plantation for a new round of planting. After picking all the potatoes and beans planted in the previous round, Wu Yu couldn't help but sighed. I can't eat them all, I really can't eat them all. I didn't expect that such a small plantation could solve the problem of eating 3 meals a day for more than 200 people in Xi'an. After picking, the intelligent robot automatically turned the soil. Wu Yu was about to leave when she suddenly heard a prompt from the robot. Mature S-grade ginseng detected underground. Ginseng effect. Extend the lifespan of naturally aged humans by 1 week. Ginseng is particularly precious. Please pick it in time. Wu Yu walked up to the intelligent robot in confusion, wondering if it had made a mistake. Ginseng? How is that possible? As she spoke, Wu Yu carefully started to dig up the black soil. When the roots of the ginseng really appeared in front of her, she fell silent. Wu Yu grabbed the Sangbiao duo who were playing in the mud nearby and asked them, "Did you get this?" The 2 of them rubbed Wu Yu's hands in a disgusting way. Wu Yu said in a sinister tone, "I strangle you to death." The brain-eating worm quickly jumped down and ran to the side of the snow lotus lamp that was purifying the water in the plantation, and kept hitting it with its little head. The brain-eating worm, "It's him! It's him! It's him!" It was brought by this grandson. Wu Yu immediately understood that the original black soil would only produce ordinary extinct crops, but because of the purified water in the snow lotus, new extinct creatures were introduced. Wu Yu carefully dug up the soil. There were about 50 ginsengs in this batch. The number was not large, but the quality was very good. All of them were S+ or above. There was even an SS grade one. Eating one could extend the lifespan of natural aging by a whole year. The huge ginsengs covered Wu Yu's entire palm. Even the roots at the end exuded a rich ginseng fragrance. Taking a deep breath, the whole person felt refreshed. Wu Yu collected all the ginsengs and decided to go to the rainforest again. Last time, Shueha gave her the snow lotus lamp as a gift. Now, she naturally wanted to give the gift brought by the snow lotus lamp to Haha as a return gift, and visit Haha at the same time. Wu Yu had just arrived at the airport, and was about to register to rent a shuttle when she saw Shinkei. Her eyes rolled. If she could take a ride on a shuttle, wouldn't she save 10,000 points on the shuttle rental fee? Wu Yu waved enthusiastically, "Captain." Shinkei turned around in confusion. "What's wrong?" Wu Yu smiled. "Hey, Captain, where are you going?" "Shinkei, I'm going to World City." Wu Yu clenched her right fist and tapped her palm. "Oh, what a coincidence, I'm also going to World City, the tropical rainforest in the north. But you just need to drop me off in World City, I figure out the rest myself." Shinkei tilted his head and gestured. "Let's go, I take you directly to the rainforest." Wu jumped for joy. Yeah. Captain, you're such a good person. After arriving at the rainforest, Shinkei found a place to stop the shuttle. Wu was puzzled. Captain, aren't you going into the city to do some business? Shinkei glanced at the time. It's still early, we can make it in time. As soon as they entered the rainforest, Wu released the brain-eating worms and the man-eating plants for a buffet. She also asked them to help Haha catch more delicious food. She threatened Sangbiao, if you don't work hard, be careful that Haha will eat you. Sangbiao hugged each other in fear and nodded repeatedly. When Shinkei looked over, the two immediately bared their teeth and threatened. What are you looking at, Shinkei? With Sangbiao leading the way, Wu and Shinkei quickly arrived at the place where they saw the snow frog last time. Wu saw another snow lotus appearing where the snow lotus lamp was purified, but compared to the original snow lotus, this one was obviously much smaller, and the color was not as elegant. Wu instantly felt soft and covered her chest fiercely. Ah, he actually gave her his favorite snow lotus. He must really like her, otherwise how could he be willing to give it up? After giving her his favorite and most beautiful snow lotus, he could only give her such a small snow lotus. It turns out that love is always feeling indebted. Haha, you've suffered. Ah, haha. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu's moved expression and couldn't help asking, what on earth did you imagine to be so loving to a towed truck? Wu Yu was angry? Don't say that about us, haha. Shinkei, It was you who said the happiest thing last time. The more distressed and pitted he was, the more he couldn't bear to disturb her. Wu Yu took out a handful of ginseng from his arms, and even put the SS-grade ginseng on top. The moment she saw the ginseng, even Shinkei beside her showed a surprised expression. Wu Yu, is this ginseng? Wu Yu nodded. Yes, it was planted after watering the snow lotus lamps I brought back before. I brought most of them to give to Haha. Now, she is a loyal believer of the Haha religion. Putting her hands together, rubbing and clapping, Wu Yu said, I hope the Honorable Haha can bless me to grow more rare ingredients and medicinal materials. The believer Xiao Yu will pray for Haha devoutly on the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month in the future, wishing that Haha can grow another 2 pounds next year. A happy heart makes the body fatter and heavier. Shinkei, He felt that the toad might not be able to hear such words. Wu Yu finished praying seriously and turned to look at Shinkei. Captain, I'm ready, let's go. As soon as the two turned around, there was a tremor in front of them. Just opposite to where they had just prayed, a huge toad tank suddenly rose up. It was half the size of the last time they saw it, and on its head was a snow lotus that was bigger than the purification snow lotus lamp Wu Yu had obtained, and the color was even more holy and elegant. The moment he saw the snow lotus, Shinkei felt that the temperature around him dropped by 5-10 degrees in an instant. He carefully glanced at Wu Yu with his peripheral vision, looking at Wu Yu's dark and cyan face, and his gloomy eyes fixed on the snow lotus on Haha's head. He instantly realized, okay, what he saw now was the concrete embodiment of the collapse of the toxic Fen's faith and the imminent departure from the scene. Chapter 120. Shinli immediately advised, Wu Yu, calm down. Wu Yu showed a terrifying smile. Why am I not calm? Quack. Wu Yu turned back suddenly. Did I ask you? You quack. Shueha was shocked. Quack. Why are you so fierce? Quack. Bad guy. Wu Yu was so angry and embarrassed. Ugh. She was so moved by a snow lotus just now. It turned out that it was all her self-conceit. The brain-eating worm and the man-eating plant hurried to Wu Yu's side. Mom, don't be sad. You still have us. Wu Yu took a look at the two ugly people, who looked so ugly that they made everyone angry, and she became even sadder. Shueha tilted her head to look at Shinkei. Gua. Did she take the wrong medicine? Wu Yu didn't say anything, and kept dropping small golden beans, hanging in the rainforest for Ha to guess. Shinkei, she thought you gave her your favorite snow lotus, and she was very touched. But in the blink of an eye, she found out that you were wearing a better one. She was just being self-indulgent. Wu Yu put the ginseng in front of Shueha, and left sadly. Before leaving, she signaled Shinkei with her eyes. Shinkei, these ginsengs are her special gift to you. Shinkei never thought that one day he would become a mouthpiece for one man and one clam, and a witness to their cross-race friendship. The snow clam tilted its head. Quack. Shinkei heard a little bit of pride and a little bit of arrogance from this sound. Without waiting for the two to react, the snow clam suddenly stretched out its tongue and rolled towards Wu Yu as fast as lightning. Shinkei's face changed instantly, but he found that the snow clam actually rolled up Wu Yu and put it on his head. The next second, Shinkei also accepted the packing treatment. The two sat on the head of the snow frog together, feeling the snow frog jumping quickly in the rainforest. The huge body of the snow frog did not affect its agility at all. With a huge high jump, the snow frog passed through the dense waterfall and entered a huge cave. What was surprising was that it was obviously a hot rainforest outside, but it was an extremely cold winter in the cave. The waterfall soaked Wuyu and Shinkei's bodies, and they shivered when they entered. After entering the waterfall, the figure of the snow frog shrank a lot, and its originally brown-black body turned into a crystal-clear porcelain white after entering the cold winter range. Wuyu and Shinkei looked at each other. Both of them were surprised. Shinkei, the rainforest existed before the world city was built, but no one has ever discovered its existence. Snow frog, quack. Nonsense, do you think quacks are just eating? Shinkei tried to use his mental power. His pupil slightly opened. This place can actually isolate mental power, as if it is in existence in another dimension. If I guess correctly, it was a hidden map that the Alliance had not included. Following behind Shueha, along the ice road, the view suddenly widened. Many rare treasures appeared on both sides of the ice road, not to mention the purification snow lotus lamp that Wuyu had obtained before. Even the one on Haha's head was eclipsed by the dazzling array of snow lotus. In addition to the snow lotus, there were many lingxiao grasses on the roadside, and the fairy deer eating the grass all had precious antlers. Both the snow lotus and the lingxiao grass were covered with precious fairy dew. With so many precious treasures, not to mention Wuyu, even Shinkei couldn't take his eyes off them, full of astonishment. Countless icicles appeared as they walked forward, shining brightly under the sunlight. These icicles were all SS-grade crystals. Such a large number of crystals could undoubtedly instantly light up a SS-grade item to 10 stars. At the end of the icicles was an ice-carved castle. Wuyu was surprised and said, "I've seen this castle before." Wuyu took out the treasure dungeon key that he had obtained in the frozen canyon from the system. The moment the key was taken out, the white snake perched on it seemed to let out a comfortable sigh. Under the cold light, the white snake was lifelike and seemed to be alive at any time. Seeing the key in Wuyu's hand, Shueha's reaction was also surprised. It kept circling around the key, looking very anxious. Wuyu immediately released Jin Wu. "What's wrong with Haha?" Jin Wu and Shueha chatted for a while, and then saw that Shueha's body kept getting smaller, and finally Xiaoning just jumped into Wuyu's palm. Wuyu and Haha looked at each other, and looked at Jin Wu with a puzzled look. "What's wrong?" Jin Wu, Snow Frog grew up in a cold area, and came to the rainforest to survive because of the violent movement of the plates due to the end of the world. As long as you can open the treasure dungeon in the frozen canyon, he can return to his original place of survival through the dungeon. Wuyu, but Snow Frog is not the world boss of the rainforest. Does he have to guard the rainforest? Snow Frog puffed up his belly, took out the most holy snow lotus he had seen along the way, and handed it to Wuyu. Snow Frog, quack. Stop crying. This most beautiful snow lotus is for you. Now you are Gua Gua's best friend. Shinkei looked around here. It seems that Shueha has never been guarding the rainforest. The place he really wants to guard is here. Shueha looked at Wuyu. Gua. Gua wants to go home. While talking, the surrounding environment changed violently. Just like seeing the white snake before, the treasures and crystals disappeared in an instant. At the same time, a new key appeared in Wuyu's hand. The crystal-clear porcelain white key is inlaid with a vivid snow frog, with a snow lotus on its head and a bulging belly, which looks cute. The two keys seem to have been one, although the colors are different, but they are extremely harmonious when put together, and even the patterns on the keys can match. The moment the two keys are combined into one, Wuyu sees that the description of the key is changed. SS-level key to the Frozen Rift Valley Treasure Dungeon. There are 4 keys in total. Collect all 4 keys, and you can immediately open the door to the Frozen Rift Valley Treasure Dungeon. At that time, the guardian beast on the key will reappear. Holding the snow lotus that witnessed her friendship with the snow frog, Wuyu touched the frog's belly with her fingertips and said solemnly, "Don't worry, I will collect the remaining 2 keys as soon as possible and let you go home." The transparent body of the snow frog refracted under the light. Gua. I know I feel sorry for Gua. He is a good person. Leaving the cold cave with 2 keys and returning to the rainforest, Wuyu found that the shuttles of the Agricultural Science Academy were landing in large numbers outside the rainforest. With their latest developed purification props, they entered the rainforest in batches. Wuyu received an email from Zhu Gingyun. "Dear YW, the Academy of Agricultural Sciences discovered that the Tianshan snow clam, the king of the rainforest, had disappeared. In addition to sadness, we can't help but cheer. Gongs and drums were loud, and firecrackers were blasted. Although the snow clam has never hurt anyone, This toad has often prevented us from conducting in-depth research on the rainforest. In the next period of time, I will personally lead the team to go deep into the rainforest. During the time when we are not in contact, I hope we can shine together in our respective fields. Come on, let's encourage each other. Good friend Zhu Gingyun, even though the end of the world is cold and ruthless, pure and sincere friends bring endless warmth to this cold winter. Chapter 121. Back at the shuttle, Wu Yu asked Shinkei, Captain, what are you doing in the city? Shinkei, the battle for the world boss will start soon, and we need to go into the city to purchase a large number of guns and weapons. Wu Yu nodded, then please leave me at the World City Civilian Shuttle Terminal, and I can take the civilian shuttle back by myself. Shinkei's eyes flashed. Wu Yu, did something go wrong the last time you entered the World City alone? Wu Yu was surprised. How did you know? Yes, I killed a man and met the bandit leader Longshi. Shinkei thought for a moment. You should come with me. Wu Yu, Captain, you seem to have concerns. Tell me, and I will analyze it for you. Shinkei, nothing. I'm just afraid that you will encounter more outrageous accidents. After entering the city, Shinkei took Wu Yu straight to the dark shopping street. However, unlike Wu Yu's previous quick seeing and wandering alone, someone immediately came to meet him as soon as he entered the dark shopping street. The visitor was very respectful, see? Wu Yu glanced sideways, and Shinkei suddenly spoke, Qi and Shinkei. Yes, Captain Shin, please come this way. After passing through an extremely narrow and dark path, the view suddenly became clear. Wow! Wu Yu kept looking up, looking at these dazzling new weapons that could almost be called the most advanced in the entire alliance. Wu Yu got a gun that looked extremely cool in black and gold, with RGB neon light effects all over it. Wow, what kind of gun is this? This is so beautiful. The Plasma Crystal Core laser gun is currently the most powerful single-handed gun and is also the official gun of the Alliance White Guard. However, their barrels will be customized to be white, and the RGB light effect will be removed. Almost no one can react faster than the firing speed of this gun. Of course, Captain Shin is an exception. Wu Yu turned around and saw an older man who looked sophisticated and smooth. Shinkei, Wu Yu, this is the big boss behind the dark shopping street, Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian, Captain Shin is too polite. Miss Wu, just call me Lao Zheng. This official greeting made Wu Yu as nervous and awkward as a child visiting relatives during the spring festival. Wu Yu, hello boss Zheng. Shinkei gestured to her, go and play by yourself. Take whatever you want to buy, and put it on the team account at the end. There is actually such a chance to get a bargain. In fact, she saw a bow when she just came in. Wu Yu went over and took the bow without hesitation. Miss Wu has a good eye. This bow is our latest product, a crystal core holographic vision dynamic locking bow. The bow will adjust according to the user's arm strength, and the crystal core inside will increase power assistance. You can dynamically lock the target without aiming yourself, and give a full strength attack. Wu Yu, how much is this bow? Since you came with Captain Shin, I give you 10 billion for one, dear. Wu Yu smiled, so you have always taken our captain as a fool, right? How could that be? We are not such profiteers. Wu Yu directly took out the communicator, which showed the latest weapon list and real-time dynamic transaction price information, and pointed at the bow in his hand. Crystal Core Holographic Vision Dynamic Lock Bow, right? Exactly the same name, looks exactly the same. The real-time transaction price is 5 billion. The salesman's expression did not show any embarrassment of being exposed. Recently, the World Boss War is coming, and all major arms dealers are raising prices. Wu Yu nodded, yes, you are right. But your prices are really outrageous. Qi Yin should be considered your old customer, right? You are really ruthless when it comes to taking advantage of your customers. I heard that the sound of shuttles coming in and out has never stopped since the beginning. The machine tools in the military factory have been rubbing sparks recently, right? You must have stockpiled a lot of goods. If you keep all of them in your hands, it will be difficult to explain. The salesperson's expression gradually became stiff. Ms. Wu, we don't have to worry about sales. Wu Yu raised her voice, Captain. Shinkei turned his head and pricked up his ears. The salesperson came closer and lowered his voice. Miss Wu, I will give you this bow directly. In addition to this bow, you can take any weapon you like here, and we will be friends. Wu Yu smiled. Are you bribing me now? The salesperson shook his head uprightly. Of course not. I just think I get along well with Miss Wu. Wu Yu nodded repeatedly, and the salesperson was about to breathe a sigh of relief. But Wu Yu directly said, 50% off. All the arms purchased by our captain here today will be sold at 50% off the market transaction price. Of course, I want all the bows and weapons you gave me. The salesperson took a deep breath, and saw Wu Yu's expression was more horrified than seeing a vampire. Miss Wu, I dare not even report your price. Wu Yu, Captain. The salesperson was so angry at Wu Yu's rogue look, just like a naughty child calling out his blindly doting parents. Shin Kei interrupted Zheng Qian's introduction, and came to Wu Yu in confusion. What's wrong? Wu Yu pulled Shin Kei's sleeve. Let's go, we don't want to buy it. Shin Kei didn't understand what was going on, but he was pulled away by her obediently. Oh, but... Wu Yu turned back and glared. No buts. Shin Kei nodded. Oh. The salesman was so anxious that he jumped up and down. Seeing that Wu Yu had already stepped out of the door, he quickly told Zheng Qian about Wu Yu's bargaining plan. Zheng Qian's face turned black in a second, and he looked at Wu Yu with disbelief. When did Qi Yan get such a stingy and good-at-living team member? Then how can he bargain with Qi Yan and other suckers in the future? Zheng Qian hurriedly shouted, Wait! Wu Yu ignored him and dragged Shin Kei away. Shin Kei pulled Wu Yu back and whispered, He is calling us. Wu Yu, ignore him, keep walking, your back must be resolute. Shin Kei, okay. Try to make your back firm and resolute, Shin Kei. Zheng Qian saw that the two were really going to leave, and said anxiously, 50% off, it's not impossible to talk. Wu Yu raised the corner of her mouth in delight, but her footsteps remained unmoved, waving her hands and almost marching out. Shin Kei was getting more and more confused. 50% off? What 50% off? Seeing that the two were about to leave the store, Zheng Qian gritted his teeth. Okay, 50% off. That's 50% off. Wu Yu suddenly pulled Shin Kei back, came to Zheng Qian, lifted Shin Kei's hand, and shook hands with Zheng Qian, and even helped them shake. She elbowed Shin Kei. Captain, Lao Zheng is so sincere, you say something. Zheng Qian twitched his mouth suddenly. Okay, just now, he was Boss Zheng. Now he has become Lao Zheng. Shin Kei said cautiously. Then what do you think I should say? Wu Yu said seriously, of course, happy cooperation. Shin Kei followed suit and said seriously, Boss Zheng, happy cooperation. Under Wu Yu's smiling eyes, and Zheng Qian's painful and desperate eyes, as if his heart was dug out, the two sides completed this friendly transaction. When they finally settled the bill, Wu Yu also gave her crystal core gun 2 more rounds of bullets. Chapter 122. I read the purchase order in the communicator 3 times over and over again. With the same budget, I bought twice as many guns and ammunition as originally planned. Shin Kei stole a glance at Wu Yu, who was happily waiting for ice cream beside him. Captain, this is for you. I treat you to ice cream. Thank you for giving me weapons. Shin Kei quickly retracted his gaze and took the ice cream. Yes, thank you. But those weapons didn't cost anything. Wu Yu shook her head. Without a large order from the team, no one would give me weapons for free. Although it is winter in World City, ice cream is irresistible at any time. Shin Kei thought Wu Yu would definitely talk about the slaughter just now, but Wu Yu didn't say anything until she finished eating the whole ice cream. Except for saying, World City is so beautiful. Shin Kei, Wu Yu. Wu Yu, Shin Kei, aren't you going to talk about what happened just now? Wu Yu, what? About bargaining? Shin Kei nodded. I thought you would say, don't get cheated again next time. Wu Yu suddenly laughed. I don't think my consumption concept is correct, and I don't want to use my consumption concept to kidnap the captain. After all, we grew up in different living environments and have different views on money. The captain just needs to continue to be like this. There is nothing wrong with it. Forcing others to agree with themselves, or even change, this method is too self-centered. Facing Wu Yu's calm look, Shin Kei suddenly turned his eyes away in panic. Looking from behind, it was a white-haired white neck that could not hide the red marks no matter what. Back to the team, Shin Kei handed Jian Suiyu the arms purchase order he had just signed with Zheng Qian. The arms will probably all be delivered in 2 days. Remember to find someone to connect with them. Jian Suiyu took the arms and raised his eyebrows in surprise. You paid for it yourself again? I remember I just allocated 20 trillion to you, but you bought so much? Shin Kei shook his head. I didn't pay for it yourself. In fact, the money spent this time was even less than the budget given by Jian Suiyu. Jian Suiyu was incredible. How could it be? After he carefully read the unit price on the arms purchase order, he was shocked to find that the latest model of crystal core gun was sold for 50 billion each. Did the black-hearted businessman Zheng Qian suddenly find his conscience? I see that the current real-time transaction price of arms is 120 billion for crystal core guns. Shin Kei nodded. Yes, it was Wu Yu who helped negotiate the price. Jian Suiyu's eyes made a detour on the purchase order, and finally fell on Shin Kei's face. He put away all his surprised eyes, and nodded repeatedly. If it was Wu Yu, then everything makes sense. Shin-Kei, so why is Wu Yu's explanation reasonable? But you are so shocked by my explanation? Do I look so easy to fool? Jian Suiyu looked calm. It's not that you can fool me. Since you have enjoyed the convenience of your status, and got such a large amount of arms, you can't ask for a price. Don't you think so, Prince Squire? Shin-Kei's face darkened, and he held his forehead. Shut up. Jian Suiyu zipped up his mouth. Okay, your majesty. However, Jian Suiyu couldn't help asking, how is the issue of the breeder resolved? When we were in the dungeon before, Shin Qingxi also used this reason to ask the family to arrest you, right? Squirrel family, do they really want you to reproduce with dozens of so-called excellent women? Shin-Kei sighed. Fortunately, the breeder system was discovered in time. Thank God, the great fox fairy, for being a staunch supporter of monogamy. They finally stopped. I heard that they are now conducting internal screening. The next round is to arrange a unified blind date, and the winner will sign the red line. Jian Suiyu simply couldn't understand. It's the end of the world now, and this terrible aristocratic ideology is still so deeply rooted. Don't those outstanding women raise objections or resistance to this? When will this rebellious wind blow to the upper class? Shin-Kei thought, I hope so. I hope this wind can come sooner. A week after the arms arrived, an official announcement was issued to the entire alliance. The alliance detected that maps around the world are producing energy mutations. The first round of strange beasts before the world boss refresh will appear in 24 hours. Please prepare for battle. At the same time, Jian Suiyu issued an announcement in the team group. The strange beasts will appear in the 4 extreme climate maps of Desert, Snow Mountain Polar, Lava Swamp, and Eye of the Deep Sea in 24 hours. The team will be divided into 4 teams to go to 4 maps to grab the first wave of monster points, and seize the only teleportation point in the 4 maps. Ownership of the teleportation point can be used to teleport in time to rescue teammates in other maps when they are trapped. The teams are currently divided into the following teams. Shin-Kei leads the first Special Forces team to attack the Snow Mountain Polar map. Jian Suiyu and Jie Chen lead the second Special Forces team to attack the Lava Swamp map. Wu Chong and Zhou Jiangwo lead the third Special Forces team to attack the desert map. Richard and Fu Yanqi led the 4th Special Forces to attack the Deep Sea map. Except for the powerful psychics above level S in the team, all the remaining members were divided into 4 major teams. Wu Yu looked for her own team assignment in the Special Forces assignment. She was assigned to the 1st Special Forces, the main driver of the shuttle. Announcement completed. 24 hours of preparation time. Wu Yu put all the preparations made in advance, including all kinds of talismans specially made for this world boss battle, into the system. The countdown for the final preparation sounded, and everyone put on combat uniforms and entered their respective shuttles in a uniform and well-trained manner. The entire airport was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Arriving at the main driving seat of the shuttle, Wu Yu took a deep breath and turned to look at Shin-Kei. Captain, please give the flight order. Departure target. Snow Mountain Polar Region / Desert / Lava Swamp / Eye of the Deep Sea. At the huge airport, 4 giant shuttles took off at the same time. A huge roar resounded throughout the sky. When the blazing flame shuttle arrived at the outskirts of the Snow Mountain base, several shuttles had already arrived nearby. The shuttles of Shadow, Qin family, Hua family, and even the bandit Ni Lin were also parked far away in the air. Shin-Kei, as long as the polar barrier is opened, seize the teleportation point as soon as possible. Wu Yu's eyes were looking at the gold mark in the distance. As long as the shuttle stayed within the gold mark for more than 3 minutes, it would be considered as the teleportation point. Suddenly, Wu Yu said, Captain, give me a small reconnaissance shuttle. When the barrier is opened, the main ship shuttle will fire at the gold mark area without discrimination. Chapter 123. Shin-Kei frowned. Wu Yu, this is too risky. Wu Yu smiled. Captain, you have to have confidence in me. Watching Wu Yu drive the reconnaissance ship away from the shuttle range, Shin-Kei ordered, always pay attention to the movements of the shuttles of the surrounding teams, and report to me immediately if there is any change. Deputy Operator, yes. The moment the polar barrier was opened, Wu Yu's reconnaissance ship seemed to be as fast as an arrow from a string, and it was invisible to the naked eye. Relying on a flight speed far higher than that of a large combat shuttle, Wu Yu entered the golden cursor area in the first time, and the system started a 3-minute occupation countdown at the same time. The other teams were all disdainful when they saw Qian actually sent such a small scout ship to occupy the teleportation point, and ordered at the same time, destroy this scout ship, and give Qian a good start. However, before these teams opened fire, Qian's main ship took the lead in indiscriminate bombing within the gold mark range, even more than other teams. In this comparison, The artillery attacks of other teams even seemed extremely shabby. Suddenly, the other battle commanders present were suspicious. What on earth is Qian trying to do? Just as the firing started, 1.5 minutes had passed, and the teleportation point had been occupied for half of the time. The dragon breath of Lin looked at the ghostly reconnaissance ship that seemed to be in an unmanned area within the range of the golden mark, and sneered sarcastically, "Are these idiots in the team all useless?" The operator said, "Captain, the operation and movement of Qi Yan's reconnaissance ship is very weird. I have never seen it before. Where did it get this trick?" The dragon breath laughed disdainfully. "No matter what trick it takes, it will die today. Use tracking missiles." Lin, who had been keeping his troops inactive, suddenly launched a powerful tracking missile. The co-pilot Qian raised his voice. Lin used a tracking missile. "Shinkei, shoot it down, and never allow it to enter the range of the golden mark." Qi Yan's missile was launched, and the two missiles collided in the air and made a violent explosion. Long Shi's eyes flashed with excitement. "Okay, Qi Yan. Captain, there are only 10 seconds left for purification." Long Shi pushed the operator away and directly pressed the intercontinental missile on the spacecraft. He looked frantically at the lonely reconnaissance ship in the golden mark. "I want to see what Qi Yan can use to protect it this time." When the Dragon Breath intercontinental missile was launched, there was an uproar on the scene. No team had expected it. The battle had just begun, and these bandits had used such a large-scale lethal weapon without any sense of martial ethics. Other teams that wanted to rely on reconnaissance ships to enter the range of the gold mark had to give up. The moment Shinkei saw the intercontinental missile, he immediately issued an evacuation order to Wu Yu. "Wu Yu, abandon the teleportation point and return to the main ship immediately. Once the intercontinental missile explodes, the coverage area is the entire teleportation point. There is no escape." Wu Yu looked at the countdown of the teleportation point being occupied, and the approaching intercontinental missile, her face calm and motionless. She silently chanted in her heart, 3, 2, 1. Shinkei raised his voice. "Wu Yu, evacuate immediately, come back. Your life is far more important than the teleportation point." Congratulations to Qi Yan for obtaining the right to use the teleportation point on the Snow Mountain polar map. Bang. Watching the intercontinental missile crash into the teleportation point, it exploded at the moment the teleportation point barrier rose. At that moment, Shinkei felt as if his heart had skipped a beat for 3 seconds. He rushed to the operating table and snatched the communicator. "Wu Yu, please reply if you get it. Wu Yu, answer me." There was no reply from Wu Yu, and the air in the entire shuttle suddenly dropped. The barrier with the Qi Yan team logo on the transmission point was successfully raised, and the smoke from the intercontinental missile dissipated, leaving only a piece of wreckage in the entire transmission point. Shinkei lowered his eyes and looked at the transmission point, and his light-colored pupils gradually turned red. Feeling the low pressure from Shinkei and the mental power that was constantly released, no one in the Qi Yan team dared to speak in the entire shuttle. He suddenly grinned. "Blast Lin for me, I want him to turn into a pile of ashes." Shinkei's voice was icy cold, and this was the first time that Qi Yan's people heard Shinkei speak in such a terrifying tone. Qi Yan's shuttle has a total of 12 missile positions, which can instantly launch 12 crystal core kinetic laser missiles. No preparation is required. The super powerful turbocharger can even rotate at a speed faster than the speed of light, making the space distorted. 12 crystal core kinetic laser missiles are aimed at Lin's shuttle at the same time. Bang! The loud noise and the scorching heat made the air around Qi Yan rise. In the blink of an eye, the entire Lin team was blown into a ball of ash and dissipated into the air. The members of other teams, and even the commander, were shocked by Qi Yan's ruthless means, and couldn't help but move the shuttle 100 meters away from Qi Yan. Before they could react, suddenly, a noise came from the channels of various teams. "What's going on? Where did this Qi Yan reconnaissance ship come from?" "Captain, our teleport point has dropped. Hurry up and fight. Hurry up and destroy this Qi Yan reconnaissance ship." Congratulations to Qi Yan for getting the right to use the teleport point on the desert map. Congratulations to Qi Yan for getting the right to use the teleport point on the lava swamp map. Congratulations to Qi Yan for getting the right to use the teleport point on the Eye of the Deep Sea map. As soon as 3 system messages came out in succession, the team channel on Qi Yan's side was full of people cheering. "Wu Chong, yeah, you are so awesome. How did you suddenly appear here? And you helped us get the right to use the teleport point." "Wu Yu, yes, that's how you praise me." The moment he saw Wu Yu's message, Shinkei suddenly smiled strangely. He raised his head and looked at the people in the shuttle. Everyone lowered their heads suddenly, pretending to know nothing. Cold sweat kept oozing out of their foreheads. Their thighs were trembling, and their calves were shaking. It's over, the captain won't go crazy and kill them all. Jian Suiyu, Wu Yu, you better reply to the captain first. Wu Yu, did the captain call me? Captain, wait for me, there is no signal during the transmission here. Watching Wu Yu's shuttle reappear in the transmission array, she controlled the reconnaissance ship to the direction of the Qian shuttle after the transmission was completed. On the way back to the main ship, Wu Yu saw a pile of shuttle wreckage on the ground. Seeing the Island logo on it, Wu Yu's head was suddenly hit by lightning. She had a bad feeling. The captain didn't think she was dead just now and blew up an island, right? At this moment, Wu Yu wished that this voyage back to the main ship could allow her to fly forever. After joining the main ship, Wu Yu just got out of the reconnaissance ship and saw Shen-Kei standing there. Wu Yu's footsteps suddenly stopped. She cheered up and walked forward with a smile. Captain, Shen-Kei turned his back to her and said coldly, Wu Yu, you disobeyed the captain's order and acted rashly. From now on, you will be deprived of your position as the shuttle's main pilot. After saying that, Shen-Kei walked away. Wu Yu stood there alone, with her head down. The captain seemed angry. After turning a corner, Shen-Kei stopped behind the wall. He looked at Wu Yu with his peripheral vision, looking at her with her head down and her beard intact, and let out a long sigh. Chapter 124. The monsters on each map have been refreshed, and will arrive in 3 minutes. Please prepare for the battle. After the monsters are refreshed, each team will leave the shuttle, and enter the ground range to fight on the ground. Wu Yu was demoted to the main driver, and took weapons to fight the monsters with other team members. Each map will refresh 10 waves of monsters, and each round of monsters will be stronger and more numerous than the previous round. In addition to the refreshed monsters, extreme maps are also accompanied by dangers. Wu Yu, I didn't expect you to perform so well in the big dungeon before. You are just a vanguard soldier after returning to Qian. Wu Yu turned to look at the shadow team member who was talking. Why don't you say anything? Weren't you very capable in the plot dungeon before? Wu Yu rolled up a huge snowball and pressed it tightly. He stuffed the big spider he got from the rainforest into the snowball and threw it into the mouth of the person who was talking. Pooh, 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 what are you doing? What are you throwing? You, ABA. Well, now the person who speaks is poisoned and silenced, and the world is peaceful again. Wu Yu, what did you do? Wu Yu continued to roll snowballs, throwing them up and down in his hands. The big spider in the rainforest is good for those who talk too much. Do you want to experience it too? I won't argue with you, let's go. Wu Yu looked regretful. Good boy, you are so flexible. Not to mention, Wu Yu felt strangely quiet after the shadow people left. This wave of monsters is very small and low level, and teammates standing on the edge can solve it. Wu Yu wrapped himself into a small ball, and finally turned into a ball squatting on the snow. She drew a circle with her finger, and drew 2 eyes, a nose and a mouth. After thinking for a while, she crossed out the mouth and nose and drew a mask. Wu Yu nodded, saying that this was the right way, and then stepped on it and shoved it. Are you stepping on my face? Wu Yu nodded yes. Ah? Wu Yu tilted her head to look at Shen-Kei, who was standing in the snow with his back to the light. Captain, you are not in the shuttle. What are you doing here? Shen-Kei turned his face away. The shuttle received the latest warning that a blizzard will hit the area in half an hour. I asked all the team members to evacuate and return to the shuttle. Wu Yu was surprised. Such a small matter? Can't we just talk about it on the communicator? Shen-Kei coughed lightly. For the safety of the team members. Wu Yu nodded. The captain is right. Then I will go back to the shuttle first. Shen-Kei looked at Wu Yu's back as she left without hesitation, and suddenly felt that he couldn't breathe. Wu Yu? Wu Yu turned her head. Shen-Kei pursed his lips. I didn't ask you to be a vanguard soldier, just because I didn't want you to risk your life again. Wu Yu was surprised. Shen-Kei was a little embarrassed. Wu Yu was incredulous. Captain, I didn't expect your hearing to be so good. In such an open place in the snow, you can actually hear the people in the shadows talking so far away? Shen-Kei, What is he expecting? Wu Yu said calmly. Captain, don't pay attention to these words, they are just talking nonsense. Shen-Kei nodded sloppily. Wu Yu blinked. It's okay, I go back to the shuttle first? Shen-Kei's tone was a little weak. Let's go back. Wu Yu turned around and walked alone towards Qian's shuttle. She slowly sank her face. Halfway through, she suddenly punched herself in the chest. Okay, brother, that's enough, stop jumping around. It would be really despicable to overinterpret the captain's kindness just because he is a very warm person. Qian and his group returned to the shuttle, and the blizzard arrived as expected. The strong blizzard hit the shuttle, making a violent noise. As expected of one of the 4 extreme areas, the blizzard man can't walk outside at all. It's really troublesome. The natural disaster will come while the monsters are being killed. If the monsters can't be eliminated in time, they will gather in piles. Don't worry, we are currently ranked first in each map. The team members gathered in groups of 3 or 2 at various places of the shuttle. We received fast food in the cafeteria and returned to the room for treatment. Although she teleported away before the intercontinental missile exploded, the huge impact still broke 2 of her ribs. Whenever she walked, she felt her ribs piercing into her lungs, causing a piercing pain. Seeing the room in front of her, Wu suddenly spat out blood. She took out a piece of paper and wiped off the blood calmly, then continued walking. Just as she was about to open the door of the next room opened first. Seeing Shinkei's figure, Wu blinked and put the bloody paper behind her back with her backhand. She smiled. What a coincidence, Captain. Phew, luckily the captain didn't see her spitting blood. Shinkei nodded and watched Wu enter the door. The moment he closed the door, a gust of wind came over. His extremely sharp 5 senses made him smell the bloody smell brought by the wind. Shinkei realized that Wu was injured. In the previous round of monsters, he did not see Wu take action in the shuttle. It should be that she was injured in the previous intercontinental missile shock wave. And he, when she returned from victory and was injured, he removed her from the main driving position and asked her to fight on the ground. His former teammates saw it and laughed at him. Shinkei looked frustrated. He really deserved to die. Wu must hate him very much now. Shinkei returned to the main cockpit in a depressed mood, listening to his comrades in the other 3 maps fighting in full swing. And here, in the cold winter, they felt like they had lost their parents. The co-pilot felt like he was sitting on a tiger bench, sitting on pins and needles, and he would be guillotined at any minute. When Shinkei sighed above his head for the 101st time, he turned his head in despair. Captain, are you worried about something? Shinkei, hey. The co-pilot's scalp was numb. He had enough. If you stick your head out, you get a knife. If you hide your head, you get a knife. Captain, what's wrong with you? Shinkei was depressed. What do you think if someone does something wrong? The co-pilot, make up for it if you make a mistake? Apologize? What else can you do? You can't commit suicide by cutting your stomach open, right? Shinkei was hesitant. Some concerns. The co-pilot simply couldn't understand. Concerns? What concerns? We are all grown men. Why would we have any concerns? It's not like you're trying to please a girl, Captain. How can you be so shy? It's like you're in love. The co-pilot suddenly shut his mouth and took a look at his current title. Qian First Combat Team Chief Pilot. He took office on the bloody mountain of the previous chief pilot. The previous chief pilot, wasn't she just a girl? The chief pilot suddenly realized. Okay. So Captain, am I also part of your play? If you two have a falling out, who will I be awarded to? Chapter 125. As one of the important leaders of the Alliance, Zhou Qianfeng was transferred to the safe house as soon as the world boss was opened. The whole world city was under curfew, and the streets were full of white, black and purple guards. In addition to the guards, who were originally stationed in the world city all year round, the 3 giants of the Alliance's combat power and their disciples were all out in full force to ensure the absolute stability of the world city. Zhou Qianfeng, has it started? Secretary, yes, Qian has obtained 4 major teleportation points, thanks to Miss Wu. Zhou Qianfeng smiled with satisfaction, his eyes full of pride, and praised, great, such an excellent performance, Qian must value her very much. Secretary, yes, she fought against the first round of monsters as a member of the assault team. Zhou Qianfeng frowned. What did you say? Secretary, and when she fought, she was ridiculed by the members of her original team. Zhou Qianfeng's eyes were gloomy. Who gave such an order? Secretary, Ms. Wu and Qian Captain Shinkei were divided into one team. Zhou Qianfeng nodded repeatedly. Okay, Qian Shinkei, announce his true identity to the world. Since he is blind, he should go back to his greenhouse and give birth to a child. Secretary, the reason is that Miss Wu ignored the retreat order and faced the intercontinental missile of Nilin and almost died. Zhou Qianfeng turned his head and looked at his capable secretary for the first time since entering the room. Who taught you to report to the leader like this? You are so good at using inversion sentences. Are you from the land of Qilu? Secretary, what about the disclosure of identity? Zhou Qianfeng said sternly. Put it aside for now, I test him again. Secretary, Okay. Secretary General, Master Fu is here this time. Should we tell her about Miss Wu? Zhou Qianfeng had regained his calmness, smiling like a fox. When she has dealt with the intrigues of those little guys under her, I will tell her. Secretary, yes? Wu Yu had just walked out of the personal lounge after treatment when the shuttle suddenly sounded an alarm. Alarm! Alarm! Due to the strong blizzard, the shuttle has lost communication with the outside world. Please all team members go to the main driving control room immediately to discuss the next battle plan. Entering the control room, Shinkei said, after the third wave of snow monsters refreshed, the impact of the blizzard became more and more serious, and it has seriously affected our communication equipment. Now it is suspected that monsters and natural disasters are born together. If you want to stop the blizzard, you must conduct ground operations. Captain, can't you use the shuttle to bomb? Shinkei, the blizzard severely affects the vision, the magnetic field is disturbed and cannot be accurately positioned, and the monsters have been scattered. All-round bombing is meaningless. Do you want to cooperate with other teams? Shinkei, before the loss of contact, I had received a non-aggression treaty from other teams. Currently, all teams have the same goal. Each map, eliminate the large number of gathering monsters and stop the natural disaster. Now, all combat members wear protective equipment and bring combat equipment to fight on the ground with me. Will you quickly put on cold-proof gear that could withstand -40 degrees Celsius, carried a new bow and arrow she had picked up, and held a plasma crystal core laser gun in her hand. She followed the command of the Special Forces captain in an orderly manner, and stood at attention in the last row of the team. Shinkei's eyes fell on the last collapsed piece of the team. Wu Yu. Wu Yu looked up. Shinkei, step out, you and I will act alone. Wu Yu scratched her head, walked to Shinkei's side, and watched the Special Forces team set off. She was puzzled. Captain, where are we going? Shinkei picked up a rocket launcher with one hand. Let's go find the polar monument. If we find the monument, we can tear open a corner of the map leading to the boss. The map where the monument is found will end the monster refresh early. Wu Yu, then we can't brush points. Shinkei, points are useless. Qi Yan has always been the first. Ending the monster refresh early can avoid unnecessary casualties. Wu Yu fell into silence. Shinkei looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Wu Yu smiled. Captain, you were so cool when you talked like that just now. She lowered her voice and imitated Shinkei. Points are useless. Qi Yan has always been the first. Puff. Shinkei couldn't help but laugh at her. The shuttle's side door slowly opened, and the surrounding snow monsters heard the sound and roared closer. When the snow monsters nearby gathered in front, Shinkei fired a rocket launcher directly, and a large area of scorched earth appeared on the snow, and the snow monsters were cleared away. He turned his head. Let's go. After saying that, he jumped down first. Wu Yu followed behind. Quebec fighting with large thermal weapons was unfamiliar to her. And to be honest, with Shinkei clearing the way, she had no chance to attack at all. Shinkei's fighting style was strong and domineering, leaving no one alive. It was the first time that Wu Yu saw Shinkei use a gun. In Shinkei's hand, the laser gun was so accurate that almost no bullet was wasted. Shinkei's 5 senses were so good that she would often just see the snow monster in front of her, and Shinkei would have killed it. What Wu Yu had to do was to protect Shinkei's back, and not give those surprised snow monsters a chance to take advantage. These monsters are different from those in dungeons. After they die, they disappear on the spot, and there are no bags to pick up. Wu Yu eagerly squatted for several bags, but found nothing, which made her a little disappointed. Shinkei looked sideways. The bags will only explode after entering the world boss map. By then, you may pick up a flashing bag that you never want to see again. Wu Yu clenched her fist. No, there is nothing happier in the world than picking up bags. As all teams started ground combat, the number of snow monsters in the snow was greatly reduced, and the severity of the blizzard was also rapidly decreasing. The magnetic field weakened, and the team communication gradually recovered. Wu Chong, Yu, please reply if you receive it. Wu Yu 1. Wu Chong, we have completed the monster clearing work here, and the natural disaster has weakened. Fu Yanqi, same as above. Jian Sui Yu, add 1 after clearing the current alien beast invasion, taking advantage of the low damage of the 4th and 5th waves of monsters. All the major teams went out to look for the ground monument, wanting to get the pass to enter the world boss map first. Wu Yu searched carefully, not missing any corner. Captain, where do the ground monuments usually appear? Shinkei recalled, sometimes it will drop from special beasts, and sometimes it will appear in specific places. Every year, the appearance of each map monument is unexpected. In general, the monument is extremely difficult to find. Wu Yu lowered her eyes, and stared at the black brick with the words Polar Monument under her feet for a long time. Both of them were a little embarrassed. Why, something that is extremely difficult to find was so easily seen by her? Could it be fake? Wu Yu couldn't help but stamped her feet twice. Shinkei looked up and saw that Wu Yu's entire figure was becoming transparent. He opened his eyes wide in surprise, and without thinking, he rushed forward and grabbed Wu Yu's hand tightly. The next second, the place where the two of them had just stood was empty. Ding! The co-pilot, who was conducting a new round of data analysis in the main cockpit of the shuttle, suddenly looked at the monitoring panel. Just now, the positioning locks of Shinkei and Wu Yu disappeared at the same time. The two were completely disconnected. One good news and one bad news. Good news, they didn't fall out. Bad news, they are both missing. Mom and Dad don't want me anymore. Chapter 126. Wu Yu looked around in confusion, then looked down at the hand that held her. Captain? Shinkei continued to hold yes. Wu Yu raised her arm and stretched it in front of Shinkei. Can you let me go? Shinkei shook his head. No. Wu Yu's eyes widened. Why? Shinkei, this is an unknown map. It's better to hold on to it for peace of mind. The two looked around at the same time. They were teleported to a strange place by the monument. This is still the polar region, but compared to before, there are glaciers, flowing rivers, and even traces of living creatures in the distance. Wu Yu tried to contact the shuttle with the communicator, but was surprised to find that the communicator could not be opened. Wu Yu, Captain, the communicator cannot be opened here. Shinkei nodded. It seems that the ground monument just now was a deception, and the real ground monument is hidden somewhere here. If we find the ground monument, we can return to the original space. Wu Yu raised his arm again. Then you can't hold me all the time, right? Maybe you can find a rope and tie me to your belt? Shinkei, let go of his hand and feel around his body. Finally, he found that he didn't even bring a lighter, let alone a rope. This was very bad in the extremely cold polar regions. Shinkei watched Wu Yu take off her gloves, blew on her hands, and blew out a series of white mist. She pulled out a thin hemp rope from her waist and kept pulling it out. It turned out that Wu Yu had tied several strands of thick hemp rope around her waist. After taking off the hemp rope, Wu Yu put several strands of thin hemp rope together and began to twist the hemp rope. Soon, the hemp rope was twisted into a thick single strand by Wu Yu. Seeing Wu Yu's hands were red from the cold and the rough hemp rope, Shinkei took the hemp rope from her and tilted his head to look at her. Teach me. Wu Yu blew a breath of hot air into her hands again, and she guided Shinkei's movements. Shinkei's strength was much greater than Wu Yu's. Although the hemp rope in his hands looked a little ugly, it was very strong. Wu Yu, raise your hands. Shinkei raised his hands obediently. Wu Yu passed the hemp rope around Shinkei's waist and tied a clever slipknot, and the other end was wrapped around her waist in the same way. She told Shinkei, Captain, pull the rope on the left to pull me over. Pull the rope on the right, and the knot will naturally unravel. If you encounter danger, pull the right side. Shinkei glanced at the rope on the left and nodded. Okay, got it. Pull the left side. This place is formed by huge glaciers and flowing rivers. From a distance, you can see the soft snowflakes gathered on the glaciers. It has been 4 hours since they left the shuttle. If they want to stay in the polar region and not freeze to death, what they urgently need now is food. Wu Yu found that there were some frost-covered grasses under the iceberg. Without a communicator, she could not know the types of these grasses. Wu Yu tried to lick the grasses with the tip of her tongue and was surprised to find that these frost grasses were not bitter or strange, but rather sweet. Seeing Wu Yu's risky move, Shinkei was nervous. Wu Yu immediately shut up. Captain, I just want to try if this is edible. We are not sure how long we will stay here, so we can't delay our survival. Shinkei was a little frustrated. You're right, sorry. I'm not very good at surviving in the wild. Wu Yu was full of energy. She comforted. Don't be sorry, because I happen to be quite good at this. Shinkei looked at her. She blinked. Wu Yu had fallen behind in a snow battle in her previous life. At that time, she broke a leg and saved herself while recovering from the injury. Everyone in the team thought she was dead, but unexpectedly, she encountered a civilian shuttle of the Alliance passing by 1 month later. This time, she brought all the most important props for surviving in the snow. At that time, she thought that it was better to be safe than sorry, and generally, if she carried it with her, she would not need it. Who would have thought that she would actually need to use it? She was really unlucky. Wu Yu thought that the ice grass was edible, so she decided to perform a poison test on Shinkei on the spot, but Shinkei was faster than her, and had already put the ice grass into his mouth. After chewing and swallowing for a while, Shinkei confirmed, it is indeed edible, and there is no impurity pollution. Wu Yu raised her eyebrows in surprise, and her eyes lit up instantly when she looked at Shinkei, as if she was looking at a living detector. How could she forget that Shinkei seemed to have another identity as a healer? Oh dear healer, please try this poison too. Wu Yu collected all the small piece of ice grass, which was just enough for the two of them to eat. However, with the speed at which the warrior's physical energy was consumed, hunger would soon strike again. The two of them accelerated their pace in searching for the monument. They moved quickly on the glacier. The heavy cold-proof equipment and the slippery and steep terrain on the glacier were huge obstacles to their actions. With a quacha sound, Wu Yu felt her body fall. Shinkei almost fell into a hidden snow crack, under which was a bottomless abyss. The two managed to stabilize their bodies, and both looked unhappy. Shinkei, we have walked for 2 hours, but still found nothing. Wu Yu glanced at the sky. It's getting dark. The temperature difference between day and night in the polar region is about 40 degrees. The outside temperature is now minus 40 degrees, and it may reach minus 80 degrees at night. At such a temperature, our cold-resistant equipment cannot defend us at all, and we will freeze to death. Shinkei blinked his eyes. Like a poor, sloppy puppy, what should we do then? Wu Yu brought Shinkei to the glacier's mountainside, where there was a platform of about 100 square meters, and confirmed that there was solid flat ground underneath. Wu Yu took out a lighter, a kettle, a shovel, and a pair of scissors. Pointing to the boulder cave leaning against the mountainside, Wu Yu said, I have seen the space inside the cave. If the firewood burns for a night, there is enough oxygen for both of us to breathe. What we have to do now is to make a snow door for this huge cave to resist the cold wind at night. Snow blocks are needed to make a snow gate, and Wu Yu doesn't have a large container. She needs to go out to find a usable snow container, so she lets Shinkei stay in the cave. Untying the knot around her waist and taking out a lighter, Wu Yu asked him, Captain, can you make a fire? Shinkei, yes. Sorry, he is useless and looks like a big waste. Wu Yu nodded, then go find some firewood that can burn enough for us to use for one night. After saying that, Wu Yu turned around and went about her business. When Shinkei finally found some firewood under the iceberg, he excitedly returned to the cave to show it to Wu Yu. But he found that Wu Yu had not returned yet. Shinkei piled the firewood together and started a fire in a hurry. The firewood was a little wet and emitted a lot of smoke, which made Shinkei's face a little black. Wu Yu was carrying a broken iron bucket, 2 grouse, 5 lemmings, and a stone slab for barbecue. When she returned to the cave, she happened to see Shinkei's dusty face, like a spoiled and clumsy young lady who ran away from home for love. She was amused by her subconscious thoughts. Chapter 127. Shinkei looked up and saw Wu Yu, who had returned with a full load, and his expression was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, the cave is filled with smoke. Wu Yu smiled and waved her hand. Don't worry, the water will naturally dissipate when it dries up. As she spoke, she picked up a few huge leaves and fanned the air out of the cave. It's good to have some smoke, and when we grill the meat later, it will have a smoky flavor. Don't you think so, Captain? Shinkei's eyes flashed, and he nodded in a muffled voice, yeah. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu's hand in surprise. You found live poultry, that's amazing. Take the grouse and lemmings from Wu Yu's hand, let me take care of these, this is the part I'm good at. Wu Yu responded, that's what I mean, thank you for your hard work, Captain. Then the two of them had a clear division of labor, and Wu Yu began to make a snow door for the cave entrance. First, a slightly concave hole was dug at the entrance of the cave, just enough for the snow blocks to fit in, forming a solid embedded structure. Wu Yu put the soft snowflakes into the iron bucket, patted it down, and then poured in the boiled water to make the snowflakes quickly freeze. She took out the ice from the bucket and used a dagger to carve and polish it. Her skilled movements made a continuous swoosh sound. Soon, a crystal-clear ice brick appeared in her hand. Shinkei skillfully cut the neck with a knife to bleed and skin the dinner, cut open the abdomen to take out the heart, and clean the meat with snowflakes. Wu Yu brought a bag of salt and some ginger slices, enough for 2 people. Fresh ingredients do not need too much pickling. Sprinkle a little salt, smoke and grill the lemmings on the fire, and find an iron bucket. Shinkei put a grouse in ginger slices to cook chicken soup. The meat of the other chicken was wrapped with leaves and stuffed under the burning firewood. This is the beggar chicken recipe that has been passed down to this day. Shinkei saw that the stone slab that had been roasted to a boiling point was empty. The food is ready, warm it by the fire, sprinkle some salt, and you can eat it. Wu Yu, I'm going out for a while, and we'll be back soon. Wu Yu was busy, the embedded part of the snow gate had been completed, and now all she had to do was lay bricks again to complete the construction of the snow gate. She casually reminded, well, Be careful, if you want to hunt, try your luck down the mountain. But remember, you must come back before dark. Shin-Kei agreed obediently. Okay. Shin-Kei was going to go out and get some big guys, wolves or even, preferably a whole bear. Not only could it fill his stomach, it was also a food reserve for the whole day tomorrow, and he could also give Wu Yu a complete and soft mattress. Shin-Kei found that the ecological environment here was very similar to the world before the terrible apocalypse, and there was no sign of pollution in either animals or plants. At the same time, the signs of the coming of the apocalypse, whether it was mental power or combat power, were greatly suppressed. However, it had little impact on Shin-Kei, as these were not the source of his fighting. Shin-Kei continued to go down the mountain, and suddenly, he found strange footprints on the snow. Huge footprints, most likely from a bear. Shin-Kei was excited and continued to rush forward along the footprints. As the footprints became more and more dense, Shin-Kei slowed down and held his breath. Far away, behind the bushes, he saw a black figure. Shin-Kei slowly approached, and the black figure suddenly turned around and waved in his direction, looking like someone calling him over. Shin-Kei was alert instantly and stopped. The waving action over there was still going on, but when he saw that Shin-Kei had not responded, he paused. Suddenly, a black figure pounced towards Shin-Kei, and he was ready to dodge. Shin-Kei narrowed his eyes dangerously. This was a human bear, who would pretend to be a human to lure lost tourists in the mountains to approach. Then, he would use his sharp and huge bear paw to smash the bear in the middle and eat it raw. The human bear roared and roared, and his red eyes were full of anger for not being able to hit him. Shin-Kei drew out his golden trident and went forward without hesitation. He had no fear at all. In order to ensure the integrity of the bear's skin, Shin-Kei precisely targeted the bear's jaw. The blow hit the target, and the bear sprayed out surging hot blood on Shin-Kei's face, making his skin look even whiter and more transparent. Dragging the collapsed bear man, Shin-Kei came to the edge of the glacier, took off his mask and washed away all the blood with glacial water. The bear man was huge, and had a strong smell of wild beasts. Shin-Kei simply started to process its body by the water, peeling off the entire skin along the hole in the lower jaw and cleaning the blood in the water. The meat was divided into many pieces, and the bare bones were huge. If he took them back to Wu Yu, he might be able to make a bed or other utensils. After processing, Shin-Kei looked up and found that it was completely dark. He realized that it was no wonder that he felt his body getting colder and colder from the beginning. He had to go back quickly, otherwise Wu Yu would be angry. Shin-Kei wrapped the processed meat with bear skin, and tied the remaining bear bones with hemp rope, and carried them behind his back. When he returned to the cave halfway up the mountain, his face was already blue from the cold, and his breath turned into frost instantly. Looking at the fully built snow door that wrapped the entire cave, Shin-Kei couldn't help thinking, Wu Yu is really amazing, she does everything well, as if there is nothing she is not good at. Oh, by the way, she is not good at cooking. During the pause, Shin-Kei saw the snow bricks on the snow door suddenly removed from the inside. Wu Yu's face appeared behind the snow bricks, and when she saw Shin-Kei waving at her with a smile, she seemed to suddenly understand Shin-Kei's previous feelings. First of all, I was anxious and worried. Even though I knew Shin-Kei was very strong, there would be no one stronger than him in this snowy area. I was still angry. Wu Yu's eyes appeared from behind the snow bricks. It's been dark for a long time. Shin-Kei's skin tightened. Sorry, I was too focused on dealing with the bear and forgot the time. Wu Yu took away the snow bricks to let Shin-Kei in, blocked him in front of him, and watched his face turn blue from the cold. Long eyelashes, sharp eyebrows covered with white frost. Wu Yu, Captain, you didn't keep your promise. From now on, you will be deprived of the right to go out at night. Shin-Kei always felt that this sentence seemed familiar. He nodded honestly. Yes, sir. The temperature in the snow cave can probably be maintained above 0 degrees now. As soon as he entered the room, Shin-Kei sighed with satisfaction. It was so warm, the glacier water almost froze his hands. Wu Yu handed Shin-Kei a bowl of chicken soup. Drink it, be careful of the heat. The chicken soup was served in a kettle. Shin-Kei didn't care about the heat in his mouth, and drank it all in one gulp. The warmth went from his throat along the esophagus to his stomach, warming his whole body and heart. At that moment, Shin-Kei felt that feeling warm might be the meaning of the existence of cold. Chapter 128. Shin-Kei washed the bear's skin with snow and hung it beside the fire. Wu Yu, you sleep with this. Wu Yu looked at the whole bear skin and said, After recovering, Shin-Kei hurried to process the bear meat. The tender red meat was directly roasted on the stone slab. Eat more meat before going to bed, so you can sleep warmly at night. Give Wu Yu the first batch of roasted meat. A large pot should weigh at least 5 kilograms. Wu Yu stared at the meat. Captain, I can't eat so much. Shinkei slapped his head. Yes, I forgot. Wu Yu is a girl and can't eat that much. Wu Yu said him again, she thought. The captain really treats every team member the same. Shinkei urged Wu Yu to finish eating and rest early, and he would roast the remaining meat. This human bear is not heavy, less than 300 kilograms. After Shinkei processed 30 kilograms of bear meat, he threw the excess out of the snow cave. This meat was enough to sustain their supplies for the next 2 days of searching for the monument. The temperature of the snow cave can easily cause the leftover meat to deteriorate, pollute the environment, and breed bacteria. The fire was burning vigorously and hot. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu, who was sleeping soundly in the bear's skin. He lay on the bed that Wu Yu had made for him with bare bones, and fell asleep in the crackling of firewood. When Wu Yu opened her eyes the next day, the fire was still burning vigorously. She looked in the direction of Shinkei, and there was no one there. Wu Yu sat up and washed herself with snow water. Shinkei returned with ice grass and berries. Wu Yu blinked in surprise. Captain, did you go to pick them so early in the morning? Shinkei nodded. We ate so much meat last night, I was afraid you would get angry. Wu Yu, The captain is really homely and considerate. Shinkei even handed Wu Yu a kettle. Wu Yu was puzzled. What is this? Shinkei, open it and have a look. Looking at the white liquid in the kettle, there was a fresh and rich milky smell. Wu Yu couldn't believe it. Is this milk? Shinkei nodded. Well, I didn't expect that there would be yaks in this glacier. Not only is the milk richer and more nutritious than ordinary milk, but it also doesn't contain any impurities. In her past 2 lives, Wu Yu had never drunk yak milk, not even cow milk. You have to know that after the animal mutation, the beasts can't reproduce and don't produce milk. Only those in the central city can drink this delicacy before the end of the world. Wu Yu also thought about purifying the cattle like beasts, but her mental strength was not enough for the huge bodies of these beasts. Wu Yu drank carefully, and her eyes lit up. Delicious! She announced that she was now a loyal lover of dairy products. Shinkei watched Wu Yu sip the milk, and looked like she was in pain after finishing it. He couldn't help but say, there's still some left after you finish it, drink it. Wu Yu was puzzled. Captain, how did you get this milk? Shinkei scratched his head awkwardly. I stole it from the calf when the yak mother wasn't paying attention. After being discovered, he was kicked several times by the angry yak mother. Wu Yu looked at the yak hoof prints behind Shinkei and lowered her upturned mouth. Shinkei said faintly, I saw you smile. Wu Yu simply stopped pretending and grinned. Wu Yu finished the yak milk and ate some cooked meat with ice grass and berries. She began to pack up. Let's go, Captain, business is important. Let's go find the monument. Shinkei nodded yes. Adequate food and rest made the 2 people's efficiency soar. They quickly shuttled between the glaciers and walked over one hill after another. However, no matter what they did, there was nothing but white snow all around. After 6 hours of searching, both of them were a little tired. Arriving at the bank of the glacier river, Shinkei, who was now proficient in the holy fire, picked up a stone slab, washed it, and began to heat water and meat. Shinkei, take a break and eat something. Wu Yu walked to the river and washed herself. Suddenly, she saw a fresh, fat salmon swimming in the water. Water with fish, living water. Wu Yu suddenly turned to look at Shinkei. Captain, are we wrong? The monument may not be on the glacier at all, remember haha? Follow the river, we can find the source of this glacier. Shinkei opened his eyes wide in surprise. It is very likely. With a new direction to search, the 2 of them immediately sped up their rest. To celebrate his great discovery, Wu Yu directly fished out the fat pig in the water. I am in a good mood, so I eat something hot. One cut, the salmon will die with its eyes open. Shinkei cut the fish head, removed the bones in the middle of the salmon horizontally, peeled the skin, removed the iris muscle and fish bones, left the belly and middle back fillet to Wu Yu, and ate the rest himself. Pure and unpolluted glacier water, naturally growing a 30-gene salmon, does not need any seasoning at all. The milky aroma and the sweet and oily fish aroma instantly fill the entire mouth, making the brain empty and comfortable. The salmon's offal and skin are directly fried with fish oil, sprinkled with salt and put into the mouth. The crispy skin and the refreshing feeling of the oil are refreshing. Wu Yu sighed, if only I had a drink now. Shinkei turned around in surprise. Wu Yu, can you drink? Wu Yu smiled, of course. She is an adult now, so she always has some adult hobbies. The 2 walked along the direction of the river, going upstream against the direction of the glacier water flow. As the water flow became wider and wider, until the glacier gradually receded, the entire field of vision was filled with water flow. The two finally saw an icon shining with golden light in the air, in the middle of the water flow. The polar monument. The two looked at each other, and finally found it. The monument is in the middle of the water flow, and the glacier water is unfathomable. Under the azure water, there may be hundreds of meters of underwater cliffs. In addition, the glacier water body will not freeze even at -8 degrees under the rated atmospheric pressure. The temperature of the glacier water in front of them may be much colder than they imagined. While Wu Yu was still thinking, Shinkei had already skillfully taken off his cold-proof clothes and put on his combat clothes, and Shinkei's slender and well-proportioned figure was looming. Wu Yu felt her temples throbbing wildly, and she grabbed Shinkei, who was about to jump in. "Captain, what are you doing? You're not going to jump into the water, are you?" "Shinkei, I swim over, jump up and get the ground tablet." Good, good, it's exactly what she thought. Wu Yu picked up the clothes and put them on Shinkei, one piece at a time. Shinkei wanted to struggle, but when Wu Yu's hand touched his muscles, he dared not move at all. He just stood there in a daze, surrendering with his hands, and watched Wu Yu put the clothes on him. Then she scolded him. "Captain, you are too reckless. At this distance and this water temperature, if you swim over like this, you will freeze to death before the person reaches you." "Shinkei, then how do we get it?" Wu Yu took out her bow from behind, tied a rope to the bow and arrow, aimed the bow and arrow at the position of the ground monument, closed her left eye and aimed. The arrow cut through the sky, and the bow and arrow directly hit the ground monument, and the arrowhead stuck to the ground monument. Wu Yu pulled the hemp rope on the bow and arrow, pulling the ground monument back from midair. The moment she touched the ground monument, her other hand tightly grasped Shinkei's hand. A golden light flashed, and the two disappeared at the same time. Chapter 129. Congratulations to Chien for finding the polar monument. The polar map monsters ended early. The system flashed, and Wu Yu and Shinkei returned to the original base map. In addition to the announcement for the entire alliance, Wu Yu's system also popped up a series of prompts. Obtain pure icegrass *100, which can fill the stomach and provide dietary fiber and trace elements required by the human body. Obtain pure and sweet berries *100, which can fill the stomach and provide fructose and vitamins required by the human body. Obtain 10 Ella pure snow mountain pure dew, which can heal all external injuries and scars and make the skin smooth and clean. Obtain 10 Ella pure yak milk, an excellent calcium supplement that can accelerate bone healing. Obtain pure deep-sea salmon fish oil, which can remove the mental pollution that affects consciousness. Obtain the skull of the S-level evil bear. Wearing it can increase defense by 100% and resist a fatal blow to the head. Obtain the skin of an S-level evil bear, an excellent warm-keeping item that can keep the body warm for 2 hours even in a -100-degree environment. Obtain a polar monument, which is the pass to lead the team into the final boss map. Obtain inheritance of the river god Golden will route map fragments, part 2. There are 5 fragments in total. Collecting 5 pieces of broken leaves can piece together a complete route map and find the Golden River. All the purification items obtained in the hidden map before are turned into props and enter the system. It seems that this is a gift for map exploration. Wu Yu didn't expect that a piece of broken leaves inherited by the river god would be in the hidden map of the polar region. So far, she has found 2 rolls of broken leaves. Captain, Wu Yu. As soon as the captain of the Special Forces team found that the signal of the 2 people had been restored, he immediately led the team to approach. That is, when he walked up to see the status of the 2 people, he suddenly stopped. "Everyone, listen to my orders, turn around." "Huh? Why turn around?" "Let me see if the captain is okay." "Turn around if I tell you to." Wu Yu turned around and found that she and Shinkei were holding hands, and they were tied together with hemp ropes, and Shinkei's clothes were still in disarray. "Oh my god!" Wu Yu shook Shinkei's hand away, and Shinkei looked at his empty hand. Before he could come to his senses, Wu Yu untied the rope at the other end. Shinkei remembered that loosening the rope seemed to be pulling the left side. Without waiting for Wu Yu to do anything, he directly pulled the rope on the left. Wu Yu felt a strong force, and she flew to Shinkei's front, and faced Shinkei with a confused face. Wu Yu blinked, Shinkei blinked. "Ah, I remembered it wrong. Loosening the rope seemed to be on the right side." He turned his hand to pull the rope on the right. Originally, with the rope holding Wu Yu, she could barely stabilize her body, and not bump into Shinkei. Now that the fulcrum of the rope disappeared, Wu Yu lost her center of gravity and fell directly into Shinkei's arms, and Shinkei was taken to the ground by her. The rope that was originally going to be loosened was tangled together because of the pulling of the knots, becoming a mess. Moreover, Shinkei's clothes became more and more messy when the rope was pulled. She could even see Shinkei's white neck and collarbone. Wu Yu looked at the mess in front of her and gritted her teeth. Captain, from now on, raise your hands up. Don't let me see them moving around again. Shinkei nodded obediently and raised his hands. The co-pilot wondered why the Special Operations Captain had not come back yet, and had just moved the shuttle to the position where Wu Yu and Shinkei were. Then he saw Shinkei lying on the ground quietly, with his hands raised above his head, motionless, looking up at Wu Yu. Wu Yu was lying there struggling and exhausted to untie the ropes that bound the two of them. Wu Yu was furious. You are not allowed to look at me. Shinkei looked up at the sky. Okay. You know, there is a holographic recording camera on Chi-Yen's shuttle. This scene was directly broadcast live by the camera on the team, the Alliance, and all major channels. Secretary General, on the polar map, Miss Wu Yu's signal has been restored. Zhou Qiafeng nervously came forward and even took out his expensive high-definition reading glasses. Let me see, Wu Yu is fine. Seeing Wu Yu's appearance of robbing men, ravaging young men, and forcing good women into prostitution. Zhou Qianfeng 6. Secretary General, what about exposing Shinkei's identity? Zhou Qianfeng took off his glasses and cleared his throat. Just forget it. Secretary, then Miss Wu Yu. Zhou Qianfeng said sternly, what's wrong with her? Don't you know that a forced melon is super sweet? A bitter fruit is still a fruit? Secretary, no, I mean, you said before that Miss Wu Yu would buy back whatever she likes. Then should I talk to the Squire family about buying back Prince Squire? Zhou Qianfeng got angry. Xiao Wang, what's wrong with you recently? Why don't you have any sense at all? What occasion is it now? They are just teammates, but they are dirty in their mind and see everything as dirty. What is my next schedule? Squire is a noble prince of the Alliance after all. Can he buy it just like that? Even if he can really buy it, he won't have enough money even if he sells all his property. Secretary. A seminar on purifying crops and expanding production capacity. Zhou Qianfeng meeting. The secretary looked at Zhou Qianfeng's back as he left, and slowly buttoned. 6. Wu Yu's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and she didn't know what was wrong with the rope, but she couldn't untie it. In a rage, she took out a knife and cut the hemp rope as thick as her wrist. She stood up suddenly, and Shinkei stood up with her. Shinkei looked apologetic. I'm sorry, Wu Yu. I remembered to untie the rope on the right side. Wu Yu's uncertain eyes fell on Shinkei's face. It was obvious that Shinkei's comprehension ability was amazingly fast after a day and a night of polar survival. In the end, he even tied the super complicated emergency brake knot that he had only seen once. Shinkei's light emerald pupils looked at Wu Yu calmly. Looking at Shinkei's sincere eyes, Wu Yu still firmly believed in the captain. It's okay, Captain. Don't worry about it. Wu Yu turned and walked towards the shuttle. Shinkei gestured to the captain of the Special Forces. Have you cleared all the monsters? Yes, Captain. We are currently ranked first in the polar region. Shinkei nodded. Let's go and support other areas. Yes. After returning to the shuttle, Shinkei came to the main control room. The co-pilot tilted his head and looked at him, and then looked at him again. Shinkei glanced sideways. Is there something wrong? The co-pilot was cautious. Perhaps, Captain, you know there is a perspective called God's perspective? Just now when I was on the shuttle I saw. When you looked up, you laughed happily. Shinkei smiled, and his entire mental power surged, and the air in the control room became distorted. What did you see? The co-pilot was as quiet as a chicken. I didn't see anything. In fact, I was blind. Chapter 130. Jian Suiyu. Captain, about 3 minutes ago, we completely lost contact with the desert where Uncle Zhou and Wu Cheng were. Shinkei, can you tell me the current situation of the desert map? Jian Suiyu. According to the last shuttle schedule report received, the appearance of the suspected monument has upgraded the natural disaster. The sandstorm rose directly to the black sand, and the entire map fell into darkness. Moreover, the black sand is not only a natural disaster, it can also swallow people and even shuttles. Shinkei, have you tried to contact other teams on the map? Jian Suiyu. All lost contact. Even the Desert Rose team that has been wandering in the desert for many years has lost contact with all members. Shinkei immediately ordered, let's go to the desert map for support. Yes. The teleportation will give you a brief feeling of weightlessness. When you arrive at the desert map, looking at the black sand that covers the sky, everyone in Qian exclaimed, what's going on? Why is the natural disaster here so terrible? Look, it seems that there is a mouth in the black sand that is swallowing everything. Shinkei narrowed his eyes. Be careful to avoid that mouth. It is very likely that the monument is causing trouble. We returned to the lounge and washed up briefly. Then he returned to the combat cabin as soon as possible and was on standby, ready to engage in a new round of battle at any time. As the shuttle kept changing its flight to avoid the giant mouth in the black sand, Wu was surprised to find, in that mouth, there is our Qi-Yan shuttle. Shin-Kei looked carefully. Not only that, in addition to Qi-Yan, there is also Desert Rose. Wu frowned. What about the other teams? Shin-Kei, it is very likely that they have withdrawn from the points competition for this map. These teams are really bloodless. They are originally for profit, and they will definitely not risk their lives. That's right. Anyway, as long as they can get into the top 5 in points, they can enter the final world boss map. Who would fight for their lives? Shin-Kei, okay, get ready to fight, and hit the giant mouth in the black sand with all your strength. Wu raised his hand. Captain, I have an idea. Shin-Kei, tell me. Wu, if the giant mouth is formed by the Earth Monument, there will be a second and a third one just by destroying the giant mouth. My idea is that you use firepower to attract the giant mouth, and I will go to find the Earth Monument. Shin-Kei looked at Wu and couldn't help but think of her disappearing in the smoke. But it was also because of this that Wu's whole body was alive and shining in Shin-Kei's eyes. Shin-Kei nodded. Scouting ship, equipped with weapons, you choose it yourself. Don't take risks again, otherwise. Wu added, otherwise I will withdraw from the world boss battle and go back to the base to sit on the bench and watch the water dispenser. Shin-Kei, yes. Wu saluted. Yes, Captain. Driving the most sophisticated reconnaissance ship in the entire alliance, as soon as she left the main ship range, the giant mouth in the black sand immediately reached out to her, wanting to swallow her whole. However, the firepower of the Qi-Yan main ship caught up instantly, diverting the attention of the giant mouth. Wu made a beautiful spin in the air and easily left the main battlefield. With the experience of the first search for the ground monument, this time Wu did not hesitate to directly control the reconnaissance ship to the center of the black wind and sand array. The closer to the center of the array, the stronger the wind and sand. The entire black cloud pressed down, covering the sky and the sun, and nothing could be seen. Wu not only had to stabilize the body of the reconnaissance ship, but also had to rely on instinct to continue to explore inside in the case of blindness. Thinking of Wu's situation, the shuttle's co-pilot couldn't help but sweat for her. Focus. The co-pilot turned his head to look at Shin-Kei in surprise. Captain. Shin-Kei glanced sideways. She can do it. Do what you should do, so that she has no worries. The co-pilot straightened his back instantly. Yes. Alarm, alarm. The intensity of the flying sand is too high, causing a huge impact on the fuselage. Alarm, alarm. Please leave the area immediately. The shuttle's braking system has malfunctioned due to too much flying sand. Alarm, alarm. The second engine on the left wing of the shuttle has failed. Alarm, alarm. The second engine on the right wing of the shuttle has failed. The shuttle currently has 2 available engines. If one engine fails, the shuttle will crash immediately. The further in, the stronger the flying sand becomes. Wu personally feels the shuttle losing control and skidding several times. She took a deep breath, calmed down, and pushed the thruster to the highest position. The shuttle has reached its maximum braking power. Alarm, alarm. The number 1 engine on the right wing of the shuttle has failed. The shuttle has completely lost its braking ability and is about to explode. The operator will be ejected in 2 seconds. Ejection preparation. 2, 1. After passing the darkest part of the road, you will see the dawn. At the last moment, Wu put on the human bear skull given to her by Shin-Kei, put on Jie Chen's S-level defensive armor, put on the human bear fur, and rolled herself into a ball. The moment the shuttle rushed out from the end of the black sandstorm, it exploded into a piece of debris in the air. The clouds cleared and the sun came out. The center of the black sand formation was as calm as an ordinary afternoon. Wu was ejected from the shuttle. The strong heat wave made her smell the smell of burning. The moment she was ejected, the giant mouth that had been chasing her from behind entered the range of the black sand formation and instantly disintegrated into a piece of black sand. As gravity continued to fall, with a bang, Wu felt that she hit a hard stone slab. Along with the sound of the Qi-Yan main ship, the reconnaissance ship Apollo 1 controlled by Wu officially crashed. It was the Alliance system prompt. Congratulations to Qi-Yan for finding the desert monument. The desert map monsters ended early. As soon as the system was refreshed, all natural disasters disappeared. The Qi-Yan shuttle where Wucheng and Zhou Jiangwo were, as well as the shuttle of Desert Rose, were spit out by the desert's giant mouth. The co-pilot turned his head excitedly. Great, Captain, it's all over. However, he did not get any response. The co-pilot turned his head in confusion. Captain? Just when Apollo 1 crashed, the captain jumped out of the plane. Co-pilot, Okay, it turns out that what you said just now was all a bluff. In fact, you were more panicked than anyone else, right? As soon as Wu Chong and Zhou Jiangwo got off the shuttle, they both moved and greeted Shinkei, who was running towards them. Captain, I didn't expect. Before they finished speaking, they saw Shinkei as if he didn't see them at all, passing by them like a gust of wind, not even giving them a side glance. Not to mention the Desert Rose Captain Xiao Li, who wanted to come over to thank them. The three of them kept waving excitedly, staring at Shinkei as he left. Xiao Li turned around and looked at the shaky Wu Chong, laughing wildly, gloating, "Your captain doesn't want you anymore." A gust of wind blew. Wu Chong was broken. "Queen Mother, you have never sung such a song to coax a child to me." Chapter 131. The bear's skull shattered, blocking a fatal blow for Wu Yu. Her whole body felt like it was run over by a truck, and every bone joint was aching. Wu Yu. Wu Yu? Someone was calling her name, and Wu Yu responded subconsciously, "Yes. I take you back to the shuttle." "Yes." Wu Yu opened her eyes, and pushed open the familiar treatment cabin. The treatment cabin was simply her happy home. The prop helped you block the fatal injury, and your body is fine. A strange female voice sounded, and Wu Yu turned her head in confusion. The woman in front of her had long fiery red hair, tied into a high ponytail at the back of her head, looking extremely cool. She was wearing a denim suit that she often wore when walking in the wind and sand, and had a totem similar to Wu Chong on her face. At first glance, the two of them had a similar look. Wu Xiaoli walked up to Wu Yu. "My name is Wu Xiaoli, and I'm a witch doctor from the Wu tribe. I'm also the captain of Desert Rose. Thank you for saving me and my teammates." Wu Yu waved her hand. "Don't worry, I mainly wanted to save my teammates. Moreover, without the team's firepower cover, I can't go through the wind and sand I alone." Wu Xiaoli raised her eyebrows. "You are as interesting as Wu Chong said. Although Desert Rose is outside the mainstream team and has been doing the job of a bounty hunter, it is still one of the top 5 teams in the league. I came to give you a way out, but you didn't take it." Although his body was fine, the mental shock of his head hitting the ground from a high altitude and almost turning into a pile of brains still affected Wu Yu. She apologized. "I want to rest alone for a while." Xiaoli couldn't believe it. "You dared to reject me again and again." Wu Yu nodded. "Yes, please leave first." Xiaoli said sternly, "Very good, woman, you have caught my attention." She stood up aggressively and pushed the door to leave. Before leaving, she suddenly turned back and lowered her voice. "You are really not in a good condition now. I suggest you stay in the treatment cabin for a while longer." After that, she closed the door quietly and silently, with the most domineering expression and the most arrogant posture. The next second, Wu Yu fell into the treatment cabin. The black sandstorm caused a serious malfunction in Desert Rose's shuttle, which is currently under maintenance. Wu Xiaoli found Shinkei. "Thank you for sending someone to repair our shuttle." Shinkei nodded absent-mindedly. "Well, how is she?" Wu Xiaoli raised her eyebrows and asked knowingly, "She? Who is she?" Shinkei turned his head and smiled. "Immediately withdraw the maintenance personnel on Desert Rose. Then, Captain Wu, please get out of my shuttle now." Wu Xiaoli, TSK, snorted. "You're too lazy to pretend now, boy. Don't be so hypocritical. She's fine physically, but if she hadn't been protected by the props, it would have been a tragic death. Even if her body recovers, her mental trauma cannot be recovered in a short time. It may take her a long time to adjust." At the end, Wu Xiaoli apologized. "I will always remember this kindness. Thank you for saving me and Wu Chong." Shinkei lowered his eyes. "Wu Chong is also an important partner of mine." "Captain, the repair work on the Desert Rose main ship has been completed." "Wu Xiaoli, then I won't bother you anymore." After Wu Xiaoli left, Shinkei came to Wu Yu's room. Wu Yu's room displayed, under treatment. After a while, Shinkei left. 10 hours later, Wu Yu recovered completely and woke up from the treatment cabin. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. She touched her hungry stomach and took some pure ice grass and berries to fill her stomach. In her current state, she really couldn't eat any meat. He stood up and washed himself thoroughly to refresh himself. Wu Yu turned on the communicator to check the current progress of the world boss. Congratulations to Qi Yin for finding the lava swamp monument. The lava swamp map monsters ended early. About 2 hours ago, the lava swamp monument was found by Qi Yin, and the battle on the lava swamp map ended. Currently, the Qi Yin team ranks first in points and has locked in the ticket to enter the world boss map in advance. In addition, the second place is the heavy armor hardcore Falcon team. The third place is the Desert Rose team, which is composed of female members. The fourth place is the serious team of the Jiang family, a wealthy family. As for the last ticket to the World Boss map, it is being fought over by the Shadow, Qin, and Hua families. The points of these two families are very close at present. As the maps are constantly closed, the last map, the Eye of the Deep Sea, has become a must-fight place for them. The battle is in full swing, and has reached the most critical moment. Richard, Yanqi and I have been looking for it, but we can't find the monument of the Eye of the Deep Sea. Fu Yanqi, this is the 9th wave of monsters. Now all the ancient creatures that have been spawned are Chronosaurus, Horned Shark, Songlong, etc. It is estimated that the 10th wave of monsters will explode big guys. Wu Chong, so what, we are all the first anyway. Jian Suiyu, not necessarily. The 10th wave of monsters has spawned legendary creatures before. The points of one are enough to reshuffle the entire battle situation. Wu Chong, but we have the points of 3 monuments, and now we have twice the points of the second place. Jian Suiyu, at present, the first place is still stable. Jian Suiyu, how is Wu Yu now? Wu Yu is watching the internal discussion of the team. Wu Yu, it's all right now. Wu Chong, yeah, you woke up. Wu Yu, yes. Wu Chong, I was so scared. I was afraid you would not be able to recover from what Sister Shioli said. Although falling to death is indeed terrible, Wu Yu has experienced something even more terrible. Wu Yu, I am fine now. Thank you Captain Wu for treating me. Wu Chong, don't be polite to her. Remember to give her a good hand next time you meet her. She accepts rescue commissions all day long and kills local tycoons. She is super rich. Wu Yu twitched her lips, and pretended not to see it. As Jian Suiyu said, the 10th wave of monsters can instantly reshuffle the points, and all teams are now rushing to the Deep Sea map. Taking advantage of the teleportation point, Qi Yan has just completed the teleportation, except for Wu Chong who went to support first. Shen Ke and Jian Suiyu Jiechen's shuttles all flew towards the final battlefield of the Deep Sea. Co-pilot, Captain, we will arrive at the main battlefield in 5 minutes. Shen Ke nodded. The 1st Special Forces team is ready. The 4th Special Forces team has been fighting for more than 48 hours, and they will replace them as soon as they arrive. Yes. As soon as Wu Yu received the combat order, he put on his equipment, and prepared his weapons without stopping, and followed the team. Time was tight, so the Special Operations team leader urgently assembled, and issued the ship's combat order. When counting the number of people, doubt flashed in the eyes of the Special Operations team leader. However, the battle was about to start, with the refresh of the 10th wave of monsters. The Special Operations team leader immediately ordered, "Let's go." The co-pilot looked at Wu Yu's dynamic positioning as he left the ship with the Special Operations team, and the co-pilot said, "Captain, I have something to say, I don't know if I should say it or not." Shen Ke squinted at him, "Shut up." "Okay." The co-pilot thought secretly, "You didn't let me say this." Chapter 132. The battle map of Eye of the Deep Sea is very small, and the landing battle will lead to a deserted island. The deserted island is surrounded by the deep sea on all sides. From the sky above the shuttle, the deserted island looks like a convex circle in the middle, and the 2 sides are narrow and long like human eyelids. When put together, it looks exactly like an eye. At this moment, the sea is windy, and the dark sea water is full of surging monsters. Since the 8th wave of monsters refreshed, the speed of clearing monsters in the entire map has been slower than the speed of spawning monsters. The 9th and 10th waves of monsters piled up, making the entire deserted island map almost completely occupied by fish monsters and sea monsters. So much so that it took 5 or 6 intercontinental missiles to clear the ground and create a monster-free area. The Special Forces captain ordered, "Clear the monsters with all your strength." Wu Yu held the crystal core gun in his hand and concentrated. Compared with the fish monsters in the bottom river, these fish monsters were completely free of themselves, and even a glance at them made you lose your appetite. Rather than saying they were fish monsters, it would be better to say that all these fish were zombies. Her hands were so steady that she had no room to show her ability when she was fighting with Shen Ke before. But now, among all the Special Forces, Wu Yu's accuracy was so high that she could hit the target without missing a single shot. Fish monsters were different from zombies. Even if their heads were blown off, their central nervous system would still beat. This resulted in some fish monsters being killed, but their flesh and blood were exposed to the air, and they could still twitch and beat to cause harm to people. Every time a fish monster was killed, Wu Yu would pull out a dagger and stab it directly into the fish monster's nerve center to finish it off. She had a blank expression, like a precisely controlled fish-killing machine. Watching the green and blue blood gushing out of the fish monster's body without blinking, Wu Yu's heart was as cold as her knife. Now was not the time to talk. The team members could only complain in their hearts. Where did this living devil come from? Oh my god, is this someone from our special forces? No, I haven't seen this little guy before. At the same time, the air battle continued. All teams concentrated their firepower on the rough and turbulent sea, compared to the sea monster on the island. The scores of the ancient monsters in the water are so high that it is staggering. The Qian team prepared all the nuclear bombs and aimed them at the water surface. For shuttles, a wave of 48 nuclear bombs, Qian's score doubled compared to before. Wu Cheng, oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! The scores of these ancient monsters are so high. Richard, fortunately, the support was timely, otherwise other teams might have missed out on the first place. Wu Cheng, what? Pick up a leak. It is absolutely impossible. It is absolutely impossible to pick up a leak. With Yaya here, we have taken down all the teleportation points, and we will never give anyone a chance to take advantage of it. Jiechen, you are so ashamed to say that. If it weren't for the desert monument, Wu Yue wouldn't have been so seriously injured. Wu Cheng, it's all my fault, but why hasn't Yaya spoken since just now? Wu Yue, you. Please reply if you get it. Wu Yue, yes, I got it. Fighting over. Wu Cheng, what fighting? This time, you have escaped death twice. You just got injured. Why are you fighting? Wu Cheng, go back to the shuttle. If the captain has any objections, let him fight me. No matter how Wu Cheng sent messages, Wu Yu would not reply. Wu Cheng looked at the team members fighting on the ground in horror. There was a man wearing a combat uniform. He was very agile, and his finishing move was very ruthless. Okay, now he knew where Wu Yu was fighting. Wu Cheng instantly ignited the fighting spirit, and took off his beautiful wizard robe. Uncle Zhou, I leave this to you. I want to go down and fight too. Uncle Zhou looked at Wu Cheng's passionate face with a headache. Go ahead. Wu Cheng was shocked. Uncle Zhou, you didn't stop me. Zhou Jiangwo, everyone has been young before. When I was young, I was even wilder than you. As Wu Cheng left the shuttle, Jiechen also saw Wu Yu's message. He took out his Zen stick and looked at Jian Suiyu. I leave this to you. His disciples were all downstairs. How could he be lazy here by himself? Jian Suiyu nodded. Go ahead. Leave this to me. Seeing Jiechen and Wu Cheng join the battle, Richard and Fu Yanqi, who had recovered for an hour in the treatment cabin, also resolutely joined the battle. Shen Ke stood in the shuttle and found the changes in the battle situation. He opened the communication and read all the missed information. After a while, he turned his head to look at the co-pilot and whispered, What did you want to tell me just now? The co-pilot whispered, Wu Yu and the special forces went out to fight together. Shen Ke nodded and said to himself, Yes, I haven't withdrawn the combat order to her special forces. Shen Ke patted the co-pilot's shoulder, then next, this is up to you. The co-pilot panicked, Captain. You two are gone, I'm scared. Shen Ke turned around, Zhang Zhe, as the main pilot of the first main ship, it's time for you to grow up and take on great responsibilities. Zhang Zhe opened his eyes wide in surprise, and watched Shen Ke jump directly from the shuttle into the turbulent sea. He turned his head again and nodded vigorously. His eyes were serious and solemn. Dad and Mom were not at home, so he would protect this home. BGM, I left my hometown for the journey of my dream. After several rounds of intensive bombardment, most of the monsters in the sea were cleared. The sea surface was full of the remains of sea monsters, huge shark heads, scattered octopus tails, and countless shrimps and crabs with their bellies turned upside down washed up on the shore. For a while, the stench enveloped the entire eye of the deep sea. Suddenly, deep in the sea, everyone heard a strange sound. It was like a mermaid singing, like a giant salamander wailing. The rolling waves came, fell headfirst, and submerged the entire deserted island. Look, what is that flying in the sky? Everyone looked up, and a huge fish monster appeared from the bottom of the sea. It flapped its fins that covered the sky and gradually left the sea surface and flew into the air. In an instant, all the shuttles were covered by it, and they looked extremely small. It slowly rolled its eyes and looked down. Suddenly, the fish monster made a strange movement at the corner of its mouth and let out a shrill cry. The cry became louder and louder, making everyone feel a splitting headache. The fish monster suddenly opened its mouth, and all the shuttles nearby lost power and were sucked into its belly. The sea surface instantly returned to calm, and the fish monster floated leisurely in the sky like a huge hot air balloon. It showed a nasty smile to the humans on the deserted island. After clearing all the last fish monsters around, Wu Yu joined Wu Cheng, Jiechen, Richard and Fu Yanqi. Wu Chong was anxious. Captain, Uncle Zhou, Jian Suiyu and our teammates were all swallowed. Jietchen was suspicious. Will Shin-Kei, the violent maniac, be swallowed like this? Richard, aren't you also a violent maniac? Can you beat this fish? Jietchen was speechless. Fish? Can this thing still be called a fish? Have you ever seen such a big fish? Everyone looked up, until their necks were sore. Just when everyone was concentrating, suddenly, huge waves rolled up on the sea's surface, and a huge golden light burst out from the bottom of the sea. Chapter 133. The anger of the river god can destroy thousands of miles. The golden trident shot out along with the golden light, striking the flying fish monster head-on. The golden trident, wrapped in a powerful mental force, was unstoppable, instantly breaking a huge hole in the fish monster's soft abdomen. The shuttle that had just been swallowed slid out along the hole, and the fish monster let out a shrill scream, like a broken balloon that kept deflated and fell into the water. The moment the fish monster fell, the ground monument of the Eye of the Deep Sea fell out of its body. Congratulations to Qian for finding the Deep Sea Eye Monument. The Deep Sea Eye map monsters have been refreshed. All 4 monuments have been found. The World Boss map will be officially opened in 1 hour. Please prepare for the battle in the top 5 teams in the final points ranking. Current points ranking. First place, Qian 108,000 points. Second place, Sirius 34,000 points. Third place, Falcon 30,000 points. Fourth place, Desert Rose 26,000 points. Fifth place, Shadow 23,000 points. Facing the final points ranking, the joint discussion was fierce. It has to be my great Qian, so strong and reassuring. Awesome Qian, he took all 4 teleportation points and 4 land monuments, and his points were twice as much as the second place. I just want to say that except Qian, the other teams are all weaklings fighting each other. I just want to know who is the shuttle operation master who helped Qian take 4 teleportation points. I asked my shuttle operation instructor to see it, and he said that this level of operation requires at least 10 years of manual transmission. What are you kidding me? Manual transmission shuttles have only been made for a total of 10 years. It seems that this guy is one of the first super veterans to come into contact with the shuttle. Who cares? Qian is awesome anyway. Screaming hoarsely. JPG, the 4 land tablets are gathered together, and the land tablets circle out an endless blank area on the 4 sides of the current map. 5 teams enter the blank area, and the captain arranges and selects the players who enter the final world boss map. Each team can enter up to 20 people, and the final world boss map can enter 100 people. Jian Suiyu gives the final pre-war science popularization. The battle format of the world boss map is different every year, and chase battles, battle royales, plot-based games, and natural disaster survival are all possible. The world boss does not count the points, and all the monsters inside will drop packages. The final victory depends on which team can get the final kill of the world boss. Richard projected the information of the remaining 4 teams to everyone. Falcon, a super mercenary team composed entirely of Westerners. Most of its members were former mafia and world-class killers. Currently, the overall ranking of the Alliance team is second only to Qian. They usually operate mainly in the north, specializing in the protection of chaebols, wealthy businessmen, and small families. There are also gray businesses, black mining areas, and hired killers. At the same time, Falcon monopolizes the entire northern arms production and sales chain, and both financial resources and firepower are very solid. These people are all ruthless and bloodthirsty. Once they meet, they will take their lives without hesitation. Sirius of the Tycoon Jiang family is currently ranked 3rd in the overall ranking of the Alliance team. It is rumored that it was formerly a secret special forces unit of China. Sirius is a super strong militarized management team specially trained by the Jiang family. All the people in it wear black special uniforms, and never reveal their appearance and identity. Jiang Ling, the current head of the Jiang family, ranks 1st in the entire Alliance wealth rankings. Jiang Li, the 2nd master of the Jiang family, was originally the Minister of Justice of China. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, the Alliance stipulated that financial power could not be held concurrently. Later, Jiang Li retreated to the 2nd line and personally established Sirius. Rumor has it that Sirius is a team whose strength is greatly underestimated. Desert Rose, currently ranked 5th in comprehensive combat power, is a team composed entirely of women. Its captain Wu Xiuli is the strongest witch doctor in the entire witch clan, and a very agile poison doctor. Desert Rose wanders around the edges of the polar maps all year round. As bounty hunters, they mainly accept high-value commissions to go deep into dangerous bases to find precious resources, and of course, to find people. In addition to Wu Xiuli, the famous members of Desert Rose include Ani, a grass ghost woman who is good at raising goo, Xixia, a puppeteer who likes to make dolls, and Xiaowai, a sorcerer who is good at casting spells on people. Finally, there is Shadow. This team is growing very fast. Although they failed in the previous plot dungeon, they quickly developed again and got unknown financial support. Judging from the latest updated data, they are all using the most advanced weapons. Captain Xinqingxi, a mental power S enhancer, is ruthless, and his awakening ability is unknown. Vice Captain Yilu Jin, a mental power S enhancer, has an awakening ability that his body can turn into flowing metal. Main firepower member Zhang Fanqi, mental power S level, has an awakening ability that the sound of the piano can cause mental pollution to the enemy. Main firepower member Owen Cage, mental power S level, he is an exorcist, and his awakening ability is fire magic. Wu Yu carefully wrote down the names of all the teams, and even looked up the relevant information for any unclear points. Wu Cheng, who was standing next to him, looked at Wu Yu's serious expression, and his eyes were spinning. Yu, you are still taking notes seriously. I am almost dizzy just by listening to you. Wu Yu, in this map where all the S-level spirit gods are fighting, I don't know how I died if I don't take notes seriously. Wu Cheng patted his chest. I will protect you when the time comes. Jiechen sneered. Last year's world boss map was a battle royale, who was chased around by the Falcon gang. When I went to save people, I cried in snot. Wu Cheng got angry. Okay, you have to bring up the issue. You are powerful, but you were poisoned by Sister Xiaoli and turned blue all over. People who don't know would think you were pickled. Jiechen, I hate those of you who use poison. You have no martial ethics. Wu Cheng, Fu Yanqi, I don't know what's going on in World City. The head of the family, and the Fu family are all there. Jian Suiyu, the monster invasion in World City, and this side are two completely separate parts. Let's deal with this side first. Fu Yanqi, yeah. Jian Suiyu, I find it strange that the Jiang family Sirius doesn't go out easily. The Jiang family is so rich, and Sirius has never had to worry about financial conditions. Why did they come to wade into the muddy water of the world boss this time? Wu Cheng looked serious. They must want to see the gap between themselves and the top team Qian. Jiechen, you don't do your work every day, but you live very confidently. Wu Cheng jumped up and was about to kick Jiechen, but was severely punished. No matter how noisy the sky was, Wu Yu only looked at the information of each team in his hand carefully. Wu Yu was surprised to find that compared with the previous life, the list of main members of Shadow had changed. Wu Yu wondered if this meant that the protagonist halo of Xinqingxi and Su Mo was weakening. Chapter 134. The preparation time is over, and each team selects 20 people to enter the world boss map. As soon as the countdown stopped, 5 golden circles appeared in the white area, and the members of each team walked into their own circles. After a dizzy spell, Wu Yu opened her eyes. She was surprised to find that she was actually in the school dormitory. Wu Yu quickly analyzed the current situation. The dilapidated school dormitory, the scattered daily necessities and books, and the faint bloodstains on the broken windows. It was pouring rain outside, with thunder rumbling from time to time. Raindrops came in from the window, splashing the window. Wu Yu tried to open the door of the dormitory, but it was locked. The communicator could not be used, and all the equipment and props in the system could not be taken out. However, in the reflection of the window, Wu Yu found that there was a blood bar with a full value of 100 above his head. Su Mo's cry for help came from next door. Is there anyone outside? I'm locked in the room. Can someone come and save me? Shut up. If you want to die, don't drag others down with you. A fierce scolding sounded. Hearing her not very fluent Chinese, Wu Yu guessed that the speaker might be a female member of the Falcon. It seems that all the female members of the team were locked up alone in this female dormitory. Ignoring Su Mo's cry for help and crying, Wu Yu's first priority was to find something to seal the leaking window. She quickly searched in the dormitory, and finally found half a roll of glass glue and a half-dried 502 glue. Remove the door of the dormitory closet, and use the student's sawtooth fruit knife to quickly cut it. Finally, find a nail file and a pen holder, and grind the edge of the board. After doing this, Wu Yu carefully removed the broken glass left on the window, which can be used as a weapon. Insert the board tightly, then grind the details, apply 502, and then reinforce it with glass glue. After doing all this, Wu Yu is still not relieved. Find a black marker and write on the board seal. Use yellow tape to stick a Buddha on the window. Put your hands together and pray, bless you. While making the window, Do not forget to do it rigorously. In addition to sealing the window, Wu Yu also has to paste the entire window. She doesn't want a scary-looking ghost to suddenly look at her outside the window. Tear off pages of paper from the book, wet them with water, and paste them on the window layer by layer. Through the window, Wu Yu saw a dormitory building in the darkness opposite, which is most likely the boys' dormitory, where the male team members are locked up. At the same time, there is a tall clock tower between the two buildings, which is different from a normal clock tower. The final point of this clock tower is 100, and when Wu Yu looked over, 100 took a step back and became 99. Wu Yu thought, it seems that someone has died at the beginning. After sealing the windows, Wu Yu got a system prompt. Well done, sealing the windows can prevent ghosts from entering the house mixed with rainwater. Reward, a flashlight. Item description. No matter what kind of ghost, they are afraid of the light emitted by this flashlight. Wu Yu tightly clamped the flashlight on his waist and began to search for new discoveries in the dormitory. First, there was a cell phone to check the time, some unopened snacks, instant noodles, biscuits, original potato chips, spicy strips, beef jerky and chocolate. These were all foods before the end of the world, which were very novel to Wu Yu. She found a small school bag and put all of them in it. There was still half a bucket of water in the water dispenser. After draining a cup to clean the water cup, Wu Yu filled 2 1L water cups and hung them diagonally around her neck. These foods could sustain her food supply for at least 3 days, and Wu Yu began to look for a suitable weapon. Her bow and arrows and nuclear gun were all gone. The suppression on this map was much more severe than the polar map created by the previous monument. The fruit knife, 2 scissors, a pair of pliers, and a screwdriver, and a small frying pan were hung on her back. Wu Yu also found the electric bike key and the electric bike helmet. She put the helmet on her head and took the key with her. Finally, Wu Yu went to the toilet and took the broom, mop, and toilet plunger. Another system flashed. The powerful practitioners of the 3 lights policy are like locusts passing through and leaving no grass. Congratulations on getting the title Survival Locust reward, a quilt. Item description. As we all know, if you get into the quilt, ghosts can't follow you in. Wu Yu was very surprised. Combining offense and defense, the props obtained at the beginning are very useful. The door was locked. Wu Yu found a student card and a paper clip. Twist the paper clip into a long and short key shape and insert it into the keyhole, then swipe it with the student card. Click. With a sound, the door opened. Hiss came from behind the door. Wu Yu cried out in pain and remembered that when she had just inserted the paper clip, a pair of blood-red eyes flashed behind the keyhole. Wu Yu covered herself with a quilt and opened the door. Opposite the door was the dormitory management rules. 1. The lights in the dormitory are turned off at 10 o'clock, and you are not allowed to leave the dormitory after the lights are turned off. 2. After the lights are turned off, you are not allowed to make noise in the dormitory, which will affect other students' rest. 3. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the dormitory ant will check the dormitory, and you must stay asleep. Seeing the dormitory rules, the weird-looking dormitory ant in the corridor slowly turned her head towards Wu Yu's dormitory. The blood-red eyes should have been extremely terrifying in the darkness, but the way she covered one eye was weird and funny. Wu Yu looked at her calmly, closed the door, and returned to the room. Well, I can't see her. It's just that the door is open. She didn't leave the dormitory. It doesn't count as a violation of the rules. As soon as the door was closed, Sumo's cry for help came from the side. Did someone open the door? I heard the sound of the door opening. Can you save me? I'm Sumo. If you save me, I will definitely let A low scolding came from other dormitories. TSK, idiot. Sumo didn't make a sound for a long time. She was most likely punished for violating the school rules. Wu Yu took off her equipment, lay on the bed, and closed her eyes calmly. At 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, Wu Yu was awakened by 2 consecutive screams. She took out her mobile phone and looked at the time. It was 2:05 in the morning, and it was time for the dormitory ant to check the dormitory. Just as Wu Yu put down her mobile phone, there was a twisting sound from the dormitory door. As soon as the dorm Andy came in, the temperature of the whole room dropped by 5 degrees, and a chill came over her. She closed her eyes tightly, but the dorm auntie obviously had some personal grudge against her. Wu Yu's bed shook, and it was the dorm Annie who climbed onto her bed. A pair of sinister and malicious eyes stared at her, and a terrifying voice sounded, I know you are awake. If I find out, you will be punished. Hee. Wu Yu was covered with a quilt and could not be attacked, and the dorm Andy tried to pollute her mentally. The voice of the dorm Andy sounded more and more like a strange spell to Wu Yu, making her want to get out of the quilt. Noticing Wu Yu's loose eyelids, The dorm auntie smiled strangely. Wake up, good boy. Don't make me angry. Click. Wu suddenly stretched out her hand from the quilt and turned on the flashlight to the dorm auntie. The hot light hit the dorm auntie, and a foul smell of burning came instantly. Ah! The dormitory auntie rolled off Wu's bed, making a loud bang, and ran away in a hurry. Wu sat up calmly and took out the paper ball stuffed in her ears. There was no sign of mental pollution. However, feeling the gusts of draft blowing in from the corridor, Wu got angry. The auntie was really rude. She didn't even know to close the door before leaving. What if she caught a cold? Chapter 135. When Wu woke up the next day, the system popped up a prompt. Spend a night in the dormitory without losing health, and survival will not be a problem for you. Reward. A rich breakfast set. Open the breakfast set, and there are sandwiches, milk, soy milk, steamed buns, rice balls, tofu pudding, peanut butter, and toast bread, a total of 8 kinds of breakfast sets that combine Chinese and Western elements and can be called a feast for gluttons after the end of the world. And the most amazing thing is that milk, soy milk, steamed buns, rice balls, and tofu pudding are all hot, and the rising heat is accompanied by the irresistible salty fragrance of oil. Taking a deep breath, Wu left the sandwich, peanut butter and toast, and ate the rest of the hot breakfast. Carbohydrates went into her stomach, and her blood sugar rose quickly. The short pause in her brain made Wu feel a little bit of happiness in such a gloomy and dangerous environment. She came back to her senses, and immediately entered a state of preparation. She stuffed the equipment she had prepared yesterday into the remaining breakfast as dry food. Wu covered herself with a quilt, and carefully opened the door. She found that she was not the first one to open the door. There were already several people standing in the corridor. Except for her door, the other doors were kicked away. Wu and the door panel lying on the ground looked at each other. It can be seen that several classmates had a bit of a bad night. Judging from their clothes, the people standing in the corridor were members of the Falcon and Sirius teams. The blood bars on their heads showed different levels of blood loss. Wu estimated that there were 4 female members of the Falcon and 4 of the Sirius. Shadow only had 1 female member, Su Mo, and the same was true for Chi Yin. All the members of Desert Rose are female, so there are 20 of them. That is to say, there are 30 people in this female dormitory building, accounting for 30% of the total number. Falcon team member, Sirius, are you interested in cooperation? If you want to cooperate, show your sincerity. There are complete dormitory regulations in my room. The school building is only open from 1801 to 7:59. The rest of the time, students must go to the teaching building to study. The road will not be peaceful. We will go together all the way there. The people from Sirius did not respond immediately. They were evaluating the authenticity of Falcon's words. Wu looked out the window of the corridor. The clock tower that symbolized the countdown of the number of people had now reached 97. 2 more died overnight. At the same time, Wu found that a thick fog appeared around the clock tower. In the thick fog, there were black stone tablets that could not be seen at the end. Wu did not expect that the person who lived right across from her was Wu Xioli. She nodded. Hello, Captain Wu. Wu Xioli's eyes repeatedly wandered over Wu, and she looked surprised. You look better now? Your mental recovery ability is amazing. You don't look like you have no mental power at all. When the Falcon heard that Wu had no mental power, they laughed sarcastically. No mental power? It's unbelievable that Qian, who is not the first team, would allow someone without mental power to enter such an important world boss map. It's really hard not to have bad associations. It's because of women like you that we are always looked down upon by men. Sometimes I feel it's really boring. I train for 20 hours every day, but it's not as good as you calling me brother. Are you the woman who kept shouting for help yesterday? It makes me sick. Why don't you die yet? If you dare to shout and disturb me, I will be the first to kill you. Wu Xioli frowned instantly. What nonsense are you talking about? Who do you think got Qian's 4 teleportation points? What kind of person is Qian Shinkei that you little minions have never seen? Has your boss never dealt with him? Charles and Shinkei have fought so many times. Which time did Charles gain the slightest advantage? Shinkei was able to use 12 nuclear missiles to destroy the number 1 bandit in Island at the beginning, which was enough to prove the importance of Wu in his heart. Wu shuttle control ability is superb, and no one in the entire alliance dares to claim that she is second. Even our Desert Rose was rescued from the giant mouth of the Black Wind Sand by her. After finding the monument, Falcon didn't expect that the legendary operator, who was hated by their boss, and directly controlled the entire polar battlefield score situation, and the first-generation shuttle-driving veteran, who was rumored to be at least 40 plus on the Alliance forum, would be this woman with no mental power in front of him. If this was said by the woman named Wu Yu herself, no one would believe it. And they would even laugh their heads off. But it was said by Wu Xiuli, the captain of the Desert Rose team, who ranked 5th in the overall combat power of the entire league, and who ranked 8th in the league in terms of personal combat power, as both a super strong auxiliary and a main attacking poison doctor. The Falcons could only believe it with gritted teeth, but they still couldn't help but say, so what? No matter how good the operator is, if he enters a map without a shuttle and has no mental power, he will be at the mercy of others. Wu Xiuli sneered, with me here and the entire Desert Rose here, I don't see who dares to touch her. Mental power, you keep talking about mental power. Exercising for 20 hours a day will really make your brains and cerebellums dry. Have you not discovered that the mental power of everyone in this dungeon is sealed? So what's the use of having high mental power? Look, there is an S-level mental power in this room. Now that he has no mental power, he can't even open the door. Wu Xiuli nodded at Sumo's room. Since you admire people with strong mental power so much, why don't you rescue her and form an alliance with her? Falcon saw that the room of the S-class strongman that Wu Xiuli mentioned was the source of the voice that kept shouting for help after entering yesterday, and his face suddenly turned pale. I am Sumo from Shadow. I can't open the door. Please help me. Sumo's voice came from the room, more like a heavy slap on the face of Falcon and others. All 20 people in Desert Rose's group were together, but none of Falcon's main players were here. Falcon gnashed his teeth. Wu Xiuli, after you go out, we see. Charles will never let you, and this middly powerless waste go. As soon as the voice fell, many ghost-like figures suddenly appeared in the corridor. They all wore the same doll masks, laughed, and surrounded the Falcon people from all directions. The expressions of the Falcon people instantly changed from anger to fear, and even Sirius, who was watching the battle on the side, was on guard. It's the Desert Rose's ghost. Wu Xiuli sneered, heh? She stretched out her hand to hold Wu Yu and turned around. Her tone instantly turned cold. How could I give you a chance to complain? Kill them all. The Falcon people didn't even have time to react, and the formation didn't even open up. Countless fine red lines suddenly appeared in the entire corridor, all around. The red lines suddenly tightened, and the Falcon and others instantly exploded into a bloody mist, and blood clots scattered on the ground. The clock tower moved 4 grids, and there are currently 93 survivors. Chapter 136. Wu Xiuli turned to look at Sirius. What do you think? Sirius and the others looked at each other. Captain Wu's ideas are our ideas. Wu Xiuli smiled. As expected, the people brought up by Chairman Jiang are knowledgeable and interesting. Wu Xiuli tilted her head to look at Wu Yu, and before she could speak, Wu Yu immediately said, Sister Xiuli, I am your dog now. Praise our captain. The people brought up by our captain are also flexible and flexible fence-sitters. Wu Xiuli's expression froze. Wu Yu, don't use such a beautiful face that makes people and gods hate you to say such obscene words. Wu Yu nodded, yes, Sister Xiuli is right. Big brother Qiang is so relieved. Big brother is so caring. Wu Yu, is that you Wu Yu? I am Sumo, can you save me? I haven't eaten for a long time, and I am injured. I feel so uncomfortable. Can you ask brother Qingxi to save me? Wu Yu felt that Sumo was like a repeater, repeating the same few sentences over and over again. Wu Xiuli tilted her head. I've heard from Wu Chong about your grievances with the person inside. Do you want to kill her too? Wu Yu didn't want Wu Xiuli to be backlashed by the heroine's halo, so she shook her head. No, I draw a forbidden note on this door and let her stay inside forever. After saying that, Wu Yu took out a red marker and drew a big word Jing on Sumo's door. In order to make the band strong enough, she even drew a huge open mouth at the bottom, a circle outside, and a thick slash. As Wu Yu was painting, Sumo's voice inside became smaller, and finally could not be heard at all. Wu Yu put her hands together and chanted in a low voice, 3 o'clock 1415926-5. Watching Wu Yu's movements, Sirius next to her suddenly exchanged a strange look. What are you chanting? Wu Yu turned her head in surprise, and she didn't expect that the person asking her was the mysterious Sirius team member. It's a family tradition, which strengthens the effect of the ban. With other team members present, Wu Yu did not rashly use the magic in the tea on Shiju. The look in the Sirius team members' eyes became more and more strange, and their eyes wandered back and forth on her. Wu Xiuli blocked Sirius's sight. The information Falcon just gave me is half true and half false. There is no teaching building, but we must leave the dormitory after 8 o'clock. It's almost time, let's go! Just after leaving the dormitory area, the dormitory behind suddenly heard the sound of ghost soldiers passing through and evil spirits wailing. The whole dormitory building seemed to come alive, and the huge chewing sound was like a monster eating. Wu looked at the clock tower with a cold gaze. The clock tower did not move, indicating that no one had died. Sure enough, Wu thought, Suemo would never die in the dungeon so easily. Just after 8 o'clock, the thick fog dissipated, and the true face of the huge square under the dormitory building was finally revealed. All I could see under the tall bell tower were endless black stone tablets, which were all tombstones. With the sun shining, these tombstones sparsely shook. Soon, countless zombies crawled out from under the tombstones. These zombies used the bell tower as a clear dividing line and walked towards both the girls' and boys' dormitories at the same time. Wu Shioli immediately ordered, "Everyone get ready, set up the formation." The serious female commander ordered, "Engage in battle." Wu noticed that these zombies moved very slowly, looked stupid, and even a little funny. After seeing people, they walked over leisurely, as if they were going to run away. They didn't feel any pain at all, and didn't care that their hands and feet were broken. When they were beaten to death, they fell to the ground in pieces, with their brains scattered everywhere. There's a kind of decadent beauty. If you can live, you live. If you can't live, you die. Then, a package full of scrap copper and iron exploded. However, different tombstones will spawn zombies with different appearances, wearing hats and iron buckets. The more and more luxurious the equipment, the harder it is to defeat the zombies. With their current number of people, the monster spawning speed of about 60 per minute can easily fight. However, once all the tombstones spawn monsters at the same time, and all of them spawn high-level monsters, even the number of monsters spawned by boys and girls is exactly the same. Then with 25 of them against 67 boys in the dormitory, it is very likely that they will be wiped out. Wu was thinking, while using the plunger and mop stick in her hands to hit the zombies' heads. Watching the zombies' heads fall to the ground at her feet, she ignored the stench and quickly touched her bag. Got a metal bucket with a big hole in it, which can leak all the water. Got a stinky Christmas hat, which even a dog would hate. Got a broken baseball bat, which increases the attack power by 3. Got a violent and brutal corn soup pitcher. Be careful to be scalded into ashes by its soup. While picking up, Wu's eyes suddenly paused. The rampaging and brutal corn soup pitcher, zombies, in this situation, she suddenly thought of a tabletop game that was popular all over the world from 8 months old to 80 years old, and no one could refuse it when they were free. Wu tried to place the corn soup pitcher on the square, but as soon as the corn soup appeared, it immediately attacked the sky and the earth in all directions without dead ends. If Wu hadn't reacted quickly and agilely, she would have almost boiled a pot of 2-legged sheep corn soup. Obviously, this corn soup pitcher was out of control. But Wu immediately realized that the pitcher's fighting power, which had just hit the sky and the earth and left no grass within a 10-meter radius, was the key to winning this time. Think about it again. The dungeon strongly suppressed their own abilities and provided them with props to pass the level, so there must be a way to control the pitchers. What did she get after entering the dungeon? Quilts, rich food, and flashlights. Yes, flashlight. Carefully releasing the corn soup pitcher again, Wu hid herself in the quilt and took out the flashlight to aim at the pitcher. A burst of burning smell came, accompanied by the tearing sound of leaves tearing and plants growing rapidly. The corn soup in front of her pointed in the direction of the flashlight, and a blazing fire of anger ignited in her eyes. Huh? With a loud shout, the size of the corn soup doubled. Thump thump thump, thump thump thump, thump thump thump. The corn soup twisted its body continuously in rhythm, and the throwing speed was 3 times faster than before, and the corn kernels and soup treasures thrown were 10 times larger than before. A thick soup treasure was thrown down, and there was a bang. The zombie turned around in confusion. Huh? The zombies were originally gathered, and there was no grass growing next to the newly refreshed tombstone. It was all turned into scorched earth, and a flashing package exploded in an instant. Not only that, Wu also saw with sharp eyes that the corn kernels and thick soup treasure thrown by the corn pitcher could actually damage the main body of the tombstone. Although it was very subtle, it proved that this fighting method was completely correct. Just as Wu was immersed in his major discovery, and his brain was spinning rapidly, the loud noise just now made all the members of the 5 major teams who were immersed in the battle stop. Even these top combat power masters, who dominated the entire alliance, were shocked and doubted themselves. Where did the gods come from? They could make such a big noise when their weapons, systems, and mental power were all suppressed. Chapter 137. Shadow Zhang Fanqi looked at the movement in the girls' dormitory, and his face froze. Captain, will Momo be okay by herself? Xin Qingxi was anxious and urged everyone, after repelling this wave of zombies, Lu Jin, Take people to the other side to see if you can bring Momo to the men's dormitory. Yi Lujin led about 7 people to cross the heavy tombstones to the girls' dormitory, but as soon as they came into contact with the range of the tombstones, they felt a severe burning pain in their throats. At the same time, the health bars above the heads of other team members began to lose blood crazily. He quickly issued a retreat order and returned to the team. Yi Lujin, Captain, it seems that if we don't get rid of this tombstone, the male and female dormitories can't communicate at all. Owen Cage, the serious people have just made a simple bomb on the spot to blow it up, but it is ineffective against the tombstone. Shin Qingxi gritted his teeth and looked in the direction of the girls' dormitory. Keep looking. There must be a way to destroy the tombstone in the map. Wu Chong poked his head out and couldn't help wanting to look forward, but was grabbed by Jiechen by the back of the neck and pulled back. Wu Chong was waving his claws and teeth in the air. Let me go. I want to see what happened just now. Jiechen threw Wu Chong backwards, and Wu Chong fell to the ground with his 5 limbs on the ground, and his health decreased by 1. Wu Chong, Captain, Deputy Captain, Jiechen hit me. Jian Sui, you said coldly, you deserve it. Didn't you see that the shadow people just wanted to force their way into the tombstone group and lost 1/3 of their health? Wu Chong looked at Shinkei aggrievedly. Captain, won't you help me speak up? You saw Yaya before. Shinkei kicked the zombie away and tilted his head. You deserve it. Wu Chong, Okay. Wu Chong turned his head angrily to look at Richard and Fu Yanqi, and saw them standing on the side, one sitting quietly on the ground and daydreaming, and the other holding a cross and mumbling something. Wu Chong was about to collapse. What are you two doing? Richard said, as a matter of course, everyone has worked hard. I don't want to get my clothes dirty, but I will support you spiritually. Fu Yanqi closed his eyes, and just gave up. I'm tired. Jian Suiyu saw that everyone was listless and touched his chin. Indeed, these zombies can easily get rid of not only Qian, but even Shadow. Compared with the world bosses of previous years, this year's boss map feels too boring. Wu Chong was so angry that he jumped up and down. What are you doing? Don't you care about Yaya? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw the zombies' refresh movement suddenly paused, and then they refreshed crazily as if they were wound up, and compared with the ordinary stupid appearance of the zombies before, the refreshed zombies now all wore different clothes. Some of them ran quickly with poles, and then pole vaulted. Some wore rugby uniforms with high defense, and some even held a huge iron gate. Everyone turned to look at Jian Suiyu, who smiled. Sure enough, the boss will punish everyone who despises him. Fu Yanqi suddenly opened his eyes. The hexagram shows that the variables have arrived. Jiechen went up and violently attacked the monsters, and the iron gate was knocked out with a big hole by the fire extinguisher bottle in his hand. In Shinkei's hand was an iron rod that he had forcibly broken off from the steel bed, and he aimed at the zombie's vital point every time. After a wave of monsters was killed, packages fell all over the ground. Fu Yanqi counted with his fingers. Wu Chong, you go open the package. Wu Chong pointed at himself in surprise. Me? Are you sure? I'm a famous black hand. Fu Yanqi nodded. Except for you. Everyone here barely got lucky, and everyone else got a bad luck. Wu Chong, So what on earth did you do that was so outrageous that you are all so unlucky? Wu Chong picked up all the bags and said in surprise. There is a prop card with the word Crazy Pea Shooter written on it. Richard suddenly smiled. I finally found the brain frequency of zombies. These zombies said, afraid of plants? Wu Chong was surprised. Does that mean these pea shooters can be used to fight zombies? He put the pea shooter directly on the ground. Once it came into contact with the air, the crazy pea shooter seemed to be injected with chicken blood and attacked indiscriminately. Even the Shadow team and Falcon team passing by were inexplicably hit several times. Qian, what do you mean? Hey, red-haired boy, your stuff hit me. Wu Chong put away the pea shooter. This pea shooter is out of control. Jian Suiyu, there must be a way to control it. If you can't find the prop here, it's in the school building. I just saw Shin Qingxi of Shadow holding a strange hammer in his hand. Ordinary zombies will die with 1 hit, and powerful zombies will die with 3 hits. It is very likely that he did something in the school building yesterday to get it. Shinkei turned his head and said, I go back to the school building now. Jian Suiyu, don't worry. After dawn, the school building is much more dangerous than the square. From the noise just now, I think it is very likely that someone in the girls' dormitory has found a way to control the plant prop card. Jian Suiyu was about to say that he thought that the person with such a flexible mind was 98% likely to be Wu Yu. Shinkei ignored Jian Suiyu. He wanted to go back to the school building, and no one could control him. Suddenly, a voice from the girls' dormitory opposite Captain. The 4 captains of the boys' dormitory turned around at the same time, and saw Wu Yu jumping and waving on the other side. With the 187 centimeters tall Wu Xiaoli beside her, she jumped up and down like a teapot lid that had just been boiled. Shinkei pricked up his ears and went up without thinking. Wu Cheng looked at the person who just said that he deserved it, and plunged into the tombstone group without hesitation, and the blood bar on his head dropped rapidly. He rolled his eyes to the sky and sneered, "Ha!" Wu Yu waved his hands in shock. Back off, Captain, back off." She shook the huge sandbag in her hand and shouted, "Captain, you have to catch it." Shinkei responded, "Yes." Wu Yu put the sandbag on the throwing spoon on the head of corn soup, shone the flashlight on it, and threatened it mercilessly. "Throw it higher and more accurately, otherwise I will kill you with it." Corn soup pitcher. Yes, the human Taijun. Under the throwing of corn soup, the sandbag formed an extremely high parabola, directly exceeding the height of the bell tower, an extremely long-distance projection and a very tricky angle, just thrown about 1 meter behind Shinkei. Wu Yu patted the pitcher's head with satisfaction, and stuffed a whole zombie into his mouth. "Eat it, you deserve it." The corn soup pitcher chewed and chewed, "Thank you, Taijun," but it was a bit choking. Falcon Captain Charles suddenly realized that this sandbag might contain the secret of the explosion in the girls' dormitory just now. He secretly ambushed and wanted to steal the first-hand information. Seeing Shinkei turned his head, he smiled maliciously. "It's not certain who can get it." A terrible atmosphere surrounded Shinkei, and he curled his lips coldly at Charles. Instantly, Shinkei stabbed the sharp-edged steel bar into Charles's lung. Deep in Shinkei's pale pupils, there was endless bloodthirstiness and madness. Under Charles's shocked gaze, he whispered, "Charles, you never learn your lesson." He pulled out the steel bar violently, and the hot blood splashed on his combat uniform. Charles was kicked 3 meters away, fell heavily to the ground, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Shinkei picked up the sandbag, turned around and waved to Wu Yu, who was nervous in the distance, with a smile, "I got it." He looked innocent, like a smiling angel Samoyed playing ball throwing with his master, and it was completely invisible that the steel bar in his hand was still dripping blood on the ground. Chapter 138. Wu Yu immediately told Qi Yin that repairing the window can get a flashlight, the flashlight can control the plant card information of zombies, and a series of props given by the system after entering the school building. At the same time, she also shared it with Wu Xiaoli. Wu Xiaoli was very surprised. "You told me all this. Aren't you afraid that Desert Rose will win the championship? Are you not afraid that I will kill you?" Wu Yu shook her head, her tone neither humble nor arrogant. "Qi Yin will not lose. The captain said that Qi Yin has always been the first. I have confidence in Qi Yin." "Sister Xiaoli, you should have seen that the number of zombies spawning on both sides is the same. For members of Falcon are dead, Su Mo has no fighting power, and you only have 25 people left. If you kill more, even if you get the information I told you, Desert Rose will probably be wiped out. I have 1 life, and Desert Rose has 20 lives. This account should be easy to settle." Wu Xiaoli crossed her arms and looked at Wu Yu with a raised eyebrow. "From what I heard, you seem to be very confident in yourself. Why do you think that Desert Rose will lose without you?" Wu Yu smiled. "I'm not confident in myself. I just think Sister Xiaoli is not someone who kills innocent people. Also, I believe that if there is a slight possibility, Sister Xiaoli will do her best to protect every one of her teammates. 1 more person means more strength, and I will definitely do my best and never hide anything." Wu Xiaoli tried to make herself look unfathomable, but her slightly red cheeks and accelerated heartbeat all showed that she was in a good mood at the moment. Ani, a member of the Desert Rose team, tilted her head to look at Shishia. Sister Xiaoli is completely controlled by her. The doll in Shishia's hand nodded. Sister Xiaoli is soft-hearted and has a strong face control. Qi Yin just did us a big favor, and Chong Zizi likes Wu Yu so much, so Sister Xiaoli would never kill her. But it is one thing to have a clear mind, but not to repay a favor, to be self-reliant, and to prove one's own value is what really makes people like her. Xiao Huai said in a faint voice, "A beautiful woman with sweet words. Not only is she so beautiful, but she also coaxes Sister Xiaoli around." Wu Xiaoli heard her teammates constantly dismantling her, and she coughed hard. "Silence, keep quiet. Wu Xiaoli, I have my teammates repair the windows when we return to the school building at night." Wu Yu shook her head. "The firepower from the boys' dormitory can wait until night, but we can't. According to the current monster spawning speed and the calculations from the past, with 25 combat forces plus a crazy corn soup pitcher, we won't be able to hold out until the school building opens. I have a quilt that is not attacked by ghosts, and Desert Rose, Sirius, and corn soup pitcher can withstand the firepower. I go back to the dormitory to fix the windows. All windows must be fixed before nightfall. Wu Xiuli, it's very dangerous. Have you thought about it? Wu Yu nodded yes. Wu Xiuli and the female captain of Sirius reached a consensus on the battle. Wu Yu covered herself with a quilt and turned to go into the dormitory. Wait! The captain of Sirius took out 2 pistols. Wu Yu was very surprised. Pistols? Sirius nodded. Sirius has few people. We can't take advantage of your discovery for free. These are the only 2 pistols we made. They are all given to you. Come on, you must come back alive. Wu Yu nodded. Definitely. Let's encourage each other. Wu Yu put 2 pistols on her waist. She found that these 2 pistols looked ordinary, but they were actually very important. Whether it was the gun body, gun handle, barrel or bullets in the magazine, they were all made of materials related to metaphysics. The buttstock was made of lightning-struck wood, and the gun body was covered with complicated totems and runes. The red dot on the gun head was the top-grade cinnabar, and the silver bullet was soaked in black dog blood. This gun can kill both physical and magic. Wu Yu carefully opened the door of the dormitory, and the smell of fishy and bloody smells instantly hit her face. The hot air made the school building look like a completely different world from the square outside. The school building became alive, as if one was inside a giant monster, with flowing smelly liquids and pulsating meridians and blood vessels everywhere, and even the sound of a heartbeat could be heard. Wu Yu drew a breath-holding talisman that would make the sense of smell and taste disappear and pasted it on the philtrum, avoiding the dripping liquid, and slowly walked inside. The duty room where the dormitory ante was originally was empty, and Wu Yu suspected that the dormitory ante had been digested by the monster's body. She carefully checked her status, and left immediately if she suddenly lost blood quickly. Current satiety value is 85 points, I am full, and in a good mood. The sudden pop-up satiety value caught Wu Yu's attention. The system would not appear for no reason. The satiety value will be prompted. It is very likely that when the satiety value drops to a certain value, she will become hungry and continue to lose blood. Breathing carefully, we used a paper clip to open the door of the duty room. Take away the dormitory manager's spare key, as well as some handy tools such as pliers, wrenches, tweezers, hammers, saws and files. I found that the dormitory manager still had 2 buckets of braised beef noodles, 3 packs of Qingshi biscuits, and an electric hot pot from the students, and even a golden bear. She looked at the golden bear's little green bean eyes for 2 seconds, and Wu Yu took them all away in accordance with the 3-light principle. Before leaving, Wu Yu pulled the switch of the entire building and cut off all power. According to the number of keys, the entire dormitory has 6 floors, with 20 households on each floor. As long as she works hard, she can get 120 flashlights in principle. Pushing open the door of the first room on the first floor, confirming that it was an ownerless dormitory, Wu Yu first quickly swept the entire dormitory. The items found were systematically classified into food, daily necessities, repair tools and weapons, and packed in 4 28-inch large suitcases. After the sweep, a quilt was obtained as a gift from the 3 lights policy. We repaired the window of this room as before. After the repair was completed, the window was sealed. After completing this whole process, a flashlight was successfully obtained. After confirming that his method was feasible, Wu Yu directly started the assembly line operation. He worked hard, like an emotionless window repair machine on the assembly line. As long as she felt full at 80, she would eat whatever she saw, so that her fullness would always be at 85. She chewed the biscuits instinctively while wearing a quilt, her forehead was covered with fine sweat, and her hands were shaking as she pulled the saw. She swallowed the biscuits suddenly, and another window was repaired. Successfully repaired 50 windows, and was nicknamed AAA Professional Window Repairer Wu Zong. Reward: a large stage searchlight, 5 machine gun pea shooters. Item description: Wu Zong must be presentable when he goes out. The headlights are on, zombies carry the sedan, and pea shooters lead the way. Successfully plundered 50 dormitories. Locusts will tuck their wings and walk against the wall when they see you. Get the title of Locust Big Brother rewards. Locust Little Brothers *5, Frozen Pea Shooters *5. Item description: his domineering style completely captured the hearts of the Locust Little Brothers. With the Locust Little Brothers, the Big Brother no longer needs to do the 3 lights himself. Seeing the reward description, Wu Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and raised the corners of his mouth. Chapter 139. Wu Yu summoned the Locust Brother, and 5 identical locusts lined up in a row. They stood there solemnly, about as high as Wu Yu's waist. Wu Yu thought they all looked exactly the same, and it was hard to tell them apart. She simply gave the locusts different outfits, namely, the glasses locust, the watch locust, the hat locust, and the school bag locust. The last locust looked at Wu Yu expectantly, wondering what kind of outfit his big brother would give him. Wu Yu nodded seriously. You can just be called Locust. The locust antennae trembled. Do you think it makes sense? Wu Yu first led the locust brigade to transport the current harvest out of the dormitory to support the front line. Under Wu Yu's leadership, the locusts followed her in a well-trained manner, wearing quilts and pushing a suitcase. The main flashlights were transported by Wu Yu herself. During the entire transportation process, nearly 8 quilts were wasted because of the corrosive liquid dripping from the school building. Wu Yu was very distressed and picked up all the quilts with holes everywhere. 3 years new, 3 years old, and 3 years of mending. The disparity in numbers turned the entire female dormitory from a battle for survival. During the time Wu Yu was away, they also found 3 plant prop cards from the dead zombies' bags. A flashlight can only control 1 prop card, and the zombies' attacks are getting more and more intense. In order to increase firepower, they can only risk placing the summoned plants on the edge of the tombstone. However, a wave of new zombies refreshed, and the plants that did not have time to attack were eaten up by the zombies. That's not all. After eating plants, zombies can absorb the power of plants. Seeing the corrosive balls sprayed by zombies, everyone present looked very ugly. Ani, Captain, Xiao Yu's health bar is almost gone. Wu Xioli, let Xiao Yu retreat. Xiao Yu, Captain, I will fight with everyone until the last moment. Wu Xioli's eyes were red. I told you to retreat. When the health bar is gone, you will really die. Xixia, all my dolls were torn to pieces by zombies. Xiao Huai looked sad. My spells don't work on these zombies. Sirius Jiang Yuhua, Captain Wu, let your people retreat and give the main battlefield to Sirius. Wu Xioli frowned. Sirius has only 4 people. If we give the main battlefield to you, won't it be a waste of death? Jiang Yuhua smiled calmly. Captain Wu, you underestimate us, Sirius. Wu Xioli half believed and half doubted and gave way to the main battlefield, watching the 4 Sirius people standing in 4 different positions. They chanted a formula that Wu Xioli had never heard of before, holding tarot cards representing their identities in one hand and crystal stones representing the wind direction of the constellation in the other. The crystal stone instantly spread out countless blue rays of light, which connected all 4 of them together, like a huge star network. The ice blue light of the star network broke through the ground and rushed straight to the sky, reflecting each other with the star map in the sky. Xiao Huai slowly raised his head, faintly surprised. Ah, so this is the secret of Sirius. Xixia, this is Western astrology, tarot cards, crystal stones, combined with Eastern stargazing and Chiman. Wu Xioli looked into the distance and shook her head violently. More than that. As soon as the 4 stars appeared, 16 stars immediately responded in the distance of the boys' dormitory. The star array continued to strengthen, covering the sky and the sun. Before the zombies could get close, they were pierced into a scorched earth. The star line connected the stars in the sky. At the end of both sides, Altair and Vega were facing each other across the river. The whole star array seemed like a silent, but touching love letter. On each side, this is the first time I have seen such a romantic array. Wu Xioli stared at the sky for a long time, with doubts in her eyes. It's strange. All the main forces of Sirius are here. Why is the Emperor Star in the center never lit up? The 20 stars stand around the Emperor Star in an absolute defensive posture, airtight, but the Emperor Star is dim. Could it be that the Emperor Star's card is in Jiang Li's hand? Seeing that the situation is very good, the speed of clearing monsters has finally surpassed the speed of spawning monsters. However, with a roar in the sky, dark clouds rolled in and dark clouds pressed down. The thick black clouds pressed very low, and the entire bell tower was covered in black clouds. In the dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Boom! A huge thunderbolt struck directly into the star array of Sirius. In an instant, the huge star array was broken into pieces. Not only the Sirius in the girls' dormitory, but also the Sirius in the boys' dormitory, who came to support them, all lost a lot of health. The huge thunderbolt lasted for a long time. In the rolling fog, a pair of huge eyes looked down at the entire battlefield with absolute pressure. Jiang Yuhua spat out a mouthful of blood and gritted his teeth. Dungeon suppression is too strong. The originally transparent star net disappeared, and the twinkling stars gradually faded. At the moment when all the stars disappeared, the Emperor Star suddenly flashed. Wu Xioli, who had been staring at the starry sky, froze. That was not all. Wu Xioli actually saw the Ziwei Star next to the Emperor Star, the legendary strongest star, Ziwei Star, lit up. Wu Xioli's expression changed instantly. Wu Yu pushed open the school door suddenly, and she called out, come on, insects, this way. 5 locusts stepped out of the dormitory carefully under Wu Yu's command, with the same steps, 1, 2, 3, 4, making us uniform. Seeing the main battlefield in front of them, Sirius was vomiting blood, and the average health bar of Desert Rose dropped by more than half. The refresh rate of zombies did not decrease but increased, pressing directly against the school gate. Wu Yu raised her voice, Sister Xiaoli, I brought a headlight and a lot of plant prop cards. Wu Xiaoli murmured, purple star. The Emperor star flashed, and the purple star appeared. Is it the purple star of the Jiang family alone, or the purple star of all mankind? Wu Yu saw Wu Xiaoli standing there motionless, so she took action herself. She called the Eye Locust and the Watch Locust, you two listen to my orders. Put on the quilt and fly to 20 meters in front of the school gate. There are 5 battle paths, and the plant prop cards are dropped every 8 meters. Machine gunners in front, eye shooters in the back, act now. The locusts were thrown into place, and the plants without the headlights went crazy and attacked randomly in 360 degrees. With the help of ice, the dense firepower instantly cleared the zombies that exceeded the safety line. At the same time, Wu Yu directly turned on the huge stage lights in the direction of the zombies in the rear. When the headlights were on, the zombies carried the sedan chair, and the pea shooters led the way. Following the lights, new plant prop cards and sedan chair zombies that were instigated by humans will be refreshed every once in a while. These muscular zombies can beat ordinary zombies away with one punch. The huge pressure on the front battlefield disappeared in an instant. All the members of Desert Rose looked at Wu Yu in disbelief. Wow, Yu, you are really amazing. Yu, you are my god? Yu, you are not only good looking, but also smart. Yu, you saved me. I love you baby so much. Give me a kiss. The Desert Rose is full of fragrant and beautiful girls. Even the wind they bring out when they talk is fragrant. Wu Yu was surrounded by them, and felt her ears softened and her bones softened. Being kissed and hugged by her sister, her little head was light, hee. Wu Yu thought happily, every hammer she hit today is worth it. Chapter 140. Yeah baby, why are there so many cuts on your hands? Your little finger is deformed, baby. Yeah, your hands are shaking, and the whole palm is red from the ribs. Mommy feels sorry for me. Wu Yu waved her hands quickly, it's okay, they are just minor injuries. They will heal quickly after leaving the dungeon and entering the treatment cabin. Wu Xiaoli looked at Wu Yu's health bar, which was originally 100 points and turned into 95 points. She didn't need to think that the 5 points that were lost must be all flesh wounds from repairing the window. Wu Yu called the other 3 locusts over and gave Wu Xiaoli the food and daily necessities she found in the school building, including some simple medical supplies. Sister Xiaoli, please share it with your teammates. It's been a morning, so eat something first. Wu Xiaoli opened the 28-inch suitcase, which was filled with biscuits, potato chips, beef jerky, and chocolate of various brands. On one side, there was a large bag of instant noodles in a bucket, self-heating hot pot, and self-heating rice in a net bag. 4 large kettles of boiling water, and 2 water dispenser buckets of drinking water. Most of the medical supplies were iodine, alcohol, band-aids, and anti-inflammatory tablets. Wu Xiaoli asked Ani, Xixia, and Xiaowai to share the things with their teammates, and she took a portion for the 4 serious. Wu Xiaoli, first of all, there is another fierce battle in the afternoon. Jiang Yuhua took it, thank you, sorry, I can't help much. Wu Xiaoli shook her head, don't worry about it, but... She suddenly asked, has your chairman Jiang been looking for someone all these years? Jiang Yuhua's eyes instantly became alert. Why are you asking this? Wu Xiaoli is so smart. Before, Jiang Yuhua could cooperate with her calmly for survival, and was willing to accept her command and deployment, even at the cost of exposing the Jiang family's serious formation. But now, Jiang Yuhua's murderous aura was exposed, and he was ready to fight her to the death. In short, Jiang Yuhua himself was smaller than the Sirius formation, smaller than the teammates of Sirius, and smaller than the survival of the entire Sirius. All of the above together were smaller than the person the Jiang family was looking for. Wu Xiaoli smiled, don't be so nervous, I'm just asking casually. No matter how well the Jiang family keeps its secret, it can't be airtight for so many years. I'm a bounty hunter, and on this road, news is the most important. Jiang Yuhua, the dungeon is over, I send you a message, as a way to repay Sirius for this favor. Jiang Yuhua was stunned. Her face covered by the black cloth turned slightly red, she turned her face away, and said in a muffled voice, sorry, I overreacted just now. Wu Shioli handed her a kettle. Eat it quickly. Wu Shioli returned to the team, and saw Wu Yu sitting on the stairs of the school building eating biscuits. The biscuits were very dry and a bit choking. Wu Yu chewed and swallowed them. When she choked, she drank some cold water and pounded her chest twice. Huh? She let out a long sigh and almost choked to death. Wu Shioli handed Wu Yu a box of freshly soaked instant noodles. Eat something hot. Wu Yu wiped her mouth and stood up. No need, Sister Shioli. I go back and continue repairing the window. Wu Shioli called Wu Yu. Wait. She took Wu Yu's hand, and Wu Yu felt a warmth in her palm. The wound on her hand healed instantly, and at the same time, Wu Shioli lost 5 points of health. Wu Yu was surprised. Sister Shioli, you are transferring damage. Can it work here? Wu Shioli, don't underestimate the strongest witch doctor of the Wu clan. He is a man of many talents. Go ahead, leave this to us. Considering that it would take too much time to bring locusts with him, Wu Yu decided to go light and focus on brushing props first. Leaving the locusts in the main battlefield, Wu Yu returned alone. This time, in addition to repairing the windows, Wu Yu had some other guesses to verify. Just when he was leaving the school building with locusts, the bespectacled locust accidentally stepped on a huge white spot, and the whole school building shook instantly, and Wu Yu also heard hiss. Wu Yu thought that it was most likely an ulcer in the school building's mouth or even throat. If now, she regarded the entire school building as a huge monster. Repairing the window is to repair the wound on the monster. The 3 lights policy is equivalent to clearing the monster's internal space in disguise. If Wu Yu repaired all the dirty and messy places in the school building, would she be able to get more props? In order to verify her idea, Wu Yu began to mop the hall on the first floor of the school building, and then wipe the dirty full-body mirror on the first floor clean. There is a bathroom on the first floor for all the girls in the dormitory. The bathroom has been in disrepair for a long time. The floor and walls are all yellow and covered with lumps of lime scale. There are also clumps of long black hair in the sewer. Turn on the rusty hot water faucet, and dirty water will first spray out of the faucet, and then clean water after a while. The hot water makes the temperature in the bathroom rise quickly, and the hair of the members is removed with long pliers to make the sewage easier to discharge. The dirt and lime scale are softened by hot water. Wu Yu puts on gloves and a mask and pours bottles of toilet cleaner from the dormitory and study room into the bathroom. The corrosion reaction between the toilet cleaner and the dirt produced a strong pungent odor. Wu Yu used a huge water pipe to flush the ground and walls. The dirt was instantly cleared, and the entire wall became smooth and new. At the same time, Wu Yu heard a satisfied sigh of awe. Wash, 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 wash clean, and give you the title of Little Labor Expert. Reward: fully automatic and all-purpose non-rechargeable vacuum cleaner *5. Reward description: dirt, dirt, as long as it is dirty, it will be sucked away by me. Reward: get the right to use the bathroom, which is available from 18 to 2200 hours every day. Reward description: during the opening hours of the bathroom is an absolutely safe area. Wu Yu was very satisfied with the weapons and the safe area. The school building was quite generous, and this trip was not in vain. Wu Yu put the vacuum cleaner summon card in his pocket and walked towards the second floor. The corner was exactly the large white spot that Wu Yu had seen before. The red texture on the edge that merged with the front was red and swollen, and the more he looked at it, the more it looked like a mouth ulcer. Wu Yu remembered that she had collected several bottles of watermelon frost before. Wu Yu first applied a large amount of iodine to the white wound surface for debridement. When the iodine was slightly dry, she opened the lid of all the watermelon frost and poured it evenly on the white wound surface. At first, the school building was in pain and kept screaming. When the cool watermelon frost was poured on, the school building immediately stopped and breathed a sigh of satisfaction. Breaking a plate of anti-inflammatory tablets and sprinkling them around the red and swollen ulcer can quickly reduce inflammation in the inflamed skin. Ulcers are not a disease, but they can kill people when they hurt. If you don't get better with ulcers, one will infect too. I give you the title of Little Oral Health Care Warrior. Reward: Red Cross Medicine Box *10. Reward description: each medicine box can restore 20 health points. You have obtained 5 cleaning-related titles and received additional rewards. Reward: Magic Box *10. Reward description: a magical treasure box. Anything can be opened. I wish you good luck. Wu Yu looked at the magical box and curiously clicked it. The battle in the boys' dormitory was in full swing, and the serious group lost blood. Just when everyone thought that the battle situation in the girls' dormitory was urgent, and that the whole army was likely to be wiped out, a locust wearing sunglasses, with its wings flickering, flew slowly over the high sky of the bell tower. It carried a huge package wrapped in a quilt on its back, and its idle tentacles kept waving white cloth strips, on which it read, "Don't fire. It's a friendly army." The locust with sunglasses landed after locking onto the silly white hair in the eldest brother's mouth. It bowed politely and held out a small piece of paper to Shinkei. "Hello, I am a gentleman, you can call me Sunglass Locust." The corner of Shinkei's mouth twitched suddenly. "Hello, Sunglass Locust." Sunglasses Locust turned around gracefully and took off the quilt package tied to its back by its elder brother. Inside were 5 quilts, 5 flashlights, and all of Wu Yu's speculations about the entire school building. Putting the package into Shinkei's arms, Sunglasses Locust handed over the second small piece of paper. "Mr. Shinkei, please confirm that I have received it. Sign and put your fingerprints." Shinkei lowered his head and read the words on the paper 3 times, and then stared at Sunglasses Locust's dark eyes for 3 seconds. Finally, he signed and put his own fingerprints on it. Sunglasses Locust took off his sunglasses to confirm that it was correct, and took out the last small piece of paper. "Then, I will take my leave first." Bowed gracefully, Sunglasses Locust put on his sunglasses, and flew away gracefully under the gaze of the crowd, and made a sound of cack cack. Chapter 141. Shinjingzi looked at the flying locusts thoughtfully, and he found Shinkei, Captain Shin. Shinkei turned his head. "What's the matter?" "Shinjingzi, if I'm not mistaken, these locusts were sent by Wu Yu. It seems that Wu Yu has mastered the rules of the game in the dungeon. Can you let her take care of Suemo?" Shinkei said coldly. "No." Shinjingzi frowned. "No, you are afraid that Wu Yu is unwilling. As the captain, you can give her orders." Shinkei looked at Shinjingzi. "No, don't understand? No, I won't take care of her, and I don't care whether Suemo lives or dies." Shinjingzi gritted his teeth. "Shinkei, don't go too far. Momo is very important to me, and you also know how important Suemo, who has very low body impurities, noble birth, and S-level spiritual power, is to the family, uncle." Shinjingzi's tone implied a threat to Shinkei's identity. Shinkei slowly pulled the corner of his mouth open, and he chuckled. "You are looking for death." Shinjingzi's eyelids suddenly jumped, and he was shocked by Shinkei's bloodthirsty eyes, and subconsciously took a step back. However, Shinkei's ghostly figure had already appeared in front of him, just a few feet away. Shinjingzi saw with his own eyes that Charles, who was ranked 7th on the comprehensive combat power list, was kicked like a sandbag by Shinkei. He retreated violently and turned to run. The blood-stained, rusty steel pipe was spun 720 degrees in Shinkei's hand, and was inserted into the aorta in Shinjingzi's neck at an extremely tricky angle by Shinkei's backhand. "Captain!" Instantly, blood splattered. The shadow people wanted to move forward, but were instantly surrounded by Qi Yin. Shinjingzi struggled constantly, but Shinkei didn't blink, and continued to exert force with his hands. Everyone watched as the half-meter-long steel pipe went down his neck, and completely penetrated Shinjingzi's ventricle. Puff! Was the sound of the heart being pierced and smashed in the body. Shinkei had a nasty smile on his face, and he deliberately turned the steel pipe to get stuck in the ribs protecting the ventricle. When the ribs were pulled out violently, there was the sound of the entire skeleton being pulled, and the muscles being violently torn. Looking at Shinjingzi's face twisted and deformed by pain, Shinkei pulled out the steel pipe expressionlessly, and blood and the remains of his organs gushed out instantly. Shinjingzi's health bar suddenly shortened and kept decreasing, finally falling to 1 o'clock. Shinkei lowered his head, stepped on the wound on Shinjingzi's neck, and crushed it back and forth fiercely, causing Shinjingzi to spit out a large mouthful of blood. But Shinjingzi's health bar was stuck at 1 o'clock without any decrease. Shinkei didn't seem surprised, and his eyes were calm without any ripples. "It's the same result again, so boring." Aiming at Shinjingzi's head, he kicked him back to the shadow team. Shinkei tilted his head and looked at Shinjingzi, who was spitting blood on the ground. Instead of asking Wu Yu to take care of Suemo with a face full of humiliation, as if it was a great sacrifice, "Why don't you go to the cemetery yourself? Anyway, you won't die even if my heart is crushed, right?" Why didn't Shinjingzi die even though his heart was broken? Who knows, maybe he found some mysterious props. "You said you were affectionate, but it turned out to be all acting. You had to use the life-saving props yourself, and you were reluctant to use them to save your sweetheart. Women, there are many, but you only have one life." Yi Lu Jin looked at Shinjingzi uncertainly. "Captain, why are you not losing blood?" Shinjingzi gritted his teeth. "Don't ask too much, help me sit aside for a while." Yi Lu Jin didn't move. Shinjingzi frowned. "What are you waiting for?" Yi Lu Jin glanced at Shinkei, who was fighting with the Qian team in the distance, and then looked at Shinjingzi in front of him. He suddenly seemed to be punched in the face, and his chaotic brain gradually became clear. Yi Lu-jin, Captain, the brothers in the team are losing a lot of blood now, and their lives are in danger. Can you tell us your method of immortality? Shin Qingxi frowned and looked at Yi Lu-jin, dissatisfied and questioning why he had such an absurd idea. The method of immortality is his trump card. How could someone easily reveal his trump card? Shin Qingxi perfunctorily said, when the need arises, I will naturally tell you. Yi Lu-jin's eyes showed disappointment, and he nodded silently. Shin Qingxi watched Yi Lu-jin and the other team members leave in silence, and his heart suddenly beat violently. Get a delicious canned grandpa fried chicken bucket, which can restore 30 health points and 30 satiety points when eaten. The first magical box opened was food that could increase health points, and Wii was very surprised. She thought it would be ordinary weapons like daggers and pliers. She couldn't help but open two more. Get a Chiqian.Sai, which is a plant but has the appearance of a great sage. It has 6 fists and is an absolute expert in fighting. Get a fully automatic chainsaw. With this chainsaw, you can conquer any place that is not flat. For Wu Yu, whose hands are shaking when she pulls the saw blade, this chainsaw is simply a surprise saw. With this fully automatic electric saw, she can process wooden boards in batches, directly raising the work efficiency of AAA professional window repair Wu Zong by 3 levels. It used to take 2 hours to complete the window repair work on one floor, but now it only takes 45 minutes. Wu works cleanly and quickly, and her efficiency is terrifyingly high. When she repaired 100 windows, she unlocked the achievement, achieved the title well-deserved window repair Superman reward, electric hammer, magic box *10. Reward description. With me, the owner no longer needs to knock it himself. Not only can I knock nails, I am also a good hand at killing cockroaches. Before 5 p.m., she finally arrived at the 6th floor and repaired the windows on the last floor. Tools were constantly updated, and we worked faster and faster. Soon, she came to the last few dormitories. Wu carefully searched the dormitory rooms where the Falcon members had been locked before, and found 3 special pistols, 6 magazines of bullets, 2 bulletproof vests, and a level 2 bulletproof helmet. After repairing all the windows, there was only one room left, Sumo's room. Wu found that the prohibition she drew on Sumo's door showed signs of burning, and the prohibition was constantly weakening. Wu, are you outside? After staying in this dilapidated school building for nearly a day and a night, and after 2 strange attacks, coupled with hunger and corrosive liquid that kept seeping from the ceiling, Sumo's health had dropped to 32. She was hungry and cold, and her throat was burning violently. She felt like she was going to die. Wu walked to her door. Wu was thinking about the cost-effectiveness of repairing this last window. The moment Sumo heard Wu's voice, he rushed towards the dormitory door like a madman, with a last burst of energy. Wu, you have to save me. I heard it all. The people of Desert Rose killed the members of Falcon, and you and the people of Sirius stood by and watched. As long as I get out alive, I will definitely tell the captain of Falcon about this. Wu suddenly laughed, not to mention the cost-effectiveness. I am very tired after a busy day, so it's a good time to beat him up to relieve the pressure. Chapter 142. No matter how Sumo screamed, Wu's expression was very calm. She put all the weapons, food, daily necessities and medicines she could find in Wu Xiuli's dormitory, including the electric vacuum cleaner, electric hammer, Chiqian dishes, 70 flashlights and 70 quilts she just got. In addition, there are her speculations and deductions about the entire school building. She wrote it with full concentration and placed it in the most conspicuous position on Wu Xiuli's desk in the school building. After finishing all this, Wu turned around and calmly opened Sumo's dormitory door with the spare key. Sumo's face was full of ferocity. She put her hands on her waist fiercely, like a shrew scolding on the street. Sumo froze in place when she unexpectedly looked at Wu. Wu's combat uniform had been dirty for a long time. She shuttled back and forth in the school building, cleaning and repairing windows everywhere, and fighting zombies by the way. The combat uniform was covered with dried blood and splashed body fluids of zombies. If it were normal, Sumo would definitely look away in disgust when seeing such a slovenly appearance. But now, she has been alone in such a terrifying place for a day and a night. When she saw Wu, she actually felt that she was like a god descending from heaven. Sumo covered her face and cried nonstop, Wu, I'm so scared. Why didn't Brother Qingxi come to save me? Fortunately I have you. Wu shook her head. I don't know why Shin Qingxi didn't come. But I'm not here to save you. Sumo looked up at Wu in surprise. Wu had prepared for all possibilities, being killed by the sudden appearance of the strange, being corroded by the gastric juice in the school building, and being killed by Suemo, who suddenly recovered his mental strength. Wu Yu stretched his muscles and clenched his fists. I have wanted to beat you for a long time. Suemo frowned and said, Wu Yu, what are you talking about? You are so rude. It is obviously wrong for you to kill people, but you still want to use violence to shut me up. Wu Yu rushed forward and punched Sumo's face fiercely. Before Wu Yu's fist landed on Sumo's face, he felt a layer of resistance, an invisible obstruction. This invisible force was blocking her, not letting her get close to Suemo, and even wanted to hit her fist back at herself. Wu Yu gritted her teeth fiercely, and a strong smell of blood came from her mouth. This invisible force made her fists skinned and fleshy, and her internal organs felt as if they were being grasped and felt intense pain. Wu Yu felt that her heartbeat was so fast that it seemed to be crushed, and her eyeballs were about to burst. Using all her strength, Wu Yu's 7 orifices were bleeding. The more blood flowed, the more her eyes were blurred by blood. Suemo looked at Wu Yu in confusion, not understanding what was wrong with her. She sneered as a matter of course. Do you think this can hurt me? Do you think it can hurt me? Fuck you, I think it can. The anger that burst out of Wu Yu's heart made the hostility in her body instantly hit her head. Her head was burning hot, like a burning gem. The high temperature, bang, caused the gem to be burned and shattered. A scarlet and dazzling light burst out of Wu Yu's eyes, and the force that had been resisting her finally cracked. Bang. Suemo was hit by Wu Yu's full force, and she fell backwards. Suemo suddenly collapsed to the ground. She looked at Wu Yu in disbelief, and there was a warm flow from the tip of her nose. She covered her nose in fear, and her health bar decreased by 10. Bleeding. Wu Yu, you actually hit me and made me bleed. My parents have never touched a finger of mine since I was a child. Wu Yu looked at her fist in surprise, and saw that her hand was bloody, and the bones were visible. But she actually hit Suemo. Moreover, no abnormal changes occurred that were not in line with common sense. Wu Yu looked down at Suemo. Because your parents never beat you, now only outsiders can beat you. If your parents don't teach you, someone else will help them teach. A roundhouse kick hit Sumo's stomach hard, and Suemo arched his body, wailing in pain, and his health bar decreased by 10. Ah! Wu Yu watched Suemo trembling on the ground and unable to stand up, crying non-stop, and the sound of his voice gradually increased. She calmly took out the wooden board prepared in advance to repair the window for Suemo. Knock, knock, knock. Woo, woo, ah! As long as the wooden board is fixed and glue is applied, the electric hammer will work automatically. Sumo's crying and the sound of the hammer form a strange chord, and sometimes even hit the mark. After hammering, Wu Yu started to paste the windows for Suemo. After the last window of the school building is pasted, all windows of the school building are repaired, unlocking Window Repair Master Golden Title. Wearing the title can restore 30% of mental strength, and the title cannot be transferred. Reward. Magic Box *10 Wu Yu's eyes were fixed on the recovery of 30% of the mental power, and the title was not transferable. She laughed angrily. Well, she had been busy all day, but she was waiting here and got her shit. Take a deep breath. Wu Yu turned and left Sumo's room. Suemo stood up quickly. You're just leaving like this? Wu Yu looked sideways. Otherwise, do you want to be beaten? Suemo, you hit me. Brother Qingxi will not let you go. Wu Yu turned her head sharply, and Suemo shrank her neck in fear, not at all like she had just said something ruthless. Wu Yu's expression was cold. Then let him come and kill me. Wu Yu slammed the door shut, and with a bang, it hit Sumo's nose as he chased after her. Suemo, Wu Yu, aren't you really afraid that I will survive and tell others about Desert Rose's murder? Wu Yu's tone was very calm. Do you know how many people have died in Shadow since you joined? Do you remember the name of the boy in Shadow's third column who once gave you a precious rose? His name is Chengel. He was seen by Qingxi when he was delivering flowers, and died in the Battle of the Vanguard the next day. Do you remember the name of the girl who lost her life to protect you in the Shadow fourth column? Her name is Leah. She went to the edge of the Shadow Blade to lick blood in order to prevent her brothers and sisters from starving to death. So will you avenge them? Suemo suddenly stopped. She was furious. You can't put their deaths on me, that's moral kidnapping. Besides, the end of the world is so difficult, and I don't want them to die. Wu Yu chuckled, as if she was laughing at Sumo's innocence and stupidity, and also as if she was laughing at the helplessness and coldness of the world. Desert Rose dares to kill people, so she is not afraid of being known. Do you think Falcon will not guess the truth when they know that their team members are dead? Do you think Wuxieli really killed people because of a few words? It's because the people of Falcon will not be on the same side with her. Falcon has been wandering in the gray area for many years, and all its members are ruthless and kill people like flies. For the sake of the team, Wuxioli cannot leave any hidden dangers behind. Suemo, you think Desert Rose is ruthless, but aren't you also eating human blood buns for your own profit now? Wu Yu's words hit Sumo's face with an attack more fierce than her fist, making her dizzy and dizzy. Silence deafening. Chapter 143. Before 6 p.m., Wu Yu left the school building. As dusk fell, the zombies' attack became more and more fierce. Even the plant array that was placed before was overwhelmed, and 2 pea shooters were eaten by zombies one after another. Wuxioli frowned fiercely. If the firepower doesn't keep up, something will happen when it gets dark. Wu Yu's sister Xioli. Wuxioli turned around and saw Wu Yu running quickly. Give Wuxioli the electric vacuum cleaner, electric saw and electric hammer in his hand. Sister Xioli, weapons. He returned the 2 guns Sirius had given them. Thank you for your guns. Without waiting for everyone to react, Wu Yu quickly called Sunglasses Locust to her side. How is the work I arranged for you to do going? Sunglasses Locust gave Wu Yu Shinkei's signature, and said, move your tentacles, I do it, big brother, don't worry. After confirming that the men's dormitory had received a flashlight and a quilt, Wu Yu let go and started to work on the women's dormitory. She asked Locust's younger brother to put the Chitian dish at the place where the pea shooter was eaten. As soon as the Chitian dish was released, it suddenly stretched out 6 huge fists and beat all the nearby zombies into the sky. 1 against 100, killing all around. One vegetable can manage 3 tracks, greatly relieving the attack pressure of other plants. Chitian Dakai suddenly jumped up, kicked Pegasus Meteor Fist. Ah! Looking at the flying zombie corpses, Wuxioli twitched her mouth fiercely. Where did Wu Yu get these weird things from? This is not plants versus zombies. It's clearly plants abusing zombies. The men's dormitory looked at the direction of the women's dormitory, and suddenly there were a lot of zombies flying in the sky, and they talked a lot. What's going on in the women's dormitory? It's been so loud since the afternoon. There are so few people over there. Are they besieged by zombies? It doesn't sound like that. I kept hearing popopo, like vomiting something. Wu Chong was looking around in front, jumping up and down, and finally saw clearly with his eyesight that could be a pilot since he had never read books since he was a child. Ah, Yaya actually put a big cabbage with a monkey head at the front of the battle line. That big cabbage actually has an immortal golden body, and those zombies can't get close to it at all. Wu Chong was so envious that tears of envy were about to flow from the corners of his mouth. He wanted it too. Why did they always have pea shooter, pea shooter, pea shooter? Jiechen, you were always shouting that you wanted to save Wu Yu. But now that Wu Yu is doing well, and even thriving, why do you look like you've eaten shit? Wu Chong's tone was gloomy. You don't understand. I'm worried that my brother will suffer. And I'm also worried that my brother will drive a Land Rover. While Chitian Datsai was killing people everywhere, Wu Yu was opening magic boxes crazily in the back. After a busy day, he got 30 magic boxes in total. Now he opened 3 of them, leaving 27. Wu Yu took a deep breath, put his hands together, and prayed to the southeast, northwest, and all directions. Bless me, bless me, bless me to open a big firepower. Okay, let's start. Wu Yu held her breath and began to open the package. Get a McDonald's deluxe lunch, which can restore 50 health points and 20 satiety points when eaten. Get a seafood manhan full banquet, which can restore 40 health points and 50 satiety points when eaten. Get a top-notch Hong Kong-style tea snack, which can restore 60 health points and 30 satiety points when eaten. Eat, eat, and eat again, all eat. The more Wu Yu opened her mouth, the colder her expression became. Her face was ashen, and she gave herself a song of coolness. Don't come for food. There is not enough firepower now. We need more firepower. Wu Yu prayed to the gods and Buddhas, and prayed to the gods of the east and the west. But the next 3 bags were still food to increase blood volume and satiety. Seeing that the various foods and drinks piled up at Wu Yu's feet were getting more and more, the fragrance spread 10 miles, almost drowning Wu Yu. The Desert Rose and Sirius team members, who were originally all concentrating on killing the enemy and dying, couldn't help but move their noses. Ah, what the hell is this smell? Oh my god, why do you want to seduce me like this when I'm the hungriest? Enemy honey. Where did the enemy honey come from? Don't let me know who it is. If I find out, I will. Turning around suddenly, he saw all kinds of cuisines from all over the world at Wu Yu's feet, and swallowed hard. I will kiss her to death. Wuxioli heard the voices of the crowd and looked back, and saw Wu Yu buried in the pile of food, and her mouth twitched again. She simply turned her head away, consoling herself that if it was Wu Yu, she shouldn't be surprised by any strange situation. Wu Yu lowered her head and stuffed the food into the hands of Desert Rose and serious team members with a sad face, while giving them earnest advice, eat some, if you really can't let go, just give me some face. I won't eat. What kind of occasion is this? In such a critical moment, can I eat? Wu Yu stuffed a chicken leg into her mouth, chewing it. Oh my god, this is so delicious. This is so delicious. What a delicacy. It's worth dying to have this before I die. No, this chicken leg can increase my health. My health increased by 30 points. This egg tart I ate, it's so small, but it increased my health by 60 points. Oh my god, my salmon sashimi also increased my health by 40 points. I almost thought I was going to die. After Wu Yu fed them all this, everyone's precarious red health returned to a healthy green state. Especially those who have been fighting on the front line, and have only a little blood left. Jiang Yuhua raised his forehead suddenly, looking at Wu Yu holding a large box of various delicious food in front of him. You leave it for others to eat. Wu Yu sighed seriously. You are really irresponsible to yourself. Seeing Wu Yu's look, Jiang Yuhua thought she was a stubborn old man who was stubborn and afraid to see a doctor. She quickly picked up a few rice balls and stuffed them into her mouth. Seeing Jiang Yuhua's blood bar rising, Wu Yu started a new round of opening packages with satisfaction. God bless her to open a big one. Get a gourd shooter, gourd master saves the baby, clairvoyance and hearing, invisibility, fire and water, everything works. Wu Yu suddenly grinned. Here it comes. It's finally here. There are 20 bags left. Take advantage of the luck. Wu Yu opens all the way. Get a sunflower shooter. The sun bullets fired can illuminate the entire night sky and melt zombies. Get a piranha nut wall. The perfect combination of nut wall and piranha can not only resist zombies, but also eat all these annoying zombies. Congratulations. Get 3 line machine gunners. 3 machine gunners shoot at the same time. Firepower *3, the power is unimaginable. Congratulations. Get bullet upgrade. You can choose a plant at will and upgrade its bullets to super strong flame bombs. Hey, Wu Yu laughed strangely, which made Wu Xioli shudder. She originally thought that she would not be surprised to see Wu Yu do anything again. But when she saw Wu Yu put down a machine gunner with 3 heads, and all 3 heads were wearing level 3 Special Forces helmets, and bang bang bang, all the crazy flame bombs came out, Wu Xioli still felt that her deep-rooted and rock-solid worldview for so many years was quietly and silently shattered. Chapter 144. A wave of heavy firepower support reversed the final situation. Before the school building opened at 1800 hours, the girls' dormitory cleared the zombies at the last minute. After today's daytime battle, there are currently 82 people left in the entire map. As soon as 1800 hours arrived, along with the teeth-grinding chewing sound, strange screams came from the school building. Through the school building gate, you can see the dormitory managers who had been corroded by the gastric juice of the school building regrouped, and countless pieces of meat and blood grew out of the shadow of the school building, and finally pieced together the appearance of a person. At the same time, zombies no longer appeared, and the tombstone area was shrouded in a black mist. The black mist was highly toxic, and everyone continued to lose blood just by standing in the square. Wu Xioli called everyone, put on the quilt brought by Wu Yu, and let's gather in the bathroom safety area first. As soon as everyone entered the school building, the direction of the tombstone turned and moved. The zombies that looked dumbfounded during the day became extremely terrifying and horrifying with the arrival of the moonlight. Their long black fingertips were all highly toxic, and smelly saliva flowed from the corners of their mouths, and they roared with a ferocious face. That's not all. Everyone found that all these zombies were hung in the air by balloons. Some of them fell on the wall of the school building, and some fell on the balcony of the school building and began to knock on the school glass. Everyone looked at each other. Fortunately, they cleared the zombies in the square. If so many zombies knocked on the windows and invaded the school building, they would definitely die tonight. Although the dormitory manager saw that there were so many people, they were all covered with quilts. She had no choice but to watch them go into the bathroom. The bathroom is a safe area. Wu Yu prepared the toiletries she found here in advance, as well as some relatively clean clothes left in the school building. After fighting for a day, everyone was covered with the blood and stench of zombies. Everyone simply took a refreshing hot bath. Hot steam rose in the bathroom. After the dirty water was washed away, the fragrance of shower gel and shampoo gradually emanated. The most ordinary way can heal people's tired and numb hearts after a day of fighting. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Wu Yu directly shared the remaining food with everyone. Yeah, baby, keep it for yourself. I don't need it. My satiety value is still high, and these foods can restore blood and save lives at critical moments. Mom loves ya so much. After defeating the world boss, come to our desert rose. Wu Xiuli's tone was cold. If Shinkei knew that you were stealing his Chin's girlfriend, he would scatter his ashes for you. Xixia stuck out her tongue, looking scared. Captain Shin is really terrible. Wu Yu blinked. Our captain has a good temper. He usually rushes to do the dirty work, and he is also very considerate of his teammates. Wu Xiuli sneered. Haha, now that you mention it, I even suspect that Shinkei has been possessed. Ani, yeah, you don't know that in the previous all-union team competition, Captain Shin broke 3 ribs of our captain. His expression was so scary at the time, I was scared to death. I thought he was going to kill our captain. The material for my nightmares at night is still him looking down at our captain and saying, Wu Xiuli, if it weren't for Wu Chong, you would have died. Wu Xiuli looked at Wu Yu with surprise. Of course, I also poisoned him heavily. I understand if he wants to kill me. But Wu Yu, the 3 words good temper have nothing to do with Shinkei from beginning to end. Wu Yu was surprised. Heavy poison? But the captain is a healer, and should not be afraid of poison at all. Wu Yu is Shinkei's poison fan, Qi Yan's poison fan. She smiled him, but she didn't believe it at all. Everyone was resting in the bathroom, watching the time pass 2200 hours, and everyone returned to their dormitories to rest before the bathroom closed. The dormitory manager was always wandering around the school building, as if looking for something. When she saw Wu Yu turned away again, she hurried away. Wu Yu stood there and observed her for a while. Wu Xiuli asked in a low voice, Do you think there is a problem? Wu Yu nodded. Yes, I always feel something is wrong. Wu Xiuli, it will be 2200 hours soon. Let's go back to the dormitory first. Entering the dormitory, Wu Yu checked the window restrictions. It was still strong at present, but the sound of listen to the frame could be heard from outside at any time, which all indicated that there were zombies outside the wall knocking on the window in an attempt to invade the school building. In the middle of the night, Wu Yu suddenly woke up. There was a fierce fighting sound in the school building, and it seemed that a zombie had successfully entered the school building. Wu Yu carefully removed a corner of the paper on the window, and outside the window was a zombie with cloudy pupils looking at her. Seeing Wu Yu, the zombie, let out, revealing a cunning and terrifying smile. Wu Yu had an indifferent face and ignored the zombie at all. No matter how the zombie roared, she looked out through the window without being disturbed. Wu Yu was shocked to find that the distance between the dormitories on both sides was shortened in the black fog. With the distance between the 2 buildings, she could clearly see everything that happened in the glass windows of the boys' dormitory building opposite. Many windows in the boys' dormitory were not sealed, so zombies invaded easily. Wu Yu could hear the fighting sounds and the roars of zombies coming from the boys' dormitory. Tombstones, zombie invasions, school buildings that came alive during the day, and dormitory managers who could not die no matter what. Thinking about Wu Yu, these must be connected, and there must be a logical chain that can connect all of them. Wu Yu took a deep breath, sealed the window again, and sat back in the dormitory. In the darkness, she was alone and thinking quietly. Suddenly, her eyes caught a photo on the desk. There were 4 girls in the photo, and the 4 girls were close together. They looked enthusiastic, energetic, and full of business. Wu Yu carefully took down the photo on the desk, which symbolized the flower of friendship. She suddenly realized what these ghosts were looking for. Students who had never appeared in the 2 school buildings so far. They must be hiding there now. Where could they be? She had been to all the rooms in the whole building today. Yes, there's a place, the rooftop. Wu Yu suddenly stood up, pushed open the door, and knocked on every door regardless of the dormitory lights out rule at 2200 hours. What's wrong? Wu Yu, take all the weapons and equipment, go to the rooftop. All of you go to the rooftop. Wu Xiuli was puzzled. What are you going to do on the rooftop? Wu Yu quickly said, The 2 school buildings are getting closer. I suspect that the school buildings will eventually merge together, and that will be the final boss. We can't fight the boss in our current state. I suspect that all the original students of this building are hiding on the rooftop. In the end, we can restore as many combat power as we can save students. Jiang Yuhua immediately reacted. 50% of the male dormitory and 50% of the female dormitory. If one side is completely wiped out, the final result will be that the combat power is insufficient and the whole army is annihilated. Wu Yu nodded, yes. Wu Xiuli immediately ordered, Let's go, everyone follow me to the rooftop. Chapter 145. Everyone fought their way to the rooftop of the school building. The moment the door of the school building opened, a prompt popped up on everyone. Current combat power recovery level 0%. Seeing this prompt, everyone suddenly realized that Wu Yu had guessed everything right. Yeah, you are so amazing. Yeah is awesome. Mom loves yeah the most. Amazing. Yeah, you are so good at talking. Look over there. On the rooftop, countless zombies were attacking a small house made of simple composite panels, and the screams and cries of girls in fear kept coming from inside. Wu Xiaoli immediately ordered, "Go save people." Everyone used weapons. Wu used the plant shooter to clear the zombies around the hut. Wu Xiaoli stood in front of everyone and went forward to open the door. "Captain, be careful. Captain, be safe." Wu Xiaoli suddenly opened the door, and screams of fear broke out from inside. Brooms and baseball bats were thrown at Wu Xiaoli, but she easily dodged them. Wu Xiaoli looked at the situation in the house, and found that there were about 70 girls in the house, more than half less than the number on the dormitory manager's list. "Where are the rest of your classmates?" The students didn't expect Wu Xiaoli to come to save them. They cried softly, and the cries became louder and louder. They choked with sobs. "Dead. Everyone is dead." The door was opened, and the light shone in. Wu Yu found that the bodies of these students were all translucent. This means that these students who once existed in reality eventually died silently and unknown in this small house. Wu Yu and Wu Xiaoli looked at each other, and their mood did not become brighter because of finding the students. It was even as gloomy as if the sky was covered. Wu Yu, perhaps, the formation of each terrifying dungeon is the cry of the souls of the deceased struggling and burning. Wu Xiaoli's eyebrows became fierce. "Then we will blow up every terrifying dungeon." She turned her head suddenly and looked at everyone, set up the altar, and send them home. The members of Desert Rose instantly opened two huge sacrificial formations around the hut, and Wu Xiaoli stood in the center of the two altars. The ancient witch clan hummed to the heavens. She silently recited a strange and difficult language, and every word hit people's souls. The dark cloud slowly dissipated, and a bright moon hung in the sky, silent as a song. Each member of the Desert Rose sang a ballad to send children home in a low voice, so that the lost children can find the way home. The students in the hut slowly walked out, and the moment they came into contact with the moonlight, their bodies became completely transparent. Their bodies became lighter and lighter, and a gust of wind came, and accompanied by the singing, they went towards their hometown. More and more souls left the sky. Wu Chong in the boys' dormitory looked up at the sky while fighting. "It's Sister Xiaoli. Sister Xiaoli, and the others are on the rooftop of the girls' dormitory." Jiechen was surprised. What are Wu Xiaoli and the others doing on the rooftop now? Jian Suiyu thought for a while and immediately said, "Call everyone from Qian, and we go to the rooftop too. Wu Yu has always been 2 steps ahead of us." Now Wu Xiaoli and the others are on the rooftop. They must have made some important discoveries. Fu Yanqi squinted at him. "Is this genius logic?" Jian Suiyu smiled. "This is genius intuition." Fu Yanqi, Okay, now military advisors use intuition. With Jiechen and Shinkei leading the way, the entire school building was unobstructed. The moment they reached the rooftop, they saw the sudden pop-up combat power recovery prompt and immediately realized that this was the final map to open the boss. The next step was to transcend the souls of the boys' dormitory students, and the system suddenly popped up. Successfully rescued and resettled students, and the combat power of everyone in the current map has been restored to 50%. There is still 1 hour before the world boss launches an attack. 1 hour countdown. 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The current participant system has been restored. The world boss is loading. The school building under their feet shook violently, and the school buildings on both sides kept approaching, and the bell tower and tombstones in the center were all squeezed and crushed. All the flying zombies were swallowed by the school building. The originally flat rooftop floor was broken, and countless blood vessels and veins burst out. Wu Yu shouted, "Not good, the school building is going to change, jump off the building." The people who recovered their combat power used a variety of new weapons, inline skates, skateboards, jets, bamboo dragonflies, and flying summon beasts. They quickly roamed on the crazy growing school building, running to avoid the attacks of zombies, blood vessels, and even various strange creatures. Wu Yu used the glider to dive to the ground. As soon as he reached the ground, he saw that the boss school building suddenly turned into a huge monster. It was completely shrouded in black fog and mud, with a pair of huge yellow eyes on its head turning, looking coldly at everyone present. At the same time, zombies and strange creatures kept appearing in the direction of the boss. Yeah. Back on the ground, Wu Yu had finally joined Qian and his group. The first thing the people with their hands and feet tied up did, when they regained the system, was to bombard the monsters. Sirius and Falcon used heavy firepower to attack. Desert Rose opened the wizard's magic circle and launched various group magic attacks, and the shadow ability users showed their magical powers. Qian fired 30 rocket launchers in a row. Shinkei's first move with the golden trident was the Wrath of the River God, which cleared the map and cut all zombies and strange creatures in half. Jiachin swung his Zen staff to blow up the zombies' heads one by one, and Richard's mental power instantly opened up to strangle the zombies' brain cores. Fu Yinchi painted cinnabar on his peachwood sword and set up a formation on the spot. He pinched the yellow talisman with one hand and made a gesture. The Ghost Gate Soul Sealing formation was up. Wu Chong raised his staff high, chanted a spell, and summoned the undead. The Yin soldiers passed through the attack range, and no grass grew. Jian Suiyu looked to one side. Wu Yue arranged all the plant shooters and turned on the stage lights. Wu Yue went inside and carried the sedan chair zombies to sit on it, pointing out the situation and making bold statements. Dotsai, pay attention to your left, you missed a monster. No, Potato, block the one on the left. Wu Yue frowned and scolded, everyone concentrate, don't slack off. Oh, bang 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 bang. Yes, human Taijun big brother. Jian Suiyu twitched his mouth fiercely, not knowing what Wu Yue had done in the girls' dormitory. After not seeing her for a day and a night, she looked like she was going to unify the 6 kingdoms in this dungeon and ascend the throne to become the emperor. Wu Yue turned to look at Jian Suiyu and waved, Deputy Captain, come quickly, I give you this position. Jian Suiyu, okay. I didn't expect His Majesty to give up his position to me so soon, I'm terrified. From the first wave of monsters, the whole map was shining with golden light and full of packages. It was really like what Shinkei said before, after the world boss appeared. I picked up so many packages that I wanted to vomit. Chapter 146. The plant shooter phalanx was handed over to Jian Suiyu to maximize its effectiveness. Wu Yue went back to continue fighting with her gun. Jian Suiyu called her, Wu Yue, go pick up the bag. Wu Yue's eyes lit up, really? Godfather, you arranged this kind of good job for me again? Jian Suiyu patted her head, you've worked hard all day and night. Wu Yue shook her head repeatedly, it's not hard. This is what I should do as a member of Qian. Wu Yue shouted, little ones, follow me, I take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. After that, she happily took her little brother Locust to pick up bags. As soon as Wu Yue left, Jian Suiyu felt a dark sight. Jian Suiyu slowly turned his head and saw Shinkei kicking away a male dormitory manager Wei, who was flying towards him. Wei was kicked into pieces and flew 10 meters away. Jian Suiyu smiled and touched his chin. This kick was somewhat personal. Unlike before, since the boss battle started, these monsters all exploded bags without caring about money or life. Congratulations on getting SS level diamond crystals *2. Congratulations on getting S level jade crystals *2. Congratulations on getting SS level diamond cores *3. Congratulations on getting S level ice cores *5. Congratulations on getting SS level meteorite or *5. Congratulations on getting S level nuclear or *8. Moreover, all the items that exploded were top level cores, crystals, and even rare high level ores, which were hard currencies. Although a small monster cannot explode a lot, there are many monsters. Every 5 minutes, the entire map will be able to refresh nearly 5,000 monsters, and each team must kill 1,000 monsters according to the position allocation. 60 minutes before the boss appears, 12 rounds means 12,000 monsters. Soon, Wu Yue's system package was filled with these overwhelming crystal cores, crystal stones, and ores. She was like a hard-working little bee, carrying all the harvest to Jian Suiyu, and then turned around to continue picking up the bag. Jian Suiyu was still wondering why the package was filled so quickly. Could it be that Wu Yue picked up all the scraps? As soon as he opened the package, the colorful flashes of gold, silver, red, and green almost blinded his titanium dog eyes. Jian Suiyu's heart was beating fast. As the vice-captain of the first team of the Alliance, he not only ascended the throne on the spot, but was also informed that he was rich enough to rival a country. I didn't expect that it would feel so good to be led by someone. No wonder Wu Yue recognized him as her godfather. Jian Suiyu couldn't help but want to shout now, Godmother, Xiao Yu doesn't want to work hard anymore. Use wealth to humiliate my soul. This overwhelming wealth has finally come to our Wanyan Blackhand Qian. Recalling last year's world boss, the main players of the team took turns to pick up the bags, especially Shinkei's, which was inhumane and infuriating. Congratulations on getting a piece of C-grade iron ore. Congratulations on getting a piece of B-grade copper ore. Congratulations on getting a piece of D-grade broken crystal core. What kind of things did they pick up? A pile of broken copper and iron. Jian Suiyu couldn't help but want to take Shin-Kei to the temple to change his luck. The boss finished reading the bar in an hour, and Wu was fully loaded with 3 system packages of ore, crystal cores, and crystal resources. Wu Chong came over curiously to take a look, and was so scared that he screamed, I'm rich, I'm rich. Wu Yu, don't forget me when you become rich. Wu Yu rubbed his hands excitedly, I'm so excited, just waiting for the wise and brave captain and vice captain to return to the team to divide the spoils. Jie Chen was speechless. Look at the two of you who have never seen the world. Wu Yu turned the windmill with his hands in front of his chest 3.5 times. With his hands on his hips, bears should act like bears. Wu Chong followed and turned the windmill, with his hands on his hips. What do you know? Why are you pretending to be noble? Otherwise you can take a look at the package. Jie Chen rolled his eyes, and leaned over to take a look. I want to see how many there are. He was stuck in the moment of the colorful flash. Wu Chong shook his shoulders proudly. You tell me, how many there are? Jie Chen respectfully put his hands together and bowed. Thank you, donor Wu Yu. When the temple completes the golden statue of the Bodhisattva, we will invite you to cut the ribbon. The falcon next to him has been unhappy with Qi Yin for a long time. Unfortunately, all their team members died, and the Captain Charles was injured. I don't know what despicable thing Qi Yin did. Why are you pretending? Everyone knows that you Qi Yin have terrible luck. That's right. Last year, we fought the same number of monsters as Shadow, but Shadow got 5 times as many resources as you. In my opinion, you are just pretending. Qi Yin, our captain's business is not over yet. Hey, that girl, did you kill our Falcon team members? If I know what happened, I will kill you. Shin-Kei's hand suddenly stopped and turned to look at the Falcon team members, who were talking. Facing Shin-Kei, who had recovered his fighting power, before he even used up his mental power, the Falcon's people's expressions instantly froze, and they were ready to leave in a huff. The Falcon's people were killed by Desert Rose. Wu Yu and Sirius were both accomplices. Suemo was just worrying about how to make this public, and when she saw Falcon asking, she immediately shouted out loud. Seeing everyone's gazes, Suemo was secretly pleased. That was right, she should be the focus of everyone. The Falcon's people were directly roasted on the fire by Sumo's words, and they simply couldn't believe that Shadow could have such an idiot. Are they stupid? Can't they guess what will happen in the girls' dormitory? Provocation is one thing, but when Suemo says it in public, there is no way this matter can be resolved peacefully. If they take action, it will be the Falcon family, directly facing the 3 families of Qi Yin, Desert Rose, and Sirius. The Falcon may be wiped out here today. Shin-Qingzi's face suddenly changed, and he covered Sumo's mouth. Momo. This is not the time to talk about this. If something happens to the Falcon, the next one to be eliminated will be Shadow. Suemo was angry. Why? Desert Rose and Wu Yu killed people, they should pay the price. Shin-Qingzi lowered his voice. Momo, listen to me, let's talk about this outside. Suemo looked at Shin-Qingzi in disbelief. Shin-Qingzi, are you afraid? Lu Jin just told me that you have a way to protect yourself, but you didn't choose to save me. Do you really love me? Or in your eyes, the world boss is far more important than me? Sumo's eyes were full of tears. Shin-Qingzi saw that her flawless white cheongsam was covered with dust, and the hem of her skirt was snagged and torn. He couldn't bear it. I was wrong. I'm not good. I won't leave you alone next time. Suemo saw Shin-Qingzi's attitude soften, and she cried even more aggrievedly. You don't know, will you beat me? Just because I said I would tell others about their murder, she beat me. Brother Qingzi, you must help me. Shin-Qingzi glanced in the direction of Qi Yin, his expression a little hesitant. The men in the dormitory who had witnessed Shin-Qingzi being unilaterally abused before secretly hoped. What do you mean by helping Shin-Qingzi? Let Shin-Qingzi stick his head out, and let Shin-Kei kick him like a ball. Chapter 147. Shin-Qingzi gritted his teeth. Momo, what occasion is this? Stop messing around. Suemo looked at Shin-Qingzi in disbelief. Shin-Qingzi, now you don't even care if I get beaten up? Shin-Qingzi's teeth were about to break. Suemo, stop talking. Can't you use your brain a little? From just now, Charles has been looking at this place with a sinister face. If they keep making trouble, Charles will be the first to kill Suemo. The Falcon's people saw that the trouble was diverted to others, and they were happy to watch the fun. That's right. She's the woman of your shadow captain after all. If she's bullied, won't you stand up for her? I didn't expect that Shadow Captain is such a coward. Stand up for her? How can I stand up for her? Stick my head out for people to kick? The people of Falcon burst into laughter. Wu Chong was amazed. Falcon's mouth is really sharp, even sharper than mine. When they get ruthless, they even scold themselves. Wu Yu poked her head out curiously. What's the matter with kicking her for her? Wu Chong looked excited. Didn't you see that before Shinjingsi came to threaten the captain pierced his neck and heart with a steel pipe, and finally kicked his head. Wu Yu was surprised. Wow, the captain is so powerful. Wu Chong nodded repeatedly. The captain has always been like this, a perverted violent maniac. Jian Suiyu, the boss is coming. The zombie monsters suddenly refreshed faster, 3 times faster than before, and the boss who had been hiding in the thick fog slowly moved. The world boss, which was as big as 2 school buildings, was simply a huge monster that covered the sky and the sun, and there was a muddy dragging sound when it moved. All teams entered the first level combat state. Because of the friction just now, Shadow was pushed to the edge. Captain, our output vision is too poor, it's easy to hit our own people. Shinjingsi, then move forward. If you move forward, you will be too close to the monsters, and you will be hurt by stray bullets from other teams. Shinjingsi looked back at Suemo, who was standing there motionless. Because she was angry with Shinjingsi, she didn't even summon a single item or summon beast. Shinjingsi's voice was gloomy. Momo, come and fight. Suemo turned his eyes away. I don't want to fight with someone like you. Ignoring Shinjingsi's gaze, she simply turned around, as if she didn't see anything. Captain, the boss is using his ultimate skill. A strong smell of stench hit her face, and the health of everyone present was reduced by 30%. At the same time, the combat power was suppressed from the original 50% to 40%. Jian Suiyu frowned. The monsters just now didn't drop items related to restoring combat power. The first wave of the boss's ultimate skill takes 10 minutes. If it continues like this, after 5 waves of ultimate skills, we will be crushed. Richard, I have been strangling the brain waves of these zombies, and there are no clues on the zombies. The amulet in Fu Yanqi's hand continued to burn. When the amulet burns out, it will be the death of everyone here. Jiechen grinned, then blow up this big stinky mud before it burns out. Jian Suiyu, according to the current output speed and the efficiency curve drawn by the boss's opening rhythm, our output is not enough. Wu Yu's hands continued to attack, and he listened carefully to the team's analysis and discussion. She looked up at Shinkei, who had been at the forefront from beginning to end. His powerful violent output steadily suppressed the damage line, allowing the military advisors in the rear to have room to make plans. Shinkei had a clear understanding of his position, and believed in his team members without reservation. In his previous life, the most important team members around him left him one by one. Even the most powerful person would be unable to support himself if he lost his brain and arms. After a discussion, Jian Suiyu came to the final conclusion. The way to restore the remaining 50% of the combat power must be with the boss. Wu Yu felt something rustling in her pocket. She looked down and happened to meet the eyes of the little green eyes of the golden bear. Holding the golden bear in front of her, Wu Yu said, "How could I forget about you, little guy? Why don't you go to my system first? It's too noisy here, and I scare you to death." Golden bear. Thank you. Wu Yu was about to put the golden bear into the system, but suddenly a prompt popped up. Important NPC in the dungeon. Cannot be put into the system. Wu Yu and the little green eyes looked at each other. You? Important NPC? The golden bear rubbed its face with its 2 paws, rubbing it until it was shiny and shining, and smiled seductively. Golden bear, woman, this doesn't fascinate you? Wu Yu immediately grabbed the back of the golden bear's neck, and her skillful technique instantly made the golden bear lose its ability to resist. Wu Yu checked the golden bear's body from top to bottom, and there was nothing special. Finally, she took a look at the bears, but, well, it's a boy. The golden bear suddenly clamped its legs together, struggling and twisting wildly. Pervert! 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 The angry golden bear's body began to grow rapidly. Wu Yu watched in surprise, as the golden bear's body continued to grow, and finally became as big as an adult Siberian tiger. The green bean eyes as big as lanterns looked at each other in bewilderment, and the golden bear suddenly opened its mouth and ate Wu Yu's head into its mouth. Everything happened too fast, and Wu Chong turned into a screaming chicken jumping up and down on the side. Ah, the mouse ate Wu Yu's head? Jiechen turned his head. Get out of the way, I do it. Wu Yu. Don't kill it, it's an important NPC. Jiechen, what is she saying? Wu Chong, nonsense, it must be to save me. Jiechen's Zen stick was about to call the golden bear. Wu Yu finally freed her head and stood in front of the golden bear without thinking. Zhang Feng looked at Wu Yu's nose and stopped. Don't touch it, it's an important NPC. Instantly, all the teams present looked over. Wu Chong poked the golden bear, and his finger was almost bitten off. He suddenly retracted his hand. NPC? But what is it for? Besides being covered in meat, is it a food reserve? Wu Yu didn't know either. She carefully observed the chinchilla bear, and saw that it had wings and a cushion on its back. Wu Yu tentatively took out a box of nuts she had opened earlier and bribed the chinchilla bear. Do you want to eat it? The chinchilla bear's nose moved, and it immediately bit down, chewed and swallowed it. Wu Yu tentatively climbed onto the chinchilla bear's body. Can I sit on it? The chinchilla bear glanced at her sideways, and didn't resist. Wu Yu immediately climbed up the pole onto the golden bear. As soon as Wu Yu climbed up, the small white wings beside the golden bear began to flutter. The small wings that looked like decorations actually took Wu Yu to the air and flew towards the direction of the boss. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment at such an incredible story. Only Wu Xioli had a calm expression, and even wanted to light a cigarette for herself. Ha, these stupid men have never seen the world. But it was just Wu Yu's routine operation. Chapter 148. Frank secretly pointed his gun at the misty moon in the sky, and Charles slowly side-glanced. Don't do anything to get yourself killed. Frank was so angry, Qi Yan got all the limelight. Charles narrowed his eyes. The resources given by this boss are surprisingly good. One trip can equal our business for a year. What's the point of limelight? As long as there is a team to lead the level, we will just eat meat and drink soup. Frank, Captain, Shinkei doesn't give you any face at all. Charles sneered. What do you know? Qi Yan is the best in the league. He can step on everyone. If I could sit in Shinkei's position and have his fighting power, I would be more arrogant than him. If I could rank above Falcon, if Shinkei is a coward, I would be the first to kill him. Frank, so let's just forget about this. Charles said grimly. Let's forget about this time, but things will change. I don't believe that Qi Yan can always sit on the throne of the best. Wu Yu was brought by the golden bear and flew directly to the front of the boss. There was black fog and flowing mud everywhere. The stench made Wu Yu almost breathless. She took a breath with difficulty. Finally, the golden bear flew to the front of the boss and used its claws to push away the mud. There was actually a rusty door panel behind it. Wu Yu opened her eyes wide in surprise and watched the golden bear stretch out its claws to push open the door panel. Let Wu Yu go in first, and the golden bear became smaller and followed in. This was a very narrow and dark passage. Wu Yu could only walk forward while crouching. After walking a distance, the view in front of her gradually widened. The closer she got, the more she could hear the sound of tick 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 and the turning of gears. Wu Yu found that she was on an attic above the ground, with a huge platform underneath. The tombstones and clock towers before were all in the boss's body, and zombies were constantly emerging like an assembly line. After the boss used a big move, the size of the zombies that were refreshed doubled compared to before, and began to be equipped with various weapons and vehicles. Wu Yu took out the quilt she had obtained earlier and covered her head with it to prevent the zombies from finding her trace. Entering the boss's body, she saw the golden bear getting smaller and smaller, quickly shaking the soil and disappearing into the cracks in the ground. Wu Yu turned her head and found that the place where she had just opened the door had disappeared. She was trapped in the boss's body, with no way out. Wu Yu took a deep breath, turned her head, and began to observe the clock tower. Wu Yu found that below the clock face, there was a huge, flickering crystal stone hanging in the air, which was very likely the reduced combat power of everyone. The clock tower swung, and the gears connected to the crystals kept moving forward, continuously delivering energy to the tombstones. Wu Yu understood the operating principle of the boss, and used the combat power of the participants to create zombies. The more combat power the boss can allocate, the stronger the zombies will be. Destroy the clock tower, and you can get the combat power back. Look down at the dense zombies around the clock tower. Wu Yu only has one person and one chance. Once she is discovered by the zombies, she will be torn apart in an instant. The most powerful firepower weapon she has now is the crystal core gun, which is not enough to destroy the bell tower. The only possibility now is to burst out her suppressed mental power and combine it with Frost Moon Ice to hit a wave of lone kills, a fatal blow that destroys the world. Lone Moon Frost. Richard once told Wu Yu to concentrate to the point of forgetting this world, forgetting herself, and devote herself wholeheartedly. Put yourself in a state of emptiness, and the suppressed mental power will break through the seal. In the past days and nights, Wu Yu had meditated countless times, trying to find this empty state, but she never found the way. Richard asked Wu Yu what she thought was the reason why she broke through her mental power when she drew the talisman last time. Wu Yu didn't actually realize that she broke through her mental power, but she felt that it was a sense of faith. A strong sense of faith that she was trusted and wanted to be loyal to someone. Richard nodded. Then, the next time you have to use your mental power to turn the situation around at a critical moment, just use your faith. Wu Yu's current belief is to keep all her teammates alive. The vivid figures of her teammates flashed before Wu Yu's eyes, like a revolving lantern. Wu Yu gave herself the golden title of Window Repair Master. Current mental power restored 70%. Wu Yu took a deep breath and tried her best with 70%. She summoned Frost Moon Bing Ling, Little Angel, Golden Crow and Sangbiao. All the props and summoned beasts were closely around Wu Yu. She sat on the ground, closed her eyes, and threw all the distracting thoughts out of her mind. She was thinking about only one thing, destroying the bell tower. Wu Yu closed her eyes, and she didn't see that as her belief continued to deepen, the little angel's body began to grow rapidly, and 8 huge wings grew behind him, and all the silver-white twinkling stars were flying around him. The color of the golden crow's tail feathers became extremely bright, and the sun's light around it became brighter and brighter. As its body grew larger, the shadows of 8 other golden crows were faintly hovering around it. The Sangbiao combination, the brain-eating worm, was 10 meters long and attached to the inner wall of the school building, leaving violently hot and corrosive liquid wherever it went. The huge mouth parts of the piranha plant were like a battlefield meat grinder, which could shatter everything that came close. The Frost Moon Eye's spine continued to emit frost, making the entire ground cold. The frost continued to spread, slowly wrapping up Wu Yu. Moreover, at one end of the sharp blade of Frost Moon Ice, the icicles sprouted and grew like flowers and trees, wrapping the sharp blade along the hilt and forming a half-crescent icicle wreath, and in the center of the wreath, a blood moon-emitting ruby light slowly grew. Wu Yu felt that her brain was getting hotter and hotter. It was gurgling, like boiling water, like a hot iron. The intense burning made her consciousness blurred, and under the frost of Frost Moon Ice, Wu Yu was smoking. Whether it was her body or her consciousness, she had reached her limit. Wu Yu gritted her teeth and kept telling herself, "Hold on, Wu Yu, you only have one chance, you must hold on." Bang! The gears of the school building suddenly turned violently, the chain ran fast, and the energy was violently drained. Boom! The sound was that the boss released the second wave of big moves again. The crystal in the bell tower burst into a dazzling light, and when the light dissipated, it was a circle larger than before. After the big move, everyone's combat power was weakened by another 10%. Current mental power restored 60%. The weakening of combat power is in contrast to the continuous strengthening of zombies. The zombies' excited roars, and roars sounded like a warm celebration and danced before the meal in Wu Yu's ears. The chewing sound of zombies came from afar, as if they were devouring the brains of their teammates. Her heart was beating violently, and the hot blood was flowing quickly through her internal organs. The heat made her feel that the air around her was scorched, twisted, and turbid. Wu Yu's attic was discovered by a flying zombie, which smiled at Wu Yu. Lin Kong blew a poisonous needle at the motionless Wu Yu, and the zombie waited for the arrival of a big meal. The moment the poison needle was about to hit Wu Yu opened her eyes. Chapter 149. Jian Suiyu frowned. Wu Yu has been gone for a long time. Is she in danger? Just as he finished speaking, all Chian's communicators at the scene rang at the same time. Opening it, it was a group message sent by Wu Yu to the teen group. Qian Wu Yu, let all participants focus their fire on the center of the boss. There is a clock tower there, and the combat power that was taken away is there. Wu Chong jumped with excitement. Ye is really amazing. She really found it. Sister Xioli, quickly focus on the center of the boss. Our fighting power is there. Wu Xioli immediately used the forbidden technique of the ancient witch clan, the dead soul summoning technique, when she heard it. All the members of Sirius activated the Sirius astrology array, and the stars in the sky flickered, and the ground was filled with ghosts and wolves howling. All the people of Qian took out their trump cards. Jiachen took off his dirty battle uniform, put on a purple and gold cassock, and sat on the ground. The Sanskrit words he recited turned into golden words and floated in the air, and each word merged into a fighting Buddha. The three-headed Buddha head. Wherever the Buddha's eyes reached, all the zombies turned into a pile of dry bones. Wu Chong hit the ground heavily with his staff, and the ground rumbled, and the three-headed dog from the abyss roared. The 8 heads of the 30-meter-long Yamata no Orochi danced fiercely, smashing the zombies into pieces. Richard took out the cross in his hand, opened the Bible lit by gunpowder, and listened to God's will in the battlefield filled with gunpowder. He was lifted up into the air by an invisible force, his long golden hair fluttering in the air, shrouded in holy light, and the cross kept growing bigger to protect him behind him. All the zombies covered by the cross were burned to ashes. The peachwood sword in Fu Yanqi's hand cracked inch by inch, revealing a long sword that was completely black. Flying with the sword, the long sword drew a huge heavenly punishment thunder array in the air. Pointing the sword to the sky and guided by the heart of Tao, 99, and 81 heavenly thunders came out of the array with murderous aura, splitting the zombies into a scorched earth. Jian Suiyu took out his special communicator and accurately located the center of the boss mentioned by Wu Yu. A huge energy fluctuation is detected in this area. After confirming the location, Jian Suiyu accurately analyzed and located the weakest part of the boss's skin and flesh, and locked it at a fixed point. The red laser drew a circle with a diameter of only 1 meter in the air, minimizing the loss of combat power. Shinkei slowly side-glanced and looked at everyone. A white starry sky dragon suddenly flew out of the void, and came to Shinkei's eyes with an absolutely arrogant attitude of the Sky King. It bowed its head respectfully, and waited for Shinkei loyally. Shinkei supported the starry sky dragon with one hand, and jumped onto the dragon's body. White dragon scales slowly grew on the surface of the covered skin. Even the exposed tail of the eye was covered with a few scattered dragon scales. Shinkei threw the golden trident in his hand fiercely towards the red circle drawn by Jian Suiyu. The sword pointed at the center of the boss, and the whole army attacked. The damage was overwhelming and shot towards the boss's weakness. Everyone clearly saw that the zombie's blood loss speed suddenly increased. At the same time, every time the damage was dealt, a package much larger than before would fall from the boss's body. Compared with the ordinary blue packages before, these packages even all emitted golden or silver light. The packages piled up more and more, directly piling up into a 3-meter-high hill. Seeing such an amazing amount of resources, even Falcon and Shadow could not resist the temptation of such overwhelming wealth, and all of them joined the battle secretly, fearing that they would not even get to drink soup if they joined too late. Hitting the boss's weakness, this time the reduction of combat power was much slower than usual, but relatively speaking, large-scale magic arrays and summoning spells required a lot of mental power consumption, even if everyone was using skills while knocking crystal cores without blinking. Under the huge consumption of crystal cores, mental power still began to fail. First, the forbidden spell of Desert Rose backfired, and Wu Shioli spat out a mouthful of blood. The Sirius star array was destroyed, and the entire star array gradually collapsed. The boss, who had been suppressed for a long time, immediately launched a big move as soon as he noticed the weakening of the attack, and everyone's combat power was reduced by 10%. Everyone present was on the verge of exhaustion. This big move directly interrupted their magic array and summons, and they fell to the ground. Seeing that the combat power was decreasing more and more, and the loss of combat readiness was getting greater and greater, the faces of everyone present were very ugly. Fu Yinchi looked at the amulet in his hand, which suddenly burned to only half of the Worden, and clenched his fist. Jian Suiyu checked the communication panel. After this round of data collection, the boss's current health is 12%, and there is one last wave of big moves waiting for us. If we can't get the combat power back within 3 minutes, it will be a disaster for everyone. Falcon, we have almost used up all the weapons here. Shadow, I can't fight at all now. Are we really going to die here? Zhang Peng looked at Suimo. Suimo, you haven't taken action yet. You must still have a lot of fighting power now, right? If you take action now, everyone will think you are like Guanyin Bodhisattva who saves people from suffering. Sumo's face froze. My fighting power has also been reduced. Zhang Peng flattered. Even if your fighting power has been reduced, you must have other more powerful skills. Suimo glared at him. Don't talk nonsense. What's more, there are so many people here, what can my ability alone change? Seeing so many powerful warriors being injured, Suimo was even more reluctant to contribute. In her opinion, it would be a meaningless struggle to take action now. Zhang Peng nodded. That's right. Hey, you are not a god. How can you be so powerful? But I haven't seen Wu Yu since the beginning. She doesn't really think that she can do something in the boss's body and turn the whole battle around, right? It's really hilarious. Ha ha ha. Qi Yan's cold eyes instantly swept towards Shadow. Shin Qingxi looked at him with murderous eyes. Zhang Peng, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Zhang Peng shut up in dismay, but he still couldn't help but speak up for Suimo. I just think this is unfair to Momo. Why is it that all of us are female team members, but only our Suimo is so miserable? Suimo didn't know whether Zhang Peng was really speaking for her, or was openly, or secretly using words to stab her and mock her for being useless. Suimo even suspected that Zhang Peng had been turned against in Qian, and came to Shadow as a double agent. Shinkei stood up slowly, and all the magic arrays and summoned beasts of all the people present disappeared, and under the upper limit of 20% combat power, it was not enough for anyone present to open the magic array. Except for Shinkei, his starry sky dragon was always by his side. When Shin Qingxi saw Shinkei openly summoning the starry sky dragon, he was so jealous that his eyes were almost bloodshot. Why Why all the good things belong to Shinkei? Why Shinkei was born superior? Just because Shinkei was blessed by the holy angel and the dragon god when he was born, and because Shinkei's parents died in battle for the glory of the family, he was held in the palm of the hand by everyone in the family. Why? He refused to accept it. He must win. The starry sky dragon took Shinkei and flew towards the boss. When it passed over Shinchingxi's head, it swung its tail and gave Shinchingxi a big nose bump, knocking him to the ground. He turned 2.5 times in the air and fell flat on his face. The starry sky dragon glared and spit out a breath of dragon's breath fiercely. You are such a jerk. You must be holding back something when you look at my master like this. Chapter 150. The battle behind him came to an abrupt end, and the battle crystal of the bell tower suddenly flashed a dazzling light, and the crystal strengthened again. The suffocating sense of urgency was spreading continuously. Wu Yu opened her eyes, and the frost around her suddenly shattered on the ground. The zombies and poison needles that sprayed poison needles were all frozen into ice, and shattered on the ground. Wu Yu picked up the frost moon ice, and saw the ruby gathered on the sword. She reached out and gently stroked the gem, which emitted a warm light, as if responding to her. The lone moon frost skill in the weapon description has been activated. Wu Yu raised her head. The little angel, the golden crow, the brain-eating worm, and the man-eating plant were all looking at her intently, all quietly waiting for her instructions. Wu Yu jumped lightly and leaped onto the back of the golden crow. She patted the golden crow's neck. Let's go, let's smash it. The golden crow rushed straight towards the bell tower, and countless zombies rushed towards them desperately. They rushed forward one after another, and even though there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood under their feet, they seemed to feel no pain at all. The only goal was to never let Wu Yu destroy the bell tower. The man-eating plants and brain-eating worms jumped directly into the zombie pile, strangling those zombies that wanted to catch Wu Yu. The golden crow was suddenly pulled down, and another golden crow immediately took Wu Yu. 9 golden crows completed this aerial relay. Wu Yu stood on the golden crow and suddenly jumped into the air 3 meters away from the bell tower. She looked at the crystal stone that contained everyone's fighting power with a firm gaze, and quickly mobilized the mental power to break through the seal. The spiritual core was working violently, and the blood was boiling. The moment the ruby on the frost moon ice touched the battle power crystal, the huge impact almost melted everything into ashes. The little angel flashed violently, using the passive skill to let Wu Yu avoid the fatal blow of the battle power crystal. However, the high concentration of energy made Wu Yu feel that her flesh and blood were melting, making it almost impossible for her to hold the frost moon ice. She gritted her teeth and tried her best to send out a full-strength attack. Lone Moon Frost. The mental power acted on Frost Moon Ice, and the sword intent of Frost Moon Ice shot out through the ruby, and the moment the sword intent collided with the battle power crystal, a crack appeared on the surface of the battle power crystal. Wu Yu ignored the stinging pain on her forehead and immediately used the battle power crystal for the second time, Lone Moon Frost. The crack suddenly became larger, and before Wu Yu's mental power was exhausted and fell, the battle power crystal finally shattered in front of her eyes. Countless battle powers flew out of the crystal and flew away in the direction they came from. From a distance, Wu Yu seemed to hear, "My mental power has recovered. Look at the sky, there are so many flashing spots. It's spiritual power. These spots are our spiritual power. It's Yaya. Yaya must have succeeded." Wu Yu's spiritual power was exhausted. Guyue Hanshuang's skills were completely dimmed, all summons disappeared. She lost her fulcrum in the air and continued to fall. And under her were countless zombies, with their heads raised and hands stretched out, just waiting for her to fall and tear her into pieces. The star point representing Wu Yu's fighting power flew over, and in Wu Yu's view, it seemed like a little man was desperately trying to grab her. The little man ran desperately, and finally got into Wu Yu's body before she fell. The current mental power has been reset successfully. The current mental power recovery level is 130%. The current mental power level is SSS. Frost Moon Iceling's final skill, Ice number 7 Frozen World, has been activated the moment he saw the prompt. The zombie's black claws had already scratched Wu Yu's back. Wu Yu suddenly opened her eyes, held the zombie's head with one hand, and used the force to make an extreme midair turn. He suddenly raised the Frost Moon Ice spike, and shot it towards the final transmission chain connecting the clock tower to the zombie tombstone group. Wu Yu was overwhelmed by countless zombies. They tore and gnawed, and her whole body was in excruciating pain. Wu Yu slowly closed her eyes and whispered the final skill, Ice number 7 Frozen World. In an instant, starting from the Frost Moon Ice spike, the energy quickly covered the surroundings. These zombies that tore at Wu Yu were frozen by the extreme cold before they could move. The entire boss was covered by the rapidly spreading freezing, and continued to lose blood at an exaggerated speed that was so shocking. Jian Suiyu looked at the suddenly changed boss data and raised his voice sharply. Boss is losing blood rapidly. 12%, 10%, 7%, 4%. What's going on? Hurry up, boss is going to die soon. As soon as the voice fell, before the team next to him could grab the final right to kill the boss. The entire alliance has posted 10 consecutive purple gold, enlarged, bold and flashing announcements. Congratulations to Qian Weiyue for killing the world map boss, the source of all evil. Congratulations to Qian Weiyue for killing the world map boss, the source of all evil. Everyone in the entire world boss map looked in the direction of the world boss in astonishment, only to see the huge boss consisting of 2 school buildings fall to the ground. The moment it landed, tens of thousands of purple gold packages and magical boxes exploded. I dare not imagine how many props, weapons and equipment, top-level crystals, crystal cores, and mineral energy these packages will contain, and the owners of these packages are all Qian. Wu Chong opened his mouth blankly. How many of these are there? Jiechen shook his head. I don't know. Richard, no, where are the Wu Yu people? Ignoring these overwhelming wealth, everyone ran towards the direction of the boss, and they didn't run a few steps. They saw a white starry sky dragon flying towards them, carrying the unconscious Wu Yu on its back. Everyone stepped forward nervously. How is Yu Yu? Shinkei, her mental strength is completely overdrawn, and her body is seriously damaged. She needs to go to the treatment cabin for intensive treatment immediately. Jian Suiyu, you take her there, we will handle this. Shinkei nodded. Before sending Wu Yu to the treatment cabin, Shinkei used his healing blood blessed by the holy angel to completely restore Wu Yu's body. Next, we have to wait for Wu Yu's mental strength to recover. Ever since Wu Yu entered the world boss map, Zhou Qiafeng has been worried. Entering the final battle, seeing the 3 giants of World City feel pressure, Zhou Qiafeng is even more worried. Although the 2 sides are on different fronts, once the battle in the world boss map collapses, all the battle pressure will be directly given to World City. To everyone's surprise, the mental strength of the 3 giants is constantly weakening. The battle in the world boss map suddenly ended, the pressure on World City disappeared directly, and the 3 giants cleared the battlefield. Zhou Qiafeng watched Wu Yu's name constantly flashing on the Alliance channel, and he was so proud. Secretary, the battle in World City has been cleared. Zhou Qiafeng was surprised. How do you know that our Wu Yu got the ultimate killer of the world boss battle? Secretary, Damn idiot. Zhou Qiafeng pretended to be deep. Yes, our Wu Yu is the ultimate killer of the world boss. Secretary, Okay, as long as you are happy. Zhou Qiafeng is still handsome despite his old age, with a pair of peach blossom eyes smiling. The door of the safe house was suddenly kicked open, and Zhou Qiafeng immediately pretended to be serious. Fu Yixue had just returned from the battlefield, full of murderous intent, with blood and alien debris splattered all over her body. She leaned over Zhou Qianfeng's desk, full of murderous intent. I heard that you secretly deployed a team of white guards to the world boss map. Tell me, what happened? Chapter 151. Zhou Qianfeng was not panicked at all, and just said, the main battlefield of the world boss is directly related to the safety of the world city. The Alliance leader and the Deputy Alliance leader know about the deployment of the White Guard. It's just done in secret, not secretly. Fu Yixue sneered. Then what happened when you asked the White Guard to treat Wu Yu with courtesy? You have seen Wu Yu, right? Zhou Qiafeng, you must have seen something. Zhou Qiafeng just smiled. What should I see? Fu Yixue looked at Zhou Qianfeng, the old fox, and directly activated the mantra in her hand. Before she could move, 5 ghostly puppets suddenly appeared beside her, all wearing different animal puppet masks. They were the 5 great immortals, Fox, Yellow, White, Willow and Gray. The 5 people stood around Zhou Qiafeng in an absolutely protective posture, and the intimidating sounds of the animals represented by the 5 immortals could be faintly heard. If only one of the 5 immortals came out, Fu Yixue would not take it seriously at all. But now, the 5 great immortals are all here, and it is not so easy for Fu Yixue to confront them head-on. Zhou Qiafeng smiled calmly. Master Fu, times have changed. I am now the Secretary General of the Alliance. Please give me some face. Fu Yixue, Zhou Qianfeng, you are still so annoying. Zhou Qianfeng's eyes smoothed instantly, his cold eyebrows and eyes, like the way he usually made a difference in the Alliance meeting, which made people intimidated. Fu Yixue, in my eyes, aren't you also self-righteous and annoying? With my current status, if it weren't for her, Do you think I would indulge you to be presumptuous in front of me? The two looked at each other deeply, their eyes full of disgust for each other. In this world, if anyone dared to talk to Fu Yixue like this, they would have lost their heads long ago. But now, she needs Zhou Qianfeng's answer. Fu Yixue clenched her fists tightly. Tell me, is Wu Yu her child? Zhou Qianfeng's eyes flashed with surprise, and he sighed lightly. He took out a folder from the drawer, and handed it to the secretary. Give it to her. Fu Yixue frowned and took it. What is this? Zhou Qianfeng, when you can handle the things here, come to me again. Fu Yixue opened the folder on the spot. The Alliance recently discovered a strange evil force in a refugee camp near World City. The main source of the evil force cannot be determined at present. The refugees with the evil force went on a killing spree in the local refugee camp, causing many deaths and injuries. The refugees possessed by the evil force were brought back for research and observation. It was found that the refugees would burst out with super strong mental power far greater than their own strength in a short period of time, and even derive awakening abilities. After the power burst out, the person aged rapidly and died. Fu Yixue turned to the second page, tracing the origin of the refugee possessed by the evil power. It was found that he was an orphan from the friendly orphanage. Zhou Qianfeng, in recent years, due to the sudden drop in the number of newborns, many orphanages have been closed, and the children of the closed orphanages have been merged into the orphanages that are still in existence. And this person, he happened to be from the friendly orphanage that was just closed a few days ago. Fu Yixue, friendly orphanage? Zhou Qianfeng, it is the orphanage where we was before, and it is also the orphanage where your proud disciple Fu Mingli's fiancée Yana once stayed. Not only that, this orphanage has frequently seen high-level psychics since 10 years ago, and they have powerful awakening abilities. Currently, almost all of these children have been adopted by the powerful in the central city, and trained to become excellent family members and backbones. Even heirs. Of course, you have adopted several of them. Fu Yixue frowned suddenly. So, you are suspecting that there is a connection between the two? Zhou Qianfeng, this is just my guess. I am a politician, and I am best at conspiracy theories. Moreover, the alliance has only become stronger in recent years, and there are still some people who want to instigate a coup. I always look 3 steps ahead, so as not to appear too passive. Fu Yixue, you just need to take good care of your Fu family, and prevent the entire Dao sect from falling into your hands. The rest, of course, will be taken care of by me. Fu Yixue turned to the third page of the document, which showed a photo of Yana and the interests she had fought for the Hua family over the years. Yana and the Hua family are deeply bound together, and there are even many intertwined interests related to her Fu Mingli of the Fu family. Fu Yixue lit a flame with one hand, and the folder in her hand was completely burned, and the ashes fell to the ground. She turned around and left. Zhou Qianfeng rubbed his forehead. Thank you for your hard work. The 5 immortals dispersed silently. Zhou Qianfeng said softly, I have no descendants in my life, and everything I have now will eventually be given to Wu Yu. I just hope that when I hand it over to Wu Yu, it won't cause her trouble. Secretary, if things develop differently with Master Fu. Zhou Qianfeng smiled silently, but his eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. I originally thought that it would be good to leave Wu Yu with a little more wealth. But if there is something dirty or smelly mixed in, it's better not to have it. Kill them all, that is. The deep meaning in Zhou Qianfeng's words made the secretary shudder. Yeah, come to Mom. Mom, hug me. I love you so much, Mom. Wu Yu tried to raise her head to see her mother's face clearly, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see it. She tried to stretch out her little hand, and stumbled towards her mother's back. Mom. But her mother was getting farther and farther away. Mom. Wu Yu suddenly opened her eyes, and the treatment cabin above her head opened instantly. Shinkei was worried. Wu Yu, how do you feel? Shinkei's face was doubled. Wu Yu was in a trance for a long time, and finally came back to her senses. She sat up slowly. How long have I been unconscious? Shinkei, 3 days and 3 nights. Wu Yu didn't expect that she would be unconscious for so long this time. She hurriedly asked Shinkei, So long? What about the world boss? How is the world boss? And you, Captain, why are you here? Don't you need to deal with the dungeon? Shinkei smiled. I'm waiting for the hero to wake up, and then I deal with the dungeon. Wu Yu fainted as soon as the skill of number 7 Ice Frozen World was released. She didn't know that the boss had died a long time ago, let alone that she was the hero Shinkei mentioned. Wu Yu looked confused. Shinkei, Wu Yu, you are the hero. You killed the world boss in the end. Now go wash up. Qi Yan shuttle has always been parked outside the world boss map. All the people of Qiyin have not left. Everyone is waiting for you. Just waiting for you to wake up and pick up the bag. Wu Yu blinked and blinked again. Finally, in Shinkei's panic, Wu Yu's eyes were red, and she covered her face suddenly. Great, she is not dead, everyone is not dead, everyone in Qiyin is fine. Mom, I will go on my own path firmly. Chapter 152. After the world boss battle, each team cleaned up the battlefield. The biggest winner of this world boss battle was undoubtedly Qiyin. The number of packages Qiyin had was more than the other 4 teams combined. After picking up the packages, each team returned to the base to rest. Wu Xiaoli stopped Jiang Yuhua, who was about to leave, and handed her an envelope. We agreed on the reward, now we are even. Jiang Yuhua really wanted to know the clues about the person the Jiang family was looking for, and did not refuse at all. Opening the envelope, there were only 5 words written on it. Friendly orphanage. Jiang Yuhua looked up suddenly. What do you mean? Wu Xiaoli, I have an old customer who has a close relationship with the Jiang family, but I can't tell you his name. As a reward for saving my life several times, he told me the name of this orphanage. He said that if one day I offend someone I shouldn't offend and commit a huge disaster, it would be like poking a hole in the sky. As long as I take this to the Jiang family will naturally save my life. Jiang Yuhua wanted to ask more. Wu Xiaoli stretched out her slender fingers and put them on her mouth. Shh, don't break the rules. I said I give you one, only this one. I won't tell you anything else you ask. Jiang Yuhua bit her lip. Thank you. Wu Xiaoli turned and left, waving. I've given you the news. I wish you and the Jiang family will get what they want soon. Ah! When will Yaya wake up? I've worked so hard to get the resources, but I haven't even distributed them yet, and I'm going to lose them all. Wu Chong suddenly fell on the mountain of gold and silver, with white notes of death stuck on his face. Jiechen next to him was not much better. He gritted his teeth. You wicked things, you always stick them on my head. Richard smiled. Isn't it your head that is bigger than the ground? Jiechen kicked Richard away. Richard dodged nimbly. I block it. Fu Yanqi, I received news from the sect that the battlefield of World City has been cleared. The first level wartime security has been cancelled, and residents can enter and exit freely. Jian Suiyu, then now, let's wait for our hero to wake up. Hi, your hero is here. Everyone turned their heads in surprise. Wu Yu smiled and waved to them vigorously. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Wu Chong jumped up, rushed to Wu Yu, took her hand and spun around with her. Yu, are you okay? Wu Yu spun around. I'm fine. Richard, where's your mental strength? Wu Yu took out Shuangyu Bingling, and everyone was surprised to see Shuangyu Bingling's current appearance. Fu Yanqi, it looks like a staff now. Wu Yu nodded. It may be because a part of the ruby was separated, and the seal was weakened. I can now sense the existence of the mental power core. I used the treatment cabin to test it before coming here. The current mental power is A level. Wu Chong was so excited. Ah. Yeah, you have mental power. We can finally go to those dungeons that are contaminated by super strong mental power together. Wu Yu jumped up and down. Yes. Fu Yanqi was also very happy. I didn't expect that killing the boss would restore some of my mental power. It's a pleasant surprise. After this period of work is over, I will take you back to the Fu family, and let the head of the family check if the ruby peeling process has damaged your mental core. Wu Yu thought of the previous unpleasantness. Why don't we forget it? Master Fu doesn't seem to like her very much. Fu Yanqi, don't worry, I talked to the head of the family. Jiechen, what a fuss, Master Fu is so old, can he be so stingy? Fu Yanqi said in a gloomy tone. Jiechen, you better not let the head of the family hear this. Wu Chong couldn't wait any longer. Why are you talking so much? Stop talking, Wu Yue, hurry up and pick up the package. Everyone yelled at him. Who talks the most? You chatterbox. Everyone in Qian waited for Wu Yue here for 3 whole days, just to let her harvest the fruits she planted with her own hands. Under the gaze of everyone, she stood on the hill of packages, took a deep breath, and started working. Obtain SS level meteorite or *50. Obtain SS level diamond core *30. Obtain SS level diamond crystal *20. Obtain legendary magic box *30. Obtain SS level healing gem *30. Each package is filled with legendary props, SS level advanced resources, and even congratulations on obtaining SS level weapons. The ancient witch clan sacred wood witch staff. Wu Chong jumped in surprise. Wow, SS level, and it's a witch staff I can use. I want this. Congratulations on getting the SS level weapon. The Buddha's merciful heavenly gang and earthly evil Zen staff. Jiechen, I want the Zen staff. Deduct it from the resources. Congratulations on getting the SS level armor, the Golden Thread Jade Silk Eyes Soul Cicada armor. Congratulations on getting the SS level armor, the Steel Bone Iron Claw shirt. Congratulations on getting the SS level helmet, the Godzilla King Kong Skull. The Chian people, who had originally gathered around for fear that they would not be able to share the god level equipment in the first place, gradually became excited, agitated, shocked, and finally numb. Oh, go ahead and open it. If you could open a bad one, cut off its head, and let everyone here kick it like a ball. Even when Wu opened an A-level armor, the team members were more surprised than seeing SS-level equipment. They grabbed it and said, I want this A-level one. This is the first A-level one that Wu opened today. It is of great commemorative value. I will frame it when I go back and worship it before every dungeon. Damn it, I thought so too, but you snatched it away first. Concentrate and don't lose. The next A-level item will definitely be mine. I can tell you're ignorant. In Wu, the lower the grade, the rarer it is. What's A-level? You have no ambition at all. If you want to rob me, you should rob the C-level, D-level, or even F-level items that Wu has opened. Brother, you are worthy of it. You are more far-sighted than us. Shinkei was waiting on the side, and had nothing to do. Seeing that Wu was tired, he couldn't help but want to help share the burden. He opened a purple gold package, and inside it lay quietly a C-level broken black iron that can be used to break the iron kitchen knife. After staring at the broken black iron quietly for 2 seconds, Pucci. There were laughters coming from the side. Shinkei tilted his head and looked at the Locust brothers, who were looking around. Why don't you disappear? The Locust brothers were unwilling. What are you doing? Where the big brother is, we are there. Shinkei raised the black iron and asked everyone, does anyone want the C-level resources I opened? I just heard you all say you want the lower grade ones. Everyone was silent for a second, and retreated in fear. There was no one living 10 meters away from Shinkei. From a distance, he heard, I'm scared to death. How can the captain have no sense of boundaries at all? That's right, the captain, the god of bad luck, is here. I have to call him a loser. Do you know that your luck is as bad as a nuclear bomb? Back off. Shinkei, Damn, I kill you bastards. Chapter 153. The World Boss War is over. All members participated in this battle, plus a huge amount of resource points invested in the team's public account in advance. The battle allocation of each member needs to be combined with the average personal output and personal points gained in the previous battlefield, plus the output and contribution ratio of the boss map. Some members have their own needs for battle gains and inform them in advance to obtain priority allocation rights. The workload is huge. As soon as Shinkei and Jian Sui returned to the base, they immediately entered a high-intensity working state. Wu Chong was lying on a lounge chair in Wu Yu's plantation, basking in the sun. Ah, being an idle person is the happiest thing. Jiechen wore sunglasses and drank freshly squeezed carrot juice. Ba, good. Wu Yu's plantation had not been taken care of for nearly a week. Although she had a cutting-edge intelligent housekeeper, there were still many trivial matters that required her to be busy. Wearing a straw hat, a towel hanging around her neck to cover her mouth and nose, and a shovel in her hand, Wu Yu's sleeves were covered with mud and weeds. Wu Yu exhaled a foul breath and poked the Sangdiao combination that was frantically digging the soil on the side with a shovel. The brain-eating worm immediately turned around, made an S-shaped curve, and winked shyly. Master, what do you want? Wu Yu sneered, pointing at Wu Chong and Jiechen, who had snatched her sunbathing chair. Go, bite them to death. The brain-eating worm saluted, and rushed up with its little brother, the piranha plant, to attack them face to face. Ho! Wu Chong, ah. Yeah, you better take care of your summoned beast. Jiechen, ugly thing, keep your face away from me. Don't think I won't cut you just because your master is here. Wu Yu was very satisfied watching the leisurely duo being chased by Sangdiao, and training on the spot, running 100 laps around the back mountain. The communicator suddenly vibrated. I clicked it, and saw an email from Dean Zhu. Dear YW, I watched the World Boss battle a few days ago. I heard that you participated in the battle. The battle is serious, so I can't help but worry. However, I am also proud to know that you are the one who finally won the World Boss. Other colleagues in the Academy of Agricultural Sciences asked me to convey their joy and congratulations to you. On behalf of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, I would like to give you some of our research results today. It is just a small gift. I hope you will accept it. Good friend Zhu Gingyun. When President Zhu sent the email, he also CC'd other colleagues from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Vice President Zhang, who seemed to be incompatible with him before, was also on the list, and even ranked first. Wu Yu thought that in the process of research and development of purified crops, the two knowledgeable scholars might have put aside their past grudges and worked together. Soon, another new email came. Hello, Miss Wu. I am Yen Wei. I met him once before. I wonder if Miss Wu still remembers him. This email is very presumptuous. I hope Miss Wu will not feel that I am bothering you. I heard that Miss Wu's team had a lot of gains in this world boss battle. I would like to buy 20 SS level meteorite ores from Miss Wu for the research and development of new mineral energy. The price of the ore will be determined by Miss Wu. I look forward to your reply. Wu Yu thought for a while, and quickly replied, Hello Yen Wei, the gains from this world boss battle are still waiting for the unified distribution of the team. I will apply for the allocation of meteorite ore, and the price will be based on the average transaction price of the market in the past 7 days. After the allocation is completed, I will designate you to trade through the Alliance trading market. Yen Wei replied immediately, Thank you very much, Miss Wu. Yeah. Hearing Aunt Chen's distant shout, Wu Yu took back the communicator. What's wrong, Aunt Chen? Aunt Chen looked panicked. Oh no, yeah. The team suddenly received a super huge express package. This package doesn't even have the sender's name. It just says that you are the recipient. I thought, maybe someone is jealous of you holding the world boss's ultimate move and sent you a bomb to assassinate you. Wu Yu had a bad feeling. I go take a look. She roughly guessed who the package was from, but when she really saw the 10 by 10 by 10, 1,000 cubic meter container in front of her, Wu Yu still gasped. She asked Zhu Gingyan tremblingly, Qi Yen Wu Yu, photo. Qi Yen Wu Yu, Dean Zhu, this is the research result you mentioned, just a small gift? This is too big. Zhu Gingyan, yes, I'm really sorry. I hope you won't think our Academy of Agricultural Sciences is petty. Silently putting down the communicator, she really doubted whether the Alliance forgot to update her cognition when updating the quantity unit. Under Aunt Chen's nervous gaze, Wu Yu looked haggard. It's okay, Aunt Chen, it's indeed my package, let me open it. The huge container was suddenly opened by Wu Yu, and it was full of various lush crops, new seedlings of fruit trees, and even seedlings of various spices. Compared to the carbohydrate crops given to Wu Yu before, this container contains almost all the vegetable and fruit seasonings that were used at home before the end of the world. Aunt Chen made a sharp explosion. Oh my God, oh my earth, oh my grandfather, oh my grandmother, oh my dear. Wu Yu's scalp exploded, and she was thinking about how to explain the origin of this container to Aunt Chen. Aunt Chen opened her hands, like a gust of wind, and rushed into the container with a ha-ha. Because Wu Yu was standing in the middle of the container, and was in the way, she was directly knocked aside by Aunt Chen. Aunt Chen was all smiles, her cheeks rosy, and she was lingering in the container. Wu Yu stood up silently, and stood quietly aside, not saying a word. She even thought to herself, yes, just like that, don't ask me who sent these. Aunt Chen raised her head suddenly, Yu. Wu Yu raised her head nervously, looking at Aunt Chen's sharp eyes. She felt more and more guilty. Wu Yu thought, confess and be lenient, resist and be strict. While Aunt Chen is in a good mood now, why not just give up everything? Anyway, I didn't tell the truth at the beginning, it was the vice captain's idea. If Aunt Chen is angry, she will sell out the vice captain first. Wu Yu has already prepared herself mentally, and was about to speak. Unexpectedly, Aunt Chen nodded repeatedly, you are a fan, you are smart. Wu Yu was confused, huh? Aunt Chen patted Wu Yu's shoulders repeatedly, Yu, don't be embarrassed, I know everything. You made your mark in the plot dungeon, and killed the final boss in the world boss battle. You are now the new top star, the hottest new star in the league. The new top star who was just digging mud, pulling weeds, and watering chicken manure. His expression was hard to describe. Yes. You are right. You are all right. Aunt Chen touched this carrot, pinched that tomato, and looked at the apple seedling with more loving eyes than looking at her own son. She said excitedly, come on, yeah, I will help you send all these to your plantation. Wu Yu looked at the whole container of vegetable seedlings and fruit seedlings in horror. How could she put so many seedlings in such a small place in her plantation? Xiubiga, and there are so many varieties here, she can't even check the planting information for a day. Wu Yu decided immediately, Aunt Chen, would you consider leading a team yourself? Now it was Aunt Chen's turn to be stunned. Chapter 154. Aunt Chen turned her head suddenly. You said that the purified crop was actually purified by you? Wu Yu paused while peeling potatoes, and nodded repeatedly, yes. Aunt Chen snorted. So you and Sui Yu teamed up to deceive me. Wu Yu thought for a second and decided to distance herself from the matter. Aunt Chen, this is the decision of the deputy captain. Aunt Chen was angry. Okay, Jian Suiyu, this stinky boy, doesn't believe in his mother's ideological awareness. Tell me what's wrong. Can I talk nonsense everywhere? I'm such a tight-lipped person. I never talk nonsense. Wu Yu echoed, that's right. Aunt Chen is very tight-lipped. She will never talk nonsense. Aunt Chen, I heard that Wu Yu received a container of gifts today. I heard that it was sent by her fans. Oh my god, these fans are so generous. Wu Yu paused while peeling potatoes, turned her head, and looked at Aunt Chen standing at the food window. The food window is high, it's almost breakfast time, and it's not lunch time yet, only a few people come to get food. Wu Weimao was peeling potatoes under the counter, and the people serving the food couldn't see her. Sensing Wu Yu's sinister gaze, Aunt Chen shook her rice spoon guiltily. Hey, Aunt Chen, please stop shaking. Aunt Chen threw the dish on the counter. Eat, 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 eating can't stop your mouth. Silently peeking at Wu Yu, she was caught on the spot by Wu Yu, and Aunt Chen looked away guiltily. Wu Yu put down the potato inside. Aunt Chen, you should reflect on yourself. Aunt Chen nodded repeatedly. Yes, I was wrong. Wu Yu, forget it. Let's leave it at that. Don't do it again. Aunt Chen, yes, yes, I will never say anything nonsense again. After thinking about it, it was not right. Aunt Chen suddenly put her hands on her waist. You are fooling me, right? I tell you, you and Sui you have not finished deceiving me together. Wu Yu picked up the potato angrily and said sweetly, Aunt Chen, I am just helping you. Aunt Chen, I am not angry yet. Hey Aunt Chen, what are you angry about? I heard that Wu Yu just went to the world boss battle once, and she shined and attracted countless attention. Yes, yes, all the teams outside want to poach our players. I heard they brought a container of resources to poach our players. I heard they are all SSS level crystals, crystal cores and ores. That's right, our Wu Yu is such a person, she dares to take anything that is not presentable. Even if it is an SSS level crystal, she doesn't care. That's right, Wu Yu and Qi Yan have such a deep relationship, she won't leave. Wu Yu gritted her teeth. Auntie, Chen. Aunt Chen pulled the canteen window open, and put up a sign that the canteen was closed. She raised her right hand and swore to the sky, you believe me, yeah, the latter version is really not passed on by me. If I lie to you, I will be struck by lightning. Boom! There was lightning and thunder outside. Aunt Chen was so angry that she jumped up and down. Who is it? Who is going against me? Wu Yu continued to peel potatoes with a haggard face. Aunt Chen felt embarrassed and snatched the potatoes. Yeah, go out for a walk, I can do it myself. Wu Yu shook her head. If I go out now, they will brag even more outrageously. Aunt Chen stood at attention and dared not say a word. After a while, Aunt Chen said aggrievedly, Aunt is just happy for you, and I couldn't help but brag a little. They are really just following suit. Seeing Wu Yu didn't say anything, she couldn't help but say, don't be angry with me. Wu Yu suddenly laughed. It would have been better if she didn't laugh. Aunt Chen's heart was so nervous when she laughed that it was in her throat. Aunt Chen, what do you think of what I just told you? Aunt Chen still hasn't figured it out. What are you thinking about? You want me to lead everyone to farm together? Wu Yu nodded. Well, even if the achievements of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences are amazing, the purified crops will still be supplied to the residents of the central city first. I have checked the current transaction price of purified crops. The price is high and the quantity is scarce. There are so many people in our team. Collective procurement is a huge expense. Although I can purify crops to increase yields, each dungeon takes a long time and the crops are out of control, which can easily lead to accidents. This is the question Wu Yu was thinking about when she was shoveling the land. She had never thought that the development of purified crops would be so fast. Her plantation is small, so it is better to use all the best black soil for the cultivation and planting of rare extinct crops. Aunt Chen's eyes lit up. Sure, I like farming. I can call Liu Zi's mother, Lao Zhou's wife, and Wang Tian. Before the end of the world, he can be a fourth-generation farmer. The small area in the back mountain is vacated for you to build a plantation. The back mountain has been barren all the time. I go find Suiyu and ask him to blow up the mountain and clear that piece of land for me. Aunt Chen became more and more excited as she spoke. She didn't even bother to prepare the meal. She threw down her rice spoon and left. She looked very energetic, leaving Wu Yu alone in the cafeteria staring at a pile of peeled potatoes. Wu Yu stretched out her hand with difficulty, but Aunt Chen, what about lunch? She only knew how to boil water and peel potatoes. Aunt Chen, let these guys talk so much. You just throw the potatoes into the water and boil them, and they just eat them, choke them to death. Wu Yu, Okay. The lunchtime arrived on time, and the door of the cafeteria opened. People came in one after another, Ah, it's a wonderful lunchtime again. Let me smell what delicious food Aunt Shin made today. We fought so hard this time. Aunt Shin must have made a full banquet to reward us. No. Why do I feel something is wrong when I just came in? This sticky smell is mixed with a strange burnt smell, sour, salty, and a little smelly. I feel like my olfactory system has been attacked by a nuclear weapon. I see, it seems that Auntie Shin is not the one serving food today. Who is that? It's the cafeteria killer Wu Yu. Wu Yu scooped out a lump of green, purple, and blue mashed potatoes from the vegetable bowl and put it on the team members' plates. Excitedly, is that enough? If not, add more. She swallowed her saliva nervously and afraid, but she was afraid that Wu Yu would think that she despised her cooking skills and agreed to be poached by another team. So she nodded with a tragic look on her face. It smells so good, more. Wu Yu didn't expect her cooking skills to be recognized, and excitedly put another spoonful on the plate. Wu Yu next. The plate was extended to her, and Wu Yu scooped a lump of venomous mashed potatoes, and then poured the purple-black poisonous juice of the abyss witch on it. Next. The plate in front of her didn't move, and Wu Yu looked up in confusion. When she saw Shin-Kei, she blinked in surprise. Captain, you're here to eat too? Are you done? Shin-Kei. Yeah. Wu Yu blinked and said, the fight is over, Captain, go eat. Shin-Kei moved slowly with the plate. Zhang Zai's mouth twitched, looking at my dad's useless look. He stood behind Shin-Kei and asked directly, Wu Yu, there are rumors outside that you are going to be poached by other teams. What's going on? Shin-Kei froze, his ears stood up, and he was completely motionless. Chapter 155. Wu Yu glanced at Zhang Zai. Do you want to eat? Zhang Zai nodded repeatedly. Yes, I will. Wu Yu poured him a spoonful of rice. Let's go. Zhang Zai took a step forward and huddled with Shin-Kei. Shin-Kei began to silently take out the rope and hang it on the beam of the canteen. Zhang Zai looked at Wu Yu in horror. Wu Yu, if you don't express your opinion, the captain will hang himself. Shin-Kei cooperated very well and tied a knot on the rope, then stood on the stool and looked at Wu Yu. Wu Yu looked calm. Are you going to eat or not? Eat. Zhang Zai took a big mouthful of the poisonous abyss, which mashed potatoes, and put it into his mouth. His taste buds were violently shocked in an instant. He felt that he was poisoned and mute. Not only was he poisoned and mute, he seemed to see his grandmother coming to pick him up with delicious strawberry cake. Zhang Zai's neck stretched 2 miles because of choking. When he saw stars in his eyes, Shin-Kei had silently put his head into the rope loop. Wu Yu glanced at Shin-Kei, and Shin-Kei froze immediately. Zhang Zai's voice was hoarse, and his face was sincere. Wu Yu, do you think there are other teams like our Chi-Yin that can appreciate the feast you made? Wu Yu looked at her dark and bubbling feast, and silently looked away. There was no need to go against her conscience. As he spoke, Zhang Zai stuffed another big mouthful of mashed potatoes into his mouth. The next second, he foamed at the mouth, convulsed all over, and fell to the ground. Someone! Help! Zhang Zai has been poisoned to death. Seeing that the only person who dared to speak was also martyred, Shin-Kei silently put his head back, left the stool, and dangled his feet in the air. His face gradually turned blue and black. Come quickly. It's bad. The captain has hanged himself. There was a burst of ghostly howling. The scene was so tragic that anyone who saw it was heartbroken, and anyone who heard it cried. The funeral music started. With a bang, Wu Yu opened the door to the back kitchen of the cafeteria. The anxious people, those who were rescuing and shouting, were all stopped. When they saw Wu Yu walking towards this side, they all secretly dispersed and stood at attention without saying a word. The person who was still giving Zhang Zai CPR just now suddenly retracted his hand, fearing that he would accidentally step on Zhang Zai's stomach if he ran too slowly. Ugh! You bastards! I was almost killed by Wu Yu's dark cooking. Just now, he was about to let Shin-Kei down from the beam, but he let go and ran away. When he ran, he accidentally pulled Shin-Kei down hard, and the beam collapsed. The ceiling wall fell to the ground with a rustling sound, and the beam that fell down just hit Wu Yu's head. Bang! Wu Yu was hit, and shook, and blood flowed from his forehead. Suddenly, the scene was as quiet as a chicken, just like a funeral. Shin-Kei felt a shadow cast over his head. Captain! Hearing Wu Yu's voice, Shin-Kei's eyelashes trembled, and he dared not open his eyes. Wu Yu, Captain, you have damaged the public facilities in the team, and you must compensate at the original price and complete the repair work. Shin-Kei closed his eyes. Yes. Wu Yu, the cafeteria is a place to eat. If you come to make trouble again, we will put up a sign at the door and not let you in. Shin-Kei pursed his lips. Yes. Wu Yu, Captain. Fearing that Wu Yu would really leave in anger, the people around him were persuading him. Captain is just such a fool. Don't be angry with him. Yes, the captain is just like this. He was just anxious when he heard that you were leaving. Wu Yu, you are bleeding. Stop the bleeding first. Shinkei suddenly opened his eyes, and happened to look into Wu Yu's lowered eyes. Shinkei was so shocked that he was about to close his eyes. But Wu Yu suddenly leaned down and lowered her head to get closer. Wu Yu was very serious. Captain, I will not leave Qian. In this life, only Qian will drive me away, and there will never be a day when I leave first. The blood on Wu Yu's forehead dripped down his cheek onto Shinkei's eyelashes. He couldn't help but blink. When he opened his eyes again, Wu Yu had stood up. She looked at the people who were relieved. Why don't you go and fix the beams? You all want to wait for Aunt Chin to come back, right? Everyone was instantly scared. Aunt Chin, you're kidding. Who dares to mess with Aunt Chin and a whole team? Wu Yu turned back to the canteen kitchen and prepared to continue to get food. Shin Chung immediately jumped up like a rocket. He came to Wu Yu. I help you get food, you go and take care of your wound. Wu Yu turned to look at Shinkei. Shinkei looked pitiful. I was wrong. I just heard them say that you accepted the gift of Desert Rose. Wu Chong also said that Wu Shioli liked you very much and invites you to Desert Rose. Wu Yu nodded. Sister Shioli did invite me. Shinkei suddenly shut his mouth, really wanting to slap himself 2 seconds ago, for bringing up something that was not relevant. Wu Yu, but I refused. The gift was not given by Sister Shioli, but by Dean Zhu of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Shinkei turned his face away, and secretly raised the corners of his mouth. Shinkei was hesitant on the surface, but cheered in his heart. He followed Wu Yu into the kitchen, and watched Wu Yu take off her apron and leave. Wearing Wu Yu's apron and standing in front of the food window, Shinkei's eyes flashed with laser-like light. It's you guys, spreading rumors, right? Seeing Shinkei's murderous gaze, everyone's expression froze. I suddenly remembered that I had eaten yesterday, so I don't need to eat again today. My mother asked me to go home for dinner, so I left first. The strange beast I caught yesterday died, and I was eager to go back to mourn it, so I won't eat this meal first. Shinkei pulled out the golden trident, his tone gloomy. Let's see who dares to leave today. Zhang Zhe was like a demon from hell, crawling on the ground while approaching with mashed potatoes that were emitting black gas. Grabbing one leg of his pants, no one can escape. A scream broke out in the cafeteria. Ghost. Aunt Chin turned her head in confusion and looked in the direction of the cafeteria. What's going on? Why is the cafeteria so noisy today? My right eyelid has been twitching since just now. If I'm not there, won't those brats bully ya? Jian Suiyu shook his head. No. Generally, only Wu Yu is likely to bully others. Aunt Chin thinks so too. Wu Yu is very capable. Hey, what do you think of the mountain farming I just told you about? Jian Suiyu's eyes never left the communicator. The team has always been in a state of loss. The maintenance cost of the team is high, and Shinkei never collects income from the team members. Mom, you also know that the operation of the team is already very difficult. If we also develop the planting industry. Hearing this, Aunt Chin already knew the result. Aunt Chin sighed. Okay son, stop talking, I understand. I understand. I just feel that I have nothing to do, and want to contribute more to the team. Jian Suiyu, okay. Aunt Chin looked up suddenly. What did you say? Jian Suiyu retracted his gaze from the communicator and said with a smile, all the proceeds from the World Boss War have been settled. Excluding the part that should be given to the team members, the team has turned a profit, and the remaining part is enough to fill the team's public account, and it is more than enough to blow up the mountain and open up a whole planting area. Miss Chin, oh, you may have to come out and lead the team yourself. Aunt Chin was very excited. Great. I go tell Yaya the good news right away. Looking at Aunt Chin's back as she left, Jian Suiyu suddenly realized that the moment he met Wu Yu in the puppet dungeon, the gears of fate belonging to Wu Yu and everyone in Qian began to turn. Chapter 156. Wu Yu returned to the room to treat her wounds, and received the World Boss distribution reward from the team. In this battle, Wu Yu's main personal achievements are as follows. Captured 4 teleportation points and obtained 2 land monuments. Teamwork recovered 25% of the mental power, and recovered all the mental power in the final boss, and killed the final boss with 12% of the health. The rewards are distributed as follows. SS level armor, Jinli Yuzibingpa Cicada armor. SS level helmet, Godzilla King Kong skull. SS level meteorite or asterisk 10,000. SS level diamond crystal core asterisk 20,000. SS level diamond crystal asterisk 20,000. Legendary magic box asterisk 10,000. SS level healing gem asterisk 5000 according to the output of this world boss. Wu originally thought that she would only get about 5,000 resources at most, but she didn't expect Yin Suiyu to give her 20,000 SS level diamond crystals alone. 20,000 SS level diamond crystals were enough for her to light up the little angel to 10 stars. As soon as Wu Yu summoned the little angel, she found that the little angel's status was not right. She immediately checked the little angel's status panel, and found that the little angel was seriously injured when it used its skills to help her block a fatal blow. The entire appearance has completely degraded to the state of the wind chime doll before. If Wu Yu hadn't used the ultimate move in time, the little angel would have disappeared directly. Wu Yu hurriedly fed the little angel the SS level diamond crystal she had just obtained. After feeding a large amount of SS level diamond crystals, the little angel did not show any obvious improvement. It was not until Wu Yu smashed 12,000 diamond crystals that the little angel finally returned to normal. 12,000 diamond crystals, such a huge sunk cost. If it was someone else, even if it was an S-level 10-star item, they would definitely choose to give up directly. But the little angel was the first god-level item Wu Yu got, and it was also the beginning of her comeback. As long as there was a slight possibility, she would never give up easily. The little angel who woke up slowly flew to Wu Yu and rubbed her face intimately, as if to thank Wu Yu for saving her life. Wu Yu smiled and held the little angel in her arms, holding her high up. "You're okay, that's great." Wu Yu fed the last 8,000 crystals to the little angel, and let the little angel light up the 8th and 9th stars. At the same time, the little angel had a flash of inspiration. This time, 2 stars were lit up, but only 1 skill flashed. However, the skill that was lit up was, "Congratulations. A flash of inspiration enlightened you to a new passive skill, Blessing Barrier of the Holy Angel. The blessing of the Holy Angel will always be with you, resisting all evil forces and making you indestructible." Wu Yu was very surprised. It turned out to be the most scarce skill of the Holy Angel blessing in the Alliance. From Prince Squire being blessed by the Holy Angel, and everyone's enthusiasm for his bloodline, we can see how important the holy light that heals everything is to the terrifying end of the world invaded by ghosts. The Blessed Barrier of the Holy Angel. Does that mean that there will be active attack type Holy Angel skills that can defeat or purify evil forces? But what exactly is the evil force mentioned here? Wu Yu always feels that evil forces are different from ordinary ghost powers. Wu Yu released the Golden Crow again, and checked the status interface of the Golden Crow. Because Wu Yu's spiritual power surged before, the summoned beast was directly affected by the Master's spiritual power, and its body size surged, and it even transformed into 9 golden crows representing 9 suns. The 9 golden crows were torn to pieces by the zombies one after another. The more violent the power burst, the stronger the backlash. The golden crow turned into a little fat chicken again. When it saw Wu Yu, it was so angry that it kept pecking at her hair. "Golden crow, damn human, give me back my handsome feathers." Wu Yu's hair was pecked so hard that it was all frizzy, but she was so well behaved that she didn't fight back at all. He even took out a handful of millet. "Are you tired? Eat something before you peck?" Jinwu was angry. Peck, peck, peck." Wu Yu touched Jinwu's fluffy hair. "Thank you for your hard work this time. I will feed you summoned beast rations, and you will soon return to your original growth progress." Jinwu was angry, but he felt proud when he thought of his master's fierce fighting spirit in fighting alone. You are sensible. You didn't follow the wrong person, because you are so brave. You have picked a soft persimmon by provoking me." Wu Yu used the points in her hand to purchase some summoned beast rations at the free market at a suitable price. The top summoned beast rations were rare and precious, and the price was extremely high. Wu Yu spent a full 30 billion points to buy the summoned beast rations that allowed Jin Wu to return to its original growth state. The Sang Diao combination on the side looked at it with eager eyes, biting their fingers, and did not dare to accept it. "Who made us ugly? The master has always disliked us." Wu Yu took a look at her ugly child. After climbing the Knife Mountain and going through the Snow Sea with him, she could barely tolerate him no matter how ugly he was. "I could only spend another 30 billion points to feed the summoned beasts to both the insects and the flowers." Seeing the progress bar of the summoned beasts soaring, Wu Yu was happy but couldn't help but mourn her suddenly deflated wallet for a minute. According to the agreement, Wu Yu consigned the meteorite ore to Yen Wei through the trading market. Although Yen Wei only wanted 20, Wu Yu had no use for these ores for the time being, so she directly consigned 50 to him. The moment of consignment, they were picked up in seconds. It seems that Yen Wei really needs these meteorite ores. At the same time, when Wu Yu checked the transaction price of meteorite ore in the past 7 days, she found that the transaction price of meteorite ore has been rising sharply in the past half month. Looking at this rising price red line, Wu Yu thought, the continued rise in the price of meteorite, or could it be related to the development of meteorite fire? She immediately searched for the bidding situation of the natural disaster meteorite fire area. Query results. Currently, the meteorite fire element erosion natural disaster area has not been opened for public bidding. It has nothing to do with the meteorite fire. Wu Yu thought, I should have thought too much. She let go of the communicator and turned around to continue playing with the summoned beast and the little angel. Suddenly, she received a communication from Yin Wei. Yin Wei, it's a bit presumptuous, but after thinking about it, I still feel that I should talk to Miss Wu. Yin Wei, recently meteorite ore has been robbed in large quantities in the market, which has affected its normal use for magnetic field exploration. Yin Wei, someone heard a rumor that meteorite ore can extract supernatural power that can awaken people's spiritual power and awakening abilities. Qian Wuyue, okay Mr. Yin, thank you for letting me know. Wuyue didn't know much about meteorite ore, and she subconsciously used the communicator to search for the common uses of meteorite ore, SS-level meteorite ore, very rare, or formed by the intense burning of lava by alien meteorites. Currently, it is mainly used for mineral detection to find special vein magnetic fields, and the detection system of the latest shuttle. Meteorite ore can also resonate with the ghost power of the same frequency as the magnetic field. Chapter 157. Yeah. Aunt Chen's joyful voice came from outside the dormitory, and Wu Yue opened the door. Aunt Chen immediately said, tell me about the matter of opening up the mountain and changing it into a planting area. It's okay. Wu Yue was happy, really, that's great. Aunt Chen nodded repeatedly, yes, I will find a way to contact a professional mountain opening team now. He approved all the startup funds for me. I will go and find him now. No one will dare to cheat me after hearing the name of our Qian. Wu Yue, Qian's reputation is the easiest to cheat. Captain Qian himself was taken advantage of as a fool. Wu Yue stopped Aunt Chen. Aunt Chen, I just met an expert in mountain development. Why don't I ask him if he has any professional team to recommend? Aunt Chen, of course. Wu Yue turned on the communicator and sent a message to Yin Wei. Qian Wu Yue, hello Yin Wei, can you recommend any professional team in mountain development? Our team wants to blow up the back mountain and turn it into a planting area. We need to find a professional team to cooperate with. After sending the message, Wu Yue immediately consigned 20 meteorite ores to Yin Wei for free as a thank you for consulting. Seeing Yin Wei take away 20 pieces of ore, Wu Yue breathed a sigh of relief. However, seeing the reply, Yin Wei, it just so happens that I have just finished the mining development work of the Jiang family. I am free recently. I will take this order. I will leave immediately and take my mining team with me. The meteorite ore just now will be used as a deposit for the project. Wu Yue widened her eyes in disbelief. She had heard from Dean Zhu before that Yin Wei had made great achievements in both the planting industry and the mineral industry. The team he led was young and strong, with solid professional skills, and they were all fighters with very strong survival skills. They were experts that even the major chaebol had to queue up for a year or two to make an appointment. Qian only has a small job in the back mountain, but Yin Wei actually took it personally and brought the entire professional team, and the deposit is only 20 meteorite ores? Aunt Chen waited nervously for Wu Yu's reply. Seeing Wu Yu's dreamy face, she was worried. How is it? Wu Yu nodded stupidly, he agreed. Aunt Chen breathed a sigh of relief. She patted Wu Yu. Really? Why do you have this expression after you agreed? Look how scared you are. After being reminded of this, Wu Yu immediately changed his mind. Yes, he agreed. I will quickly sign the mountain opening agreement with him. Qian Wu Yue, thank you so much, Mr. Yin. Mr. Yin, why don't we sign the contract right now? Yin Wei, no hurry, I will bring people there tomorrow, see the site, and then make the details. Wu Yu immediately flattered him. Qian Wu Yue, Mr. Yin is really thoughtful. Yin Wei. Miss Wu, just call me Yin Wei. You are scary like this. The next day, Yin Wei brought the entire team to Qian as promised. Before getting off the shuttle, everyone in the team was a little nervous. Boss, I heard that all the people in Qian are living devils. I heard that there is a monk who can pull off people's arms with his bare hands. If I don't do my job well, he won't beat me, right? Don't say it, the more you talk, the more scared I am. I am sweating all over my forehead now. I also heard that there is a wizard who can summon evil ghosts to eat people and disembowel them. The two team members hugged each other and cried in fear. Captain, I want to go home. Yin Wei's face was dark and stern, and he was a little nervous after hearing what these people said. This was his first time to cooperate with a team, and it was Qian, who was famous for killing gods and Buddhas. It was said that in the world boss battle that just ended, the captain of Qian twisted off the head of the captain of Shadow, and kicked it like a ball, and also took out the heart and liver of the captain of Falcon and ate it raw. Taking a deep breath, Yin Wei sent a message to Wu Yu. Yin Wei, will there be assistance from the Qian team members in this mountain opening work? After sending it, he kept repeating in his heart, no, 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 it's better not, absolutely not. Qian Wu Yu, of course, Mr. Yin is here personally to lead the team, and our entire team attaches great importance to it. All 220 members of our team are on standby. As long as you give the order, we will be there at any time. And we have prepared a little surprise for you. Please look forward to it. Seeing this message, Yin Wei's heart was completely dead. A little surprise? What little surprise? Is it going to be a live performance, tearing apart strange beasts with bare hands, and eating zombies alive? Yin Wei's calves trembled slightly, but seeing that everyone in the team was trembling, he had to act like a captain to boost morale. Yin Wei looked at everyone. Don't be nervous. Qian is the top team in the alliance. But we won't confuse right and wrong. Just treat it as normal work. Captain, it would be more convincing if you didn't sweat profusely when you said this. Captain, stop shaking, you're making me more scared. Captain, didn't you say that the agreement hasn't been signed yet? How about we run away? Run away? Are you kidding? We have already entered the air control area of Qian base. Do you believe that if we turn around now, Qian will fire thousands of cannons to blow us into slag? Bang! A loud noise was heard in the air, and a horrifying scream was heard from the entire Yin family shuttle. Ah, we are just talking. We haven't really run away yet. Don't hit me, don't hit me. I have no spine. As long as you don't hit me, I can do anything. If you hit me, you will hit cotton. Hey, look at the sky. The shuttle was not hit at all, but 8 latest reconnaissance ships flew out from the side of their shuttle at the same time. These reconnaissance ships performed various difficult flying stunts around the Yin family shuttle, and huge fireworks exploded in the air. The shuttle drew in the air. Welcome Mr. Yin Wei and his team members to Qi, and the members of Yin Wei's team all opened their mouths in disbelief. They looked at each other, feeling that this Qian didn't look like the fierce and evil one in the rumors. Which fierce and evil team would do such a rustic and exciting performance that made people feel embarrassed by tapping their toes, but also satisfied their vanity and made them a little happy? After a round of shuttle performances, the reconnaissance ship landed at the airport with the Yin family shuttle. Yin Wei turned to look at everyone. Let's go. Everyone was worried, and when they got to the ground, they saw that Qian was really like Wu Yu said. All 220 people were there, all waiting for them. Seeing that the legendary figures, who had just shined in the World Boss maps, and were all waiting here. At that moment, the villains in the hearts of everyone in Yin Wei's team threw a crazy combination of punches. This is Qian, the first team in the alliance that is famous throughout the alliance, and anyone who has anything to do with it can brag about it for a year. Now they are all here, waiting for their team to start the work. Damn! Awesome! So awesome! Enough for them to brag about for a lifetime. Chapter 158. Wu Yu stepped forward enthusiastically. Teacher Yin Wei, welcome you and your team to our Qian. This is our Qian's captain Shinkei. The people in Yin Wei's team had not yet recovered from the shock of being greeted by all the members of Qian, and immediately saw Qian's captain. Looking at Shinkei standing there with a natural domineering aura, the golden trident behind him reflected an amazing murderous aura under the sunlight. The Yin Wei team swallowed their saliva, and someone couldn't help but take out paper and pen. The people next to him immediately pressed his hand down. He kicks people's heads and eats their hearts and livers. He continued to dig out stubbornly. Since falcons can be eaten, why can't mine be eaten? Let him eat me, I'm willing. Damn, there are still Shinkei's crazy fans in the team. Shinkei stretched out his hand. Hello, Mr. Yin. You and the team have worked hard on this mountaineering work. If you have any problems at work, please feel free to communicate with Qian's deputy captain Jian Suiyu. If there is a need for manpower, you can deploy Qian's team members. Yin Wei and Shinkei shook hands, and refused to let go. Shinkei looked puzzled. Yin Wei took out his communicator. Captain Shin, can I take a photo with you? Shinkei was stunned. Photo? Yin Wei nodded yes. Yes, I posted on WeChat Moments. Yin Wei's team, who had been secretly watching from the sidelines for a long time, all rushed over. Captain, you're so abominable. You actually took a photo secretly. You ate alone without telling us. I want to post it on WeChat Moments too. Shinkei was instantly sandwiched between the people of Yin Wei's team. Now these people were no longer afraid of Shinkei's eating people. They all crowded around Shinkei, wishing to put themselves in Shinkei's arms. Wu Yu took out the communicator. I take pictures of you. Everyone come closer. Captain, Don't be so stiff, smile more happily. Shinkei stretched out his hand stupidly, and made a yeah gesture. Kacha kacha kacha. Wu Yu took a series of fatal pictures. As soon as the pictures were taken, all the people of Yan Wei's team pounced on Wu Yu. Miss Wu Yu, pass it to me first. I have a friend who will die just after seeing my photo. I said I was going to start a business in Qian, but those bastards in my family didn't believe me and thought I was bragging. I'm bragging, but I think their eyes are bleeding with envy. I just leaned against Shinkei's shoulder. Hee hee. Shinkei, who had a perverted smile, shuddered and looked over. The man immediately put away his smile and looked nervous. Shinkei smiled helplessly. I saw you brought a pen and paper. Take it out. The paper and pen were already in Shinkei's hands, but Yan Zhaohua still felt like he was dreaming. Shinkei asked, do you need me to write anything else? Yan Zhaohua, can you write A to signature? What is A to signature? Shinkei glanced at the name on Yan Zhaohua's work clothes on his chest, and the pen quickly crossed the paper, leaving domineering and arrogant handwriting on the paper. Wishing Yan Zhaohua a bright future, happiness and health. Yan Zhaohua looked at Shinkei's words, and the whole person was happy and floating. Hee. Put this piece of paper into your underwear and carry it close to your body. Shinkei, He looked away silently, feeling that the pen in his hand was a little hot. After getting permission, the people from Yan Wei's team took a 360-degree tour of the public part of Qian and took photos happily. Their exclamations were heard everywhere. The most advanced reconnaissance ship in the entire alliance that just performed for you is currently in use by Qian, except for the Alliance Guard. Wow! This is Qian's training and combat area. We have equipped it with a holographic projection combat mode. It can maximize the training results while ensuring the personal safety of the team members. Wow! Everywhere you go, you can hear wow sounds. Wu Yu pointed to the back mountain area of Qian. This is the part we want to open up the mountain. We will flatten the entire mountain and turn it into a planting area. Yan Wei agreed very much. Currently, all major chaebol families are engaged in the planting of purified crops. If you keep up now, you can control the food in your hands to the greatest extent. The front part of the mountain here is soft, and the construction can be completed within a week with the new excavator. The back part of the mountain below the waist is all stone, and it needs to be blasted at a fixed point. The construction period will be longer, about 10 days. The total construction period is maintained at about 17 days, which will just hit the dungeon CD of my team members. The 14-day dungeon CD is really worth paying attention to. Wu Yu asked, I wonder if Mr. Yan Wei's team is willing to go to the dungeon with Qian's people? Everyone in Yan Wei's team turned their heads at the same time, their faces full of anticipation. Are you kidding? This is Qian, the #1 player in the league. Qian's top management never accepts individual dungeon commissions. Who wouldn't want to play a dungeon with Qian's top management? Yan Wei forced himself to suppress the corners of his mouth, which were harder to suppress than AK, and nodded with a serious face. Okay. Yes, we are the champion. Great, Captain. Awesome. Facing the flattery of his teammates, Yan Wei was not surprised by praise or criticism. Let me show you how to do it. Calm, all calm. Yan Wei drafted a project plan and made a project budget. Yan Wei, the construction period this time is 17 days. Our team has 12 people. We will provide the professional equipment. The total cost of opening the mountain is 50 billion points. In the meantime, you can lead our team to the next dungeon to deduct it. Yan Wei looked at Wu Yu uncertainly. I wonder how Qian usually charges. You won't go to the dungeon, so this trip will be in vain, and you will have to pay for it, right? Wu Yu smiled. Qian never charges for taking people to the dungeon, and it is even more impossible for friends who have worked hard to help to pay. 50 billion points, plus 100 meteorite ores, is Qian's small gift. Yan Wei was moved. Ms. Wu Yu, actually my team, and I had some concerns before coming here. I am so ashamed that you treat us so sincerely. Don't worry, we will do our best and go all out in this mountain opening work. Wu Chong observed for a while, and whispered, I heard that Yaya and the captain went to World City to bargain last time and almost cut the boss's pants off. This time, she was too easy to talk to. Yan Wei said how many points to give, and she even gave her extra money. Shinkei pricked up his ears and listened from the side. Jian Suiyu looked at Wu Yu's mysterious smile and said with a gentle face, You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Wu Chong was surprised. What do you mean? Are you saying that Yaya likes this Yan Wei? Shinkei turned his head suddenly, his eyes wide open. Jian Suiyu, It's really impossible to communicate with people with low IQ. Chapter 159. Jian Suiyu looked at Shen Ke. There's nothing to do in the team now, you can go. Wu Chong nodded. Yes, Captain, we don't need you, go out and work. Shen Ke, I stay for a while, in case I need help during the mountain opening process. Wu Chong, oh we have me, Jiechun, Richard and Fu Yanqi, you are not needed. Shen Ke looked at Wu Chong with a death gaze. Shut up. Wu Chong was puzzled, but under the threat of force, he zipped up his mouth. Jian Suiyu, aren't you urging me to go on a blind date? Blind date. The zipper was half pulled, and Wu Chong was excited. Blind date. Captain, you are going back for a blind date. Who is your sister-in-law? Wu Yu tilted her head and looked over here, and Shen Ke punched Wu Chong into the ground. Shen Ke looked at Jian Suiyu with a cold gaze. Jian Suiyu glanced at Wu Chong, who was 5 meters underground, smiled and changed his words. Captain, you can stay as long as you want. The team has money now. Shen Ke retracted his fist and looked at Wu Yu again. Wu Yu had turned around and continued to discuss the plan to open the mountain with Yan Wei. Shen Ke pursed his lips and let out a long breath, and the white hair on his forehead was blown away. Yan Wei's team is very professional. Not only did they complete the work on time in the originally agreed 7 days, but they even completed it 2 days ahead of schedule. With one go, the stone mountain behind started ahead of schedule. With the help of Qi Yan and his team, the whole back mountain was completed in 12 days, with a loud explosion, which was 5 days earlier than expected. During these 12 days, the Qi Yan team members highly cooperated with Yan Wei's teamwork. Qi Yan's team members rushed to the front to do all the crying, tiring and dirty work. An accident occurred during the blasting process, causing a landslide that almost killed Yan Wei's team members. Jiechun rushed to the front and used his body to help others block the huge rock and escape death. As a thank you, Yan Wei decided to stay for another week to help Anshin complete the entire layout of the early farmland reclamation. Yan Wei, in this layout, corn and soybeans are planted together, and onions and carrots are planted together. They are all mutually beneficial crops. Anshin, it's time to eat. Teacher Yin, bring everyone to eat quickly, you are really hard working. Wu Yu was grunting in the back as she carried the newly released meals from the cafeteria. Each lunch box contained 3 meat dishes and 3 vegetables. 3 meat dishes, oversized braised chicken legs, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and braised pork. 3 vegetables, sweet and sour peppers, 3 fresh vegetables, and blanched broccoli. No matter how many meals they had in Qian, everyone in Yan Wei's team would be amazed by the dishes and the flavor of life here. Not hard, not hard. Anshin, your cooking is so delicious. Oh my god, all of them are purified vegetables. If you were in World City, you would have to spend tens of thousands of points to eat this. You are kidding. Look at these tomatoes and peppers. You want to eat them with tens of thousands of points? What are you dreaming about? Even if it is the chicken leg of this strange beast, I can't taste the bitterness at all. Anshin really handles it so well. It doesn't look like meat with impurities at all. No, that's not right. Check this chicken leg and this braised pork. There are no impurities at all. Really? Oh my god. I can actually eat meat without impurities in my life. Hearing the discussion of the team members, Yan Wei quickly tested the braised chicken legs and braised pork, and found that they were really meat without impurities. He looked at Anshin in disbelief. Anshin, how did you do it? Anshin pointed at Wu Yu, who was grunting and moving the soup in the back. I don't have this ability. It was Wu Yu who discovered it. Yan Wei quickly walked up to Wu Yu. Miss Wu Yu. The little sister Wu Yu, who was helping, looked up in confusion. Oh, what's wrong? Do you want more soup? Oh no. Yan Wei was so anxious that she wanted to jump up and down. Did Wu Yu know what a shocking impact her discovery of purified meat would have on the entire alliance? How could she still settle down to do such rough work here? Does she know that this is an achievement that she can brag about for the rest of her life and be treated as a guest of honor by the alliance forever? Yan Wei said urgently, Miss Wu Yu, forgive me for being blunt. Have you really never thought about letting everyone in the alliance know that you are the discoverer of the purified crop? Although, as you said, you are not an expert in agronomy, and you don't understand agronomy, but discovery itself is the greatest achievement. What's more, now you have discovered purified meat. Wu Yu finally set up the big pot for soup, and put a bowl in Yan Wei's hand. She asked Yan Wei, more soup or more vegetables? Yan Wei looked at the shepherd's purse and tofu soup with charming aroma, and said sincerely, more vegetables, thank you. She scooped a spoonful of vegetables for Yan Wei, and signaled Yan Wei, drink it, be careful of the heat. Yan Wei couldn't help but put the soup under his nose and took a deep sniff. The unique aroma of shepherd's purse, and the unique bean aroma of tofu suddenly exploded in the nerve center of the brain. This sweetness of returning to nature was dazzling. Gently blow away the shepherd's purse and tofu. The first bite after hard work should be reserved for the most original soup. Yin Wei drank a sip carefully. The soup went down the esophagus into the throat, and dispelled the fatigue of the day. Yin Wei exclaimed, "Good soup. It's simply a delicacy on earth." Wu Yu, Aunt Chen told me that before the end of the world, this was a common home-cooked dish in every household. Yin Wei was puzzled. Wu Yu, in fact, the principles of purifying meat and purifying crops are exactly the same. It has not been implemented before, simply because my mental strength is too low. After several experiments to ensure the stability of the method, I have shared the method of purifying meat with Dean Zhu. Agriculture and animal husbandry have the same origin. Even without my sharing, I believe that Dean Zhu will turn his attention to animal husbandry after completing the initial purification of crops. Yin Wei looked at Wu Yu in disbelief. "I'm sorry, Miss Wu Yu. I'm too narrow-minded." Wu Yu smiled. "Let everyone have some soup." Yin Wei nodded solemnly, yes. During this period, Wu Yu was not needed for the work of opening up the mountain, but she was not idle. Wu Yu purified the large amount of planting soil and seeds purchased by Aunt Chen. After her mental power was upgraded to a level, her mental power limit was greatly improved. After purifying the entire piece of planting soil, she did not feel tired at all. Wu Yu immediately turned her attention to the strange beasts. With Wu Yu's current mental power, she could purify 20 purified chickens at a time, which laid eggs like before. Purified chickens are large in size, grow fast, and have strong reproductive capacity. Purified chickens purified by Wu Yu have firm and tender meat. With a cycle of 15 days, the hatched purified chickens enter the adult stage, and their super strong reproductive capacity is simply amazing. Similarly, the rapid reproduction is accompanied by huge feed consumption. After careful calculation by Jian Suiyu, the number of purified chickens was finally controlled to 200. In addition to purified chickens, Wu Yu also purified pigs, cattle, sheep, and some common aquatic fish. As long as Yin Wei completed the layout and allocation of agriculture, animal husbandry, and aquatic products, Qi Yan's agricultural and animal husbandry plantation was officially put into use. Chapter 160. The agricultural and animal husbandry plantation was officially put into use, and the work of Yin Wei's team came to an end. On the day of leaving, everyone in Yin Wei's team was reluctant to leave. "Captain, do you know how Qi Yan and the others took me to the dungeon? All the monsters were beaten until only a trace of blood was left, and then they were released one by one. I hit the monsters and they died. And from beginning to end, all the rewards, even the first kill, were mine. I heard that Captain Shen specifically asked us to give us the supreme and home-like supreme experience. They even asked me if my hands hurt from killing monsters. Who can bear this?" I was moved at that time. Domineering president literature will never go out of style. "Captain, I want to marry Qi Yan. Can you use your connections to arrange it for me? I am a very feudal person. I like arranged marriages." "Me too. It doesn't matter what gender, age, or even species. I think the pigs in their breeding area are pretty good. The food is more than enough to feed me. I eat whatever it eats, and I don't have to work. I'm not a fan of the strong. I just think Chaiyan's feng shui is good for me." Yin Wei's silence was deafening. The day that came, it was also this shuttle, and it was also these people, but these grandsons didn't have this attitude. Yin Wei was speechless. "I have signed a consulting agreement with Miss Wu Yu. In the future, whenever they encounter difficulties in planting and breeding, they will invite us to solve the problem." The entire shuttle was silent for a second. "Oh yeah. Captain, I love you so much." Bang! Bang! It was the same salute as when we came, welcoming and bidding farewell. But this time, no one in Yin Wei's team had any fear on their faces, full of joy and reluctance. Aunt Chen and Wu Yu smiled and waved goodbye to Yin Wei's team. Holding the consulting agreement signed by Wu Yu and Yin Wei, Aunt Chen sighed, "These stupid guys. You sold them out, and they are still happy to help you count the money." Wu Yu smiled, "We are all friends. How can you say you are selling them out?" Moreover, the people in Yin Wei's team have been dealing with major aristocratic families for many years, and no one is stupid. Qi Yan is sincere, and he appreciates it. After a few interactions, they are getting along well. A salute. Wu Chong didn't hear the whole thing, only heard the last sentence. After a few interactions, they are getting along well. Wu Chong stared. "Getting along? What do you mean by getting along?" Yeah, you and Yin Wei are already getting along. When did it happen?" "How come I don't know? Then you won't marry into the Yin family later." Wu Yu and Aunt Chen looked at each other. Shen Jingbing, what's going on?" "Wu Yu, I still have several pigs waiting for me to purify. I'm leaving first." Aunt Chen, the quick freezing and fresh keeping equipment has arrived, and I have to go and inspect it in person. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, and they all left, Wu Cheng jumped up and down. Hey, don't leave. Tell me quickly, where is the place? Shinkei, I have to go. Jian Suiyu, it's rare that you can stay in the team for so long. I heard that Wang Ting has been making small moves to get you back. A few days ago, even the list of candidates for the princess was released. There was a cold murderous aura in Shinkei's eyes. They are looking for death. Jian Suiyu, let's go back early and deal with it early. Shinkei had just stood up when Wu Cheng pushed the door open. He covered his mouth with his hand furtively. Guess what I just heard? Shinkei was too lazy to pay attention to him, and turned away. Wu Cheng, TSK, ignore me, right? I just heard Yaya say that she and Yan Wei are together. Moreover, when I asked her, neither she nor Aunt Chen denied it. Shinkei stopped walking suddenly. Jian Suiyu raised his eyebrows in surprise, his eyes full of anticipation. Wu Cheng sighed, his face sincere. Yaya is not really going to marry into the Yin family, right? I'm so reluctant. Sister Shirley has always said that girls must live for themselves. But no matter what Yaya thinks, I will respect her. Jian Suiyu silently stretched out his hand to cover his mouth, turned his face away, for fear that he could not suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Shinkei turned around and walked to Wu Cheng. Wu Cheng patted Shinkei on the shoulder. Captain, don't be too sad. I believe that no matter where Yaya is, her heart will always be with us. We are teammates forever, and I will always be Yaya's best friend. Bang. Aw, Captain, why did you hit me? Bang, bang, bang. Aw, wrong. Don't hit the captain. You kill me if you hit me again. Before Shinkei left, he did not forget to kick the door open. The door flew 3 feet away with a deafening bang. Jian Suiyu blinked innocently. No, Wu Cheng made you unhappy. Why did you kick the door of my deputy captain's office? Wu Cheng stood up with a cry. Did the captain go to find Yaya? Jian Suiyu shook his head. No. Wu Cheng, why? Jian Suiyu, first, you can't be with Yan Wei. If Shinkei doesn't believe it, only a fool like you will believe it. Second, he has concerns. The Squire family behind Shinkei has been trying to use the royal power to coerce him and form cliques to undermine him. In order to disgust Shinkei, they even made unreasonable demands to force him to reproduce offspring. Even though Shinqingxi was an illegitimate child, he was brought back and forcibly supported as the second heir to the throne in order to coerce Shinkei. Shinkei lost his parents when he was young, was placed on a high place, and grew up in loneliness and suspicion. He knew very well that the most important thing for him now was to destroy the royal court that had imprisoned him for the first half of his life for 20 years. He had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, even Qi Yan would be destroyed. After Wu Yu purified the alien pig, she passed the airport and returned to the school building. A shuttle took off behind her. People and shuttles passed by. Back in the dormitory, Wu Yu turned on the communicator. She had been busy during this period, and a lot of information was piled up in the communicator. When she turned on the communication, the first message that popped up was from Lin Chica. Lin Chica. Hello, Master Wu. Yuan and I finally passed the test of the Fox Fairy. At the last critical moment, it was all thanks to your summoning talisman that the 1,000-year-old Luotian saved our lives. As a thank you, I invite you to my home. I hope Master Wu will give us this opportunity to thank you. Wu Yu then remembered that he had actually seen the notification of the 2 people passing the Fox Fairy dungeon in the Alliance channel a few days ago. It was because of the busy work of the agricultural park at that time that he was unable to send his blessings in the first time. Thinking of his negligence, Wu Yu immediately replied, Qi Yan Wu Yu, I am sorry that I could not send my blessings in the first time. Congratulations to you, and Yuan for receiving the blessing of the Fox Fairy and nurturing the fruit of love together. Brother Lin, I will definitely be on time. Chapter 161. Wu Yu and Lin Chica agreed to have lunch at home the next day. Wu Yu spent the whole afternoon before departure sitting in the dormitory preparing gifts for Lin Chica and Yuan. First, the amulet. There were still a lot of yellow amulets and cinnabar that Lin Chica had given her before. Wu Yu drew 10 amulets according to the amulet style in the Tian Shiju. Fold the amulet into a regular triangle, neatly put it into the amulet bag, and then personally make a peace knot with a red rope. Meaning, in the new year, peace and safety, everything goes well. Next, Wu Yu drew a fertility charm. Lin Chica and Yuan had always wanted a child. Now with the blessing of the Fox Fairy, this wish will surely come true soon. Her charm was the icing on the cake for them. Finally, Wu Yu drew the most complicated Wanling charm in the Tian Shiju. Wanling charm can ensure everything goes well. However, the process of drawing one Ling charm is extremely tedious and laborious. With Wu Yu's current mental strength, she can only barely complete it. After successfully drawing a Wan Ling charm, she felt a faint tingling pain in her forehead. After finishing the drawing of the talisman, Wu Yu also prepared some other gifts. Crystal cores, crystal stones, and ores are all hard currencies in the world city. Compared with the points that are prone to inflation, they are much more valuable. Yuan's body was previously attacked by evil spirits and needs to be replenished. Wu Yu caught 5 purified chickens and a pig, and asked Aunt Chen to cut some beef and mutton to take with her. While Wu Yu was catching fish, Aunt Chen helped her pack the latest frozen vegetables. Aunt Chen, I've got all kinds of them for you, remember to bring them all to others. After being a guest at someone's place, I walked around the world city. You've been working hard recently, relax? Wu Yu okay? The next morning, I drove the shuttle to the world city. Wu Yu went to the shopping street and bought some hot-selling purification food. I put all the gifts I prepared in the space, but found that there were people at the door of Lin Chica's house. Hey, what are you looking at, newcomers? Go to the back and line up. That's right. Don't you know how many people are begging Master Lin and Teacher Yuan to come to their house now? There are people who come to see Master Lin empty-handed. Teacher Lin can never see you in this life. Master Wu, you are finally here. As soon as Lin Chica's voice came out, everyone immediately surrounded him. Master Lin, you must sell the soul summoning talisman to me today no matter what. Master Lin, my daughter and her boyfriend are stuck at the last level of the Fox Fairy trial, and they are waiting for your soul summoning talisman to pass the level. That's right, Master Lin, you are the living bodhisattva of our family. Please help us. Lin Chica has been annoyed by these people these days. I've said it all. The necromancy talisman was not drawn by me. I only have that one. Where did the necromancy talisman come from? That's right, don't lie to us. Who else can draw the necromancy talisman now? If you have a way to get one, you must have a way to get more. Lin Chica looked at Wu Yu apologetically. Wu. Miss Wu Yu, please go inside first. I take care of these things outside. Hey, why should she go first? That's right, I've been waiting for 3 days. Lin Chica was angry. If you don't stop, I call the police and ask the purple guards to arrest you all. Seeing that the noisy crowd finally dispersed, Lin Chica hurriedly greeted Wu Yu into the house. As soon as he entered the door, he immediately put 3 insurances on the door, and even pulled all the curtains as if to prevent thieves. Wu Yu also saw it. Are these people here to ask for the talisman? Lin Chica let out a long breath. Yeah, hey, you don't know. The last level of the Fox Fairy is particularly difficult. Yuan and I were put into a completely unfamiliar real world. We both lost our memories, and all the props and weapons in the present world cannot be used. We can only recognize each other under different skins within a limited time, otherwise we will be lost in that world forever. Originally, Yuan and I almost recognized each other, but the evil spirits in that world made trouble. If I hadn't used your soul-summoning talisman at the last moment, and summoned the 1,000-year-old Luotian to eliminate all those evil spirits, Yuan and I would have been in great danger. Wu Yu was surprised. From your description, it doesn't seem to be necessary to use the talisman. Can't the physical monster-killing equipment produced by the Alliance be used now? Lin Chica shook his head. It seems that it is a world dedicated to ghosts. Only powerful ghosts can defeat weak ghosts. Wu Yu nodded. In that case, why don't these people go to the Taoist Fu family to buy the talisman? Lin Chica, it's strange to say that since the world boss war, Fu Yixue, the head of the Fu family, announced the suspension of all trade with the outside world. Even the marriage of Fu Mingli, the most proud disciple of the sect, and Yana, the daughter of the Hua family, was postponed again and again. Now, let alone ordinary people, even people in the central city cannot get the Fu family's talisman. So, these people came to me for help. Yuan, you came in and didn't even let Miss Wu Yu sit down. It's so rude, Miss Wu Yu. Drink some water. I go cook the dishes. It will be ready soon. Lin Chica nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 you sit down. Yuan and I will cook 2 dishes for you together. Yuan is a very good cook. We even bought some recently developed purified vegetables. Master Wu, you must try them. They are very fresh and sweet. Wu Yu finally remembered. Oh, I brought some gifts. As he spoke, Lin Chica and Yuan watched Wu Yu start to search in the space. First, he found the carefully crafted amulets for peace and fertility. Yuan happily took them and thanked Wu Yu. You are so thoughtful. Then, Wu Yu bought some purified food in the world city. Lin Chica was embarrassed to take it. Look at you. Why are you spending money when you are here? Then, Wu Yu started to take out the 200 kilograms of various purified, frozen, fresh like purified vegetables that Aunt Shen packed for her. Yuan and Lin Chica looked at each other, their expressions gradually surprised. When Wu Yu finished taking out the vegetables and started taking out beef, mutton, chicken and pig, their expressions were completely shocked. When Wu Yu took out the SS-level crystal cores, crystal stones, and ores, Yuan and Lin Chica's faces were completely numb. Take it, they are also people who have seen big scenes. No matter what Wu Yu takes out, their emotions will not fluctuate at all. Finally, Wu Yu reached into her pocket and took out a Wanling talisman and handed it to Yuan. Sister Yuan, in the new year, may all the gods and Buddhas protect you from ghosts and evil spirits. Yuan could not understand the Wanling talisman in Wu Yu's hand, but the moment Lin Chica saw the Wanling talisman, he felt his whole body weaken. He barely supported Yuan's arm to prevent himself from collapsing on the ground. Lin Chica had to admit that the scenes he had seen were still not big enough. Chapter 162. Yuan was extremely surprised. Chica, what's wrong with you? Lin Chica wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the Wanling talisman back and forth. Precious, it's really precious. This is the most orthodox Wanling talisman of the Tianshi lineage. The strange rune direction on it can only be completed in one go and successfully drawn in one go with the most complicated and lengthy formula. It is said that the Wanling talisman can attract the protection of the gods and Buddhas in the heavens and keep people safe from evil spirits. It can drive away endless evil spirits in the world. Wu Yu, brother Lin, are you exaggerating a little bit? Lin Chica shook his head. No, not at all. Miss Wu Yu, you don't understand how rare and precious this talisman you drew is. Wu Yu, eh? The more she boasted, the more embarrassed she felt. Yuan saw that Wu Yu's face was stiff, and took the Wanling talisman from Lin Chica's hand. Lin Chica hurriedly said, Hey, slow down, slow down. Yuan put the Wanling talisman into an extremely delicate cloth bag, and returned it to Wu Yue. Miss Wu Yue, I won't be polite to you. Being polite seems distant. I will accept all the gifts you brought, but I will never accept this Wanling talisman. Lin Chica's heart was bleeding, as he watched Yuan return the Wanling talisman to Wu Yue. He watched sadly with 2 lines of blood and tears. Yuan glared at him. Take it back. Lin Chica sobbed and was sad in silence. Yuan stuffed the cloth bag into Wu Yue's hand. After Wu Yue accepted the cloth bag, she took out the Wanling talisman from it and put it back in Yuan's hand. She looked curious when she held the cloth bag. Sister Yuan, what's on it? Yuan wanted to ask, but Wu Yue cleverly avoided it. Yuan, it's a deer. You can see deer in the deep forest. It's a white deer hiding in the forest and turning into a flower elf. Wu Yue smiled. Then I will use the Wanling talisman to exchange for this deer. Wu Yue's eyes lingered on this white deer with white fur and beautiful horns, which looked like an elf. She couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke the white deer's lively eyes, and the flowers blooming on its horns. Yuan, how can this cloth bag compare with your Wanling talisman? If you like it, I will make 10 more for you. Wu Yue shook her head. I just want this one. Lin Chica flatteredly, that's right, Miss Wu Yue wants this one. Hey Yuan, give me the Wanling talisman. I will help you put it in front of the Bodhisattva and burn incense for 3 days before you wear it. The effect will be better. Lin Chica acted quickly, and took the Wanling talisman to light incense. Yuan looked at Wu Yue and suddenly said, Luo Shen once praised this purse, saying that it is very beautiful. Wu Yue was puzzled. Lotus Goddess? Yuan nodded. Yes, it was the Luo Shen summoned from your soul summoning talisman. When she said that, her expression seemed to be missing an old friend. Moreover, when she was summoned, the Luo Shen's expression was very excited. She even said, I have been waiting for you for 15 years, and finally you know to pick me up. But when she saw us, her expression suddenly changed. Wu Yu's heart skipped a beat. Changed? Yuan nodded. She was unusually silent. Since then, except for praising my wallet, she didn't say anything until she disappeared. But she obviously looked unhappy. Originally, she only needed to get rid of a few ghosts, but Luo Shen beat them all to death. Lin Chica had just finished offering the Wanling talisman, and turned around to find that Wu Yu and Yuan were both silent. He wondered, what's wrong? Wu Yu smiled and said, nothing, let's eat. After eating at Lin Chica's house, Yuan took out a very delicate and beautiful doll from the house. Exquisite and elegant hair accessories, smart and light long skirt, a stunning face, lifelike and vivid. Yuan handed the doll to Wu Yue. Miss Wu Yue, I can never forget the amazement I felt after seeing the goddess of Luo River. After I came back, I have been working day and night, and it happened that the production of the doll was completed yesterday. Seeing that you like the cloth bag I just made very much, I want to give this goddess of Luo River to you. Chica mentioned to me that this is the first soul-summoning talisman you have successfully drawn. Metaphysics is all about mystery, which is wonderful. I think that the first soul-summoning talisman summoned the goddess of Luo River. There must be a hidden meaning in it. Wu Yu couldn't take her eyes off the doll. She always felt that she had seen this face before. But the memory was too old. No matter how she recalled, she couldn't piece together a complete picture. This time, Wu Yu didn't refuse. She took the lifelike Luotian from Yuan and thanked her solemnly. "Thank you, Sister Yuan." Yuan smiled gently. "You're welcome. Even if it's a doll, it will want to stay with someone who truly loves it." Wu Yu left Lin Chica's house, and her original interest in shopping was mostly gone. If it is true as Yuan said, summoning Luotian has a hidden meaning. Who is the person that Luotian has been waiting for 15 years? Could it be her mother? If she draws a soul-summoning talisman now, can Luotian appear again? Just as she was about to return to the shuttle parking point, she suddenly heard, "Hey, it seems to be Yaya." Yeah. Wu Yu turned around in surprise, and unexpectedly, it was the members of Desert Rose. Wu Xioli, Ani, Xixia, Xiaowai, the main members were all there. "Wu Yu, Sister Xioli, are you here to do something?" Ani nodded seriously. "Yes, we are here to do something important." "Wu Yu, oh, then you guys go ahead and do your work." Wu Xioli walked forward. Her tall figure hugged Wu Yu. "It's such a big thing. How can I miss you?" Wu Yu was puzzled. Will it be inconvenient? After all, she is a member of Qian. The Desert Rose looked at each other and smiled mysteriously. Wu Yu was surrounded by the crowd and walked forward for a while, until the surrounding decoration became more and more dazzling. The music on the street became louder and louder, and the neon lights above her head flashed red, green, and purple. Wu Yu's mouth twitched suddenly. "So, the biggest thing you do is to come and drink in broad daylight?" Wu Xioli shook her finger. "How can we drink in broad daylight?" Wu Yu just breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Wu Xioli say firmly, "Of course we drink from day to night, until the next morning." Desert Rose echoed excitedly, "Oh." Wu Yu silently bent down, turned around quietly, and walked on tiptoe. "I have something else to do, so I leave first." Wu Xioli's elbows suddenly collapsed. Seeing Wu Yu was about to run, her face instantly turned cold and murderous. Immediately ordered, "Catch them back." "Yes." Wu Yu was instantly surrounded by Desert Rose's people, and the purple guards looked at her instantly. Wu Xioli smiled charmingly and wildly. "Wu Yu, don't you want to be arrested by the purple guards for fighting with weapons as soon as you enter the city?" Wu Yu turned her head to look at Wu Xioli. Wu Xioli felt guilty for a second, and she immediately straightened her back. "Don't worry, you are in our clean water bureau. Just drink, don't order male models." Wu Yu let out a sigh and nodded, "Okay." All the members of Desert Rose were excited. "Oh yeah, let's have fun." Chapter 163. Secretary, the members of Desert Rose took Miss Wu Yu to Zui Yisei. "Zhou Qianfeng, I heard that Qi Yan has been working on the base's own planting area recently. She has worked hard. Strengthen the guards near Zui Yisei, and pay attention to protecting Wu Yu's safety." Secretary, "Okay." Zhou Qianfeng suddenly remembered, "Oh right. Fine. 8 people with white hair and green eyes, all 188 centimeters, 18 years old, with 8-pack abs, young and strong, send them to her, so that she can have more fun. If she likes him, just let her take him back to Qian." Secretary, Zhou Qianfeng was puzzled. "Why haven't you gone yet?" The secretary took a deep breath. "Secretary General, have you forgotten the breeder system?" Zhou Qianfeng frowned. "Why are you so old-fashioned? The breeder system only prevents men and women from having affairs. There is no rule that a person cannot have dozens of crush, and as long as Wu Yu likes it, what's wrong with having a few more? It's not like we can't afford it." The secretary smiled, closed his mouth, and complained in a low voice, "If you are so capable, why don't you pack up Prince Squire and send him to someone else?" Zhou Qianfeng glared. "What did you say? What do you know? It's not that Prince Squire can't afford it, it's just that male models are more cost-effective." The secretary said seriously, "Yes, Secretary General, you are right, I will do it immediately." Wu Yu followed Desert Rose into the most upscale bar on the bar street. Even the well-known figures in the central city would come here for a drink. Unlike those bars with loud music and rolling noise, the most elegant environment of the most night is more like a quiet bar. The design style is elegant, and the background music is mainly light music. After choosing a larger booth, Wu Yu sat in the middle of the Desert Rose people. "Wu Yu, don't worry, I won't run away." Xixia and Ani went to order wine, and Wu Xioli told Wu Yu, "Here, you can hear a lot of news from the central city." "Wu Yu, aren't you here to drink?" Wu Xioli, Drinking and getting news are both good. Today, we must not go home until we are drunk. I heard that someone recently found the figure of Dragon Breath in the north. Dragon Breath? You mean the Dragon Breath of an island? Isn't he dead? Who knows? Maybe I was wrong. Wu Yu turned her head to look in the direction of the voice. Wu Shioli raised her eyebrows. Look, the news is coming. Wu Yu was a little concerned that Dragon Breath might still be alive, but now she was more anxious to go back and draw talismans. If I drink too much, I won't be able to recover in a day and a night. The wine is here. There are so many people today, the bartender can't handle it for a while. Come on, let's get a glass of vodka first. The darkest wine has the lowest impurity content in the entire world city. Wu Yu was stuffed with a glass of vodka, and followed the Desert Rose group to raise their glasses, and watched them drink it in one gulp. After drinking a glass of strong liquor, not even one of these people blushed, all of them were drunk. If they want to get drunk, it will probably take until tomorrow morning. Wu Yu looked at the vodka, tequila, white rum, and Bailey's in front of her, and slowly stood up. Sisters, how about I come? Desert Rose blinked, and looked at Wu Yu in confusion. They were surprised to find that Wu Yu's technique was very sophisticated, and it didn't seem like it was her first time in the bar as they thought. Putting the shot glasses on the table, Wu Yu said, let's warm up the atmosphere. The first drink is B-52 Bomber. First, 30 milliliters vodka. Seeing the situation on the table, the guests in the booths nearby looked sideways. Huh? What kind of wine is B-52 Bomber? I've never heard of it. Miss, if you don't know how to make a drink, don't try to impress others. That's right, women don't know anything about wine. You'd better wait for the bar to mix it for you. Wu Yu calmly raised her head and gulped down 30 milliliters of vodka. Pour it into your mouth. Looking at Wu Yu's drinking posture, she is a professional. Wow! The members of Desert Rose cheered instantly. Wu Yu, 10 milliliters of coffee liqueur, don't let it touch the wall of the glass. Pour 10 milliliters of vodka slowly along the bar spoon, and finally add the middle layer of Bailey's to form a perfect layer. She took out a box of matches out of thin air, lit the top of the wine glass with the matches, and inserted the straw into it with a faint blue flame. Wu Yu nodded her chin at Wu Shioli. Try it, be careful of the heat. Wu Shioli had long been fascinated by Wu Yu's smooth movements, and drank the glass of wine in one gulp as Wu Yu handed it to her. The blue flame kept moving down as the wine decreased until it was completely extinguished. Wu Shioli raised her head, and Wu Yu raised his eyes and smiled at her. She felt a little dizzy for a moment, but it was really like the idea of the wine doesn't make you drunk, but you make yourself drunk. Yeah, I want to drink too. Give me a drink too. I want to drink too. In addition to the members of Desert Rose, there were strange voices mixed in. The bar is all about the atmosphere. When the atmosphere is up, people will gather around. Wu Yu finished a wave of B-52 bombers. For this one, let's just have a simple white rum. White rum is a full glass of one shot, with lemon slices on top, sprinkle with brown sugar, and a few drops of 96-degree water of life, and light it. Light a match, the water of freedom is ignited, and the brown sugar is burned until it is crispy and blown out. Wu Yu handed the wine glass to Wu Shioli. First chew the lemon, then swallow the wine, and finally eat the lemon. Try it. Everyone looked at Wu Shioli's VIP treatment with envy. When Wu Shioli drank the wine and swallowed the lemon, she opened her eyes wide in surprise. It tastes good. Wu Yu smiled, then have another glass. I want to drink it too. Give me a glass. The people of Desert Rose were very surprised. Yeah, how can you do these tricks? Wu Yu, how can I put it? Her only hobby in her previous life was to have a few drinks. The team couldn't just keep fighting and killing. In the later period, when they had nothing to do, they would often go to a bar opened by an old bartender to have a drink. These ways of playing, in the old bartender's words, were all very common before the end of the world. Wu Yu shook the wine in her hand. Never mind, keep drinking. Drink. As the atmosphere became more and more heated, the members of Desert Rose drank more and more happily. There were even strangers giving Wu Yu tips, handfuls of SS-level crystal cores. Wu Yu pretended to pee, and was ready to sneak out the back door. After finally walking out of the crowd, Wu Yu turned back quietly and found that the people from Desert Rose hadn't noticed her. She lowered her head, put on her hat, and turned around to run. But before she could move her legs, she heard, Miss, Duke Lilia wants you to mix a drink. Wu Yu looked up at the bodyguards, who suddenly appeared in front of her. They were all fighters with mental power higher than hers. Wu Yu smiled and declined. Sorry, I have something urgent to do, and I need to leave first. I have a chance next time. Without waiting for Wu Yu to move, Several bodyguards surrounded her with an attitude that would not tolerate any arguments. In World City, no one can refuse the Duke. The Frost Moon Iceling turned a circle in Wu Yu's hand, and the cold air it emitted caused the temperature of the entire space to drop sharply. Wu Yu smiled, and her murderous aura instantly spread. She said, "Don't you understand what I'm saying? I've already refused, haven't I?" Chapter 164. Hey, how come there are so many men here all of a sudden? Didn't I tell you that Wu Yu is here? Who of you in Qingshui Bureau ordered the male model? That's not right. Where's Yu Yu? Why hasn't she appeared since the beginning? Yu Yu is there. The people from Desert Rose found Wu Yu surrounded and rushed over instantly. Wu Xioli said sternly, "What's going on?" Wu Yu looked at the booth from a distance and saw that there were suddenly several white-haired men, with a puzzled look in her eyes. I couldn't care about these things, and watched the people of Desert Rose about to clash with the bodyguards of Duke Lilia. Wu Yu hurriedly said, "It's nothing, you go back, it's okay here." Wu Xioli glanced at the location of the box in the dark corner, which was a place where only the nobles of the central city were qualified to enter. The nobles of the central city, in short, are Tianlong people. Wu Xioli took Wu Yu behind her. "You go back, I will solve this. I brought you here to play, and I can't let you face the trouble by yourself." Before Wu Yu could speak, a woman's disdainful ridicule came from the box. "It's just a bounty hunter who works hard, and you talk as if you are so capable." "That's right. Don't you see who our Lilia is? It's her great honor to let this woman mix drinks. Why are you pretending? Everyone in World City knows how noble our Lilia is. Solve it? How can you, a lifelong worker, solve it? It's just a witch doctor from the Wu clan, and you really think you're a dish?" Wu Xioli's eyes were filled with raging anger. She picked up the witch staff in her hand, and the poisonous fog was gathering quickly. Wu Yu reached out and grabbed her witch staff. Even though the poisonous fog was corroding Wu Yu's hands, she didn't change her expression. Wu Xioli said sternly, "Get out of the way. Wu Yu, this is World City. No matter how many people there are in Desert Rose, can they be as many as the various guards?" Wu Xioli sneered, "Am I going to just put up with this? Wu Yu, I go in, and you take the people from Desert Rose away." Wu Xioli took a deep breath. "Wu Yu, do you underestimate me, Wu Xioli?" Wu Yu suddenly laughed. "If I underestimated you, I wouldn't have come in with you just now. There's no need to drag everyone into something that can be solved by one person." Seeing Wu Xioli still not moving, Wu Yu deepened her smile. "Sister Xioli, something's wrong. Who will save me, right?" Wu Xioli stared at Wu Yu, took a deep breath. "Let's go." The bodyguards on the side blocked her way. Wu Yu looked at the box. "Duke Lilia, I've lost interest, and the wine isn't that good anymore. Let her go." The bodyguards retreated instantly. Wu Yu followed the bodyguards into the box, where there were 3 women sitting, and the one sitting in the middle had her face covered with a very precious piece of silk. The other 2 couldn't help rolling their eyes when they saw Wu Yu. "Lilia, I don't know why you would drink the wine mixed by such a vulgar commoner. I'm almost fainted by the lowliness and shabbiness of such commoners." "That's right, you are the candidate for Prince Squire's princess. How noble and glorious." No matter what these people said, Wu Yu just stood there with her eyes downcast. The 3 women in front of her were obviously nobles of the central city. There was no obvious fluctuation in their combat power, and only the masked one had A-level mental power. Wu Yu was confident that he could kill the 3 in front of him with one blow, but the bodyguards outside were a bit troublesome. Wu Yu made all the wines according to the wines she had just mixed for Desert Rose, and placed them in a row in front of Lilia. "Duke Lilia, please." However, Lilia did not move. She just smiled contemptuously. The people next to her immediately pushed all the bottles to the ground and said disdainfully, "How dare you let Lilia drink those wines that cost her her life? Are you sure? That's all. If this is the case, there is no way to satisfy Lilia. If Lilia is not satisfied, she will kill you. And those ungrateful dogs just now, you don't think they are safe after they leave, do you? As long as Lilia says they are threatened by them, all the guards will go to catch them back. And then, cut them into pieces." Wu Yu slowly put down the bottle in her hand. She raised her head and looked directly at the woman sitting in the middle, smiling calmly. "Then, as long as I kill everyone here, including the Honorable Duke Lilia, no one leaked the news, so I can be blamed for it all." The nobles present widened their eyes in disbelief, and even Duke Lilia was surprised. Before they could react, Wu Yu had already moved like a ghost, with a knife drawn, and approached them. The secretary suddenly opened the door. "Secretary General, this is bad." The male model sent reported that Miss Wu Yu encountered difficulties from Duke Lilia in the dark. Zhou Qiafeng stood up quickly. "Immediately, let the white guards go in before the 2 sides have a conflict." Take Wu Yu back to the guard team first, and tell them that the Secretariat will handle this matter. Remember, tell the guard team to be gentle when arresting people. Don't hurt Wu Yu. The two great immortals Hu and Huang will go with you. Secretary, yes. Ani turned to look at Wu Xioli. Sister Xioli, are we leaving like this? Wu Xioli took out the communicator. What are you leaving? Of course not. I sent a message to Shinkei and asked him to bring Qi Yin. We, Desert Rose, and Qi Yin, can't get people out of the hands of various guard teams. Damn celestial dragons, I can't stand with them. Xixia, then I go buy more things quickly. It will be hard to enter the city if I become a wanted criminal. Xiaohui, buy whatever you want. The timid ones will starve to death, and the brave ones will die of gluttony. Let's just rob the celestial dragon stores and rob the rich to help the poor. Ani was excited. Great. I like 0 yuan shopping. These damn capitalists. Wu Xioli yelled at them angrily. Is it time for 0 yuan shopping now? Saving Wu Yu is the most important thing. Everyone was sorry. Can't we buy it for free? Wu Xioli, wait until we save the people before we buy it. Everyone, oh! Shinkei was looking at the affairs of the royal court. He had been staying at the team base for a while, and the affairs were piled up, and the documents were piled up very high. The existence of the alliance is very complicated, with various forces intertwined, and there are rights and interests involved. The situation is changing rapidly, and Shinkei must be careful to find every pit that may be dug for him in these documents. After a day and night of work, he gently stroked his sore forehead. A message suddenly came from the communicator, and Shinkei clicked it. Desert Rose Wu Xioli. Wu Yu is troubled by the Tianlong people in the central city in Zuiyizi, and brought people and guys to Zuiyizi. I am on guard on the roof of the third house behind Zuiyizi. I will inform you at any time if there is any movement. Qi Yin Shinkei. What? Desert Rose Wu Xioli. A woman named Duke Lilia asked Wu Yu to make her a cocktail. But they didn't want to let Wu Yu go at all. Shinkei's eyes were foggy, and he read these few sentences several times, and finally understood them. Well, he stayed at the team for 20 days, and nothing happened. He had just left for 1 day, and something happened. The noble ladies with the status of dukes were all accompanied by at least 3 S-level fighters, so there was no time to change their identities. Shinkei did not hesitate at all, and directly put on the cloak that symbolized the status of a prince and walked out. Chapter 165. With a puff, the blade sank into her waist and abdomen. The noblewoman in front of her, who was always talking about bounty, died instantly without even making a sound. Blood was still dripping down the handle of the knife. Wu Yu took out a bow and arrow and shot another noblewoman to death silently. The S-level bodyguards outside the door heard the noise and filed in. The little angel skill was activated to help Wu Yu block the fatal blow. In an instant, she pressed the knife against Lilia's neck. Blood gushed out of the white neck. Lilia finally realized that Wu Yu was serious. The severe pain in her neck made her scream in fear. Don't kill me. I let them let you go. Wu Yu seemed to have not heard anything at all, and was about to draw her knife. The imperial family was the most ruthless. If Lilia died, she would pay with her life today. Lilia's title would naturally fall into the hands of the second heir. The people below might wish she was dead. But as long as Lilia survived, she would definitely pursue it, which would be endless trouble. Seeing that Wu Yu was really going to kill him, the bodyguards beside him didn't dare to move. Lilia, kill me. You can't leave today. Wu Yu smiled. When I started, I didn't plan to leave. Wu Yu smiled calmly, and her eyes were full of indifference to life and death. Lilia was extremely shocked. The woman in front of her was really not afraid of death. Lilia screamed, completely losing the demeanor of a baroness. Like a crazy woman, hurry up and save me. What are you still standing there for? Wu Yu pulled out her knife, but suddenly found that she couldn't move. She frowned and tried to exert her strength, but she heard the frightened voice of Lilia's bodyguard. It's the two immortals Hu and Huang beside the Secretary General. I'm really sorry. I actually alarmed the two immortals. We are incompetent and failed to protect Duke Lilia. Wu Yu gritted her teeth and began to quickly mobilize her whole body's mental strength, trying to kill Lilia at all costs. Suddenly she heard, Miss, take it easy, don't hurt yourself. Wu Yu was patted lightly, and felt that all the strength in her body was gone, and it was no longer possible to fight to the death. She turned her head in surprise, and looked at the man wearing a Wang Tai-sin mask and a yellow Chinese shirt with an immortal look. He put his hands behind his back and spoke with an upward tone, with a shrill opera tone, which really sounded like the laugh of the yellow-skinned man. The mask on his face seemed to be really grown on his face, and his expression changed as he spoke. Miss, please come with us. While Wu Yu was unable to move, Lilia was finally rescued. She smiled triumphantly. You lowly civilian, this is World City. You still want to kill me? Don't dream. The two great immortals don't have to take her back to the guard team. Leave her to me. I will make her wish she was dead. Lilia had a face full of resentment and gritted her teeth. She told the bodyguard, catch her now. The Fox Immortal moved lightly and waved away the attacks of the 3S level psychics. If you commit a crime within the World City, you will naturally be handed over to the guard team for handling. Lilia was unwilling. She walked up to Fox Immortal arrogantly, holding her head high. I am the noble Duchess. This woman not only killed my people, but also wanted to kill me. According to the agreement between the Alliance and the Royal Court, the Alliance should first protect the interests of the nobles. I want to take this person away today. Who dares to stop me? Fox Immortal laughed shrilly. He and Huang Daxian seemed to be controlling Wu Yu, but in fact they were protecting Wu Yu tightly behind them. With two immortals protecting them from the front and back, let alone Lilia's 4S level psychics, even if there were 4 more, they would not be able to hurt Wu Yu. The fox face of the Fox Immortal changed from smiling to extremely gloomy. He looked at Lilia and repeated, the public security issues in the World City have always been managed by various guards. For this small public security case, please do not trouble the Honorable Duke Lilia to do it personally. The mental power of the Fox Immortal was extremely terrifying. When it was fully spread out, not to mention Lilia's A-level mental power, even her strong combat bodyguards could not even lift their heads. Lilia felt dizzy and nauseous under the gaze of the Fox Immortal. If they continued to look at each other like this, she had no doubt that her spiritual core would be completely crushed. Lilia finally couldn't bear it anymore and took a step back. Fox Immortal waved her away and smiled obediently. Thank you, Duke Lilia, for your understanding. Lilia staggered suddenly, and the bodyguard rushed forward to help her. She roared angrily, Secretariat, Guard, I will never let this matter go. Don't touch me, you bunch of rubbish. Fox Immortal gently pushed Wu Yu, and seeing Wu Yu's alertness, he even smiled and said, Don't be nervous, miss. I heard on the way here that you like to drink. Why don't you take 2 bottles with you on the way to have some refreshment? Wu Yu's eyes paused on the fox face of Hu Daxian in confusion. Seeing his smile deepen, Wu Yu always had the illusion that this face said, Oh, the lady has been alerted. Huang Daxian directly took 2 bottles of wine from the side and stuffed them into Wu Yu's arms, and even patted her. If you are nervous, drink a few sips, and you will relax after being slightly tipsy. Wu Yu looked at the wine in her arms in confusion for 2 seconds. Is she really going to be taken to the interrogation room of the guard team, which is said to contain the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty? Really not. A relative suddenly came to my house during the Chinese New Year and took me to the supermarket for a big shopping trip. He also kept persuading me, take whatever you want. Don't save money for me. I have plenty of money. Wu Yu shook off the weird thoughts in her mind and looked at the 2 immortals with vigilance. Where are you taking me? After leaving the darkest area, Wu Yu found that the white-clothed guards who were originally following the 2 immortals were walking slower and slower, and the distance between them was getting farther and farther. Even the 2 immortals in front of her were getting farther and farther away from Wu Yu. Wu Yu tried to stop, but they continued to walk forward as if they hadn't noticed anything. Wu Yu, What does this mean? Just ignore her? Wu Yu tried to change direction, and the voice of Fox Immortal suddenly came to her mind. Wu Yu's neck tightened, but when she listened carefully, I remember that it seemed to be a dead end over there. Huang Daxian agreed, yeah, if someone blocked the alley, you wouldn't be able to run away. Wu Yu turned around, tilted her head to look at the 2 great immortals, Fox and Huang, and tentatively took a step to the other side. Fox Daxian, it seems good over there. Huang Daxian nodded, I think it's not bad. Wu Yu, then I leave? Huang Daxian turned their heads at the same time, smiled and nodded, let's go. Wu Yu saw that these 2 Daxians were obviously here to help her out and divert hatred. When the 2 Daxians appeared just now, Wu Yu remembered that Lilia's bodyguard said that the 2 Daxians beside the Secretary General of the Secretariat. Whether it was wrong or not, Wu Yu felt that it was better to thank them first. Before leaving, Wu Yu bowed in the direction of Huang Daxian. Wu Yu doesn't know why you are here, thank you for your help. The 2 Daxians didn't move, just waved to Wu Yu meaning, child, go, we are watching you. Chapter 166. Desert Rose Wu Shioli. Where are you? This is bad. The 2 great immortals, Fox and Huang, beside the Secretary General are here with the white-clad guard team. Shi and Shinkei. They will be here soon. Desert Rose Wu Shioli. Something is going to happen. The 2 great immortals, Fox and Huang, are going to take Wu Yu to the guard team. That's not right, I see. Qi and Shinkei. What are you looking at? She and Shinkei, Wu Xioli. Under the gaze of the two great immortals, Fox and Huang, Wu Xioli obediently took out the communicator in her hand to prove, two great immortals, I really didn't say anything nonsense. Hu Daxian smiled with narrow eyes. Captain Wu is a smart man. Wu Xioli nodded repeatedly. Yes, I am. I have been smart since I was young. Huang Daxian, take your people and leave now. Don't contact Wu Yu during this period. Someone will naturally help you settle the matter of Duke Lilia. Wu Xioli made an okay gesture. Don't worry, you two great immortals, I will never say anything nonsense. Even if my brother Wu Chong dies right now, I will not ask Wu Yu to go to the Wu clan to mourn. The two immortals smiled and waved their hands. Wu Xioli and others were already 100 meters away. Watching the changing scenes around them, the people of Desert Rose felt cold on their backs. Ani, I have heard that the Secretary General of the Alliance is unfathomable. There are 5 immortals around him, who never take action. Xixia patted her chest. 10 of me are not enough to be crushed to death by them. Xiaohui, the Secretary General can actually make such 5 powerful immortals help him. What extraordinary ability does he have? Wu Xioli lowered her eyes. It is better to say, why does the Secretary General, who can make 5 immortals work for him, go to great lengths to protect Wu Yu? Wu Xioli looked at everyone. Compared to the entire alliance, the team strength is very small. Keep today's events to yourself, and never let anyone know. Yes. Shinkei couldn't contact Wu Xioli, the Duchess, the 2 great immortals Hu Huang, the Secretariat, the White Guards, any of them are the top dignitaries in the alliance. Wu Yu had just exhausted her mental power in the world boss battle, and she couldn't burst out her extremely strong mental power in a short time. With Wu Yu's character of never causing trouble to anyone, she would definitely fight with her life. Shinkei suddenly thought, yes, the team badge, he has the captain's authority, the team badge can see the specific location of each team member. Shinkei just took out the communicator, and clicked on Wu Yu's current location. Ding ding. Looking at the flashing red dot, it's right in front of him, and he will hit it after turning a corner. Shinkei was stunned for a moment, and didn't break. Pingling bang clang. It was the sound of a wine bottle falling to the ground and breaking. Shinkei looked down in surprise, and watched Wu Yu being knocked to the ground by him. With the identity of Prince Squire, Shinkei couldn't help him, nor could he not help him. The moment Wu Yu looked at him, Shinkei's face froze, and he immediately adjusted himself to the dead mother face that Prince Squire always showed to the outside world. Shinkei glanced at Wu Yu quietly, and said coldly, "Are you okay?" Wu Yu didn't expect to meet Prince Squire here, and her eyes instantly became sharp and alert. Thinking of the female nobles around Duke Lilia who said that she was Prince Squire's princess candidate, and the boastful tone, it showed that Prince Squire's status was above all of them. She had just beaten Duke Lilia, and Prince Squire appeared in a hurry, still heading towards the night. It is very likely that his future fiancée was injured, and he was in a hurry to comfort her. Wu Yu took a deep breath, making herself look completely unaware of the situation. Looking down at the broken wine bottle, Wu Yu's eyes flashed with pity, and she shook her head. It's okay. Standing up, Wu Yu passed Shinkei and walked towards the outside of the city. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu's receding back through the reflection of the broken glass of the wine bottle on the ground, and saw the blood on the wine bottle, which might be due to the cut on the palm of his hand when he fell. It is also possible that he was injured while fighting alone just now. Shinkei glanced at his clothes, thinking of Wu Yu's nervous vigilance and even disgust when he saw him just now, and he pursed his lips and let out a long breath. Wu Yu carefully observed the movements in the world city. There was no obvious martial law, and it looked the same as usual. She went to the shuttle parking point and prepared to return to the team base. Meow. Wu Yu stopped in confusion. Meow. She turned her head and found a white-haired and blue-eyed Persian cat not far away. With long and exquisite fur, a beautiful big face, a big muzzle, and a nose that was hit by the sole of a shoe, it was shiny and sleek, and it was obvious that it was a cat that had been raised in luxury since childhood. Meow. Another cute little clip sound. The cat slowly walked towards Wu Yu, and the white fur on its body swayed slightly when it walked, and there was a silly hair on its head like an antenna. When it walked to Wu Yu's heels, the cat raised its head high and looked up at Wu Yu. Meow. Raised its pink and tender paws to hook Wu Yu's trouser legs. Wu Yu lowered her head and watched the cat approaching slowly. She slowly squatted down and looked at the cat. Looking at her own appearance in the beautiful green gemstone of the cat, which looked like the aurora, you don't look like a stray cat. Did you get separated from your owner? The cat tilted its head and leaned into Wu Yu's palm. Wu Yu spread her palm and felt a tearing pain from the half-solidified wound. Wu Yu looked at the wound in her palm in surprise. she was too nervous to notice it just now. It turned out that when she wanted to use the knife to cut Lilia's neck, she was also injured by the sharp blade. When she moved her palm, she felt another pain. The cat's eyes, like the aurora, suddenly stared at Wu Yu's palm. Wu Yu smiled helplessly. "My hands are dirty. I can't touch you. It will dirty your beautiful fur. Go home quickly. If you disappear, the owner will be very worried." Before Wu Yu finished speaking, the cat suddenly stuffed its soft little head into Wu Yu's palm. The furry and warm touch made Wu Yu's palm subconsciously rub the cat's head. Meow. Watching the cat subconsciously stretch out its tail to hook around his legs and rub against them, Wu Yu narrowed her eyes. Taking advantage of the kitten's unpreparedness, Wu Yu grabbed the cat's neck with lightning speed. The cat froze as if it had been electrocuted when its vitals were grabbed. Then, it struggled violently. Wu Yu easily grasped it with one hand and leaned forward to see if the cat was a brother or a sister. The moment Wu Yu saw it, the struggle suddenly stopped, and the cat seemed to be dead and peaceful. Wu Yu patted the cat's, "But I thought you were a sweet and soft girl because you used the little clip sound so smoothly, but you turned out to be a boy. Boys don't know how to be ashamed to hook people's legs casually." The cat lowered its head, and white smoke evenly came out of its head, as if it had already lost consciousness. "Wu Yu, what should I do? I can't wait for the master with you here. Why don't you come with me? I take you back to my team." Meow. With a violent struggle, the cat ran away while Wu Yu was not prepared and disappeared. Chapter 167. Wu Yu looked in the direction the cat left for a while, then turned around and started the shuttle to leave. The cat watched the shuttle take off in the corner, and suddenly felt a cold breath coming from behind him. Turning his head, he saw a fox with shiny golden orange fur and a brown yellow fox. The fox and the yellow fox slowly approached, and under the moonlight, their two pairs of narrow and pointed eyes exuded a strange and terrifying atmosphere. The cat stared at the fox and the yellow fox with his green eyes for a while, and suddenly, a shadow of a black abyss dragon rose behind him, and the dragon spit out a breath of dragon at the fox and the yellow fox. Under the cover of the black dragon, the cat no longer looked as tender and soft as before, and her green pupils were cold and fierce. The fox and the yellow fox looked at each other and left without hesitation. The two great immortals, Fox and Huang, returned to Zhou Qianfeng. Zhou Qianfeng said, "Thank you for taking this trip. Fox Immortal, it's not hard. Miss Wu Yu is a very polite child." Huang Daxian, "Besides, I saw something very interesting." Zhou Qianfeng was puzzled. What did Huang Daxian say? The two great immortals, Huang, looked at each other and smiled at the same time. "Please rest assured, Secretary General, this is not something that will harm Miss Wu Yu." "How to deal with that lady?" Zhou Qianfeng curled his lips slightly. "This is a small matter, so don't bother the two great immortals. I will handle it myself. Now we are telling the public that the person is in the guard team, and will be handled by the guard team. If the lady insists on pestering, I believe that the second heir to the Duke title of the Ross family should not refuse the olive branch extended by the Secretariat. I have had people spread the word, raising this matter to a power struggle between the nobles and the Alliance guards. When the situation escalates to a certain level, naturally no one will care who is the fuse of the whole incident. The two great immortals, Huang, that's the truth." After the two great immortals, Huang, left, Zhou Qianfeng looked at the secretary. "How is Wu Yu?" The secretary, "She got a little injured and has returned to the team base now." Zhou Qianfeng smiled and nodded, and suddenly, his whole aura became icy cold. "Since she got a little injured, she naturally has to pay it back. Not only do you have to pay it back, you have to pay it back double, 100 times, 1,000 times. Find a new face and do it cleanly. I don't need to teach you what to do next." "Secretary, I understand." Push it onto the second heir of the Ross family, forcing him to lean on the Secretariat. After returning to the base, Wu Yu paid attention to the dynamics of the world city and was surprised to find that Duke Lilia of the Ross family was attacked by an unknown attack, and her right palm was completely cut off. It was confirmed that her right hand was disabled. As soon as it was confirmed that Duke Lilia's right hand was disabled, the Squire family announced that she would be removed from the list of candidates for the Prince and Princess. Duke Lilia had a fierce conflict with the Alliance White Guards, and the many S-level psychics she brought with her caused serious injuries to many White Guards. Duke Lilia's behavior has seriously damaged the friendly and equal mutual assistance agreement between the Alliance Guards and the nobles, and directly threatened the absolute law enforcement power of the White Guards in World City. At present, the Ross family has announced that Duke Lilia is not worthy of being a duke anymore, and the second heir Zack will inherit the title. Lilia Ross had a dispute with Duke Zack and accidentally fell down the stairs and died. Wu Yu looked back and forth at the dynamic information several times, and finally confirmed that in just 1.5 hours since she returned to the base from World City, Duke Lilia, who was just domineering in the dark, had lost power. Alliance Guard, Alliance Secretariat, Squire family, Ross family, don't these people need to play a game? The speed of this process is so smooth that it's weird, right? Hasn't one party considered saving Lilia? However, Lilia's death means that the most knightly thing has come to an end. Wu Yu no longer pays attention to the communicator, takes out the yellow talisman in cinnabar, and finally calms down to draw the soul-summoning talisman again. Calm down, find the source of everything and draw the soul-summoning talisman like before, silently reciting the difficult formula. Soon, a summoning talisman was drawn by Wu Yu. Arriving at the huge training room, Wu Yu started to use the summoning talisman. The moment the gesture was completed, a ghost king with a very gorgeous appearance appeared in the void. She looked very young, but her extreme beauty had already begun to emerge. Wearing an extremely luxurious headdress, when she looked at Wu Yu, a pair of blue eyes were breathtakingly beautiful. When the ghost king saw Wu Yu, his eyes were extremely surprised. Wu Yu blinked, "Hello?" The ghost king opened his mouth anxiously, as if he had a lot to say, and then, ####. Wu Yu ah? The ghost king mumbled, ####. Wu Yu ah? The ghost king gestured and spoke. The whole ghost looked extremely anxious, even her pretty little face was flushed. But no matter what she said, Wu Yu couldn't understand. This was really a hearty conversation. Considering that the time for a soul-summoning talisman to summon ghosts is limited, Wu Yu could only record the ghost king's words first. After a while, the soul-summoning talisman failed, and the frustrated ghost king disappeared reluctantly. Before returning to the void, he even grabbed Wu Yu's clothes unwillingly and refused to leave. After that, Wu Yu drew 5 soul-summoning talismans in succession until his mental power was completely exhausted. But let alone Luotian, even the ghost king who looked like the ancient Luoan princess never appeared again. Dragging his tired body, before dawn, Wu Yu threw himself into the treatment cabin and fell into a coma. After finishing the work in the Qian planting area, Fu Yanqi went back to the Fu family as soon as possible. He met Fu Yixue and proposed the idea of asking Wu Yu to come to the family. "Fu Yanqi, master, I want to bring a good friend from the team to the family." Fu Yixue's face was indifferent. "Yanqi, you also know that the family is undergoing a major internal reorganization recently, let alone the people in your team. Even Mingli and Yana's engagement has been postponed indefinitely by me. Let's talk about bringing people home later." Fu Yanqi felt a little disappointed when he saw Fu Yixue's attitude of not allowing any arguments, and more of an apology for Wu Yu's failure to fulfill her promise. He nodded, "Yes, the head of the family, then I will bring Wu Yu to visit when the reorganization of the family is completed." Fu Yixue nodded, "Yanqi, you still understand." Fu Yixue suddenly paused and turned to look at Fu Yanqi. "Who did you just say you were going to bring as a guest?" Fu Yanqi, to the head of the family, "It's Wu Yu. It's the one you saw in the dungeon before. When you saw Wu Yu at that time, your face was uneasy. I think there must be some misunderstanding. However, the head of the family has been busy lately, so Yanqi won't nag about it anymore." Yanqi said goodbye. Seeing that Fu Yanqi was really about to leave, Fu Yixue was really gritting her teeth. What kind of blockheads are these people she taught? After being rejected by her once, don't they know how to fight for it again? Aren't they important teammates? Aren't they good friends? Shouldn't you stick up for your good friends? If she doesn't agree, won't you put a knife to her neck and force her to agree? Chapter 168. Seeing Fu Yanqi walk away without looking back, Fu Yixue said quickly, "Wait a minute." Fu Yanqi turned around. "Master, is there anything else you want to tell me?" Fu Yixue cleared his throat. "Ahem, I think you really want Wu Yu to come." Fu Yanqi shook his head. "No, master, everything is still subject to the master's decision." Yanqi dared not object. Fu Yixue smiled. "I said you really want Wu Yu to come." Fu Yanqi observed Fu Yixue's expression with doubt, thinking that this was a sign that Fu Yixue was about to lose her temper. He could only tentatively follow Fu Yixue's words and say, "Then I really want Wu Yu to come." Fu Yixue was satisfied, but nodded reluctantly with a stern face. "Let her come, the first phase of internal rectification has just been completed." It was indeed as Zhou Qianfeng said. A few rats appeared in the door, but she had already caught them all. Fu Yixue sent all the people to Zhou Qianfeng, and the news from the other side had not come back yet. Let Wu Yu come at this time. As long as she doesn't contact people outside, it's still safe inside the door. Since Fu Yixue came back from Zhou Qianfeng, she has been thinking about it for a whole day and night. No matter what the evil force Zhou Qianfeng said was, Fu Yixue had figured out one thing. If Wu Yu was not her child, Zhou Qianfeng would never tell her this. Even if Wu Yu's age and the token did not match, she didn't care. Those who had the same age and token before were not real. Following Zhou Qianfeng, an old fox who would not do anything without profit, how could he make such a plan behind the scenes if he was not sure of Wu Yu's identity? The more she thought about it, the more Fu Yixue felt that she was right. She liked Wu Yu the first time she saw her. Later, even when she found out that Wu Yu's token was fake news, she couldn't bear to blame her. How could she blame her? She was so young at that time. What could she know? She left her parents when she was young, and those who did wrong were those adults who wanted to benefit from it. Wu Yu was still a child. How could she have any bad intentions? Moreover, even if we take a step back and put aside the facts, is Fu Yixue herself not wrong? It was all Fu Yixue's own fault. She didn't take good care of the child, and let the child disappear. The more she thought about it, the more she felt sorry for Wu Yu. The work of clearing up the sect was more drastic, and there would be no delay. Fu Yixue originally wanted to wait until the engagement banquet of Fu Mingli and Yi Na was held, and then use the Hongmen banquet to find out Yi Na's background, and clean up the entire sect before inviting Wu Yu to come and play. But now, since Fu Yanqi took the initiative to bring it up, she couldn't spoil the child's fun, right? Fu Yanqi looked at Fu Yixue, who was lost in thought, but whose lips kept rising. It was obvious that she was in a very good mood. Fu Yanqi, then master, I ask Wu Yu to come tomorrow? Okay. The word swirled in Fu Yixue's throat, and almost slipped out. She swallowed it, and lowered her lips, looking nonchalant. Wait 3 days. I'm very busy these days. Fu Yixue thought, tomorrow? Tomorrow? How can she come tomorrow? She is not mentally prepared yet. She left such a bad impression on the child when they first met last time. She couldn't help but sit up and slap herself in the face when she thought about it in the middle of the night. She deserved to die. How could she be so cruel to the child? How could the door not be prepared when Wu Yu came? She had to purchase a large number of the latest developed purification flowers and decorate the entire door. And the castle in the air that she had left for so long had not been allowed to enter for so many years. She had to do a thorough cleaning, make a bed full of the fragrance of the sun, and decorate it with the freshest and most beautiful flowers. Also, these stinky boys in the sect must be ordered to wash their hair, take a bath, and change clothes. Their living quarters must also be cleaned and renovated. Clean yourself up. Otherwise, what if Wu Yu stinks again? Fu Yanqi looked at Fu Yixue in confusion. Fu Yixue suppressed her trembling hands and looked at him with a timid look. What? Is there a problem? If it really doesn't work, work overtime to catch up. 2 days is not a problem. Fu Yanqi nodded. Okay, I go and inform Wu Yu right away. Fu Yixue's heart was beating so fast. She nodded in a pretentious manner. Go ahead. After Fu Yanqi left, she jumped up, dancing with excitement, and was so busy that she didn't know what to do first. Unexpectedly, Fu Yanqi suddenly came back. By the way, master, this time I came mainly. Fu Yanqi looked at Fu Yixue's raised hands and wondered, Master, what are you doing? Fu Yixue coughed lightly, and put down her hands awkwardly. I just sat for a long time and wanted to move my body. Fu Yanqi nodded, Master, Wu Yu came this time mainly because in the just concluded world boss battle, part of the ruby that originally sealed Wu Yu's spiritual power was transferred to her weapon. So, I want you to see if Wu Yu's spiritual power core is damaged. The ruby was transferred. Fu Yixue nodded. Okay, I understand. Fu Yanqi, then when Wu Yu comes, let her live in my side yard. Fu Yixue raised her voice. How can this be possible? Fu Yanqi was surprised. Usually when she was in the team, Wu Yu also lived in the dormitory building with everyone else. They are all independent, so there won't be any inconvenience. Fu Yixue didn't want to. So what should she do with the house she had prepared for so many years? Over the years, all the little gadgets the girls liked that she had collected were placed in that room. If Wu Yu didn't live there, how could she give all these to her? Fu Yixue looked serious. You may not know that you haven't been back for a while, but your side yard has been demolished by me and is being renovated. Fu Yanqi, but I was there just before I came here, and the side yard was still there. Fu Yixue's mind moved, and suddenly there was a loud noise of bang in the distance. Fu Yixue smiled. It's gone now. Fu Yanqi, okay. As long as the head of the family is happy, don't worry about his life or death. Chapter 169. Fu Yanqi immediately told Wu Yu about inviting her to visit the Fu family. Thinking of Lin Chica's words, Wu Yu was surprised. I heard that the Fu family does not receive foreign guests recently. Fu Yanqi, that's right. but the head of the family loves me and agreed to my request. After speaking against his conscience, Fu Yinchi turned to look at Fu Yishua, head of the family. Do you think I'm okay with this? Fu Yishua nodded seriously. No problem, you are all my children. I always treat you equally. The palm and the back of the hand are all flesh, but Wu Yu is the flesh on the tip of my heart. Fu Yishua also knew that she was obviously biased. She cleared her throat. Yinchi, I haven't asked you about your homework for a long time. This time, I was assigned an SS-level demon-breaking Songchuan sword in the world boss battle. I will give it to you, hoping that you can concentrate on practicing and carry forward my Taoist sect. Fu Yinchi looked at Fu Yishua in surprise. The head of the family always gave the best magic tools and weapons to Fu Mingli first. Fu Mingli has always been liked by the head of the family, and he often talks about finding people for the head of the family. In recent years, he has found many people. Among them, there are even a few that even the head of the family can't help but be dazed when they see them. Now, even Fu Mingli has never received an SS-level weapon, so how could the head of the family give it to him first? Seeing the stunned look on Fu Yinchi's face, Fu Yishua handed the demon-breaking Songchuan sword to Fu Yinchi. Yinchi, I named you Yinchi because I really want to hand over the future of Taoism to you. Let the Tao sect continue its glory in your hands and open a new chapter. It has never been what your fellow apprentices said. The so-called disgust is all nonsense. Fu Yinchi raised his head suddenly, with a look of surprise. How could the head of the family know this? Fu Yishua raised the corner of his mouth. The whole Tao sect is so small. How could I not know what those kids are saying and thinking? However, the road of cultivation is so lonely. If you want to become strong in your heart and want to inherit the inheritance of this sect, you must experience more suffering than others. I can't help you with these. Even I, the master, walked out of the sea of blood and corpses alone before I understood what the Tao heart was. Fu Yinchi nodded solemnly. Yinchi understands. Yinchi never takes the words of his fellow apprentices to heart. Fu Yishua shook his head. You don't understand. Fu Yinchi looked up in confusion. I only saw Fu Yishua standing in the huge Qianquan Bagua formation. She moved her palm slightly, and the Bagua formation was activated, and a huge secret room appeared behind it. Fu Yinchi was shocked to find that the secret room was full of the top Taoist magic tools of the day. The best yellow talismans, cinnabar, and wolf hair. The exquisite Sanqing bell with 1,000-year heritage. Rui, whisk, ruler, any of which ghosts and monsters would be terrified. The shiny lightning-struck wood, the peach wood that has been born with intelligence for thousands of years, and the locust wood that is soaked in yin energy and emits a glowing green fire. No matter which one of these comes out, it will make the contemporary mystic masters crazy. Standing in front of the secret room, Fu Yishua's momentum is high, and the whole person is really the head of the Taoist school. Fu Yinchi, for every magic weapon I give to your fellow disciples, I will keep an extra one for you in here. To this day, there is also a whole secret room. I originally wanted to wait until the day when you have cultivated your Tao heart before giving it to you. Now think about it, I owe you a lot over the years, and it is time to give you an explanation. I want to find the son of an old friend, but the inheritance of Taoism must not be lost in my hands. Every time Fu Yishua indulged in the honey that resembled the son of an old friend, he would put a top-notch and peerless magic weapon in this secret room. This is to remind herself that she still has the inheritance of the Tao sect to shoulder. However, Fu Yishua approached Fu Yinchi, and she stared at Fu Yinchi. I have a request. Yinchi, one day, no matter where I am, no matter whether I die or not, you lead the Tao sect, and you must unconditionally go all out to support the child I am looking for. Fu Yinchi glanced at the magic tools and treasures in the secret room, and looked at Fu Yishua sideways. He took a step back and knelt on one knee with a solemn face. This request, Yinchi, I am sorry, I cannot agree to it. The master of the family raised Yinchi and taught him, but Shinkei saved my life. It is difficult to be both loyal and filial. Treasures can be found again, but it is hard to find a soulmate. Yinchi cannot betray Shinkei's friendship and sacrifice for his life just to agree with the master of the family. If one day, Yinchi is caught between the master of the family and Shinkei, he will destroy his heart and die to show his determination. Fu Yishua narrowed her eyes dangerously, and her aura shook the whole room. Under the threat of her top mental power, even Fu Yinchi felt a numbness on the back of his neck. But under such heavy pressure, Fu Yinchi did not retreat even a step. He had a determined look on his face. Fu Yinchi thought that Fu Yishua would leave in anger. Unexpectedly, Fu Yishua looked at him with a different look for a while, and suddenly showed a relieved and happy smile. Yinchi, I was right about you. Fu Yinchi looked at Fu Yishua, who was laughing heartily, with a puzzled look on his face. Could it be that the head of the family was mad at him? Fu Yixue turned his head suddenly and approached Fu Yanqi. Yanqi, Wu Yu is the son of the old friend I have been looking for. Fu Yanqi's eyes widened in disbelief. Even the top-level magic weapon that had just seen a secret room had never seen him so shocked and out of control. Seeing Fu Yanqi's expression when she first saw the child and said she wanted to adopt the child, Fu Yixue couldn't help but subconsciously reached out and patted Fu Yanqi's head. She looked nostalgic. You grown up, not like when you were a child, with such a small head that I could pinch it with one hand. Fu Yanqi looked down in a daze, looking at Fu Yixue, who was already more than half a head shorter than him. He suddenly realized that the blood sword Fu Yixue, who was once so brilliant and amazing and amazed the entire era, also had traces of time in his eyes. Fu Yixue asked him, "Now, can you promise to take over the inheritance of my Taoist sect?" Fu Yanqi nodded solemnly. "Yes, Yanqi will definitely live up to the trust of my uncle master." Fu Yixue was very happy, dragged Fu Yanqi into the secret room, and stuffed the treasures she had prepared for Fu Yanqi over the years into his hands, as if they were free. There was no pain on her face, but more of the relief, satisfaction, and sense of accomplishment of having a great disciple. Seeing the things in the whole secret room becoming less and less until it was completely emptied. Fu Yixue's face showed a happy smile. Good, good. She finally got rid of a worry. Before leaving the Taoist sect, Fu Yanqi asked Fu Yixue, "Master, didn't you say before that you would leave the entire Taoist sect to Wu Yu?" Fu Yixue shook her head. There is a more important inheritance waiting for her. Chapter 170. Fu Yanqi took Wu Yu to the Taoist sect. Fu Yanqi said, "There are many 4-symbol A-diagram formations outside the Taoist sect. It is impossible to enter without the guidance of inner disciples." Wu Yu was a little nervous. "I prepared some gifts for Taoist Master Fu. I wonder if she will like them." All the gifts were chosen by Aunt Chen. "Wu Yu only has this elder who can serve as an advisor." Fu Yanqi said, "She will like it. As long as the uncle sees you, he will like you and forget all his troubles." Aunt Chen combed Wu Yu's hair into 2 buns and put on a little red coat. She looked as cute as the dolls in the New Year pictures. Wu Yu took a deep breath and nodded yes. Entering the range of the 4 symbols and 8 diagrams formation, Fu Yanqi carefully operated the shuttle. After half an hour, he finally entered the range of the Taoist gate safely. Fu Yanqi turned his head. Okay. He was surprised to find that Wu Yu had been covering her eyes all the time. Fu Yanqi was puzzled. What's wrong? Wu Yu, if I don't cover my eyes, I'm afraid I will accidentally remember the road. And sorry, even if I cover my eyes I still remember it. I will try my best to forget it. Fu Yanqi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fight with mechanical geniuses like you. The shuttle landed on the platform of the Taoist gate. As soon as Wu Yu got off the shuttle, she saw a huge red carpet, which was laid from the outer door to the inner door, and even the whole way was made of arches made of gorgeous flowers. Wu Yu exclaimed, "Wow, it's worthy of being a Taoist gate. It's really rich." Fu Yanqi, yes. For these flowers, he worked overtime until 4 in the morning last night, and was called out by his master's uncle to pick someone up before dawn. He walked along the red carpet and came to the inner door. Fu Yixue, dressed in a gorgeous dress, stood there with his hands behind his back and a serious face waiting. Seeing Wu Yu coming like a New Year's picture doll, Fu Yixue's bones softened. Fu Yixue Yanqi? Fu Yanqi, ? Fu Yixue, come and support me. My legs are weak. Fu Yanqi. TSK. Wu Yu blinked in confusion and handed over the carefully prepared gift. Hello, Master Fu, this is my first visit to you. I prepared a gift for you. I hope you like it. Fu Yanqi tried to take it, but Fu Yixue opened it. He silently looked at the back of his hand that was slapped red, and each of his 5 fingers was clearly visible. Fu Yixue looked at the vigorous look of carrying 10 bags in one hand, and there was no sign of weakness in her legs. Fu Yixue's heart exploded, but she had to pretend to be calm. I like it very much. Let's go inside. Turning back and walking inside, Fu Yanqi heard Fu Yixue whispering to him, Do you think I'm doing okay? Is it too cold? Fu Yanqi, this is fine. If you're too enthusiastic, I'd be scared. Fu Yixue sat in the main seat with a stern face. Wu Yu, come over to me. Wu Yu walked forward with a nervous expression. Master Fu, in the previous world boss battle, part of the ruby that was originally sealed in my brain was transferred to the weapon. I'd like to trouble you to show me the current state of the ruby. As he spoke, Wu Yu summoned the frost moon ice, and showed Fu Yixue the ruby surrounded by ice branches. Fu Yixue looked at the ruby, her face changed slightly, and she felt the hostility coming from it, and her heart was slightly heaving. The hostility contained in this ruby had a familiar breath, and she didn't even notice it last time. It seems that this ruby is very likely to have spiritual intelligence. Looking at Wu Yu's mental power core again, the seal of the ruby is indeed much weaker than before. Fu Yishui, as long as the ruby completely leaves the brain, the seal will be completely lifted, and your mental power can be used normally. At the same time, this ruby will also become an important boost to your combat power when applied to weapons. With Fu Yishui's personal certification, Wu Yu and Fu Yanqi were relieved. However, Fu Yishui was thoughtful. Wu Yu, where did this ruby come from? Wu Yu told Fu Yishui what happened at the time, and a fierce light flashed in Fu Yishui's eyes. You said that you were seriously injured in the head at that time, and your mental core was completely exposed. Ina appeared and wanted to take away your mental core. The ruby on the Peachwood sword protected the mental core in time to repair your brain and eyes, so that Ina did not succeed. Moreover, Yana was almost burned to ashes by the spiritual power core, but under the wrapping of a dark force, she recovered and stimulated the S-level healing ability. Wu Yu nodded yes. However, considering the relationship between Yana and the Fu family, Wu Yu was very cautious in her words. Of course, this is just the picture reflected in my subconscious mind, which may be slightly different from the real situation at that time. Moreover, the subconscious mind is affected by the subjective influence of the person himself, and cannot be used as any evidence. Fu Yishui's face was very gloomy. She told Fu Yanqi, I have something urgent to deal with now. You take Wu Yue to walk around the sect first. Fu Yanqi yes. Wu Yue followed Fu Yanqi away. Wu Yue, Master Fu looks worried. Did something happen recently? Fu Yanqi nodded. The sect has been reorganized recently, and a few brothers have found a strange dark aura on them. In addition, what you just said about Yana's situation has deepened the suspicion of the master uncle towards her. However, Ina is a member of the Hua family, and she is also an important S-level healer. If you are not 100% sure, you will not be able to convict her, and you may alert the enemy. Wu Yu nodded, and the two of them went to the sky castle that Fu Yishui especially prepared for Wu Yu. Before the two of them stepped into the carefully decorated sky castle, a sarcastic voice suddenly came from behind. Hey, isn't this our Yanqi senior brother? What a rare guest. Yanqi's senior brother doesn't come back often. Why doesn't he stay in your Dachi Inn? Was he kicked out? A burst of laughter came, and Wu Yu turned her head to look at Fu Yanqi. Fu Yanqi seemed not to hear these words, and stretched out his hand to push the door. Suddenly, a small stone was thrown from the side, almost hitting Wu Yu. Ouch, sorry, my hand slipped. I think senior brother Yanqi is not going to bring a woman from outside into the sky castle? No way. This sky castle is a forbidden place specially prepared by the master's uncle for the son of an old friend. Let alone us. Even when senior brother Mingli brought Miss Yana, our uncle didn't let him in, which made us very embarrassed. You don't think you have such a big face to dislike senior brother? Just bring back a woman, and you can be better than senior brother Mingli and Miss Yana, right? Fu Yanqi ignored what these people said, and directly stretched out his hand to open the door. Seeing that Fu Yanqi really didn't take their words seriously, the people behind him were angry and said, Fu Yanqi, don't be shameless. That's right. You really think you are so talented that you dare to look down on everyone. When senior brother Mingli takes over the sect, I will be the first to kick you out. Fu Yanqi looked at Wu Yue calmly. Wu Yue, you go in first. Wu Yue nodded and was about to step in. A barrier appeared out of thin air in front of him, and there was Fu Mingli's sneer. Junior brother Yanqi, when did you become so ignorant of the rules? This castle in the air is a place where any of the girls you bring can enter. Wu Yue turned her head slowly. Fu Yanqi on the side silently reported to Fu Yishui crazily, while silently giving wax in his heart to everyone present. If you mess with Wu Yue, you will be like kicking a titanium alloy steel bar concrete iron plate. Chapter 171. I secretly sent all the videos I just recorded to Fu Yishui, and complained. Qian Fu Yanqi, Grandmaster, the wise brothers and sisters all said Wu Yu. Qian Fu Yanqi, Grandmaster has been working so hard to rectify this sect recently, but the brothers and sisters don't know how to feel sorry for Grandmaster, and they keep stirring up trouble. Unlike Yanqi, who only feels sorry for Grandmaster. Qian Fu Yanqi, Grandmaster, they actually slandered Wu Yu like this. Yanqi feels sad whenever he thinks of Grandmaster's old friend. Fu Yishui. Yanqi, I haven't seen you so lively for a long time. Very good. Fu Yishui, the great elder is gone, you just need to protect Wu Yu. Fu Yanqi put away the communicator with satisfaction, and he secretly told Wu Yu, don't be angry, the great elder will be here soon. I will definitely deal with them, and vent your anger. Wu Yu looked at Fu Yanqi. Did they bully you like this before? Fu Yanqi's eyes flashed with surprise. It's okay, and their words can't hurt me at all. I've gotten used to it. My uncle always taught me that my heart should be as hard as a rock. Wu Yu's eyes flashed with anger. No one will get used to bad words, and people's malice should never be used to. If you dislike my brother, don't embarrass yourself here, and leave quickly. That's right. If the Uncle Grandmaster really blames you, you will have to kneel in the ancestral temple again. Isn't it that senior brother Yanqi likes kneeling in the ancestral temple the most? From childhood to adulthood, hasn't senior brother Yanqi always cleaned the floor of the ancestral temple with his knees inch by inch? There was another round of huge laughter. Wu Yu looked at Fu Yanqi, whose expression did not change at all, as if he was really numb to the malice of his fellow disciples. Wu Yu finally understood that Fu Yanqi in his previous life was obviously the pride of the Taoist sect, the contemporary genius of the Taoist sect, but he eventually fell silently. Just because he was determined to be a Taoist, he was envied and hated. Just because he was pure in heart, he was ostracized by his fellow disciples. Just because he was gifted, he stood in everyone's way. The sword that killed him never came from the front, but from the backstab of his close fellow disciples. Wu Yu smiled. I didn't expect that Master Fu spent so much effort to educate you for so many years, but taught you to be such a scum with dirty thoughts. Oh, you are angry because of what you said. Why are you cursing? That's right, miss. You came back with a man like this. Did you get the permission of your uncle? You are not ashamed. When Miss Yana came to our sect, it was the Grandmaster uncle who invited her personally. Wu Yu, you keep talking about Miss Yana. If you don't know, you will think that you have been bribed by the Hua family. Fu Mingli frowned. What are you talking about? How dare you tarnish the relationship between Yana and me like this? Wu Yu was surprised. You are so anxious now. I just wonder why you don't believe the Grandmaster uncle's order that Yanqi said in such a big sect. You recited every detail of Yana's affairs word by word. Those who don't know would think that this sect has changed its name to Hua a long time ago. Could it be that they secretly accepted benefits from the Hua family? Wu Yu suddenly covered her mouth and whispered loudly to Fu Yanqi's ear, Tell your Uncle Master quickly, and let him check it out. It's a good time to reorganize the sect. See if these people have colluded with the Hua family to usurp power and undermine the sect. Fu Mingli's face froze instantly. Don't talk nonsense. Wu Yu smiled. Look at you, you show everything on your face. You don't have the cunning of a big brother, and you are not as patient as you, the younger brothers. I heard that you, Fu Mingli, and Su Mo have a very good relationship. You even gave her many rare treasures to please her. So soon, you changed people? That's right. Your conditions are indeed a little bit worse, not worthy of Su Mo. So, people should not be licking dogs. Licking dogs lick dogs, licking dogs, and in the end, you have nothing. You'd better hold on to Miss Yana. At least Miss Yana is willing to pretend to be with you for the future of the family. For a kappa like you, maybe only Yana is willing to care about you in this life. Fu Mingli was so angry that he was incoherent. What nonsense! There are many women who like me. I am the most respected disciple in the sect by my uncle, and all the brothers in the sect follow my lead. I am the future of Taoism. Yana is with me because she sees my talent. Wu Yu sneered. I think you have been fed too much magic potion, and don't even know your own weight. You, the future of Taoism? What future? A future that is blown up by words? Not to mention the entire Taoism. The entire alliance knows clearly who is the genius and leader of Taoism. The frog in the well is reveling in his own way. You, Mingli Kappa, are the best. Fu Mingli suddenly drew out the long sword behind him, his eyes full of anger, and his tone was cold. Junior brother Yanqi, today you brought someone to speak rudely first, so don't blame me for ordering you to leave. Wu Yu was excited. Oh, Yanqi, Mingli Kappa was broken by what I said. Fu Yanqi drew his sword directly to meet him. The moment the SS-level demon-breaking Sanchuan sword was unsheathed, everyone present changed their faces. What's going on? Isn't this the SS-level demon-breaking Sanchuan sword that my great-uncle got in the World Boss War? How come it is in senior brother Yanqi's hands? Yes, didn't senior brother Mingli say before that the SS-level sword would definitely be given to him by Master Uncle? Is it really like what this woman said, that the future of the Taoist sect in Master Uncle's heart is actually senior brother Yanqi? How is it possible? If that's the case, why did Master Uncle always favor us when we set up a scheme to tease senior brother Yanqi? Wu Yu tilted her head. Is it hard to understand? If you don't even understand this, no wonder Master Fu doesn't even bother to pay any attention to you mediocre people. What did you say? Wu Yu, parents who love their children will plan for them in the long run. Spoiling a child is like killing him. If Master Fu really wanted to cultivate you, how could he let you be full of jealousy and hatred without guiding you? Fu Yanqi, Yanqi, continuation and opening, Such a name that has been placed with great efforts and high hopes. In the eyes of you short-sighted people, there is only disgust. From the moment you said these two words, in Master Fu's heart, you have already become abandoned children used as a whetstone. And you, Wu Yu tilted her head to look at Fu Mingli, who looked extremely unhappy. You have already thought about it, right? Fu Mingli, the only thing that Master Fu expected of you from the beginning to the end was that you would be sensible. But what about you? You can't even do such a small thing. How can you say that you are the future of Taoism? Taoism has been passed down for thousands of years, and countless ancestors have proved the Tao with their hearts, bodies, and blood to this day. How can they allow a villain like you to tarnish its future? Chapter 172. Pa, pa, pa. The sound of applause came from not far away. Fu Mingli turned around with bloodshot eyes. Who is it? Dare to let? The person who came turned out to be the Great Elder. Cold sweat instantly broke out on the back of his neck. It's the Great Elder. It's the Great Elder, who has never come out of seclusion for more than 10 years. Why did the Great Elder suddenly appear? And it has been rumored in the sect that the Great Elder has. When he saw the Great Elder, Fu Yinchi also put away his sword instantly, and his attitude was very respectful. Great Elder. Fu Yinchi walked forward to push the Elder's wheelchair, but was stopped by him with one hand. I can do it myself. Seeing that the Elder, whose identity was mysterious and rarely appeared, seemed to be very familiar with Fu Yinchi, and their actions were even more like father and son, Fu Mingli's face was extremely ugly. Junior brother Yinchi, how can you be so familiar with the Elder? The Elder chuckled. All the studies, skills, talismans, and swordsmanship that Yinchi has studied since he was a child were taught by me personally. As soon as this was said, everyone present was extremely shocked. It turns out that senior brother Yinchi is really the future of Taoism in the mind of our uncle. Since we were young, our uncle has always told us to enjoy life. I just thought he was afraid that we would suffer. It turns out that he never thought of teaching us the inner learning of Taoism. Then the so-called marriage between senior brother Mingli and Yana is. I heard that in ancient history, the most useless princess was used for marriage. Everyone turned their eyes to Fu. The most useless princess. Mingli Kappa. Fu Mingli, who was just being looked up to by everyone, was now seen as an abandoned child. Fu Mingli had never been embarrassed like this before. He was always the most respected disciple in his sect. Fu Mingli kept shaking his head. Impossible, impossible. I don't believe that my uncle master would do this to me. After that, he turned around and ran towards Fu Yishua's main courtyard. As soon as Fu Mingli left, the other disciples left in dismay. Wu Yu, wait. Looking at everyone, Wu Yu smiled. I don't know the previous accounts, but today, we have to settle every one of them. It's a pity that you are all fellow disciples, otherwise according to our style of doing things in Deqian, your ashes would have been blown away by the wind. If you call a wrong name, you will kowtow 10 times. Today, no one can leave unless you kowtow and bleed. Why do you make us kowtow? That's right, this is a Taoist sect. You are an outsider, why do you command us? I won't kowtow, what can you do to me? The Elder smiled and nodded. I think it's good. The people who were still shouting just now fell silent immediately, when they saw that the Elder was helping Fu Yinchi. The Elder raised his hand casually, and the Taoist disciples in the first row felt their knees soften instantly, and knelt down on the ground. He said in a deep voice, kneel down, and stop when Yinchi is willing to let you go. As soon as the Elder made a move, the Taoist disciples present knelt down and kowtowed, even begging for mercy while knelt down. Brother Yinchi, we were wrong. Fu Yinchi looked at these fellow disciples, who had bullied him for a long time when they were young, and they begged for mercy so easily. Those childhood memories that had confused him, those distracting thoughts that had always trapped him from moving forward, resentment, indignation, confusion, all disappeared in an instant. At the same time, Fu Yinchi's cultivation realm directly broke through to a new stage. Fu Yinchi whispered, you go, don't knock. Hearing Fu Yinchi's words, these Taoist disciples were covered in blood and ran away, leaving only Wu Yu, him and the Elder. The Elder waved his hand, and removed Fu Mingli's restriction on the castle in the air. He said, let's go in and take a look. Wu Yu turned around, and saw that the Elder had disappeared. Wu Yu was surprised, the Elder is so elusive. Fu Yinchi nodded, the Elder has always been like this. Wu Yu was puzzled, it's a bit presumptuous. I heard that the Taoist sect suffered heavy casualties that year. The Elder is. Fu Yinchi, the Elder is not a descendant of the main branch of the Taoist sect. The masters of the various sects suffered heavy casualties in the peak battle. Hermits and masters came out one after another, among whom the Great Elder was a branch of the Tao sect that had branched out many years ago. Later, when the Tao sect was rebuilt, it was the Great Elder who helped his uncle master to re-establish order. However, the great elder himself was seriously injured and had been recuperating for many years, but he was never able to fully recover. Wu Yu, the peak battle was really brutal. I wonder if there are any documents specifically recording the peak battle? No matter how she searched in the communicator before, she had never found any relevant records. Fu Yanqi pointed to the door leading to the castle in the air. Master's uncle has placed all the unspeakable secrets in the castle in the air behind this door. Maybe you can find the answer you want from it. I help you guard the door. Go in by yourself. Wu Yu pointed at herself in surprise. Is it appropriate for me to go in by myself? Just now, even with Fu Yanqi, those Taoist disciples were so anxious that they seemed to dig up their ancestral graves. Fu Yanqi, Master's uncle, and the great elder have agreed, so it's perfect. Wu Yu walked into the door alone and passed a path. An exquisite sky-high pavilion appeared in front of her. The design of this pavilion was extremely clever, and it was completely made of the mortise and tenon structure of ancient times. The building itself did not have a single nail, and all of it was connected by a combination of concave and convex. Going up a short flight of stairs, the entire sky-high pavilion appeared in front of her. Slowly pushing open the door, a small house filled with various exquisite dolls appeared in front of her. Wu Yu was surprised to find that these dolls were somewhat similar to the Luotian doll she had obtained from Yuan before, and even one doll was simply a miniature version of the ancient Luoan princess she had summoned. These lifelike and dazzling dolls made Wu Yu unable to look away for a long time. She subconsciously took out the Luotian doll that Yuan gave her from the system and placed it next to these dolls. It didn't look out of place at all, as if this doll itself should be placed together with these dolls. Dingling. Dingling. Wu Yu looked up in surprise, and found that there was a string of wind chimes hanging on each door beam. There were no metal picks in the wind chimes, and the building was even calmer without a single wind wave. However, the sound of the wind chimes echoed for a long time, and the lingering sound lasted for 3 days, echoing throughout the entire Taoist sect. The sound of the wind chimes was clear and melodious, as if countless elves were chirping and cheering, talking non-stop. These dolls have been waiting here silently for many years, and finally waited for the arrival of their little master. Chapter 173. The sound of wind chimes resounded through the Taoist gate. Fu Yixue turned back suddenly, her whole body trembling. She seemed to want to cry, but also wanted to laugh. For a moment, all kinds of feelings surged into her heart. Master Uncle, I am Mingli. The complicated thoughts were broken by the noise of Fu Mingli outside the door. Fu Yixue took a deep breath without showing any expression. With a thought, the door opened wide. Fu Yixue said calmly, "Come in." Fu Mingli asked anxiously, "Master Uncle, why did you give the demon-breaking Sanchuan sword to Yanqi?" Fu Yixue asked him, "Why can't I give it to Yanqi?" Fu Mingli, the SS-level demon-breaking Sanchuan sword is an unparalleled magic sword in the world, second only to the blood sword in your hand. Shouldn't you give this sword to the future successor of Taoism? Fu Yixue nodded. I did give it to the successor of Taoism. Fu Mingli's expression froze instantly. Wu Yu's words just now kept echoing in his mind, and the gloomy flowers had already taken root in his heart. Fu Mingli lowered his eyes. His eyes were full of gloom and resentment. Fu Yixue saw all this, but pretended not to know. She suddenly said, "Mingli, the Hua family has been trying to get me to express my opinion recently, saying that Yaina is becoming more and more popular, and many people are asking to marry her." Fu Mingli was upset, and said in a strange tone, "If it weren't for the uncle who repeatedly postponed my engagement with Yaina, the Hua family wouldn't feel offended and take a tough attitude." Fu Yixue nodded. "You are right, and I also think it's time to publicly announce the next Taoist leader." Fu Mingli's heart suddenly jumped, and the flame that had just been extinguished was rekindled. He looked at Fu Yixue with hope. "What does the uncle master mean?" Fu Yixue smiled. "I have asked the elder to announce in public through the alliance channel that Yan Qi is the next head of the Taoist sect. As for you, Mingli, I have thought about it again and again. Since the Hua family has always wanted my attitude, and you and Yi Na are so in love, you might as well marry into the Hua family as a son-in-law. This can express your love for Yi Na, and secondly, it can thoroughly show your determination to marry her. I believe that this will surely calm the resentment in the Hua family." Fu Mingli's eyes widened in disbelief. "A son-in-law? A son-in-law, Master Uncle, you actually want me to marry into the family?" Fu Yixue nodded. "Mingli, a disciple who is married off is like water spilled. You don't have to return home in the next 3 days. Don't let the Hua family think you are not sincere. After the engagement, you will have nothing to do with my Taoist sect." Fu Mingli's tone was gloomy and low. "Master Uncle, are you going to expel the disciple from the sect? I have been so sincere to my uncle master, and I boast that I have made great contributions even though I have no merits. Is my uncle master really so cruel to me just to let junior brother Yanqi take over the Dao sect? Fu Yixue just got a trade flow list from Zhou Qiafeng, which was her return gift to the Secretariat for sending the disciples attacked by darkness. The flow list was all about the trade flow between the Dao sect and the outside world on behalf of Fu Mingli over the years, which was very different from the part that Fu Mingli actually gave her. Over the years, Fu Mingli has embezzled at least tens of trillions of alliance points and received countless rare treasures. Fu Mingli can even put the world's top snow facial tissue on the free market for a very low score just to make Buena smile. With Fu Yixue's authorization, Zhou Qiafeng has sealed all of Fu Mingli's accounts that can be checked. Excluding the part that has been squandered, 60% of the points can be recovered. Throwing this list in front of Fu Mingli, Fu Yixue's tone is as cold as ice. Mingli, if I really have no feelings for you, what I have in front of me now is a pile of dry bones. This engagement banquet is the last dignity that the Dao sect gives you and your fellow disciples. You decide where to go. The words written on the paper were thrown in front of him, and Fu Mingli's face turned pale. He clenched his fists tightly. Mingli, thank you for not killing me. The moment he stood up and left angrily, Fu Mingli's eyes had already been swallowed by endless darkness. After Fu Mingli left, the elder appeared silently. Why don't you kill him? Fu Yixue, killing him is easy, but the line of dark aura will be completely broken. Only if he is pushed to the edge, he will throw everything at the engagement party. This time, Wu Yu and Yanqi are leaving. You and them will go to Qiyan to live for a while, and come back after I have dealt with everything. Grand Elder, will there be any danger? Fu Yixue raised the corner of his mouth in vain. If I can't handle it, then this alliance, this new order that has been established with great difficulty, will really change. Grand Elder shook his head. I won't leave, I will stay with you. Fu Yixue glanced sideways, and handed him 4 letters with different recipients on them. You have to go, Yanqi needs you, and you have to stay alive to help me deliver the letters to everyone. The elder took the letter, and asked the last question. Yixue, what would you do if Fu Mingli did nothing? Fu Yixue's eyes were cold. The seeds of hatred have been planted, and I will never leave any trouble for Wu Yu and Yanqi. Even if they don't make trouble at this engagement party, it is impossible for anyone to walk out of my sect alive. The elder wanted to persuade him again, but when he saw Fu Yixue's resolute eyes, he sighed and left silently. Accompanied by the sound of wind chimes, Wu Yu slowly walked into the building and came to a bedroom along the path. Pink walls, pink curtains, pink big bed, even the 3-piece set on the bed was all pink, and there was even a pink electric donkey parked in the corner. All kinds of pink, light pink, milk powder, rose pink. This was a huge challenge for Wu Yu's retina. Do you like it here? Fu Yixue's voice suddenly sounded. Wu Yu turned her head in surprise, thought for a while, and shook her head honestly. It's a bit dazzling. Fu Yixue curled the corners of her mouth and stopped talking. She stood by the door, watching quietly, her eyes always on Wu Yu. Especially when Wu Yu stood in this pink room, Fu Yixue's eyes penetrated Wu Yu from a distance, as if she could see her shadow. Do I look like her? Wu Yu suddenly spoke, and Fu Yixue was stunned. You, what did you say? Wu Yu lowered her eyebrows. I say, do my mother and I look alike? The Taoist ancestor Fu Yixue, who had just been planning the murder of hundreds of people, was stunned by Wu Yu's question and sweated profusely. She blinked guiltily, and was about to deny it. She immediately became angry and said, Did Yanqi tell you? How can such a big boy be like an old lady at the entrance of the village, and can't even control his mouth? Wu Yu shook her head. It wasn't Yanqi who said it, I guessed it myself. It seems that I guessed it right. Fu Yixue looked at Wu Yu's determined smile, and completely gave up quibbling. She didn't doubt Wu Yu's words at all, and even thought with pride, her daughter should be so smart, no problem. Chapter 174. Fu Yixue secretly looked at Wu Yu, but was discovered by Wu Yu, and immediately looked away. After a while, she couldn't help looking again. How did you guess? Wu Yu, actually, what you did was quite obvious. Fu Yixue blinked. Wu Yu nodded. Before, when I went to World City, suddenly many people gave me bread and clothes. Later, when I went to World City, I offended the nobles, but the guards actually let me go. And you, Master Fu, actually let me enter this castle in the air. This is obviously a place you have completely recreated to remember old friends. You let me in. It can't be because Fu Yanqi's side yard was struck by thunder and needs to be rebuilt? Fu Yixue frowned. Bumped into the nobles? What's going on? Who is the blind man who bullied you? What's Zhou Qiafeng doing? He dared to let the guards catch you. This rubbish. Wu Yu, eh? So, is this the point? And Zhou Qianfeng, you mean the Secretary General of the Alliance, Zhou Qianfeng? Wu Yu was still doubting before, but now she is almost certain that it was Zhou Qianfeng who instructed the two great immortals, Hu Huang, to let her go. Oh my god, she just made a scene in the bar. The Secretary General of the Alliance was the one who cleaned up the mess. Seeing Wu Yu's surprised and helpless look, Fu Yixue casually said, "Don't worry so much, it's alright. If it weren't for your mother, Zhou Qianfeng would never be alive, let alone sit in this position now." It can almost be said that Zhou Qianfeng was able to rise to the position of Secretary General of the Alliance with the support of your mother's supporters. He swore to the heavens that he would keep his original intention and make the world a harmonious place. Wu Yu was still a little embarrassed. If I have a chance to meet Secretary General Zhou, I will definitely thank him in person. I just don't know if the Secretary General of the Alliance, with such a distinguished identity, can recognize her. Fu Yixue originally didn't like Zhou Qianfeng and wished he would die soon. But now, thinking of what was about to happen, Fu Yixue took out the communicator directly. No need to wait for a chance, do it now. As she said that, in Wu Yu's stunned eyes, she directly dialed Zhou Qianfeng's video call. Beep beep. When the waiting sound came out, Wu Yu's head was jumping up and down, and every cell in her body was busy, but she didn't know what she was busy with. Fu Yixue's communication device was directly aimed at her. There was no place to hide in this room at a glance. What do you want to talk to me about? Didn't you send all the files to Wu Yu? Zhou Qianfeng had just finished his work when the communication rang, and he opened it directly. Just after saying a few words, he saw that it was Wu Yu standing on the other end of the video, and Zhou Qianfeng raised his voice in disbelief. The five immortals in the dark stretched their necks and stuck out an ear. The secretary was very well trained. He immediately drew the curtains to cut off all external communication signals, turned around and stood at the door, then slightly turned inward, stretched his neck, and stuck out his ear. Wu Yu stood awkwardly under the camera, wanting to escape but unable to. She pulled the corners of her mouth awkwardly, showing a well-behaved fake smile, and bowed respectfully. "Hello, Secretary Zhou, I am Wu Yu." Fu Yixue picked her up. "Why are you bowing to him? He is not dead yet." Zhou Qianfeng glanced at Fu Yixue, sitting upright with a gracious smile. "You don't have to call me Secretary Zhou, just call me Grandpa Zhou. According to seniority, your mother should also call me Uncle Zhou." After saying that, Zhou Qianfeng looked expectant, and his peach blossom eyes could bloom. Wu Yu's expression was stiff. Zhou Qianfeng took good care of himself, and looked like he was only in his early 30s. He was wearing a formal suit, and squinting his peach blossom eyes. At first glance, he looked younger than Jietchen. He actually wanted her to call him Grandpa? This granddaughter, does she have to be the granddaughter? Fu Yixue sneered. "I've never seen someone so shameless as you, and you still call me Grandpa? Try saying it in front of her." Zhou Qianfeng smiled. "If she knew you were such a pervert, she would replicate her room 1:1, and you can see if she will beat you to death." Fu Yixue felt guilty. How can this be called perverted? This is all my admiration for her. This is the love of fans for their idols. Zhou Qianfeng sneered. "Pervert, don't think I don't know you collected all these, and every now and then." Beep, 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 beep. Fu Yixue immediately hung up the call. She smiled and looked at Wu Yu. "Secretary Zhou has something to do first." Beep, beep. Wu Yu pointed at Fu Yixue's vibrating communicator, but Secretary Zhou seems to have called again. He hung up the phone expressionlessly, blocked and deleted it. Fu Yixue, he will never call again in this life. Wu Yu and Fu Yixue looked at each other for 3 seconds and nodded. Okay. The room fell into silence. Wu Yu was silent for a while and suddenly asked, "Master Fu, who is my mother? Why am I in the orphanage?" Fu Yixue pursed his dry lips nervously. "Wu Yu, I don't know if I should tell you these things. In fact, how did you appear in the orphanage? And why your identity information is wrong, Zhou Qianfeng, and I have not found any clues so far. So in order to protect your safety to the greatest extent, he and I both think that it is safest to let you continue to live your current life and maintain the status quo." Wu Yu nodded yes. Fu Yixue carefully observed Wu Yu's expression. "Zhou Qianfeng and I have never stopped the pursuit, but after so many years, the destruction of civilization by terrorist invasion is irreversible. We have never given up looking for you, looking for the truth of the past. Wu Yu, in fact, you found us first. It was your brilliance that made our eyes fixed on you, and it was you who overcame all obstacles and finally came to us." Fu Yixue took a deep breath. "I'm sorry, Wu Yu. I'm not the one who can tell you the identity of your mother. I haven't done well over the years. I am far from doing what I swore when I knelt in front of her, and the graves of all the ancestors to revitalize the Taoism and keep my Tao heart unchanged. I feel bad for her, for the sect, for the dead masters, uncles, and fellow disciples. When she resolves the internal and external troubles of the sect, if she is still alive, she will tell Wu Yu your mother's name in a dignified and resounding manner. Beep beep. Fu Yishua's communicator suddenly rang with an unfamiliar number. She lowered her eyes and answered it. Zhou Qianfeng on the other end was furious. Why didn't Fu Yishua answer my call? Did you block me? Are you saying bad things about me to Wu Yu? Fu Yishua, Wu Yu asked me her mother's name. Otherwise you tell me. Beep beep beep. Zhou Qianfeng's face froze, and he hung up without thinking. Chapter 175. Seeing the two people being cautious, Wu Yu did not ask any more questions. She changed the subject. Master Fu, I actually have something else to ask you this time. Wu Yu turned on the communicator and wanted to show Fu Yishua the video of the ancient Luan princess she had summoned before, but was surprised to find that there was no trace of the princess in the video. Wu Yu, strange. Fu Yishua, what happened? Wu Yu, the ghost summoned in the video disappeared. Fu Yishua told Wu Yu, the ghost summoned cannot be recorded in the video. Now there is a kind of meteorite ore in the world. If the meteorite ore is arranged into a recording array, the spirit can be recorded and preserved under the influence of the magnetic field of the array. As he said, Fu Yishua gave Wu Yu the detailed arrangement of the recording array. After Wu Yu learned it, he took the miniature doll of the ancient Luan princess. The ghost I summoned before is very similar to this doll. Fu Yishua's eyes flashed with surprise, and she was very excited. Dylan, you saw Dylan? Fu Yishua nodded repeatedly. Why didn't I think of that? You and your mother have the same bloodline. You can summon her ghost. A person who contracts a ghost with one of his bloodlines contracts with a ghost. As long as the ghost does not disappear, the contract will be valid forever. Wu Yu, take all these dolls away. As long as you can summon the ghosts corresponding to the dolls, these ghosts will naturally return to you. Fu Yishua gave all the hundreds of dolls in the room to Wu Yu. She was very proud. Zhou Qianfeng thought I was a pervert. I didn't expect it. These dolls with contracts with spirits can actually wake up again one day. As he said this, Fu Yishua urged Wu Yu anxiously, try to draw a spirit summoning talisman now. Wu Yu nodded and took out the yellow talisman and cinnabar. Seeing that Wu Yu was using ordinary medium-grade yellow talismans and cinnabar on the market, Fu Yishua directly grabbed a handful of the top yellow talismans and cinnabar from the system and stuffed them into her hands. Use the best talismans to summon the strongest ghosts. Wu Yu, but Master Fu, I'm still in the learning stage. Isn't it a waste to use such a precious yellow talisman? Fu Yishua, waste? How can it be considered a waste if you use it? The reason why these talismans exist is that they are honored to be allowed to use them. Wu Yu, Okay. Wu Yu drew the talisman on the spot. She found that the better the yellow talisman was with the better cinnabar, the more mental energy was consumed when drawing the talisman. Using ordinary yellow talismans, she could draw 5 talismans. Now she felt mentally exhausted after drawing 2. 2 golden lights flashed, and the soul-calling talisman was drawn. Reciting the formula to activate the soul-calling talisman, a group of black air gathered into a human-shaped beast-faced monster with fangs. As soon as the ghost appeared, it immediately knelt down in front of Wu Yu. Among the hundreds of puppets, a black masked doll suddenly lit up, and the ghost was instantly absorbed. At the same time, Wu Yu's system popped up a prompt. Successfully opened the ghost collection panel. Successfully recovered the S-level ghost human body beast-face ghost skill. A mysterious assassin who is good at fast attack and can spread plague by exhaling. Under Fu Yishua's expectant eyes, Wu Yu activated the second soul-summoning talisman. This time, a scarlet female ghost wearing a red wedding dress appeared. Runes flashed on the face of the beautiful bride doll, and the scarlet female ghost was instantly absorbed. Successfully recovered the S-level ghost scarlet wedding dress and boss skills. Wherever it goes, the land becomes dry and sparks spread all over the land. Fu Yishua was happy. Both ghosts are S-level. Wu Yu was puzzled. What were these ghosts' predecessors? Why do they all look like ghosts from ancient myths and legends? Fu Yishua was not sure either. The Qi branch has been passed down for thousands of years, and has existed since the mythical period. It's not surprising that there are ghosts and monsters from ancient legends. Wu Yu, during this period, you should draw more soul-calling talismans and collect all the ghosts as soon as possible. Speaking of the soul-summoning talisman, Wu Yu, does Taoist Master Fu know about the breeder system? Fu Yishua nodded. What's wrong? Wu Yu, the last level of the breeder system will lead you into a world full of ghosts, and you need to use the soul-summoning talisman to pass the level. Recently, Because the Taoist sect has stopped foreign trade, many people are stuck and cannot pass the level, and they have no way to seek help from many parties. Taoist Master Fu can consider resuming the external sales of the soul-summoning talisman, or he can make more good connections. After all, those who go through the level must be truly in love, and they will breed offspring in the future to continue the future. Fu Yixue agreed, okay, I will have the sect concentrate on drawing the soul-summoning talisman and let it flow into the market as soon as possible to solve the clearance problem. When Wu Yu left the sect, Fu Yixue shrunk the entire castle in the air into an exquisite wind chime courtyard pendant, which not only contained all the ghost dolls Fu Yixue had collected in the past 15 years. There were also the Xianmin props and magic tools she carefully prepared for Wu Yu, which were even better than the ones Fu Yixue gave to Fu Yanqi. Putting the pendant in Wu Yu's hand, Fu Yixue gently patted her hand. Child, everything you want to know about your mother and the peak battle is in it. I can't say her name, but you can go find it yourself and explore the truth. Let's go, Aunt Fu is watching you. Wu Yu nodded yes. Driving the shuttle, Wu Yu, Fu Yanqi and the Great Elder left the Taoist sect together. After Wu Yu left, the first order Fu Yixue issued was to let all the Taoist sect draw soul-calling talismans. Hundreds of Taoist disciples worked hard to make them. In just 5 days, all the yellow talismans and cinnabar in the sect were used up, and 100,000 soul-calling talismans were drawn. After Zhou Qiafeng finally contacted Fu Yixue, I need to trouble you with something. Fu Yixue pointed to the 100,000 soul-summoning talismans behind him. The Secretariat is currently closely promoting the work of the breeder system, and soul-summoning talismans are urgently needed to pass the level. I will give you the first batch of 100,000 soul-summoning talismans first. I have arranged that within 2 months, when the yellow talisman cinnabar is supplied, 1 million soul-summoning talismans will be produced in batches and all added to the inventory of your Secretariat. Zhou Qiafeng was surprised. How do you know this? Fu Yixue was proud. Wu Yu told me. Zhou Qiafeng raised his eyebrows. What's the price for these soul-summoning talismans? Fu Yixue shook his head. Not a cent, even if I help you to stabilize your position as Secretary General. The soul-summoning talisman will be sent to you immediately. Be ready to receive it. After the two hung up the call, Zhou Qiafeng, who originally thought that he would be difficult, did not expect that the progress of the soul-summoning talisman would be so smooth. He lowered his eyes and thought for a long time, then looked up at the secretary. During this period, always pay attention to the dynamics of the Taoist sect, and report to me immediately if there is anything wrong. Secretary, yes. The summoning talisman was received on the same day and flowed into the alliance. The long-stagnant breeder level finally saw new players. As more and more people passed the level, the breeder system clearance strategy was released. While the breeder system was fully rolled out, a new alliance-wide event Love is Stronger Than Gold, a large-scale immersive national blind date dungeon, was officially launched. Chapter 176. The castle in the air pendant Fu Yixue gave was extremely exquisite. Apart from the dolls and props, the peak battle, the top Taoist spells, and the story of Wu Yu's mother all require complicated formulas, hand gestures, and formations to open. It can also be regarded as the initial threshold for Wu Yu's cultivation of the mysterious arts. Otherwise, if Wu Yu's heart is unstable, she may get angry and go crazy after being exposed to these. After returning to Qian, Wu Yu's talisman drawing skills improved a lot under the guidance of the Great Elder. With the same mental power, she can now draw 5 high-level soul-summoning talismans at once before her mental power will be exhausted. At the same time, the Elder systematically taught Wu Yu the formulas, hand formulas, the posture of holding the pen when drawing talismans, and even the methods of putting down and closing the pen. Seeing that Wu Yu had the demeanor of a professional mystic, no longer a wild way without any rules, Fu Yanqi couldn't help but want to burn incense for his ancestors. Great! Finally, he didn't have to worry about Wu Yu using the pi formula to have a hearty duel with him. The worst thing is that the Elder told him that day that with Wu Yu's talent, he might be able to defeat him with pi. Fu Yanqi couldn't believe it. The Elder who taught him since he was a child said this with a smile on his face. There's no need to worry about his life or death. Right. My elbow is almost broken, Elder. While drawing the spirit summoning talisman, Wu Yu collected all the ghosts of S level and below. Looking at the full of ghosts on the phone panel, Wu Yu felt that his obsessive-compulsive disorder was cured. However, no matter how many necromancy charms she drew, the previous Luotian and Dylan mentioned by Fu Yixue never appeared again. The Elder guessed that these high-grade ghosts were most likely trapped in an unknown space. They had already tried their best to show up before. If Wu Yu wanted to recapture the high-grade ghosts, she had to start a new exploration. Wu Yu thought it was time to try to open the castle in the air given to her by Aunt Fu and find the truth. While teaching Wu Yu, The elder found that there were some very strange formulas she used. The elder said, Wu Yu, where did you learn these formulas from? Wu Yu took out the Tianxia formula she copied and said, I found it by accident in the team's library. The elder looked at the 3 words Tianxia formula with a look of great surprise in his eyes. He was thinking about a lot of things and looked back and forth between Tianxia formula and Wu Yu. After a while, the elder sighed, everything is fate. Wu Yu was puzzled. Great elder, what are you talking about? Great elder, Wu Yu, do you know what is so powerful about the heavenly master lineage? Wu Yu shook her head. Great elder, as long as your bloodline continues, the ghost spirit will always accompany you. As for the heavenly master lineage, as long as the skills are still passed down, all the skills of the heavenly master descendants from ancient times will once again appear in the world and gather in the new inheritor. The strongest contracted ghost spirit, the strongest heavenly master skills, gathered in one person. When the ghosts gather, and the heavenly master skills reappear, the elder dare not imagine what a grand scene it will be. Ancient mystic arts, never ending. Thinking that he could teach such a genius, the elder's heart surged, and his eyes were filled with passion. Unexpectedly, he was so lucky in his lifetime. Fu Yanqi had a sullen face and brought the freshly boiled medicine. Elder, take the medicine. The elder looked at Fu Yanqi with disdain. Don't disturb him from looking forward to the future. Fu Yanqi was speechless. First you have to take the medicine, then you can talk about the future. The elder hummed, took the medicine and drank it all, smacked his lips, a bit bitter. Fu Yanqi took out the maltose he got from the cafeteria, squeezed it. The elder put the sugar in his mouth, looking satisfied. Qian's food is very good. Wu Yu smiled and continued to draw the talisman. Before he put pen to paper, the whole Alliance system broadcast sounded. Alliance notice. The number of people who have cleared the Fox Fairy True Fate dungeon has reached 1,000. In order to promote the breeder system and increase the enthusiasm of more Alliance citizens, its derivative dungeon Love is tied by a thread. Love is stronger than gold has been generated, and a large-scale immersive national blind date dungeon has officially started. All eligible Alliance citizens must participate. After entering the dungeon, they will be randomly selected to pair up, and the last one will be eliminated. The top 10 pairs will enter the final map. Love is tied by a thread. Love is stronger than gold. Citizens in the field can compete for SSS level top magic weapons. For all participants in the dungeon, rare props and resources will drop every minute during the dungeon time. The longer the accumulated dungeon time, the more precious the props and resources will be. Warmly call on all citizens to devote themselves to finding their true love in the dungeon. The Alliance hopes that more lovers will finally get married. The dungeon will start the forced entry mode in 24 hours. The current countdown is 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. After reading the information prompt twice, Wu Yu's hand trembled, and the cinnabar spread directly on the yellow talisman. At the same time, the entire team group instantly exploded. Wu Cheng, I am a saint. Master Fox Fairy, why did you send me a dungeon countdown? I can't get married and have children. I want to protect my chastity. Jietchen, Amitabha, thank the Fox Fairy for understanding the righteousness. Jietchen can avoid this disaster by becoming a monk. Jian Suiyu Jietchen, I also want to enter the dungeon. You come back to guard the base. Jietchen, okay. Richard, thanks to God's protection, I don't have to go either. I go back to the base now. Wu Cheng, hello everyone. At Jietchen at Richard accept you too. Fu Yanqi, I don't have to go either. Smile.jpg. Wu Cheng, I hate you. Richard, Wu Yu should also go. You go in and ask Wu Yu to take you with you. Wu Cheng, that's right. Yeah. At Wu Yu, we're in the same group. We won't play with them. Wu Yu, randomly formed a team, dear. Wu Cheng, ah. Richard at Shinkei, you have to go too, right? Shinkei just finished the morning meeting today, and his right eyelid kept twitching. As soon as the Alliance announcement popped up, my heart jumped violently. Although Shinkei has 2 identities to the outside world, he is just one person in front of the Fox Fairy. He received the invitation in his identity as Prince Squire. Shinkei silently opened Jian Suiyu's private chat interface. Shinkei, I have to go as a prince. Remember to help me get it over with. Jian Suiyu looked at the message from Shinkei, smiled meaningfully, and switched back to the team channel. Jian Suiyu, the captain said he won't go. He already has a destined person who has signed a red line, and is not within the scope of the Fox Fairy's invitation. Shinkei just breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to put down the communicator, but when he saw the team message sent by Jian Suiyu, he almost jumped up. Shinkei gritted his teeth and sent a private message to Jian Suiyu. Shinkei, is that how you get it over with? You might as well just say I'm dead. That's better than saying that. Shinkei's heart was like an ant on a hot pot. He was anxious, looking at the teen group anxiously, waiting for Jian Sui's reply. The whole teen group was in an uproar. Wu Cheng, Captain, I actually found my destined person. I didn't even know about this. Jietchen, congratulations. Richard, congratulations. Fu Yanqi, congratulations. Rows of congratulations were coming in fast. Shinkei's scalp was numb, and then he received Jian Sui's slow private message reply. Jian Sui, if you think what I said is not good, go and talk to her yourself. Chapter 177. When the 24-hour countdown is up, the dungeon will automatically start to teleport. When everyone opens their eyes, they are in an independent white space. Testing. Name, Wu Yu. Gender, female. Age, 19. Mental strength level, A level. Physical pollution index, pure. Personal nameplate has been generated, and the random matching phase is about to begin. The matching phase was crowded with people everywhere. Wu Yu looked around and found that almost all of them were strangers she had never seen before. After searching for a while, he finally saw Wu Cheng. Yeah. When Wu Cheng saw Wu Yu, he seemed to see a relative who had been lost for 20 years. Wu Cheng, this is the first time in my life that I have seen so many people in a dungeon. Wu Cheng was chattering non-stop, and when he saw Wu Yu's nameplate, he was suddenly stunned. Yeah, your body pollution index is actually pure. Your body is not polluted at all. Wu Cheng was surprised and didn't pay attention to the volume. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around him looked at him in shock. Wu Yu discovered that everyone present, no matter what kind of clothes they were wearing, had impurities in their bodies to some extent. Even Wu Cheng, who had been eating purifying food to reduce body impurities at the base, had a body pollution index showing mild. Her body is not polluted at all. How is it possible? Is there something wrong with the system? If there is such a pure physique, why didn't the Alliance discover it before? The only person with a pure physique in the Alliance now is Prince Squire. What's wrong with having a pure body? Anyway, you can give birth to a child with a pure body. A child with a pure body is pure only at the moment of birth. The air they breathe will soon be polluted, and the child's resistance is weaker than that of an adult. If a child with a pure body is born, is it possible that he will never be polluted by impurities again? Of course, otherwise, why can the Squire family continue to prosper among many nobles after having Prince Squire? Suddenly, everyone looked at Wu Yu with enthusiasm and urgency. Everyone leaned towards Wu Yu and surrounded her, wanting to get her contact information in the real world. Wu Cheng was so angry that he jumped up and down. What are you doing? Stay away from Wu Yu. Wu Yu, it's you, the little trumpet. Wu Cheng cried, oh, I'm too excited. The Fox Fairy dungeon cannot use combat power, and the whole map is in peace and safety mode. Wu Yu could only avoid the crowd under the cover of Wu Cheng. The two of them covered their faces and sneaked around in the corners. The team formation is officially started. The team formation rules. A random number will appear above the heads of all blind date players in 3 seconds. If the numbers are the same, the two players will form a team successfully. The blind date players who have successfully formed a team, please go through the blue gate in the venue to the next activity map, Haunted House Adventure. There are 4 activity maps this time, namely, Haunted House Adventure, Desert Survival, Battle Royale, and Find Love in Another World map. Violence is not allowed during the entire activity, and employees cannot be beaten. There will be corresponding activity props in the venue, so please pay attention to the blind date players. After the system rules are announced, a random number appears above everyone's head. Everyone present formed their own teams and successfully went to the next map. Wu Cheng looked at Wu Yu's head expectantly. Yu, what do you think mine is? Wu Yu, 0108. Wu Cheng, Yu are 0001. We are not in the same group. Wu Cheng poked his head around to find 0108, and when he saw a familiar figure, he froze. Wu Yu poked her head curiously, surprised. Sister Xioli, you are 0108? Aren't you and Wu Cheng siblings? Wu Xioli shook her head and lifted Wu Cheng's neck with one hand. No, he was picked up from the trash can. Wu Cheng struggled in vain, waved to Wu Yu with a sad face. Yu, I leave first, be careful. Watching everyone pair up and leave, Wu Yu's teammates hadn't appeared yet. She saw Jian Suiyu and his teammates walking into the door. Wu Yu waved, Deputy Captain. Jian Suiyu, Wu Yu, this is my teammate, you know him, Jiang Yuhua. Wu Yu, what a coincidence. Seeing Jiang Yuhua's age of 22 on her nameplate, she called out, Sister Yuhua. Jiang Yuhua's eyes fell on Wu Yu's age of 19, and she nodded, long time no see. Watching Jian Suiyu and Jiang Yuhua walk into the gate politely, As if they were meeting the leaders of both sides, the number of people in the venue became fewer and fewer. During this time, someone wanted to approach Wu Yu, but when he saw the 0001 on her head, he stepped back in surprise. 0001? I think I've seen 0001 somewhere before. I just saw that Prince Squire hasn't been paired yet. 0001. Prince Squire's number is just. Hello, we are teammates. A cold voice suddenly came from above her head. Wu Yu raised her head and met Shinkei's gaze. Shinkei's heart tightened, but he had to pretend to be calm. We have met before. Shinkei had actually seen Wu Yu a long time ago, and knew that he was in the same group with her. He prepared himself mentally for a full 10 minutes, and told himself to play over and over again before finally coming over. Wu Yu never thought that she would team up with Prince Squire, and the prince actually remembered her. Thinking of his fiancée's death just now, he almost became a widower. Blinking, Wu Yu felt a little uneasy. He probably didn't know that it was the dispute between her and her fiancé, right? On second thought, the prince himself was also a scumbag. He cancelled the engagement as soon as his fiancée got into trouble. If he hadn't stepped on her at an important moment, Lilia Rose might not have died so quickly. As long as she has no morals, no one can blackmail her morally. Wu Yu seemed to have completed the psychological preparation. Shinkei, who had no idea that he was already a scumbag in Wu Yu's heart, was still nervous and had a serious face. Seeing Wu Yu's silence, with an intriguing expression and a deep face, Shinkei realized belatedly. Wu Yu was probably thinking about how to act with him about Lilia Rose. It really tested their acting skills. Shinkei felt that this might be the most strenuous dungeon he had ever played in his life. Wu Yu stood up and smiled as he extended his hand to Prince Squire. Hello, Prince. It's an honor to be your teammate. Shinkei nodded and extended his hand to shake it back. The moment they held hands, they had a storm in their brains at the same time. Shinkei, even if it is the most strenuous dungeon in my life, I will definitely complete it. Wu Yu, the longer it takes, the easier it will be to reveal the truth. Look at how I'm going to kill myself in a fancy way and get eliminated at the first level. Chapter 178. The entire blind date dungeon is broadcast live in the league, and relatives and friends can choose the players they follow to capture the sweet moments as a commemoration of love. Of course, those who have nothing to do can also watch it as a love show to kill time and complain. As a mysterious top noble, Prince Squire's personal channel was instantly flooded with tens of thousands of people watching at the same time. This woman can actually be in the same group with Prince Squire. Jealousy makes me unrecognizable. Lilia Rose is the strongest candidate for the princess. If she hadn't been in trouble, Prince Squire would never have been chosen by the Fox Fairy. Hey, look at this woman, her nameplate says Pure Constitution. Pure Constitution. Isn't that as noble as Prince Squire's constitution? Even if she and Prince Squire can't be paired successfully this time, she will be scrambled for by other nobles once she leaves the dungeon. Misty Moon? I always feel like I've seen this person somewhere before. Stepping into the haunted house exploration map system, the mysterious, weird and thrilling haunted house exploration can make two strangers quickly familiar with each other. Just follow the cursor and walk the whole way to enter the next map. There will be many surprises waiting for all blind date players along the way. After entering the haunted house exploration map, Wu Yu and Shinkei's heads will have a drop countdown. Every 5 minutes, when the countdown is full, a random Fox Fairy treasure chest will drop. Open the first Fox Fairy treasure chest. Wu Yu will open a double invisible cloak that can make all ghosts invisible, and Shinkei will open a small trumpet. When the two saw the things in their packages, their expressions were worried. Seeing the props offered by the other party, his expression instantly became happy. Wu Yu, small trumpet, the small trumpet is good. Attract all the ghosts here. We will definitely not pass the level. Shinkei, double invisibility cloak, the invisibility cloak is good. No ghosts can see us, and we can pass the level easily. Looking at each other with a fake smile, Wu Yu did not hesitate to grab the trumpet in Shinkei's hand. Shinkei saw through Wu Yu's thoughts and easily exerted force, and the trumpet instantly broke into pieces. Wu Yu and the trumpet fragments on the ground looked at each other. She suddenly looked up and smiled. Why is the prince still damaging public property? Shinkei, I was careless. Wu Yu gritted her teeth. Then please be more careful next time. Shinkei nodded. Okay. Shinkei saw that Wu Yu had no intention of putting on the invisibility cloak, and deliberately walked into the shadowy corners. He pursed his lips and suppressed the corners of his mouth, trying to chat with Wu Yu to let her down her guard. Miss Wu Yu, the last time we met was in the back alley of the bar at night. Wu Yu's neck suddenly tightened, and she immediately retracted her preparations to pretend that she accidentally stepped on the headless ghost's foot. Wu Yu nodded, yes. Did the prince go out for a drink that time? Shinkei shook his head. Something happened in the dark at that time, and I went to save people. Wu Yu complained in his heart. Save people? Lilia has so many S-level psychics around her. Does she still need to rush to save people? Brother scumbag, I said you should not love too much. That's not right. Wu Yu thought, if he really loved, would Brother Scumbag cancel the engagement immediately? This is obviously a political show by Brother Scumbag in front of the audience of the entire alliance. No wonder. It seems that he wants to whitewash himself through this national blind date event, so as to create the image of himself as a good man. I knew it. Prince Squire is not the kind of person who would take advantage of others' misfortune. It must be the decision made by the royal court and the Squire family on their own. It's too much. That's right. Prince Squire is such a gentle person, but he is blamed for all the filth and public opinion. The essence of this matter is that Lilia Rose herself went too far, but Prince Squire has to take the blame for being cold-blooded and indifferent. Alliance warning. Please do not mention members of the nobility in the comments, and do not spread groundless rumors. Royal Court. Duke, I have issued a warning as you wish. But the more you cover your mouth, the more the citizens think Prince Squire is innocent. It was Squire who first said that he wanted to remove Lilia Ross from the status of a candidate for princess, and he also said that how could the princess be morally flawed and have conflicts with the Secretariat that would not be conducive to future interests. As a result, all the blame is now put on Wang Ting's head. Damn, this dead green tea. Wu Yu was not sure how much Prince Squire knew, but as long as she felt a little nervous, she felt that this boy was threatening her. Shinkei just felt itchy in his eyes, and subconsciously blinked in Wu Yu's direction. In Wu Yu's eyes, accompany me through the dungeon and let me complete this political show, and the past will be written off. Otherwise, I will settle the score with you after the dungeon. Wu Yu nodded seriously, okay. We have an agreement, scumbag brother, you are a grown man, you should keep your word. Shinkei, huh? Wu Yu opened the double invisible cloak and motioned Shinkei to come over. Prince Squire, use this cloak, we can pass this level quickly. Before Shinkei could react, Wu Yu had already put the cloak over his head, and his eyes went black. When he opened his eyes again, Wu Yu's face was already in front of him. Countless ghosts and monsters watched them go, and Shinkei was still confused as Wu Yu led him forward for half a distance. Shinkei didn't know what Wu Yu had suddenly figured out, but in this situation, even if Wu Yu had 800 tricks, even one less would not do. They had a cheat at the beginning, with the invisible cloak, and these two people were already experienced in battle, so ordinary ghosts could not scare them at all. They quickly passed the first haunted house exploration level, and the points converted from the time they spent on the level soared to third place. If it weren't for the delay of a few minutes at the beginning, they would have been the first place. Then they entered the desert survival level, the endless desert, the flying sand all over the sky. System. Successfully survive in the desert map for 48 hours, and you will be considered to have successfully passed the level. There is a chance that survival items will be opened in the Fox Fairy treasure chest, so please pay attention to it. Wu Yu collected 4 Fox Fairy treasure chests during the haunted house adventure, and she opened all of them at once. Congratulations on getting a tent that can withstand ultra-low temperatures. Congratulations on getting a top-of-the-line desert hiking suit, including goggles, cap, magic mask scarf, hiking pole, quick-drying ice sleeve gloves, knee pads. Congratulations on getting a 3-piece set of wind and sand-proof assault suits, including assault jackets, assault pants, hiking shoes. Congratulations on getting a desert survival first aid backpack, including first aid medicine, flint, compass, thermos cup, short knife dagger, compressed biscuits, and water. 4 treasure chests, instantly equipped with all the equipment for desert survival. Wu Yu looked up and saw Prince Squire looking at the fox treasure box in his hand awkwardly. He asked a soul-searching question with a puzzled look on his face. Prince, why don't you open the treasure box? Chapter 179. Shinkei actually opened a treasure chest and stared at the rattlesnake in the treasure chest for 3 seconds. Although he remained calm on the surface, his soul had actually left for a while. Wu Yu poked his head out and saw the rattlesnake poking its head out of his treasure chest. He was surprised for a second. Prince is so lucky. It turned out that it could open a scarce food in the desert. This is much more nutritious than my compressed biscuits. Snake meat is a high-protein food, especially the meat of rattlesnakes, which is delicate and tastes almost like chicken. Take out the venom from the venom sac and store it separately. It can be used in combat in special situations. Wu Yu complimented very tactfully. In front of Shinkei's shocked eyes, he acted as fast as lightning, grabbed the rattlesnake by the 7 inches, and slammed it to the ground. After 2 or 3 hits, the snake was knocked unconscious. When he saw Wu Yu's move, Shinkei subconsciously shrank his head. Wu Yu tilted his head in confusion. What's wrong, Prince? Shinkei was still frightened. Nothing. He took out the venom sac and the fangs cleanly and quickly, cut the back of the snake's brain with a knife to let the blood out, and the whole snake's skin was peeled off by Wu Yu in a flash. The remaining snake meat was broken into 6 pieces by Wu Yu with the back of the knife. After tying the processed snake meat with snake skin and handing it to Shinkei, Wu Yu said, "Leave the venom sac and fangs to me, as my labor fee. Raw snake blood cannot be drunk, there are many parasites and toxins, so I will keep it too." Shinkei said, "We are teammates, and the food should be half for each person." Wu Yu shook the compressed biscuits in her hand. "These are enough. The most important supply in the desert is water. Without water, you may not be able to survive for even 24 hours. If we want to survive here for 48 hours, we must build a shelter and find enough water before the temperature drops sharply." Wu Yu opened a Fox Fairy treasure chest, and was lucky. There was another bottle of water inside. Filling up her own kettle, Wu Yu gave some water to Shinkei. "Drink some water, Prince. If you give the scumbag brother another thirsty, it will be troublesome again." Shinkei looked at the water Wu Yu handed over. "Miss Wu Yu, you are very kind. Do you treat everyone equally?" "Wu Yu, thank you. No, I just want to give you good food and drink so that you can pass the level quickly. If I wasn't afraid that you would go out and cause trouble for the team, who would care about your life or death? This woman is so shameless, trying all kinds of ways to please Prince Squire." "That's right, she looks so ordinary. If it weren't for the Fox Fairy system, I probably would never have seen a noble like Prince Squire in my life. She's still licking me. But, isn't she also pure? So what if she has a pure body? A noble person with a pure body is praised by everyone, but a lowly person with a pure body is just a plaything for the nobles." Alliance warning: please do not mention noble members in the comments, and do not spread unfounded rumors. Based on the position of the sun using the compass, Wu Yu estimated that they entered the desert at about 8 a.m. It's not hot when you step on the sand, but the temperature difference between day and night in the desert is huge. The temperature starts to rise around 9 o'clock, and by 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the body temperature is nearly 50 degrees, and the surface temperature can reach 70 to 80 degrees. In such a temperature, the body will dehydrate very quickly, and it is necessary to find a suitable shade. Looking at the endless desert, Wu Yu turned around. "Prince, we have to move quickly. Before the temperature rises to the limit of the human body, find a rock shelf or rock circle for shelter. Rocks are heat resistant and can block ultraviolet rays." Shinkei nodded. "Okay." The two of them moved quickly in the desert. Although their combat power was sealed, their physical fitness and mobility were already engraved in their bones. The two had previously survived together on the glacier, and their actions were particularly tacit. They were busy surviving and didn't realize it, but the Alliance audience tasted something. These two people don't need to communicate. They know how to go just by looking at each other. Just now, Prince Squire almost stepped into the wet quicksand group, and Wu Yu reacted faster than him. "TSK, shameless woman. I said that the person above who came from Edinburgh should not be too outrageous. If Wu Yu hadn't led him along the way, Prince Squire would have stepped on so many landmines. Not licking a man is more uncomfortable than digging your ancestors' graves." I saw the look Wu Yu gave Prince Squire, so determined that he almost said, "Don't get close to me," directly on the forehead. The sun rose rapidly, the surface temperature continued to rise. The endless desert, let alone oasis water sources, even the rock groups had never been seen. Even if Wu Yu opened several bottles of water in succession, the two of them shared them. The water in the body was also evaporating rapidly, and the lips were cracked and chapped. Shinkei secretly glanced at Wu Yu. Originally the water was enough for her to drink alone. But Wu Yu had been giving him water, and now, he couldn't even sweat under the high temperature and drought, and was instantly drained. If this continues, Wu Yu's body will have problems. "Shinkei, take a break." "Wu Yu, the sun is getting higher, shall we walk a little further?" Shinkei glanced at Wu Yu's dry lips. "I'm tired." "Wu Yu, okay." The delicate prince. While taking a break, Shinkei silently said, "Water, water, turn on the water." Taking a deep breath, Shinkei opened the 20 Fox Fairy treasure chests he had accumulated so far one by one. Congratulations on getting a broken shovel. Congratulations on getting a desert scorpion. After a dozen useless pieces of trash, only the last treasure chest is left. Congratulations on getting. Wu Yu saw the sun getting higher and higher, and couldn't wait any longer. If this continued, he would die here. She stood up and approached Shinkei. "Prince, we have to go." Shin-Kei didn't move. Wu Yu thought, why not persuade him? If he really couldn't move, he could just announce his withdrawal from the dungeon. After all, it's just a political show, and the intention is enough. Prince, otherwise. Congratulations on getting a bottle of pure water. Shin-Kei stared at the water in the treasure chest. It was a small bottle of water, and he might not even look at it more than once outside the dungeon. But at this moment, he seemed to have obtained the most precious treasure in the world. A bottle of pure water suddenly appeared in front of her eyes, and Wu Yu blinked in surprise. Shin-Kei forced himself to suppress his rising joy. I've got some water, give it to you. Looking at Shin-Kei's eyes that were as bright as the stars at this moment, the words of refusal came to her lips, but she didn't say them. Blinking and taking the water, Wu Yu said in a muffled voice, Thank you, Prince. For a moment, Wu Yu thought she saw her captain. An idea that hadn't come out of her mind for a long time, at this moment, took root and sprouted like crazy and grew wildly. The scumbag brother and the captain really look alike. I got it. Who in my family understands the chemical reaction when they looked at each other just now when they handed the water? Pink bubbles hit me in the face. A passing dog got kicked. Wu Yu gave half to each of them, and when they drank the water, she looked into the distance. Suddenly, Wu Yu opened her eyes wide in surprise, found it, the rock circle. Chapter 180. Entering the shade of the rock circle, Wu Yu took out the tent and set it up. Shin-Kei moved huge rocks and piled them around the tent. The body temperature instantly dropped a lot, and the two finally had a chance to catch their breath. Walking in the high temperature for a long time, the scorching sun made the vision dark. Wu Yu was protected by protective gear, and Shin-Kei's sunburn was more serious. Finding the sunburn ointment from the backpack and throwing it to Shin-Kei, Wu Yu said, Apply this, otherwise the skin will peel off soon. The wound and inflammation can even be fatal in the arid desert. After applying the ointment, Shin-Kei's facial pain was indeed much better. Wu Yu took out another face towel. You should wear it for the afternoon operation. Shin-Kei looked at the face towel and shook his head firmly. No thanks. If he wore the face towel, Shin-Kei was really not sure whether Wu Yu would see it on the spot. Wu Yu looked at him thoughtfully, turned away, and closed her eyes in the tent to rest. Shin-Kei breathed a sigh of relief, and the two took a short rest. The scorching sun at noon passed, and the sun was still there before dusk, which was the most suitable time for action in the entire desert. After resting, the two quickly ate and drank, put away the tent, and continued to look for a suitable shelter for the night. The advantages of the rock circle during the day will become disadvantages at night. The rock wall is cold and windy on all sides, and the heat dissipation is fast, and the cold conduction is strong. If you sleep in the rock circle at night, you may freeze to death. Taking advantage of the suitable temperature, the two people speeded up their pace. When leaving the rock circle, Wu Yu suddenly found that there were traces of flow friction and impact on the rock wall of this side. Following Wu Yu's fixed line of sight, Shin-Kei was puzzled. Is this caused by quicksand? Wu Yu shook her head. Not likely. It seems that there was a desert lake before the rock was eroded by the wind. Look at this trace. It is obviously caused by the continuous erosion of waves. According to the direction of this erosion, the source of the waves is in the south. The two looked at each other. Go south. Maybe you can find water? After reaching an agreement, the two immediately moved quickly to the south. Walked around other live broadcast rooms. This survival map is so real that 8 out of 10 blind date players have voluntarily quit. There are less than 50 channels still broadcasting now. Others are still looking for death in the desert, and they have found a water source here? I finally figured it out. Isn't this Wu Yu the top shuttle operator of Chi Yin? Top shuttle operator, isn't she the one who just killed the boss in the world boss dungeon? Damn, how can she be so awesome and know everything? She must be from a big team, and her survivability is top-notch. Pure physique, top shuttle operator, and the one who killed the world boss. With this stack of buffs, I guess Jian's gate will be trampled as soon as she leaves the dungeon. Just a quick note, the purified vegetables and purified poultry that are being promoted vigorously in the Alliance were also discovered by Wu Yu. Oh my god, I just thought this Wu Yu was awesome, but now I'm disappointed. It's not too bad, it's too fake. Do you believe this kind of boasting? Dude above, do you want to see who is boasting? Fuck, it's the president of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, wearing a golden V cursor, officially certified by the Alliance. Haha, it's obvious that the Alliance is trying to create a god, and think we are all fools, for things like discoverers. It's just a matter of saying it. There must be an achievement to convince people, right? Share congratulations to Wu Yu for becoming the first person to unlock the Purification Crop System Achievement Badge. Share congratulations to Wu Yu for successfully uploading the Purification Crop Seeds, for the first time achievement badge. Please hammer it. Hit it hard, slap it in the face. Awesome, 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 awesome. In this comparison, isn't the big guy with achievements more attractive than the vase prince? No wonder I always felt that Prince Squire was teasing from the beginning, and kept flirting with Wu Yu, thinking that he wanted to offer himself to her. You fart. Prince Squire would never marry a commoner. Haha, the big boss of achievements doesn't look down on your prince at all. I fight you. The popularity of 49 live broadcast rooms put together is not as high as that of Wu Yu and Shinkei's live broadcast room. For a while, the war criminals and the nobles fought to the death, and the people who watched the fun and didn't mind the trouble were stirring up trouble, and the sporadic CP fans were mad at them. Heading south, Wu Yu and Shinkei finally found the lake in the desert before the sun set. Although the entire lake has shrunk to the size of a small pool, the water is enough for them to survive for the next 36 hours. The two looked at each other with joy. Before Shinkei drank the water, Wu Yu stopped him. Even the water in the lake is not necessarily drinkable directly. The water in this pool has poor fluidity, and will breed bacteria and viruses over time. Wu Yu began to make a homemade water purification device, and took out the scrap iron barrel that Shinkei had opened before. The bottom layer was laid with several layers of shredded cotton cloth, followed by small sand grains, cotton in the jacket, charcoal ash from burning firewood, and large stones on the top layer. Pour the water from the lake from the top layer of stones, filter it through 5 layers, and then boil it. The water obtained in this way can ensure the maximum safety when drinking. Wu Yu handed the first pot of boiled water to Shinkei. Prince, be careful of the burns. Then, Wu Yu patiently boiled several pots of water in a row, and when both of them had drunk enough, he filled the kettle and all the empty mineral water bottles. While Wu Yu was busy, Shinkei was not idle either. He processed the snake meat and roasted it on charcoal fire. Sprinkle some of the salt in Wu Yu's backpack on the snake meat to replenish the body's salt loss during the day. Wu Yu had just finished drinking water when Shinkei held the snake meat in front of her. Eat some. Shinkei's expression was slightly nervous. Thinking that Wu Yu might reject it, he was inevitably a little uneasy and frustrated. Taking the snake meat, Wu Yu found that all she was given was the thickest part of the middle part of the snake. The snake meat was put into her mouth, crispy and chewy, and Wu Yu's cheeks were bulging after eating it. Shinkei pursed his lips in satisfaction. Under the live camera, the audience in the live broadcast room could see with their naked eyes that the moment Wu Yu took the snake meat, Shinkei's eyebrows and eyes relaxed, and the breath around him became soft. Zhou Qiafeng was busy all day, and finally had some free time. As soon as he sat down, he saw this close-up of Shinkei. He sneered speechlessly. It's not shameful enough to make the fans confused and useless like that. Why are you showing him to me? I want to see Wu Yu. Secretary, the channel you are watching now is... Zhou Qiafeng turned his head suddenly, his nostrils dilated. You will be uncomfortable if you don't make me angry to death. Secretary, ? You can't control your words, so you blame me? Chapter 181. After eating and drinking, continue to look for a shelter for the night. Wu Yu, it's getting dark. The temperature in the desert drops very quickly after nightfall. We need to find a suitable place to spend the night, before we lose body temperature. Shinkei, can't we live directly near the water source? Wu Yu, when I was filling the water, I saw footprints of wild animals on the ground. This may be the only water source nearby. Wild animals are active at night, looking for food and water. It is more dangerous near the water source. The high humidity in the air is likely to attract more poisonous snakes, scorpions, and insects. Shinkei, so where should we go now? Wu Yu looked around. There is water here, and where there is water there are trees, but we didn't see any dead trees along the way. Let's continue to go south. Maybe we can find something. Shinkei nodded. Okay. Wow, Wu Yu is so awesome. TSK, what's so great about this? It's normal for a team member like her to have survival knowledge. Oh, I looked at the channel of Shadow Captain Shinchinzi and Suimo next door, and they don't know anything. Isn't Prince Squire too obedient in front of Wu Yu? Like a coward. You have to seek death, deliberately get bitten by a poisonous scorpion, and step into quicksand to feel your existence, right? You are the ones who say you are obedient, but you are the ones who say you are stupid. You can say everything. Shinkei glanced at Wu Yu. Miss Wu Yu, you seem to have a lot of experience in survival. Wu Yu paused. Well, because I want to live. After she and Shinkei encountered glacier survival last time, Wu Yu made up for herself with various knowledge of survival in natural disasters and bad weather overnight. He even consulted Uncle Zhou, Aunt Chen, and Yin Wei for practical experience, combining his own escape experiences in his previous life. Taking advantage of the exhaustion of his mental strength, Wu Yu conducted a 7-day outdoor survival simulation training in the simulation training room of the base. Although accidents happen from time to time, adequate preparation and response can minimize the danger of accidents. As the night deepened, the temperature in the entire desert became lower and lower, and a cloud of white fog could be seen when he opened his mouth and exhaled. If they couldn't find a shelter, it would be difficult for the two of them to survive tonight. The cold night in the desert will make lost travelers die peacefully in their dreams with a smile. Continuing south, both of them felt the coldness brought muscle soreness and body stiffness. Wu Yu felt that there was no need to persist. It was just a blind date dungeon, and she was just planning to go for it. She turned her head to look at Shinkei, and the moment she looked at Wu Yu, the retreat in her eyes made Shinkei's heart hang in his throat. Wu Yu was very calm. "Prince Squire, I don't think we have to continue." A cloud of mist dissipated, and the dark sky was cleared to reveal the moon. Shinkei looked at the moonlight in the distance in surprise, and murmured, "It's a huge group of dead trees." "Wu Yu didn't believe it, Prince. Are you tired and seeing a mirage?" Shinkei shook his head firmly, and pointed to the distance. "No, look, it's really a huge group of dead trees." Following Shinkei's sight, there was actually a large group of dead trees standing quietly not far away. The huge dead tree in the middle was at least 1,000 years old. The stump, which was as thick as 5 people hugging, had been hollowed out by wild beasts. Even without a tent, it was enough for them to spend a warm night. The two looked at each other, and quickly ran towards the dead trees. The adrenaline dispelled the coldness of the body. When they ran close to the dead trees, they could even feel the warmth of their bodies, and the sweat on their foreheads. "Wu Yu, this dead tree group looks like a wild beast's nest. There are at least a dozen beasts in a group. She wouldn't have the heart to occupy the wild beast's nest, right?" "No way. She's going to die, and she still cares about the beasts." Wu Yu raised her lips, and looked in a good mood. "The fur of a dozen wild beasts is enough for us to use as a bed, a blanket, and another to throw away at night. I can have a big meal to replenish my energy. I hope it's a bigger animal, a lion, a wolf, or a sand fox." First, I lit a fire and threw it into the largest tree stump. The smell of the beast drifted far away with the fireworks. Wu Yu was busy sharpening the dead branches with a knife, and then twisting the hemp rope with the dead grass on the ground. She was focused, even if she was tired all day and her hands and feet were cold, her hands were moving without hesitation. Shinkei lowered his eyes and looked at her. "What are you doing?" "Wu Yu, provocation, telling the beasts looking for food outside that their territory has been occupied. Make traps, and when the beasts come back, catch them all at once, and eradicate them completely. Otherwise, we won't be able to rest well for the next 2 nights." While talking, Wu Yu did not stop. Soon, many hemp rope loops and long ropes made of dead grass appeared at his feet, as well as more than 20 dead branches with sharp thorns. Wu Yu also pulled out the rubber band at the bottom of his jacket, and made 2 simple slingshots. Find some stones, sharpen them, and apply rattlesnake venom on them, which can be used as the first generation of hidden weapons. But strangely, Wu Yu and Shinkei waited for a long time, and the fire in the wood cave burned out, but no beasts came back. During the waiting process, a nest of gerbils came and hit 2 sand rabbits to death, and 2 sand pythons came out of the wood cave and were caught. They ate and waited and ate until they couldn't eat anymore. Wu Yu was puzzled. It's strange, these beasts actually tolerate being occupied by others? The Shadow Sumo next door took the wolf cub away, and now the Shadow Captain is fighting the wolf pack alone. "Shinkei, it's getting late, go to bed early." The bonfire was burned very vigorously by Shinkei, and the dead would form a circle that could effectively block the wind. Wu Yu walked straight towards the wooden cave, and was stopped by Shinkei. "Miss Wu Yu, you sleep in the tent." Wu Yu and Shinkei looked at each other and thought clearly. "Oh, political show, I understand. The more noble you are, the more you have to create an approachable image and choose the dirtiest place to sleep." Wu Yu walked into the tent, put the dagger next to her, and closed her eyes to take a nap. She would never completely relax her vigilance if she was not surrounded by her teammates. Shinkei leaned against the wooden cave, listening to Wu Yu's breathing, and never fell asleep. He curled his lips silently. It turned out that they were not treated equally. In the crackling of the campfire, Shinkei felt as if they had returned to the night on the glacier. In order to ensure that the campfire would not go out, Shinkei would wake up every half an hour to check the status of the campfire. He always remained alert, as if this had long been the norm for his survival. Until the second half of the night, Wu Yu's tent was open from the inside. Shinkei looked in surprise, and Wu Yu came out. "Prince, go in and have some sleep." "Shinkei, I slept well here. Wu Yu, well, you slept well. It was the dead branch that jumped into the fire by itself. Shinkei said sincerely, I'm sorry. Did I disturb your sleep? Wu Yu, no. Even if it was a political show, she did benefit from it. How could she have such a mean thought? Wu Yu repeated, go into the tent and sleep. It's almost dawn. Have a good rest and stay in shape. There will be new problems waiting for us tomorrow. After a night of hard work, Shinkei was indeed a little confused. He stared at Wu Yu for a long time, and said him obediently. When he entered the tent, there was still the scent of Wu Yu inside. The moment he lay down, he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 182. The next morning, the two were awakened by a sharp wolf howl. Shinkei opened the tent in an instant. What happened? Wu Yu stood up. It's not far away, no more than 1 kilometer. It should be a conflict between other blind date players and the wolf pack. No wonder the wolf pack never came back last night. It seems that the two sides fought all night. Shinkei nodded. I go and get some breakfast. Wu Yu, thank you, Prince. I laughed to death. Why were you talking about other people fighting just now, and eating breakfast the next second? The two people had no intention of going to see it. They just wrote on their faces that they were concerned about my shit. Let go of the complex of helping others, and respect the fate of others. These two people always give me a sense of separation, as if they are very familiar, but not familiar at all, and even don't get along well. After breakfast, the two put away the tent and prepared to set off again. Although the deadwood group they are in is suitable for survival at night, the temperature during the day is much higher than other areas. Judging from the burning situation on the surface of the deadwood, it is preliminarily estimated that the ground temperature during the day can reach 80 degrees or even higher. The two plan to return along the original route, replenish water, and return when the temperature drops at night, so as to safely survive the remaining 24 hours of survival test. With the experience of the first day, the tacit understanding between the two people today has increased invisibly. With a glance from Wu Yu, Shinkei naturally handed over the kettle. After the water supply was completed, they continued to walk north. Wu Yu took 2 steps forward and suddenly retracted her foot. Shinkei, what's wrong? Wu Yu, something is wrong. The sand feels different today than it did yesterday. As soon as she finished speaking, the desert in front of her seemed to flow with life, turning into a turbulent sea of sand. Wu Yu was standing relatively close, and was swept into the sea of sand that changed instantly. She only had time to push Shinkei hard before she was carried away by the entire sea of sand. Watching Wu Yu being swallowed, Shinkei suddenly opened his eyes wide. Without any hesitation, relying entirely on his super instinctive reaction, he jumped in and grabbed Wu Yu's hand tightly. Wu Yu couldn't believe it. Why did you jump in? This is dry quicksand. If you jump in, there will only be one more victim. Shinkei listened obediently, and didn't refute. Yeah. He said, I'm scared. Wu Yu looked at him in confusion, but the high-speed flowing quicksand made her have no time to think about these. Wu Yu took a deep breath and told Shinkei, Prince, remember, after being swept by the dry quicksand, you must stay calm, don't struggle, unload the heavy objects on your body, and try to keep your body light. Lie flat on your back, facing upwards, and keep floating in the water. Keep this state until the quicksand stops flowing. Shinkei nodded and did as he was told. Wu Yu looked at him holding his hand. Then let me go. Shinkei repeated, I'm scared. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei's very marked relaxation posture, gritted her teeth. I see you are quite relaxed. Shinkei said nothing. In this state, it is not good to worry too much. Saving lives is the most important thing. The two of them were like 2 fish cakes, letting the quicksand take them to an unknown distance. As the quicksand became weaker and weaker until it stopped completely, the two of them carefully stood up from the quicksand. Obtain inheritance of the river god Golden will route map fragments. Part 3. There are 5 fragments in total. Collect all 5 fragments to piece together a complete route map, and find the Golden River. When Wu Yu saw the system prompt, surprise flashed in her eyes. The route map fragments appeared in the 3 iconic extreme maps of rainforest, glacier, and desert. Does it mean that the remaining 2 fragments will also appear in places related to rivers in the extreme maps? At the same time as obtaining the fragments, a magnificent palace made entirely of gold appeared in front of the two. Wu Yu and Shinkei looked at each other, and stepped in. At the same time, magnetic field disorder, live broadcast room signal interrupted. Secretary General. Secretary General, Miss Wu Yu's live broadcast room has a problem. Magnetic field disorder, signal interrupted. Currently, we can't get in touch with the insiders of the dungeon, and the people we sent out can't find anyone. Zhou Qianfeng nodded. Shinkei is also here, a marriage dungeon. It shouldn't be a big problem. Secretary, that's right, But there's one thing now, the live broadcast signal suddenly cut off. The audience in the live broadcast room did not disperse. They were all discussing Miss Wu Yu and Prince Squire. Even among them, there were bystanders in the darkest night that day. I'm afraid if they continue to talk, they will reveal that Lilia Rose's previous incident was related to Miss Wu Yu. Zhou Qianfeng thought for a while. The next stage is to control the comments and point the spearhead directly to Prince Squire and the royal court. There is no royal secret that can make ordinary people more excited. Although Shinkei is now fully grown, he was a chess piece that was manipulated by the royal court when he was young. His past hardships were publicized to the utmost, and his parents' efforts were exploited, which confirmed his image as a poor and powerless person in the hearts of the people. Even in this dungeon, he had to show his face with such a noble status, and he pushed it to the royal court, saying that it was a helpless act under the coercion of the royal court. At the same time, it can also reveal a message. Prince Squire's show of goodwill to Wu Yu in the dungeon was actually an olive branch to Qi Yin behind her. At that time, war criminals who want to stand out will naturally recommend themselves to him. The secretary nodded. I understand. This will kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Thoroughly interpreting his behavior as a political show can not only stab the royal court in the back and clear the truth about Lilia's death, but most importantly, it will prevent people from thinking that Prince Squire did not leave the dungeon early because of Miss Broom, making Miss Broom perfectly invisible in the whole incident. Zhou Qianfeng smiled. Prince Squire did not leave the dungeon early because of Broom? The secretary was sweating coldly. No, of course not. Zhou Qianfeng nodded. Why don't you do it? The secretary hesitated. Secretary General, we have been taking frequent actions against the nobles recently. Someone in the Alliance Council, and the nobles should have reacted. Zhou Qianfeng narrowed his peach blossom eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Even if we are found out, it is just the Secretariat taking advantage of the chaos to suppress the power of the royal court nobles. Factional struggles have never stopped. It is just a normal political game, isn't it? Secretary, yes. Chapter 183. This is a palace made entirely of gold, and it looks like a huge and exquisite birdcage. The high roof is covered with colorful transparent glass, and the sun shines into the palace, which is colorful and beautiful like a dream. However, this seemingly beautiful scene makes Shinkei tense all over instantly. Feeling the surging murderous aura emanating from Shinkei, Wu Yu turned around in confusion. What's wrong, Prince? Shinkei's hands trembled uncontrollably. Even if he pinched his tiger's mouth, he still couldn't control the murderous aura that was about to rush out of his body. Passing through the colorful light, Shinkei saw a curled-up weak figure at the end of the palace. He was covered with wounds, tears in his eyes, looking at the distance helplessly, full of confusion. The weak figure slowly raised his head, the same white hair, the same blue eyes, looking at each other at the same time. The small figure turned around and ran away in fear. Shinkei immediately stepped forward to catch up. Wu Yu's doubtful eyes wandered back and forth between his sight and the empty sight. Wu Yu frowned. Prince, there is nothing there. Where are you going? Shinkei could not hear anything. Wu Yu's voice was blocked by an invisible wall of sound. Everything in the palace extended infinitely in his sight, forming an airtight spider web in his pupils. The weak boy was the prey that could not escape from the spider web no matter what. Black dragon scales gradually appeared in the corners of Shinkei's eyes, and black air was gathering in his eyes. Wu Yu followed behind Shinkei, and the moment he opened the back door of the palace, countless dark auras rushed towards him. In the dark corner, countless faces gathered together, struggling, twisting, and undercurrents surged. The whole space was constantly spinning and extending because of the strong dark atmosphere, giving people an extremely oppressive dizziness. Shinkei was being swallowed by the darkness, and countless black air climbed up his body, tearing and corroding his soul. Wu Yu opened her eyes wide in surprise. What was going on? Why did such a dark map appear in the Fox Fairy dungeon? Malice continued to grow, and those black twisted figures appeared in an endless stream from the distorted and fissioned wall cracks. Wu Yu looked back, and even the door that she had just opened became twisted and crooked. The dark and twisted here formed a sharp contrast with the extreme luxury of the palace. Before the door frame was completely swallowed by the darkness, Wu Yu finally saw that in the center of the palace's colorful glass, there stood a little prince in luxurious clothes, with long white hair and green eyes. The moment he looked up and looked at her, the little prince smiled strangely. Before he fell into darkness completely, half of the little prince's face slowly burned, accompanied by the smell of burning, rotten flesh, maggots and turbid broken eyeballs falling. In the darkness, there were only eerie laughter, the sound of tearing and plastic being squeezed. The extremely gloomy and distorted environment made Wu Yu feel extremely suppressed mentally. Her forehead was stinging, Her eyeballs were strongly compressed and swollen, and there was a sweet and fishy taste of rust in her throat. Her 7 orifices and 5 senses were on the verge of collapse. Feeling the warmth dripping from her eye sockets, Wu Yu forced herself to calm down. Calm down and think. Think. The sudden appearance of dry quicksand and the palace, and Prince Squire's strange reaction after entering the palace. Squire obviously saw something at that time, but she couldn't see it. Before the door was finally closed, the ghost who looked like Squire was most likely Squire's inner demon. Combined with the moral kidnapping of him by foreign public opinion before the emergence of the breeder system, Prince Squire may have had a miserable childhood. All the dark auras that kept growing climbed up his body, but did not attack her. It is very likely that the source of these dark auras was the resentment in Squire's heart. Lin Chick said that almost every level in the Fox Fairy dungeon will test the will of both parties, not only the love of both parties, but also the heart. If you can't pass the test, you may even be swallowed by the darkness in your heart under extreme madness. Wu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It's too early to start the test just after the blind date. She and Prince Squire are not familiar with each other at all. She wants to help but doesn't know where to start. Forget it, try it out. Seeing the situation getting darker and darker in front of her, if she didn't pull Prince Squire out quickly, she would be doomed. Prince Squire. No matter how Wu Yu called, Squire didn't respond at all. Seeing that Squire was completely submerged in darkness, Wu Yu didn't care about much. There was no suitable prop at hand, so she cut her palm directly, and drew the Wanling Talisman on Squire's back with blood. The Wanling Talisman can attract the blessings of the gods and Buddhas in the heavens, making people immune to evil spirits. It can drive away endless evil spirits in the world. Wu Yu's mental power is now greatly suppressed. Drawing such a top-notch talisman under the strong pressure of mental pollution is a great pressure on her body and mind. Fortunately, she had received comprehensive and systematic teachings from the Great Elder before, otherwise it would be impossible to draw the Wanling Talisman with this little mental power. While drawing, she silently recited the formula, and the dark strange air screamed and fled wherever the blood went. Along with the formula, the blood in the darkness emitted a faint golden light. A complex and lengthy Wanling rune was drawn, and a golden light shot straight into the sky, dispersing the darkness and evil spirits in the entire space. Wu Yu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to the ground. The darkness dissipated, and the sky was bright. Shinkei's eyes, which were blinded by the darkness, gradually became clear. He slowly turned his head, and saw Wu Yu sitting there with blood flowing from all 7 orifices, closing her eyes to rest. Shinkei blinked in disbelief, and a little girl in strange clothes suddenly appeared in his peripheral vision. Shinkei's eyes instantly became sinister and sharp, full of murderous intent. Just now, that was your fantasy. The little girl raised her lips with a smile. Her sapphire eyes were 100 times more beautiful than the clear blue glass in the palace. The little girl slowly opened her mouth and uttered strange words. Shinkei's eyes flashed with doubt, and he was about to take action. Wu Yu suddenly opened her eyes, and saw the ancient Luan princess summoned last time, Dylan in Fu Yishua's mouth. Wu Yu's expression was full of surprise, and she staggered to stand up. Worry and distress flashed across Dylan's eyes. Just as she was about to approach Wu Yu and extend her hand, she was taken away by an invisible force and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wu Yu lunged forward, but missed. If Shinkei hadn't grabbed her in time, she would have fallen heavily to the ground. Shinkei, be careful. Seeing that half of Wu Yu's palm was cut so deep that the bone was visible, Shinkei's eyes darkened instantly. You are injured. Wu Yu now put all her heart on Dylan, thinking of the last time Lin Chica and Yuan summoned Luotian in the final trial of the Fox Fairy, and now Dylan appeared again in the survival level. It is very likely that all the ghosts above SS level that she could not summon were controlled by the Fox Fairy in a corner of the dungeon. Wu Yu, who originally wanted to just play a supporting role, suddenly became angry. She looked at Shinkei sincerely. Prince Squire, please take care of me in the next dungeon. Brother scumbag, don't hold it against Xiaoyu for my bad attitude before. Next, Xiaoyu will do her best to cooperate with your political show. Although Shinkei didn't know why Wu Yu suddenly got excited, he nodded obediently yes. Wu Yu was excited. She could find her mother's ghost dolls. Shinkei was gloomy. If he saw the ghost who hurt Wu Yu again, he would beat her to death. Chapter 184. The illusion disappeared, and the entire palace became dilapidated, with spider webs and crawling insects and lizards everywhere. The colorful glass was broken everywhere, and the strong sunlight faded the color of the glass. There were even traces of cold weapon fighting on the walls of the palace. In the center of the ruined palace, there was a delicate and magnificent treasure box. Shinkei was about to step forward, but was grabbed by Wu Yu. Wait. Shin-Kei looked at the corner of his clothes that was grabbed, and waited quietly. What's wrong? Brumaire, let me do it. Don't let your fantasy control you again. Brumaire observed Squire's calm and indifferent expression, and felt that he had known for a long time that the malice was growing in his heart. Even if he hadn't saved him just now, he would probably be fine. At most he would be eroded by more malice. When did the malice come from? Will it not go wrong if it is left alone? Although he was a little curious, Squire was a noble prince, and Brumaire would not ask about such royal secrets. Walk to the treasure box and slowly open it. There is a red string inside, and a pair of very delicate wedding rings. Red string, a special prop for breeders, which can be used to sign a relationship with a destined person. Wedding rings, a special prop for breeders, which can be worn by both parties who sign a relationship with a destined person, and can sense the position and physical condition of each other. Special gem props can be inlaid on the wedding rings, and different props can open different interaction modes with the destined person, including transfer to the destined person, share the combat power of the destined person, and the combat bonus of the destined person, etc. Special gem props will appear in the next stage with a certain probability. Wu Yu retracted her hand. It is rumored that the price of red string and wedding rings has been hiked up to tens of billions on the black market. Even if it is set at this price, as the output of red string and wedding rings is getting less and less, there is no market for them, and they are simply not available. Let alone one person pulling a few more red strings. Now it is difficult to guarantee the props for one person pulling one red string. But Wu Yu didn't want it at all, and even felt it was too hot. It was placed in the pocket system package, and she was afraid that it would be used due to unknown accidents. She just thought she was blind. Prince, I'm leaving first. If you want the props, just give me the 8 points in the dungeon. Shin-Kei looked at Wu Yu's unwavering back, who was almost marching away, and put the red string and the rings into his pocket. As soon as the two walked out of the palace, the live broadcast was instantly restored. The style of the entire live broadcast room seemed to have suddenly changed under the control of the Secretariat. Prince Squire is really a little pitiful. I feel sorry for him. Now it seems that the members of Qian really care about Prince Squire simply because of his status and class. After all, Qian has been occupying the position of the first team in the alliance for many years, and with the escort of the nobles, he can avoid being calculated by villains in the alliance. Alas, my parents played an important role in the northern battlefield of the Peak Battle, but now they can only fight for their own interests by showing their faces in public, which is just a pity. The royal court has been forcing Prince Squire to marry in order to tighten the bonds and make it impossible for him to escape. I heard that he was asked to have children with dozens of noble women before. I feel sick just thinking about it. Is there anything you can say about the above? When I saw it, I felt that the nobles of Wangting were so perverted. Wangting. Duke, public opinion is rampant. Whether it is the comment area of the live broadcast room or the entire Alliance forum, it is fermenting rapidly. All the Alliance news we released before have been dug up, and they are all accusations against Wangting. Public opinion will never develop so quickly on its own. The details of the previous news have been dug up and made a fuss. There must be a pusher behind it. Check it for me. Who is helping that kid Squire behind the scenes? Yes. After leaving the palace, Wu Yu and Shin-Kei were surprised to find that the sky had turned dark. The speed of time in the palace was very fast, completely different from the outside world. The dry quicksand took them dozens of kilometers away. It was impossible to walk back to the shelter last night. The two simply spent the last night in the palace. Simply clean the palace, set up the tent, and light a bonfire. With some dry food and water, the two relaxed. Boiled some water, and Wu Yu began to treat the wound on his hand. Shin-Kei looked at it from the side, and then looked at it again. Do you need my help? Wu Yu skillfully poured alcohol on the half-dried wound. The wound was stung by the alcohol. She gritted her teeth and refused in an unstable voice. No. Before she finished speaking, Shin-Kei had already sat beside her. Shin-Kei took the alcohol. Let me do it. You said that inflamed wounds in the desert can be fatal, right? Choked by her own words, Wu Yu could only nod yes. Carefully using alcohol to clean the wound was a little black. Shin-Kei frowned. It hasn't healed for so long. Is it because the wound is directly exposed to those malicious people? It shouldn't be like this. With Wu Yu's super strong recovery ability, the wound should have healed long ago. Wu Yu nodded, maybe. Shin-Kei stared at the wound and became even angrier. Don't let him see the ghost thing again, or she will twist his head off. He was also angry with himself. If it weren't for the malice in his body, Wu Yu wouldn't have been injured. Wu Yu realized that Prince Squire's whole aura had become gloomy again and turned around in shock. Prince Squire, don't be so burdened by your thoughts. As a human being, you should be a person without morals, shame, and bottom line. Daddy, if you do it again, we all be in trouble. Shinkei nodded sullenly. Yeah. Prince Squire is really kind. He really is. I'm crying to death. Even if the world kisses me with pain, I still repay it with songs. Miss Wu Yu, you are a good person. Please help us persuade him. Let go of yourself, and embrace the sunshine. Wow, sisters, do you know that I have been crying since I saw the photos of Squire being abused when he was a child? Shinkei disinfected Wu Yu silently and bandaged the wound, but soon the blood oozing from Wu Yu's palm soaked the entire gauze. Watching the bright red blood spreading, Shinkei's eyes were filled with dark currents, gloomy and terrifying. Fantasies kept appearing in front of Shinkei. Wu Yu's hand was bleeding continuously, and was eventually infected by the sand poison, and the whole poison was dissipated into a pool of blood. Taking a deep breath, he said with a hint of dejection, "Let's quit the dungeon." Wu Yu blinked in confusion. Why? No, why are you giving up so suddenly? Shinkei, you are injured, and if the wound cannot be stopped, something will happen. Under the camera of the live broadcast room, Shinkei couldn't use his own blood to treat Wu Yu. There will be people who are interested and focus on Wu Yu. Wu Yu tried her best to persuade Shinkei. No, Prince Squire. You don't know that I am fine with much more serious injuries than this during training. Really, believe me, there is no need to quit for these trivial matters. I have been tough since I was young, and I won't die from bleeding for a while. Shinkei shook his head. Before there was no water and no night shelter, you had already wanted to quit. Your current situation is much more dangerous than before. Miss Wu Yu, I agreed to quit the dungeon. Wu Yu stared at Shinkei with a firm face, and the stubbornness that 10 cows couldn't pull back. Finally tasted the taste of 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, and the taste of changing fortunes. Chapter 185. You must pay for what you have done. At this point, considering the relationship between Wu Yu and Prince Squire, any more words would be too much. Wu Yu looked sad, as if she had lost her parents, and quietly accepted the consequences of her actions. She held her cheek and lowered her head, like a small bitter melon. Shinkei glanced at Wu Yu's furry hair. Do you really want to continue the dungeon? If she really wanted to continue the dungeon with him, he could find a way to avoid the live camera and give Wu Yu treatment. Wu Yu raised her head and nodded silently. Yeah, I really want to. I need to find the ghost doll. Looking at Wu Yu's shining eyes, Shinkei said, then I respect Miss Wu Yu's idea, but if your injury worsens, you must leave the dungeon immediately for treatment. Wu Yu raised 3 fingers and swore to the sky, I promise. Woo, what kind of little angel is Prince Squire? Sure enough, there can be no bad people who can be blessed by the holy angel. A consensus was reached, the dungeon continued, and Wu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. She said enthusiastically, I go find some food. Shinkei shook his head, you're injured, stay here, I go. Watching the prince's back as he left, Wu Yu suddenly blamed herself. Could she have misunderstood the scumbag brother? How could she say that after slapping herself in the face? Could she have misunderstood Prince Squire? Maybe he really has something to hide? Shinkei shot a gobi argali, which was big enough for him, and Wu Yu to have a good meal. Most of these sheep live in groups, and rarely get alone, which is considered Shinkei's rare good luck. Shinkei's hand suddenly paused, and he realized, the water from the Fox Fairy treasure chest, the huge dead trees covered by fog, and the lone argali next door. Recently, good luck is not rare. When did the luck turn bad? Perhaps he realized that if he did not accept and follow the malice growing in his heart, he would never become stronger, and would always be a puppet of the royal court. Even though this was a double-edged sword that could stab him at any time. As the malice continued to grow, and his strength became more and more domineering and powerful, his luck was increasingly abandoned by the world. When did his luck get better? Shinkei pondered as he walked towards the ruined palace. My lord prince, you actually killed a gobi argali. That's amazing. Please let me help you deal with the argali. Shinkei looked up blankly. His expression was still cold as always, but his heart was beating fast. He turned sideways to avoid Wu Yu's hand. In Wu Yu's puzzled eyes, he was very firm. You can't touch raw meat with your hands. It is very likely to be infected. Shinkei took out a knife and quickly skinned the argali, bled it, split it, and cut the meat. Wu Yu watched from the side for a while, then skillfully lit the fire, and put a stone slab on it to heat it. Shinkei walked to the fire naturally, and took over the grilling work, sprinkling salt on the fresh mutton. He handed the first piece of hot grilled mutton to Wu Yu, and under the blazing firelight, Shinkei's eyes were shining. Wu Yu cooperated and gave a thumbs up. Very delicious. If you make the prince happy, you can forget about quitting the dungeon, right? Shin-Kei said, and continued to grill the meat. He already had the answer to the question just now. When did his luck start to get better? Perhaps it was when the name Wu Yu appeared more and more frequently in his difficult and bitter life. Unlike snake blood, sheep blood is a very precious food in the desert. It can not only replenish water, but also a large amount of protein and hemoglobin. After boiling the sheep blood and drinking it, the wound on Wu Yu's hand that had not healed for a long time finally scabbed over, and both of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Mutton can make the body warm and full of heat, and the palace effectively blocks the cold wind. Lying on the sheepskin mat, through the broken top window, you can see the bright stars in the sky. Compared with other blind date players, Wu Yu and Shin-Kei's night was not only not difficult, but also had the unique romance of the desert night. In the burning bonfire, the two gradually fell asleep. The next morning, not long after the two finished breakfast, the door to the next map appeared in front of them. The mutton thrown outside the palace last night is a natural big ice cellar. After eating and drinking, they took the remaining frozen mutton with them and entered the big escape phase. System. Congratulations to all blind date players for successfully passing the survival test of the desert map. There are 40 blind date players left in the current dungeon. In the big escape phase, blind date players can attack each other with special props. Attention! Any malicious insults will be kicked out of the dungeon. Each player has a 100 health bar. If the health bar is cleared, the player is eliminated. If one player in the team is eliminated, the whole team is eliminated. There is a chance that combat items will be opened in the Fox Fairy treasure box, so please pay attention to it. The number of players who can enter the final different world map is 10 pairs of blind date players during the 48 hours of the survival map. Wu Yu accumulated more than 500 Fox Fairy treasure boxes. Under the premise that the system space cannot be used, if a large number of treasure boxes are opened, the load will be too high, and some valuable materials will have to be discarded. However, the situation of Wu Yu and Shin-Kei is different from that of others. The premise is that Shin-Kei has opened many Fox Fairy treasure boxes in order to open water in the survival dungeon. He couldn't get water, but he got a lot of poisonous insects, snakes, scorpions, and various traps and weapons that are not needed in desert survival. In theory, normal people would throw away the load if they can't bear it. But there is Wu Yu, the garbage guy, and Shin-Kei himself is an obedient strong monster. These two people still firmly carried the more than 100 kilograms of weapons and props with them when they encountered dry quicksand and never left them. So when these two people stood on the dungeon map of the Big Escape, they looked like big players with full equipment. Wu Yu had a bow and arrow on his back, an AK with a silencer in his hand, a silencer on his waist, and a homemade ghillie suit on his waist, ready to snipe. Wu Yu, I've seen it. We came early. This hill is the highest nearby. There is enough food and water, so we stay here. All the traps nearby have been set up. As long as someone enters our sight, we snipe him to death immediately. As soon as the voice fell, a cry came from the foot of the mountain in the distance. Wu Yu was excited and sharpened his knife. Someone stepped on my trap. Let me see who it is. Send him to the west. Shin-Kei also leaned forward silently and raised the telescope. The first person to enter the high-power scope was a red-haired man. Wu Chong was hung upside down, struggling with his teeth and claws. Sister Xiaoli, save me. Wu Yu and Shin-Kei, Chapter 186. Wu Xiaoli stood aside with her arms crossed, not caring about anything. I'm tired too. Why don't we just stop here? Wu Chong couldn't believe it. Sister, you're my real sister? Wu Xiaoli, I told you that you were picked up from a trash can. Wu Chong, then you have to put me down first. With a whoosh sound, an arrow shot from a distance, and Wu Xiaoli's eyes instantly became fierce. Just as she was about to protect Wu Chong, she found that the knot that tied Wu Chong had been shot off by the arrow. Pick up the bow and arrow. There is a piece of paper tied to it. The paper is a very simple map, which can avoid all the traps to reach the top of the mountain. Wu Chong curiously poked his head. Sister Xiaoli, what is this? I want to see it too. Let me see it. Wu Xiaoli immediately guessed that the person who made the traps and shot the arrows here was Wu Yu. Wu Xiaoli burned the map directly after reading it. Let's go the other way. The incident of Lilia Rose has not completely passed, so they can't meet in public. Wu Chong wanted to ask more, but was hit hard by Wu Xiaoli's elbow. Wu Chong's health bar reduced by 2. Wu Chong's pupils trembled, shock. If it wasn't for the Big Escape now, he would have wanted to scream. Why hit him? He lost blood, After leaving the dungeon, he must go to his mother to complain. We watched Wu Shioli see the map but leave, and continue to ambush. In the big escape map, occupying the high ground is everyone's subconscious thought. Wu Yu's position is the best hunting point in the whole game. In less than 2 hours after the opening, 5 pairs of blind date players were sent away directly. Currently, she has accumulated 10 kills, and is definitely the first in the game. From the beginning to the end, Shinkei quietly helped her to see the spots with a telescope. He is obedient, well-behaved, easy to use, and does not make trouble. After 2 hours of ambush, the number of players going up the mountain gradually decreased. Wu Yu frowned. Something is wrong. Shinkei, what's wrong? Wu Yu, from the beginning, I have a subtle feeling. The traps that were stepped on for the first time were perfectly avoided afterwards. These players are gradually approaching the mountain. These players may have formed an alliance, and someone is directing them to stalk the area in a suicidal manner. Shinkei nodded. Indeed, compared to 2 hours ago, the ambush point has moved from the foot of the mountain to the middle of the mountain. To put it another way, they have occupied the entire map below the middle of the mountain, and all our traps have been removed. They have completed the ambush and are going to trap us on the top of the mountain and attack us from all sides. Wu Yu frowned. If the number of this group of people exceeds 10 pairs of players, then our idea of surviving to the end will be impossible to achieve. Shinkei, yes. Seeing Wu Yu thinking seriously, Shinkei tilted his head to look at her. Miss Wu Yu, do you really want to win? Wu Yu, yes. I want to enter the last map of the other world. Shinkei put down the telescope. Give me your silenced pistol. I will attract their attention and lure out the people who ambushed us. Wu Yu handed over the pistol, her eyes full of uncertainty. Prince, how do you rank in the alliance in terms of combat power? It's not that she's snobbish. She just wants to roughly calculate the possibility of this breakout. Shinkei held his breath and concentrated. Wu Yu looked expectant. Shinkei, 412. Wu Yu nodded calmly, smiled, and gave a thumbs up. Very good, higher than me. Breakout possibility 0.00001%. The hanging heart was completely dead. Wu Yu suggested, how about, the prince comes to snipe, and I go to charge? Shinkei refused. Sorry, my sniping accuracy is very poor. The situation down the mountain is unclear. Wu Yu is still injured. It's too dangerous. Wu Yu nodded. Okay. Seeing Wu Yu's mysterious smile, lifeless eyes, and a soul-out look, Shinkei turned his head and silently curled his lips. Shinkei, let's go. Wu Yu nodded woodenly. The sooner you go, the sooner you come back. If you are eliminated now, you can still catch up with the team to eat a hot meal. Wu Yu continued to maintain the best sniper point ambush state, and did not relax his vigilance because of Prince Squire's low combat power. As long as there is a slight possibility, she will fight to the last minute to get a spot in the next round. Moreover, following the high-powered scope, Wu Yu was surprised to find that Squire's figure moving in the mountains was as fast as lightning. Shinkei was moving at high speed, in order to prevent the audience in the live broadcast room from seeing his movement trajectory clearly. He deliberately used the mud in the woods to smear the holographic lens, and at the same time completely blackened his face. The rapidly shaking high-blurred picture, the lens blocked by the mud, occasionally had to switch back and forth between Shinkei and Wu Yu. The audience in the live broadcast room could not see anything clearly except the dizziness and vomiting feeling like riding a roller coaster. Shinkei's figure was ghostly, and the process of high-speed movement was almost relying on the instinct of a beast, and the years of combat experience that had been engraved in his muscles. The closer he got to the middle of the mountain, the faster his figure became. The captain said that there is only one team up there at most. They want to occupy the top of the mountain. We will wear them out. Do you think they will rush down? No, they don't dare to. That's right, maybe these two idiots haven't discovered our existence yet. They probably feel happy that they got 10 heads. A burst of laughter came, just when these people relaxed their vigilance. Shinkei jumped out from behind the bushes like an arrow, stabbed the speaker's neck with a knife, and the splattered blood instantly splattered on his face. Shinkei's eyes were gloomy and cold, without any change in expression. He pulled out a silencer from his waist, and pulled the trigger decisively. The 4 people present were instantly wiped out. The 2 teams of blind date players, who were eliminated, were kicked out of the dungeon instantly, when their health bars were cleared. They were even outside the dungeon, and had not yet recovered from how they died. Shinkei looked at the bloodstains on the ground and frowned in disgust. The blood spurted out, and stained the trap made by Wu Yu. When he looked up again, his eyes were full of gloom. Shinkei's figure shuttled across the mountain again, following the footprints of these people. Soon, Shinkei found another 4 pairs of blind date players. They split into two teams and occupied the four corners of the mountain. They quickly attacked from behind, and the live broadcast room didn't even have time to record it before it was over. They defeated them one by one, and soon Shinkei found the last position. As expected, the person in the last position was the leader who organized these blind date players together. Hearing the familiar voice coming from afar, Shinkei's right eyelid twitched suddenly. Soon, the figures of this group of people appeared in front of him. That was a team of 10 people, led by Shinshinsi and including Suemo. The entire team was almost entirely composed of disciples from aristocratic families and descendants of nobles with high combat power. More and more players near the top of the mountain are joining us. They are just cannon fodder. Let them charge into battle, and we will reap the fruits of their labor. Which couple do you think is on the top of the mountain? I heard that Prince Squire is also in the dungeon. I wonder which woman is so lucky to be on the same team with Prince Squire. If we can eliminate Prince Squire, we will be proud. Shinshinsi said, "Don't talk nonsense." His eyes were full of confidence and ridicule. Including the 11 pairs of blind date players who were eliminated, Shinshinsi actually gathered a total of 16 pairs of blind date players by himself, almost half of the number of people in the whole game. Just when Shinkei was thinking about how to make a move, among the people in front of him who were smug and boasting, as if they were sure of victory, suddenly one of them was shot between the eyebrows. Blood flowers exploded instantly and fell to the ground with a bang. Chapter 187. What's going on? We've been discovered. Where is the shooting coming from? The top of the mountain. It's the top of the mountain. The people who were so proud just now were instantly confused. Just when they were in a mess, another shot came from the top of the mountain. Bang! Another shot hit the forehead, and another person fell to the ground. In an instant, 4 of the 10 people disappeared and were kicked out of the dungeon. Shinshinsi finally reacted. Everyone, find cover immediately. After that, he took Suemo and found the largest tree trunk to avoid the sniper's vision on the top of the mountain. Shinshinsi and Suemo just arrived at the tree trunk and met Shinkei. His eyes darkened instantly. The team ambushing on the top of the mountain is you. Huh? Shinshinsi actually knows Prince Squire? Imaginary enemy, right? All ordinary men are like this. Hasn't he always regarded Chian's Captain Shinkei as an imaginary enemy? It's so funny, who cares about him? With arrogance in his eyes, Shinshinsi opened his mouth silently. You can't kill me, you know it very well. Shinkei drew his knife without hesitation, and Shinshinsi deliberately provoked him. Prince Squire, you won't kill a woman, will you? Suemo hid behind Shinshinsi and looked at Shinkei, who had white hair and looked as handsome as a god. Shinkei was a mixed-race child, and his overall appearance was more like his Asian mother, but his hair and eyes were like his father. His deep green eyes were as clear and bright as the aurora, and his long white hair reflected silver light from all angles under the sunlight. Even if his face was painted black, it still couldn't hide his stunning beauty. In the strong contrast with Shinkei, Shinshinsi was crushed in all directions, and the whole person was eclipsed. Suemo looked at Shinkei shyly. Prince Squire, if you and your teammates can give us this mountain, we can not attack you. Ugh, you! Can you please not let me watch this kind of electronic vomit? The mammary glands of netizens are also mammary glands. Sumo's face turned red, and she gritted her teeth secretly when she found that Squire had no intention of looking at her from beginning to end, and even ignored her. Bang! Shinshinsi turned his head suddenly. In the time it took him to say 2 words, another group of people were found hiding and shot away. While Shinshinsi turned his head, Shinkei threw the dagger in his hand at the last group of people who were in ambush without hesitation. The dagger went straight into the heart, and Shinshinsi's 4 teams of teammates were cleared. Turning his head angrily, Shinshinsi shouted, "Don't be so mean." Shinkei was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. If he couldn't kill them once, he would kill them 100 times. If he couldn't kill them 100 times, he would kill them 1,000 times. If he couldn't kill Shinshinsi, then he would kill Suemo. Wu Yu, who was in the sniper position, tilted his head. Squire's white hair was very eye-catching, almost like a bright positioning target. Positioning success. As Shinshinsi turned his head, Wu Yu raised the corners of his mouth with certainty, aimed the high-power scope steadily at Shinshinsi's head, and pulled the trigger directly. At the same time, Shinkei's knife had already pressed on Shinshinsi's neck, and his entire head was exposed to the sniper's sight. A second ago, Shinshinsi's face was still mocking and smiling disdainfully. Even though blood gushed from his neck, he still looked arrogant and confident of victory. However, when the huge inertia of the bullet hitting his temple came, Shinshinsi fell to the ground with a mocking smile on his face. At the same time, both he and Suemo were kicked out of the dungeon. Shinjingsi disappeared, and only the blood on the ground proved that what had just happened was not an illusion. Shinkei couldn't help but open his eyes wide, and he suddenly looked up at the direction of the mountain top. With amazing five senses and excellent dynamic vision, he could vaguely see Wuyu stretched out 2 fingers and shook them at him. Points updated, Wuyu 18 kills. Squire 14 kills. Both ranked first in map points. Take a deep breath, Shinkei shuttled through the mountains and forests like a gust of wind. His heartbeat was frighteningly fast. He wanted to return to Wuyu right now. Approaching the top of the mountain, he saw Wuyu still lying in ambush at the best shooting point as he left. Shinkei suddenly stopped, tried to calm his heartbeat, and slowly walked towards Wuyu. Wuyu looked back vigilantly, and when she saw Squire, she immediately gave a thumbs up. Prince is really awesome. There are 80 people in the field, and we account for 32 heads, which is a sure thing. As long as we continue to survive, we will definitely enter the next map. Shinkei nodded yes. Seeing that Squill was a little absent-minded after returning, Wuyu, if you are tired, you can take a rest. Shinkei shook his head, no. Wuyu, but your hands are shaking. The prince must rarely kill people. Shinkei yes. Killed many people, but this is the first time he can kill Shinjingsi. His hands couldn't help shaking, he was too excited, too excited. The prince looked dazed, such a bloody scene was too unfamiliar to him. He is a little angel, he is the only one who blesses the world, when has he ever killed anyone? I really like this kind of person, who looks like a flower in the sky, but is actually a little silly, obedient, and never causes trouble. When something happens, he is the first to rush in and can handle things better than anyone else, and after the thing is done, he is nervous and afraid but still stubborn and hard-mouthed. Shinjingsi is so vicious, it's a good dating game, but he actually wants to form cliques. Sure enough, incompetent men like to bully the few by relying on their numbers. TSK, Shinjingsi is trash. The dating players, who come out of the Fox Fairy dating dungeon, no matter where the dungeon entrance is, will eventually appear in the World City Breeder Promotion Zone. As soon as Shinjingsi and Suemo came out, they saw many people holding signs at the door. These people looked at them eagerly, obviously waiting for them to appear anxiously. The gloom of being eliminated was swept away, and Shinjingsi put on a smile that was 3 parts cold and 4 parts unruly. It must be his perfect performance in the dungeon that attracted many fans, and they came here to recruit players. Bah, you're eliminated, why don't you get out of here? How shameless. A good game dungeon actually entangled dozens of people. How afraid of death are you? You're so afraid of death, no wonder your team can't develop. Coward, don't delay me from welcoming my prince. Shinjingsi turned his head in disbelief. What are you talking about? Who are you waiting for? Of course it's the little angel Squire. How can he wait for you, a common man? The little angel never kills anyone, but he can handle things better than you. Shinjingsi was furious. I am a common man? I am the captain of the 7th ranked shadow team in the league, and my overall combat power ranks 11th in the world. Very ordinary. Is this worth bragging about? It's even a little embarrassing to say it. Pu Shinan is broken. Shinjingsi was about to point at the fans who supported him to refute, but was surprised to find that the banners these people held were all in support of Squire. He was shocked. What was going on? After only 3 days of blind date dungeons, why did Squire suddenly have so many supporters? Chapter 188. Wuyu and Squire's names were listed high on the leaderboard, and the total score had reached 50 points. Jian Sueyu had a mysterious smile on his face. Jiang Yuhua turned to look at him. Vice Captain Jian, I'm not interested in the breeder system, and it's almost time to quit the dungeon. If I don't quit, I have to waste 2 more days after qualifying. Jian Sueyu nodded. I'm going to quit anyway. Why not go and give my teammates a kill? Jiang Yuhua saw Wuyu's name and nodded. Okay. The two came to the hillside occupied by Wuyu and Shinquebec. The mountain was full of blood sprayed by gunfire. All of them were killed with one shot, which could be called the call of the King of Hell. Shinkei held a telescope and saw Jian Sueyu waving in their direction. Shinkei. There is someone at 7 o'clock at the foot of the mountain. Wuyu turned the high-powered telescope and was surprised. It's the deputy captain of our team. Wuyu immediately shot an arrow. On the note was a topographic map of the hillside, indicating that Jian Sueyu and Jiang Yuhua would go up the mountain to meet them. Jian Sueyu waved his hand in refusal, and shot himself in the temple with his hand like a pistol. Wuyu and Shinkei looked at each other. Wuyu, deputy captain, do you want me to kill him? Shinkei nodded. It's possible, he may not want to enter the next dungeon. Wuyu didn't want to. She gave the sniper position to Shinkei. Prince, how about you come? Shinkei was eager to try, but he didn't seem to be surprised, and even asked cautiously, my shooting skills are not very good, is it okay? Wu nodded, let my deputy captain go in peace, without any pain. Shinkei nodded, definitely. The sniper rifle was in Shinkei's hands. He closed one eye and recalled, Jian Suiyu, if you think what I said is not good, go and tell her yourself. Shinkei, you can shut up now. Jian Suiyu, I also want to help you. He pulled the trigger suddenly, and the bullet hit Jian Suiyu and Jiang Yuhua right in the middle of their eyebrows. Jian Suiyu and Jiang Yuhua disappeared on the spot, and the total score increased by 2 points. It's better to help and vent the breath for the vice-captain's office door that he kicked away. Wu Yu and Shinkei ranked first with 52 points. Only the last 10 teams were left. It took less than half a day to complete the big escape map. The door to the next dungeon appeared in front of everyone. This time, all the previous weapons before entering the dungeon cannot be carried. System. Congratulations to the 10 blind date players for successfully passing the survival test of the desert map and entering the final alien world map. After entering the other world map, players will simulate a new image and recognize their teammates with the new image. The blind date player who reaches the end of the dungeon the fastest can obtain the top SSS level magic weapon provided by the Fox Fairy, the Red Lotus Fire from the 8 Cold Hells, and the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox. Note: the other world map belongs to the world of alien creatures. Please do not beat the employees of the other world. 8 Cold Hells, Nine-Tailed Demon Fox, Red Lotus Fire. The big boss is spending a lot of money. Oh my god. Chian's vice-captain actually gave up the right to fight for the SSS level Red Lotus Fire item. Not only Chian's vice-captain, but even Wu Xiuli and Wu Chong of the Wu clan also fought and withdrew from the dungeon before the final qualifying spot was locked. Now there is no high-powered person in the whole venue except Prince Squire and Qian Wuyue. If this is not evidence of Qian and Prince Squire's cooperation, if this is not true, then tell me what is true. Shin Qingxi saw the SSS level Red Lotus Fire, and was so angry that his teeth were about to break. How is it possible? How is it possible that in such a blind date dungeon, where even props and weapons cannot be used, such top-notch props would appear? System. As the team with the highest score, the Fox Fairy will reward the two of you with the bond of the red line in advance. The two parties who sign the red line can sense each other's existence as long as they are within 5 meters. Let me explain to you that under normal circumstances, signing the red line requires at least 10 tests from the Fox Fairy. At the same time, the most important point is that both parties must love each other at the same time and sign voluntarily. I now seriously suspect that the Fox Fairy is also secretly eating sugar. This wave is the Fox Fairy who forced me to eat. Is this the red line? No, this is simply the iron chain that Fox Fairy secretly used her position to tie the two people up. Warning. Please do not criticize Fox Fairy in the live broadcast room. I suspect the above warning was sent by Fox Fairy herself. Warning. Fox Fairy does not accept any accusation without evidence. Wu Yu opened her eyes in the new dungeon map, and the system prompt for binding the red line popped up instantly, and she was surrounded by pink love bubbles. The love bubbles faded, and Wu Yu stood there with a stiff face, opening the breeder interface. Opening. Sorry, the current map cannot open the breeder interface. Closed his eyes fiercely, pinched his philtrum and took a deep breath. Wu Yu encouraged himself. Cheer up, Xiao Yu, be patient. After leaving the dungeon, let alone the red line, even the steel bar iron lock can be cut with hydraulic pliers. Wu Yu was in an unfamiliar space, and it was dark outside the window, and he could not see far away. The house was very dim, and after a short adaptation, he could see the situation inside the house clearly. This is a small single apartment, about 40 square meters, with a separate bedroom and a narrow bathroom. The living room is the dining room, and the narrow corridor is the open kitchen. The system is closed, and the Fox Fairy treasure chest cannot be opened, but Wu Yu was surprised to find that her ghost system is on. Sure enough, as she had guessed before, the last map of the other world in the Fox Fairy dungeon is the world where ghosts exist. However, the ghost system needs a necromancy talisman to be activated. Wu Yu began to look for tools to draw talismans in the house. Yellow talismans, cinnabar. Yellow talismans can be replaced by white paper, rice paper or straw paper. Cinnabar is hard to find. You can see if there is chicken blood or black dog blood at home. If not, human blood can also be used. However, Wu Yu raised 2 black, thin, sharp dead branches, which might be her current hands. They were old, wrinkled, and shrunken, not to mention human blood. They might not even release resin. She moved her lower limbs, which were made of countless dead branches, to the refrigerator, stretched out the sharp dead branches, and opened the refrigerator, and a fishy smell came instantly. After staring at the 2 processed human hands and half a human head inside for 3 seconds, Wu calmly reached out and took out a bottle of blood from the side of the refrigerator. There was even yesterday's production date and a 5-day shelf life on it. After walking around the narrow living room, Wu entered the bathroom without being noticed. As soon as she opened the door, she happened to meet the mirror on the washstand. Very good, her current image is a sloppy tree man with a ramen-like afro, 2 withered branches as thin as bamboo poles, no waist and no legs, and can only move. She tried hard to find her face in the ramen, but couldn't find it. Wu smiled and encouraged herself. I'm fine, I'm the best. Bang! The afro smashed the mirror on the washstand with his head. Damn, I was so angry. Chapter 189. Quietly retracted his head, straightened the glass, bowed and apologized. I'm sorry. He found some glass glue and sealed the glass with difficulty. When he tore off the tape, he accidentally dropped a branch. He picked up the branch and stuffed it into the hollow rib space. Now, Wu could only use one hand. Looking around the toilet, there was not a single piece of toilet paper. Wu smiled. Yes, how could I forget it? Plants don't go to the toilet, they are all photosynthesizing. The hanging heart finally died. Treeface opened the door with a haggard look. The most urgent thing was to meet up with Prince Squire first. After searching the entire room, he found a D-level crazy treeman K1 cannon fodder treeman No. 4679 work permit, a rough wooden machete, suspected office supplies, an iron pot, suspected protective gear, and a lily of the valley on the windowsill, suspected pet. Then he took the hands and half of the head in the refrigerator, and accidentally found an unknown liquid of strange color in the head, so he took them all. He put the things in an old suitcase programmed by the tree branches, changed into a decent set of rags, and pushed open the door of the apartment. Wu was surprised to find that the reason why she felt it was pitch black outside was because she was underground. Surrounding her were countless apartments that looked like her room, which led from unfathomable depths to the ground. Wu kept looking up and found that even after reaching the ground, the apartments were still extending infinitely. Vertically and horizontally, countless apartments were like a rotating kaleidoscope. The huge space made her seem extremely small. Hey, crazy treeman 4679, don't you have to work today? A rough and hoarse voice came from her ears. She turned her head and saw a cat-headed man in front of her. He looked exactly like the cat-headed guard in the previous canned animal meat dungeon. But he was wearing sunglasses now, holding a liquid of unknown smell, supposedly coffee, in his hand, and he looked in a good mood. Wu observed the work permit that the cat-headed man casually inserted in his pocket. Sea-level canned animal meat K1 cat-headed guard number 0124. Wu, well, are you taking a day off today too? Cat-headed man 0124 nodded. Yes, I'm going to go to the ground for a walk. Do you want to come with me? Wu, okay. After walking a few steps with cat-headed man 0124, he suddenly turned back. By the way, have you heard? The SSS-level Fox Fairy has set up a blind date dungeon, and there will be living humans entering our world. If you find them, tear off their disguises, and send them to the Orderer, and you can open a fast upgrade channel. At that time, you don't have to work hard in the dungeon day after day to gain experience and brush up your resume. Under the gaze of cat-headed man 0124, Wu nodded slowly. Okay. The cat-headed man curled his lips in disdain. TSK, you are still so boring. Following behind the cat-headed man, Wu analyzed the situation in front of her. Her mimicry, tree man, a low-level ghost in a D-level dungeon. A low-level ghost in a low-level dungeon, with low pixels and a fuzzy appearance. Even if he becomes a tree man, his conservative lifestyle determines that he is a slightly dull and rigid NPC. Cat-headed monster looks much more flexible. But due to the level limit, it is easy to fool. No, Wu suddenly realized, then she became a tree person because she herself is also a very dull person in the cognition of the Fox Fairy. Hard. Her fist hardened. Wu thought, what kind of image will Squire become? It feels that although he is very cold, he is surprisingly easy to talk to. He works quickly, and can endure a little hardship. Combined with the appearance of white hair, it may be a white bear, or a white horse, a white deer, a unicorn. To be honest, given Squire's innate appearance, Wu could hardly imagine that he would become an ugly thing. 4679, hurry up. Wu moved forward a few steps, and a huge pillar of light that reached the sky appeared in front of him. There were several ghosts in front of him queuing up to take the elevator. Wu Yu quietly lined up behind them. Within 5 meters, he did not sense Squire's presence. Wu Yu noticed that every ghost who took the elevator would take out his work permit and place it on the sensor interface in front of the elevator. Beep. The sensor interface displays the ID card information and deducts the elevator fare. It's Wu Yu's turn. She puts the tree man's ID card on. Successful identification. D-level crazy tree man K1 cannon fodder tree man no. 4679. Deduct 3 points. Current points balance 240. Cat-headed monster 0124 came over, and Wu Yu seemed to be late to block it. Cat-headed monster 0124 sneered, "Don't block it. You react so slowly every time. I saw it a long time ago." "Hey, when will cannon fodder like us accumulate enough points to reach the ground?" Wu Yu followed the group of ghosts into the elevator. "I just want to stay alive." Cat-headed monster 0124 nodded. "Yes, brother, your ideas are still the most realistic." "Clear. Don't tell me here. It's still the most comfortable to live with simple ideas." Wu Yu. "Yeah. Who in the family understands?" Because of his excellent acting skills, he actually received praise from the ghosts. It's absurd and outrageous. The elevator was operating at high speed, and the process of rising rapidly made people feel strongly uncomfortable and had a strong sense of weightlessness. As it continued to rise, the sky began to get brighter from the top of the head to the surroundings, until the whole person was in the daylight. "The elevator has reached the ground. Please leave in an orderly manner." After leaving the range of the elevator's light column, Wu Yu carefully observed the entire ground situation with his peripheral vision. In the distance, there was a huge lighthouse that towered into the clouds, and the top floor could not be seen because of the clouds and fog. There were many strange-looking shops on the ground, and the streets of the shops were full of neon lights. It was snowing lightly, and the ground was slippery everywhere. Cat-headed man 0124 didn't like such a slippery environment, and he didn't like the sticky feeling of snow melting into water when it fell on his body. He spit and cursed, "It's so unlucky that I encountered a snowy day. I saw the weather forecast in the morning, and it said that the weather was good today. Hey, Treeman 4679, I'm leaving." Without waiting for Wu Yu to raise his hand to say goodbye, Cat-headed man 0124 cursed and took the elevator back to leave. The good news is that the people who knew Treeman 4679 left, and Wu Yu no longer had to worry about her identity being exposed. The bad news is that without the people to talk to, she could only continue to explore this world full of ghosts on her own. Instead of aimlessly looking for Squire, it would be better to find the exit of the dungeon first. The final result could only be left to their non-existent tacit understanding and God's will. As a dungeon with an elimination system, there was no possibility of dying in the dungeon. Then, everything is based on the possibility of virtual and unreal death. Add to that, the SSS-level God-level props given by the Fox Fairy will never be given away easily. Wu Yu prefers that the exit of the dungeon is at the most dangerous place on the entire map. That is, she turned her head to look at the top of the towering lighthouse, there. Chapter 190. Before going to the Sky Tower, Wu Yu had to find paper for drawing talismans. There were many shops on the roadside, so it was not difficult to find paper. Wu Yu bought a stack of toilet paper with 2 points and found an empty corner. She held her breath, stretched out a dead branch, dipped it in blood, and began to draw the talisman. The new body was not running in very well, and the dead branch was not very comfortable to use. However, Wu Yu had one biggest advantage, which was that she was tenacious, persistent, and could make do. As long as there was a possibility of success, a little gap, a drop of water, a ray of sunshine, she would do her best to seize the opportunity and thrive. After using up almost all the toilet paper, Wu Yu finally successfully drew a summoning talisman. Silently recite the formula to summon the ghost. Successfully summon the scarlet wedding dress in V-Ba. After becoming a ghost and appearing again, she will look like a beautiful ghost doll. The pink little face, wearing a beautiful wedding dress, looked at Wu Yu with red eyes, full of joy and admiration. "Master, you summoned me?" Before Wu Yu responded, V-Ba approached Wu Yu and wanted to stick close to him. Boom! With a sound, Wu Yu's ramen head was on fire, and the flames jumped 3 feet high. Nu Ba's movements froze instantly. "Master, you are now a tree. And wherever I go, the land is dry, the fire spreads all over the land, and no grass grows." Wu Yu jumped up and down until she stuffed her whole head into the snow pile, and the fire was finally extinguished. With a charred ramen head and curling smoke, Wu Yu looked back haggardly. Nu Ba was small, crying pitifully at her fingers, with poached eyes. "Master, I'm sorry, Wu Wu." Seeing that Ba was about to pounce again, Wu Yu suddenly stretched out a dry branch. Calm down, calm down. It's dry, keep a safe distance. Bah, woo woo. Snowflakes fluttered, the north wind whistled, Wu Yu's heart was colder than the night in the snow country, icy and piercing. This time, hell started. Master, isn't this where I was before? Wu Yu had turned around in surprise. You were here before? Ba nodded. Yeah. Let me look for it, you see? I still have my work permit. Ba took out a work ID from the small bag of her beautiful wedding dress. Wu Yu came closer to take a look. S-level Scarlet and Ba K20 Scarlet wedding dress and Ba no. 0001. Wu Yu's eyes widened, looking at Ba and then at the work ID in disbelief. Ba is the dungeon boss in the S-level Scarlet and Ba dungeon. How could she, a workplace rookie and D-level dungeon K1 cannon fodder, let the CO-level boss of the S-level dungeon K20 company call her master? Wu Yu's attitude became flattering and respectful. Which floor of the tower can I get to with this work permit? New Ba said, as a matter of course the top floor. I used to go to the dungeon from there when I went to work. Wu Yu suddenly covered New Ba's hand, and the dead branch caught fire. She directly stuck the dead branch into the snow. Ba, whether this wave will work depends on you. New Ba patted her chest proudly. Master, just leave it to me. It's not enough to just find the dungeon. Wu Yu also needs to recover her body before she can draw talismans with the blood of the spirit. Wu Yu, do you know how to regain your human form in this world? New Ba suddenly covered Wu Yu's mouth, successfully burning Wu Yu's mouth with fire again. Yi Ba hurriedly put out the fire, and New Ba lowered her voice. Master, once you are discovered to be a human, countless ghosts will tear you to pieces immediately. Remember, you can't mention humans here, and you can't let them know your human identity. Wu Yu frowned. The ghosts here look normal, and they even have human living habits. Ba's small face was extremely serious. The world in the eyes of ghosts, and the world in the eyes of humans are completely different. When you become a human and look at this world again, it is the Avicii hell. Now you see me as a beautiful bright doll, but if you become a human and look at me again, I will become a monster with black fluff all over my body, green face and fangs. The ghosts here now see you as the same as them, even a silly and cute tree man. Once you become a human, you will become sweet food, a beating heart, fresh blood and thriving blood vessels in their eyes. No one in this world can resist such spiritual pollution. Wu Yu understood that if he couldn't turn back into a human, he couldn't summon new ghosts as a spirit contractor. He could only hope to enter this world in the form of other ghosts next time, and explore again. In this case, the most urgent thing is Wu Yu. What is the fastest way to find someone here? In Ba, the fastest way is to find Lord Dylan and do identity verification. Master, you were thrown into the world by Lord Fox Fairy with a false identity. Such a false identity can only deceive low-level ghosts, and Lord Dylan can see through it at a glance. At the same time, your work permit will also have loopholes during the precision inspection, and be displayed as a fake document. Previously, players who entered the Fox Fairy True Fate dungeon had their identities discovered and torn apart by ghosts for this reason. Hearing Dylan's name again, Wu Yu realized that the reason why she could not summon Dylan again in the outside world was probably because all ghosts above SS level were trapped in this world, and could not leave to go to the dungeon. These ghosts have become part of the maintenance of the order of the other world. This is a world where the same kind of people exist. Wu Yu lowered her eyes. Sister and Ba, are you happy here? If they are happy, is it necessary for her to take the ghosts away from their own world? And Ba held her chin up. When I liberate my nature, I am really happy. Wu Yu nodded. I think so too. I have become a CEO, and now I follow her, and go back to the time before liberation. But Ba is so small that she is not even as big as Wu Yu's tree face. She flew in front of Wu Yu, since the day I made a pact with the spirit man. Our happiest time is the time we spend with the spirit masters. Ghosts have a long life. We have witnessed many spirit masters coming and leaving. However, there is one thing that we have never changed. All of us ghosts are always waiting for the spirit masters to come and take us out of the gloomy and cold hell and embrace the light. I will not change this. I believe that Lord Luotian and Lord Dylan will never change. Wu Yu looked up in surprise and looked at Ba. Ba is the god of drought in ancient legends. The daughter of Huangdi, the goddess of heaven. Ba smiled and approached Wu Yu. Yu, walk firmly on your own path. We will all watch you. Wu Yu nodded, yes. Ba tilted her head. Then the master is going to find Lord Dylan now. Wu Yu shook her head. She lowered her head, and didn't know what she was thinking. I can't go to Dylan. If there are restrictions on the order of this world, it will cause trouble for Dylan. As a master, I can't always rely on ghosts to help me. I can handle such a small matter as finding someone by myself. Wu Yu raised his head and smiled confidently. I have thought of a way to find Prince Squire without the ID card. Seeing Wu Yu's confident look, Nu Ba's eyes were full of excitement. The next second, boom! Wu Yu's whole tree was on fire. Chapter 191. Shin-Kei looked at himself in the mirror, with spots all over his body, an inverted triangle face, and a pair of huge eyes. He stood in the small toilet, more than 2 meters tall. He raised his hands, only 3 fingers, connected by fascia-like texture, and the soft elasticity under the fingers had a strong grip. Shin-Kei twitched his mouth fiercely, and lived to the age of 20 in this life. He had been poor, down and out, suppressed, and humiliated, but he had never been ugly. He quickly flicked his tongue and shattered the entire glass. Shin-Kei was in a state of half-death depression. If Wu Yu saw him like this, she would definitely dislike him even more. Shin-Kei sobbed. After 3 seconds of silence, Shin-Kei cheered up. He searched for weapons in the room and found a Lizardman exclusive spear with a work permit hanging on it. Sea-level geothermal nest K2 Lizardman soldier number 3265. He is now a cannon fodder Lizardman soldier in the dungeon. Pushing open the door of the apartment, there are the same apartments everywhere. In such a large number, Wu Yu can't be found at all. Shin-Kei followed a group of Jin female ghosts and walked towards the direction of the huge light column. Shin-Kei was looked at by Jin female ghosts with disdain. I seem to smell a bad smell. I really hate these monsters. Not only do they look scary, but they always have the fishy smell of the swamp. That's right, I just washed my hair before going out, and it stinks again. Shin-Kei glanced down and confirmed that there was no face of the female ghost in all directions, only long black hair. Shin-Kei. I don't know who is scarier. But I still moved to the corner. The Jin female ghost group was silent for a second, blaming each other. Don't you think you are a little too mean? You look worse than others when you lift your hair. Come on, you were the first one to start the first sentence. Caw-caw. Seeing the Jin female ghosts quarreling, their bones suddenly made a sound, and their heads twisted. The moment the elevator door opened, Shin-Kei nimbly left along the inner wall of the elevator. The moment he left the house, the elevator behind him was in a fight. Shin-Kei looked up, looking at the strangely tall buildings, the roads in the air, and all kinds of strange birds and beasts in the sky and on the ground. This is a world that belongs entirely to dungeons and ghosts. It is impossible to find a blind date teammate in such a huge world and find the exit of the dungeon. No wonder the Fox Fairy will directly give SSS level props as a reward. Even if the props are not given out in the end, the generous rewards will make countless people flock to the Fox Fairy dungeon for a long time. Relying on the Lizardman's strong jumping and grip, Shin-Kei jumped to a high place. Soon, his sight locked on the fastest building in the entire field of vision, a towering sky tower. If it was Wu Yu, it would be very likely to use such an iconic building as a breakthrough point. Quickly jumping back and forth on the glass of the building reflecting colorful neon lights, moving towards the sky tower at high speed. Approaching the sky tower, Shin-Kei heard a noise coming from the ground. Looking in the direction of the sound, Shin-Kei saw many ghosts of different appearances holding signs in their hands, protesting and demonstrating on the long street leading to the sky tower. Please stop exploiting low-level dungeon workers immediately. Low-level dungeon workers should also enjoy reasonable welfare benefits. Optimize the price of ground housing so that more dungeon workers can have a pension and a place to rely on when they are old. If the top management does nothing, low-level dungeon workers will never get ahead. Shin-Kei saw that the person walking in front of the whole team was an acquaintance. She was holding a self-portrait that looked like a posthumous photo, and dragging a wooden board covered with a white cloth behind her. The shadow of a tree could be vaguely seen under the white cloth. The tree man said in a rough and sandy voice, with tears in his eyes, "My father worked hard all his life, and finally sacrificed his life for the dungeon. But in the end, his body was left on the roadside. Even if I die, I will seek justice for him." Wow! Old tree father, you died so unjustly. The high-level dungeon association is really too much. In action. Yes. Low-level ghosts must unite to protect our interests. Are we not going to die? Don't worry, we might die someday. This is called gaining benefits for yourself in advance. The tree man's father died. Why should we follow him? Empathy. Do you understand? Why are you so cold-blooded? Hiss, but I am a cold-blooded snake, I am not a human. Shin-Kei, who turned into a lizard man, had a 360-degree vision, and his farsightedness was amazing. He could even see the fresh mud on the feet of the old tree father, which seemed to have just been dug out from the roadside flower bed. Shin-Kei. This must be Wu Yu's doing, no doubt about it. In the whole world, only Wu Yu can come up with such a trick. Shinkei quickly went down along the glass, and the diameter of the two people was less than 5 meters. At the same time, the destined person has been detected within 5 meters, and the location of the destined person has been given. Wu Yu suddenly looked up, and the moment he saw the lizard man, he could taste the expression of surprise, disbelief, and secret joy on the tree face without facial features. The heart that had been hanging in the air was immediately put back into the stomach. Fortunately, everyone is ugly and stable. As long as they are as ugly as her, or even uglier than her, they are still good teammates. Yeah, unlike Shinkei's trepidation, Wu Yu is very happy and even greets Shinkei happily. Hi, Lizardman 3265, are you here to join my parade too? Shinkei nodded, and the two of them officially joined together successfully. Oh no! The order maintenance personnel of the High-Level Association are dispatched. Run! They have just entered the coverage area of the Sky Tower, and have not even reached the foot of the Sky Tower. A large group of ghosts in black clothes with their faces covered appeared. These ghosts held magic wands in their hands, and the magic wands were inlaid with black stones. Wherever the black stones went, low-level ghosts were all turned into ashes. Wu Yu was a tree man and moved slowly. The lizard man was strong and agile. He picked up Wu Yu and ran back. Envy Ba's body suddenly grew and stood in front of him. Master, I hold him back. This is my work permit. After entering the Sky Tower, there is a ladder in the middle of the hall that goes straight to the sky. I can swipe my work permit to reach the top floor. Through the gate across the sky, you can leave this world. Wu Yu caught the work permit with a single tree branch. Before she could speak, Shinkei had already found the most tricky angle to bypass the order officer's attack and plunged into the Sky Tower. With the cover of the S-level female BA, the entire 10-mile radius was engulfed in a sea of fire. The tiny true fire caused the order officer's formation to collapse and became a mess. Taking advantage of the chaos, Wu Yu and Shinkei swiped their work permits to enter the elevator. Pressing the button for the top floor, the elevator door slowly closed. In just a few seconds, Wu Yu and Shinkei held their breath and their hearts beat fast. Detected S-level Scarlet Female Bot K20 Scarlet Wedding Dress Female Bot No. 0001. The status of the certificate is different. The last used place. High-Level Association Sky Tower Office Building, Central Sky Ladder. Please ask SS-level High-Level Order Officer Fallen Angel Lucifer to go and verify the situation immediately. There are 4 pairs of black Fallen Angel wings behind him, and the whole body is covered with thorny chains. The chains are tied tightly to his body, and the flesh is full of sticky blood. But this still cannot cover up the fallen angel, the evil to the extreme, the evil and ostentatious beauty. The fallen angel slowly opened his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot. At the same time, the elevator door, which was only one crack away from closing, slowly opened. Chapter 192. Luotian rolled her eyes fiercely. I'm off duty today. Why did Dylan call me here? Things have changed. Now Dylan has been promoted to the top-level SSS order officer, and I, a 1,000-year-old Luotian ghost fairy, am his slave. She swiped her work ID to open the elevator, and the moment the elevator door opened, Luotian's pupils flickered violently. She moved into the elevator almost stiffly, and before entering, she even looked around furtively. She stared at the slowly closing elevator door, and even wanted to close it manually. The elevator door finally closed, and the 3 people present all breathed a sigh of relief. Luotian turned around suddenly, pretending to be a potted Wu Yu, and Shinkei, who changed color and became one with the elevator background, straightened his back instantly. Unexpectedly, although Luotian's eyes had already fallen on them, they pretended to look away as if they didn't see anything. Luotian secretly glanced at the central elevator surveillance, and waved her hands as if checking her makeup, and suddenly many flying roselle flowers appeared in the elevator. She took 2 steps casually, blocking Wu Yu in front of her, and blocking the surveillance tightly. Shinkei's doubtful eyes fell on Luotian, and he noticed something was wrong. Luotian had been standing in front of Wu Yu. The elevator rose quickly. At the moment when time intersected, she turned around calmly and faced Wu Yu. Shinkei's nerves collapsed to the extreme. His strength was suppressed to the limit. Even so, he could sense the extremely strong strength of the ghost in front of him. Shinkei tightly grasped the spear in his hand, ready to fight to the death at any time. Unexpectedly, Luotian made a move unexpectedly, and touched Wu Yu's instant noodle head. When she touched it, she even pinched it, and pinched off a handful of burnt ash. Wu Yu and Shinkei were both confused. Luotian's clothes were completely different from the ones she had been summoned by Yuan before. Not only her clothes, but also her makeup, hair accessories, and even the color of her contact lenses were all a completely new combination. Wu Yu didn't recognize her at all. Seeing that Wu Yu had no intention of resisting, Luotian had a blank expression on her face, but her heart was beating fast. It's really a baby. The baby is so good. Luotian took advantage of the fact that Wu Yu couldn't move around and expose her identity, and kept touching her. Wu Yu was fine, anyway. The tree's nerve endings were not well developed, so she could hardly feel it. Shinkei, who was watching from the side, had veins on his forehead throbbing, and he almost turned back to his original appearance several times. Through the illusion, he looked at Wu Yu in the tree man's body with a nostalgic look. The last time he saw her, the baby was only 4 years old, and now he is already this big. Wu Yu blinked in confusion, and Luotian couldn't help but open her hands and hug the tree man into her arms. Wu Yu was completely down. "Ah, hug the baby, I love him so much, I can't help but give him a kiss." Wu Yu was completely stunned. Shinkei opened his eyes wide, and the string that had been stretched all the time was completely broken. The elevator continued to rise, and Luotian's expression was somewhat lonely and regretful. However, the most urgent thing was to send the baby back to the human world as soon as possible. Releasing his hands, Luotian turned around, staring at the rising elevator nervously. 9996, 9997, 9998. Just when it was about to jump to 9999, the elevator suddenly stopped, and Luotian's eyes changed instantly. She waved her hands casually, and Wu Yu's whole body was covered with roselle flowers. Suddenly, Wu Yu could not move, her 5 senses disappeared, and the outside world could not see her existence. Luotian said coldly, "The chameleon kid, I will act according to the situation later." With the muscles of everyone present tensed, the elevator door slowly opened. The huge figure of the fallen angel appeared behind the elevator door. Just as he was about to bend down and stick his head in, he was blocked by Luotian unceremoniously. "I'm in a hurry to go to the 9999th floor, you take the next one." "Fallen angel, I have received instructions to check if there are any abnormalities in the central ladder." Luotian was impatient. "Nothing is abnormal, you can go." "Fallen angel, Lord Luotian, the order has not been revoked. Please step aside as it is your duty." Luotian took out his SSS level work card and turned cold. "I said, there is no abnormality. Fallen angel, Lord Luotian, although you are SSS level. But in the system level, the SS level high level orderer has the same authority as the ordinary SSS level. I'm going to check the elevator now." Luotian narrowed her eyes dangerously, and gestured in the direction of Shinkei. A huge force hit the fallen angel, hitting his wound that was constantly bleeding. The fallen angel slightly turned sideways to make a gap, and Shinkei got out of the gap instantly. The fallen angel caught up instantly, and his movements were frighteningly fast. The gap between SS level and C level is so huge that even if Shinkei has strong 5 senses and muscle memory, the victory or defeat will only take a moment. The fallen angel pressed Shinkei's skull hard, and slammed it into the floor. "Abnormal situation has been discovered. Eliminate immediately." "Yes." Lucifer clenched his fist expressionlessly, and he didn't even need to draw his sword. Killing Shinkei was like squeezing an ant to death in his eyes. He punched hard, but Shinkei dodged it with a narrow escape. There was a little surprise in Lucifer's eyes, but the next blow would never be dodged again. He punched out instantly, and when he was about to hit Shinkei, Lucifer looked at his abdomen in surprise. The spear was completely stained with the silver-white blood blessed by the holy angel, and it fiercely pierced into his indestructible abdomen. Black blood kept spurting, and it couldn't heal itself. Shinkei spat out a mouthful of blood fiercely, with an evil smile on his lips. Although the blood flowing was the purest, the darkness in his eyes was more evil and crazy than that of a fallen angel. Shinkei twisted the gun barrel fiercely to crush his internal organs, and Lucifer spat out a mouthful of blood. "Ah, Lucifer, are you okay?" Luotian looked surprised, and ran over delicately. Luotian said silently, "Take advantage of now, hurry up." Shinkei looked at the elevator that had not yet closed, and at Luotian's signal, he brushed past her, and rushed into the elevator. The moment the elevator closed, Lucifer narrowed his eyes. S-level Scarlet and Ba K20 Scarlet Wedding Dress and Ba No. 0001, the work permit has been manually operated and invalid. The central ladder has been locked and cannot be used. Without Nba's work permit, Wu Yu and Shinkei cannot start the elevator and reach the last floor. A sharp fan appeared in Luotian's hand and pierced into Lucifer's wound, and his face became horrified and terrifying. "You want to die." Pulling out the sharp fan, Lucifer stood up and drew out the fallen angel's sword. "Lord Luotian, Are you going to openly defy order? He wanted to see who else would dare to let this human go. Lucifer suddenly stopped and looked at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him. He opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Beep. With a sound, successful identification. SSS level top level order officer Lord Dillon. Highest authority, the lock status has been released. The central sky tower is about to go to the 9,999th floor. Dear Lord Dillon, I wish you a safe journey. Chapter 193. Dillon looked at Wuyue through the transparent elevator door. She was wearing the white robe of the top-level order. Her original image of a young girl had actually grown to nearly 190 centimeters tall. Her skin was pale to a sickly color, her eyes were as clear as the ocean, and her appearance was extremely exotic. Shinkei's pupils slightly dilated in surprise at what was happening before his eyes. Dillon looked deeply at Wuyue, with suppressed attachment and reluctance in his eyes. The bond of the blood contract witnessed Wuyue's existence until her birth, and always accompanied her until she was 4 years old, for nearly 5 years. For Dillon and Luotian, Wuyue is not only their contractor, but also the child they watched, raised, and grew up with. The elevator passed by, and Dillon's eyes moved slightly upward until Wuyue disappeared completely. Lucifer, Lord Dillon, I will report what happened just now to the Order Chief. Dillon didn't care, you can do whatever you want, but if the Order Chief knew that you, an SS-level Orderer, couldn't even beat a sea-level monster. Dillon raised his mouth. Will you send you to me and train me again? Dillon was known for his evil spirits and killing gods, and Lucifer's face darkened. Luotian, look at you, you were scared by little Lucifer. Luotian smiled and approached Lucifer. You can tell the Order Chief and let him punish me and Dillon. What can you say? It's just a sea-level monster. The severity of the situation is there. At most, Dillon and I will be whipped in hell. But think about it. If you mess with us, you will never have a good life again. A faint blue light ignited on Dillon's body. It seemed gentle and harmless, but in fact it could burn Lucifer to ashes in an instant. This was the absolute suppression of the top-level SSS Order personnel over the high-level SS. Fear and gloom flashed in Lucifer's eyes. After a while, he nodded. Luotian patted his face with a smile. This is how you should be obedient. Luotian flowers flew all over the sky, and the place that was just stabbed by the holy angel's blood healed instantly. Even his old injuries, that had been restricted by the chains for a long time, and could not be cured, were much better than before. Lucifer's eyes were full of astonishment. Thank you, Lord Luotian. Luotian is mainly responsible for healing the Order members, who are not capable of killing, but Dillon is a demon killer who can manage both thunder and fire. In the Order world, offending these two SSS-level demons at the same time is courting death. But why did these two people help this sea-level? No, why did they help the human who could hurt him? The elevator kept going up and arrived at the 9,999th floor in the blink of an eye. The elevator door on the 9,999th floor opened, and Luotian's hidden state was lifted, and Wuyue and Shinkei returned to their original appearance. It extends infinitely upward from hell to the 10,000th floor of the sky. It is the closest place for ghosts to the human world. They stand in the sky, and every step they take creates ripples. It looks like a huge mirror lake in the sky. Above their heads is a huge magic circle that covers the sky and the sun. Every pattern of the magic circle is emitting white light, and in the center of the magic circle is a door that can be pushed. Shinkei looked up. How do I open this door? As soon as he finished speaking, his wrist was grabbed by Wuyue. Envy Ba had already told Wuyue how to activate this magic circle. The moment of contact, the whole perspective was spinning, and when Shinkei looked at the magic circle again, he was surprised to find that he and Wuyue were standing sideways in the air. At the same time, they stood face to face in front of the magic circle door. Wuyue stretched out his hand and pushed the door. A huge light came, and the two were instantly pushed away by an invisible huge force. When the two opened their eyes again, they were already outside the blind date dungeon. At the same time, the entire Alliance channel continuously released 10 repeated notices with larger and bolder fonts, pink borders and bubble effects. Congratulations to Chien Wuyue and Noah Squire for successfully clearing the dungeon. Love is stronger than gold, and for winning the top SSS item from the Fox Ferry with the first place in points and clearance speed. The Red Lotus Karma Fire of the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox of the Eight Cold Hells. The item was split into 2 parts, and the 2 blind date players fed them separately. The combined battle of the items will increase the attack power by 300% more than the single battle. The Red Lotus Karma Fire item appeared on the system interface of Wuyue and Shinkei at the same time. The item is displayed, not tradable, not transferable, and can only be used by the user. The item is automatically bound, and at the moment of binding, a red light flashes through the sky, reaching the sky. Shock the past and present. Blazing Mist Moon binds the SSS level item, the Red Lotus Fire of the Nine-Tailed Fox of the Eight Cold Hells, and successfully flashes 20 stars. Shock the past and present. Noah Squire binds the SSS level item, the Red Lotus Fire of the Nine-Tailed Fox of the Eight Cold Hells, and successfully flashes 20 stars. Fuck. SSS level, 20 stars. The most awesome god level item I've ever seen in my life. I'm at a loss for words. I didn't expect to actually see a live SSS level, 20 star item in my life. TSK, SSS level 20 stars, so what? How many crystals would it take to light them all up? The above people are jealous of you. He's a prince. With such an awesome item, how could the royal court not feed him crystals? The live broadcast room went completely black when I entered the other world. I really want to know how they cleared the level. Notice, the dungeon has ended, and the live broadcast room is closed. The Red Lotus Karma Fire item is a furry Q version Red Nine-Tailed Fox, just like the little angel Wu Yu got at the beginning, round and small. After the dungeon was finished, Wu Yu and Squire said goodbye and prepared to leave. Shinkei called her Miss Wu Yu. Wu Yu, Shinkei pursed his lips. I saw that Miss Wu Yu was very opposed to the breeder system. So do you want to remove the red line? Wu Yu blinked, and then she remembered that, yes, they also forced to bind the red line in the dungeon. Because what happened in the other world was too unexpected, she forgot about it. Wu Yu opened the breeder panel without thinking, and the first name displayed on the red line binding interface was Noah Squire's name. The current intimacy between the two, 60. Wu Yu was shocked. 60? Why did it suddenly become 60? It will be 60 in the next dungeon. So careless? Next to the name is the button to cancel the relationship of destiny. If one of the two parties lowers his head during the process of getting along, he can freely cancel the relationship of destiny. Will you click cancel without hesitation? Are you sure to cancel the relationship of destiny with Noah Squire? Attention! The intimacy is reset to 0, and the cancellation cannot be restored. I don't know when I can meet Wu Yu again as Squire. Shinkei thinks it's best to tell Wu Yu what happened after Wu Yu was sealed by the Roselle flower. Miss Wu Yu, the female ghost in the elevator seems to know you. A fallen angel appeared to catch us, and the female ghost stopped him. I heard the fallen angel call her, Lord Luotian. Wu Yu suddenly retracted her fingers and looked up. Lord Luotian? Shinkei nodded. Finally, we were able to successfully ascend to the 9,999th floor. The sound in the elevator was the ID card swiped by an SSS level orderer named Dylan. After saying that, Shinkei quietly waited for Wu Yu to cancel the relationship of destined people. It can be regarded as a complete farewell between Noah Squire and Wu Yu. Chapter 194. Wu Yu's mind was working fast, that is to say, the person who appeared in the elevator was the Luotian mentioned by Nuba, so she made such an intimate move to her. So Luotian recognized her the moment she saw her. Luotian did not reveal her identity, which means she was restricted by the order. Now, in order to protect her, Luotian confronted the order officer who came to arrest them, and Dylan even openly used his identity card to send them away. Wu Yu was extremely anxious. Would Luotian and Dylan be punished? How could she enter that other world again and use the necromancy talisman to recall Luotian and Dylan? From what she could see, the only way was through the Fox Fairy dungeon. Wu Yu secretly glanced at Squire. He didn't seem impatient at all. He just stood there quietly waiting for her to release the destined person. That's right. Prince Squire also had a candidate for the princess after all. This state must be a problem for him. Moreover, she had been saying bad things about him in her heart before, and was calling him a scumbag. Now if she wanted to use him to play the Fox Fairy dungeon again, wouldn't that be too despicable? Although it was a pity to cancel the existing 60 intimacy, she couldn't ask him to play the dungeon again because of her relationship with Squire. Forget it, cancel it first, and she would figure out the rest by herself. Opening the destined person interface again, Wu Yu was determined to cancel the destined person status this time. When he was about to click remove again, Wu Yu looked up in surprise. Deputy Captain? Why are you still here? Aren't you leaving? Jian Sui Yu glanced at Squire beside him and smiled. Well, Wu Chong and I will wait for you to leave together. Wu Chong, you are so amazing, great. You are worthy of being my best friend. If I don't have food to eat in the future, you will support me. My mother supported me when I was a child, my sister supported me when I grew up, and you will support me after my sister dies. Wu Yu, okay. I just wonder if Sister Xiaoli will kill you first after hearing this. Jian Sui Yu pushed Wu Chong. We are leaving. The base still has the second round of development of the planting area to be busy. Wu Chong nodded repeatedly and took Wu Yu's arm. Yes, I have been waiting for you for a long time. We are leaving. Wu Yu, wait a minute. Jian Suiyu and Squire waved. Prince Squire, we will not nag you any more for your care during this period. Oh, by the way, I also want to thank Prince Squire for his shot. Thank you for not letting me suffer one more bullet. Shinkei looked at him. You're welcome, Vice Captain Jian. The two of them exchanged glances in the air. Jian Suiyu left with a bouncing Wu Chong and a hesitant Wu Yu, just like picking up a kid from kindergarten. Wu Yu turned around. Wait! Jian Suiyu interrupted her. What's wrong? Wu Yu, I haven't resolved my relationship with Prince Squire. Seeing Squire standing there, more and more people gathered around him, all screaming from his admirers. The crowd rushed forward. Squire stood in the crowd at a loss, his face full of confusion. He turned around and left when he saw the crowd. Ah, the prince is so cute. Ah, the prince is shy. I am even more excited. Ah, baby, don't run, mommy is sticking with you. Jian Suiyu's eyes flashed with a smile. You can't squeeze through now. Wu Yu nodded, then I will remove it directly. Wu Chong blinked. Ah, will this be very rude? While I was waiting for you just now, I heard from Prince Squire's fans that you guys are quite harmonious in helping each other in the dungeon. Those fans said that you have a good sense of propriety, and they have a good impression of you. They all spoke up for Squire, and hoped to communicate more with our Qian in private. Wu Yu, but we just agreed. It's just that I'm slow in operation. Jian Suiyu, we're at the airport. Shall we get on the shuttle first? Wu Yu nodded. Yes, okay. The three of them boarded the shuttle, and Wu Yu naturally took over the task of operating the shuttle. The shuttle started, set the route, and officially took off. After 2 rounds, an hour had passed by the time Wu Yuekong made a move. As time passed, Shinkei stared at the Yuanren system for a while, and sent a private message to Jian Suiyu. Qian Shinkei, Wu Yu was injured by my malice in the desert survival map. Remember to remind her to get treatment in time. Jian Suiyu looked up. Wu Yu. Wu Yu just opened the Yuanren system and looked back. Jian Suiyu, you were injured in the desert survival dungeon. It's best to go to the treatment cabin for treatment. Wu Yu nodded. Okay. Injured, treated. Wu Yu suddenly remembered. Yes, she also needs to check on NV Ba's condition. Entering the personal lounge, Wu Yu immediately opened the Go system. Through the system, she saw that NV Ba was currently unable to be summoned due to her injury, and was slowly recovering. Currently recovered 15%, can only be summoned again when the recovery degree exceeds 70%. Seeing that the S-level NV Ba was seriously injured in the other world, Wu Yu became more and more anxious about the situation of Luoshan and Dylan. Wu Yu spat out a mouthful of blood due to the pain of the malicious backlash. She lay in the treatment cabin for treatment, and the treatment was not completed until the shuttle arrived at the base. With the end of the large-scale blind date dungeon, the engagement of Fu Mingli and Yaina was officially put on the agenda. Fu Yinchi looked at the elder in confusion. You mean, we won't go to Brother Mingli's engagement? The elder nodded. Yeah. Fu Yinchi frowned. You are not right. The elder froze in his heart, his face expressionless. What's wrong? Fu Yinchi held a large meat pot. When you first came to Qian, you ate 3 bowls of rice in one meal, and a pot of braised pork. Recently, you could only eat 1.5 bowls of rice, and half a pot of meat. Have you finally realized that you have gained weight recently? The elder threw the bowl at him. When I was a child, I saw that you couldn't do anything even if you were beaten with 3 sticks. You never said a word when you were bullied, and I was always afraid that you would be bullied. Now you are slandering your master like a string of cannons, and you keep talking non-stop. As Fu Yinchi cleaned up the dishes, the elder touched his chin secretly, and then touched the extra life buoy around his waist. Recently, I have indeed eaten more. Are you and your great-grandmaster hiding something from me? Your great-grandmaster and I are also. The elder turned around suddenly, and saw that Fu Yinchi had actually returned. His whole body was so fast that even he could not react. The elder was fierce on the outside but weak on the inside. You dared to cheat me, little boy. Fu Yinchi frowned. Is your uncle going to do something at Brother Mingli's engagement ceremony? The elder argued. How is that possible? You know your uncle likes Brother Mingli the most. He likes Brother Mingli so much that he didn't invite any outsiders from the aristocratic families, didn't invite any wealthy nobles, and didn't even invite a witness from the Alliance Parliament. When you first came back to Qian with me, I had my doubts. During this time, I have been observing the movements within the sect. The uncle master is not in a hurry to have the sect prepare for the engagement ceremony, but is rushing to make the talisman. The engagement is imminent, but no invitations are sent, and even the engagement expenses are not carefully prepared and customized. Senior Brother Mingli has not shown up outside the sect for a long time, and he didn't even ask about his own engagement banquet. I have to go back to the sect immediately to see what's going on. Looking at Fu Yanqi's back as he left, the elder said in a deep tone, "It's too late, the engagement banquet has already begun." Chapter 195. In this blind date dungeon, we've got a total of 1,200 Fox Fairy treasure chests, plus a set of Tree Man NPC illusion skins, and a portable daily necessities prop box. The Fox Fairy treasure chest in the dungeon gives out clearance items related to the current map, and various resources when it is opened again after leaving the dungeon. After getting the SSS level Red Lotus Karma Fire, Wu plans to light up the 10 stars of the Little Angel. After opening the Fox Fairy treasure chest and the 10,000 legendary magic boxes obtained in the World Boss map, Wu prayed up and down, silently praying in his heart, "Bless me to open more crystals, take a shower and change clothes, wash your hands several times, burn incense devoutly, and draw a good fortune." Start. Congratulations on getting SS level Diamond Crystals *10. Congratulations on getting SS level Diamond Crystals *12. Congratulations on getting SS level Diamond Crystals *18. Congratulations on getting SS level Diamond Crystals *15. 1,200 Fox Fairy treasure chests opened a total of 14,400 SS level Diamond Crystals. Wu smiled happily and fed all the crystals to the Little Angel. Alliance announcement. Congratulations to Qi Yin, Wu for successfully lighting up the first SS Plus level prop in the entire Alliance with 10 stars. Alliance announcement. Congratulations to Qi Yin team for becoming the first SS Plus level prop full star team, and hereby reward Qi Yin team with 10 billion Alliance points. Alliance announcement. Congratulations to Qi Yin, Wu for having a flash of inspiration while lighting up the SS Plus level props with 10 stars, and the SS Plus props were upgraded to SSS level props, lighting up 20 stars. Alliance announcement. Congratulations to the Qi Yin team for obtaining the second SSS level item. We hereby reward the Qi Yin team with 10 billion Alliance points. 4 Alliance announcements were released in a row, and Wu Yu, who was grinning, suddenly closed her mouth. No, the system is just a bunch of idiots, isn't it? She tells her everything. Take a deep breath. Wu Yu sees the system panel pop up when the Little Angel lights up 10 stars. Congratulations. A flash of inspiration leads to a new skill. Passive skill. 50% chance of counter injury when attacked by evil power level 1. Skill proficiency 0/5. Wu Yu was surprised. Evil power again. At the same time, Wu Yu was surprised to find that the name of the Little Angel's item has changed. Item name. Holy Angel Guardian Intimacy. 100%. The item has a high intimacy with you, and the passive skill is 100% triggered. Item level. SSS level. Item star rating. 20 stars. Currently 10 stars have been lit. From the original Angel Guardian evolved into the Holy Angel Guardian, and found that the Little Angel had an extra pair of wings behind him. At the same time, the halo above his head grew bigger, and a small golden fork appeared in his hand. It looked a bit like the captain's golden trident. Wu Yu counted it, and the 11 stars after lighting up were almost more than the total crystals of lighting up 1 to 10 stars. She continued to open the legendary magic box. Congratulations on getting SS level Diamond Crystals *20. Congratulations on getting SS level Diamond Crystals *30. Congratulations on getting SS level Diamond Crystal Cores *30. Congratulations on getting SS level Meteorite or *30. After opening all 10,000 boxes, Wu got SS level Meteorite or *50,000. SS level Diamond Crystal Cores *40,000. SS level Diamond Crystals *60,000. SS level Healing Gems *50,000. Regulate all the duns currently in hand. The number of resources obtained from the Battle of Gion. SS level Meteorite or *60,000. SS level Diamond Crystal Core *61,000. 600 level Crystal Cores. SS level Diamond Crystal Stone *60,000. SS level Healing Gemstone *55,000. 1000 SS level Healing Night Pearls. Alliance points. 120 billion points. These resources were completely unimaginable astronomical figures for Wu Yu in the past, but now she found that even with so many resources, it was difficult to feed SSS level props. The higher you go, the harder it is to take a step. Between lighting up the 12 stars of the Little Angel and lighting up the 11 stars of the Red Lotus Fire, Wu Yu hesitated. Ding. Wu Yu's communicator rang. She clicked it to check, quickly skimmed through the Alliance system information, and then saw the active group information. Wu Chong, Yu is awesome. Jian Sui Yu. The props added by SS are the wind chimes in the previous dungeon? Awesome, congratulations. Jiechen, now you look like my disciple. Richard, Yu's growth rate is really amazing. Fu Yinchi Wu Yu, are you free now? Wu Chong, Yinchi, do you have something to ask ya? Fu Yinchi, Uncle Master secretly held the engagement party for senior brother Mingli and Yaina ahead of schedule. The Great Elder said that Uncle Master rebuilt the restriction of the space outside the Dao Gate, and no one can enter. I think Wu Yu has been there once before. Is there a way to take me in? Wu Yu at Fu Yinchi, yes. When you are free, leave immediately. Wu Chong, then I want to go too. Jiechen, just a good time to relax. Richard, then count me in. Jian Suiyu, the equipment library has been fully open to you. Be careful, and keep in touch at any time. Wu Chong, oh yeah, I want the latest super ion nuclear gun that just entered the warehouse. The unpacking just came to an end. Wu Yu quickly packed up and rushed to the airport. When she arrived, everyone was already in place. Wu Chong waved his hand vigorously. Hurry up, we're waiting for you, Captain. Jiechen leaned against the shuttle door with the latest SS-level Buddha Compassionate Heavenly Gang Dish Zen staff. Richard sneered, show it to you. Jiechen, oh, some people don't have it, are you jealous? Richard gritted his teeth. Monks should be pure and free from greed, anger, and ignorance. Jiechen rolled his eyes and curled his lips. They should be pure and free from greed, anger, and ignorance. Richard's slender and straight legs flew up and kicked Jiechen from the door. A wall flew in front of them. Wu Yu nimbly avoided it. She blinked. Why are you attacking by surprise? Richard lowered his eyes slightly red. Yeah, they all have new weapons, only I don't. Wu Yu turned around and saw that it was true. Pat Richard on the shoulder. Don't be sad, look at me, I don't have a new weapon either. Jiechen added fuel to the fire. Yes, you don't have a new weapon, but you have been on the Alliance notice for 2 consecutive days, and got 2 SSS level props. Richard's shoulders slumped, and Wu Yu withdrew his hand awkwardly. She tilted Jiechen. Dad, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. She immediately changed the subject. Business is more important. Yinchi, what's going on with the Taoist sect now? Fu Yinchi, since an hour ago, the entire Taoist sect has been cut off from information and unable to communicate, as if it had disappeared from the face of the earth. The Great Elder said that the Grand Master's uncle had arranged the wedding in advance. Now, an hour ago was the time when Yaina and the Hua family arrived at the Taoist sect. Wu Yu, where is the Great Elder now? Fu Yinchi, in the team, please ask the Deputy Captain and Aunt Chin to watch him. Wu Yu was puzzled. Is the Great Elder feeling unwell? Fu Yinchi shook his head. In order to prevent him from stopping me from rescuing him, I put a pot of super strong sleeping pills in the Great Elder's braised pork. He is sleeping like a pig right now, and he won't wake up for 3 to 5 years. Everyone, you are so filial. Chapter 196. Wu Yu controlled the shuttle, and soon arrived outside the Dao Gate barrier. The towering mountains that were supposed to be winding and twisting disappeared, and at a glance there was only the eerily quiet plain and sky. Fu Yinchi frowned. Master Uncle really strengthened the restrictions of the barrier. The outside of the Dao Gate was originally all cliffs arched by plate movement. Now there is nothing, the magnetic field is unbalanced, and the shuttle is likely to hit the cliff and be destroyed. She wants to completely isolate the Dao Gate and not allow any possibility of entry or exit. Wu Yu, are you sure? Fu Yinchi looked at Wu Yu anxiously, and was surprised to find that Wu Yu actually took out a piece of black cloth to cover his eyes. Wu Chong widened his eyes. Unbelievable, Yu, you want to fly the shuttle with your eyes closed? Jiechen and Richard looked at each other, and they sat quietly on the ground and began to perform rituals to help themselves transcend in advance. Wu Yu, I came here once last time, but I didn't look at the road. As long as I have seen the aerial terrain, I can remember it, and then break the location of the gate. Although I didn't see the road, I knew the prompt sound during the flight, and the arc of the shuttle's rotation and tilt. Wu Chong took a deep breath, but there are many air currents between the cliffs, and the impact of each air current is different. Won't there be deviations? Wu Yu raised the corner of her mouth. The deviation part can only be left to fate. Wu Chong hugged his head, but our Qi Yin is a notorious loser. The hexagram in Fu Yinchi's hand has appeared. This time, it's very bad. Clenching his hands, he said firmly, Wu Yu, I believe you. No matter life or death, let's give it a try. Wu Yu nodded yes. Wu Yu switched the shuttle to manual mode. To everyone's surprise, just when they thought Wu Yu would reduce the flying speed, Wu Yu actually increased the flying speed of the shuttle to the highest level. Wu Chong hugged Jietchen in horror. Yu, it's too fast. He seemed to see his grandmother waiting at him. Wu Yu didn't say anything. The slower she flew, the more likely she would be affected by the wind and her judgment would be affected. Increasing the speed of the shuttle can minimize the impact of the wind and also reduce her mental loss. Wu Yu's mind was rapidly simulating Fu Yanqi's flight route map. To others, it seemed that there was no one in the sky. But every moment of operating the shuttle, Wu Yu could feel the chill of the wind blowing over the mountain wall in the earphones. Although blindfolded, the shuttle flew forward at a speed that shocked everyone. Until, the shuttle seemed to hit an invisible net. The shuttle's power was pushed to the maximum, the net was stretched to the extreme, and the entire net shattered instantly. The originally empty and calm picture changed instantly. Seeing the scene in the middle of the gate, everyone in the shuttle widened their eyes in shock. 1 hour ago. Fu Mingli, what did you say? You want to cancel the engagement? Yaina's eyes were red. Mingli, don't blame me. Now everyone knows that you are a discarded child of the Taoist sect, and Fu Yanqi is the next head of the Taoist sect. The Hua family raised me since I was a child, just to find a wealthy family for marriage. It's not that I don't want to be with you, but I can't decide my own future. Fu Mingli looked at Yaina, who was supposed to wear an engagement dress, but was only wearing a simple white dress, and his right eyelid twitched violently. Wu Yu's words kept echoing in his ears, and every word seemed to be mocking him. He was just a clown, a joker. Fu Mingli stared at Yaina. So you don't really love me at all. I have done so much for you. Why can't you break up with the Hua family for me? Yaina looked at Fu Mingli aggrievedly. Mingli, I am just an adopted daughter. How can I have such confidence? Fu Mingli sneered. So you came here today to humiliate me and mock me, right? Yaina shook her head. No, I just want us to part ways in peace. Fu Mingli, get out. Get out. Yaina's eyes flashed with sinisterness and disdain. She looked at Fu Mingli with tears in her eyes, and left sadly. After walking a few steps, the people from the Hua family approached. Miss Yaina, our people found that the restrictions of the Taoist sect have changed, and they can't get out. Yaina narrowed her eyes. Can't get out? What does that mean? Can't get out, of course. There's no need to go out. Yaina turned back suddenly, and saw Fu Yishua's ghostly figure appearing silently. Fu Yishua looked at Yaina's face, which was like a little white flower and still had broken tears, and she curled her lips coldly. Yaina, just stay and help us understand things. Yaina and Fu Yishua looked at each other. Master Fu, I don't understand what you mean. Miss Yaina, we have lost all the news of those who were left in the outer gate just now. Miss Yaina, our shuttle was damaged. Miss Yaina. Dark energy gathered in Yaina's eyes. Enough. Fu Yishua smiled. Yaina, while I still have patience, don't refuse my toast and drink the penalty wine. Yaina stared at Fu Yishua, and suddenly, a strange smile appeared on her lips. Master Fu, I will return the original words to you. Fu Yishua raised her eyebrows slightly, and the next second, Yaina turned into a black ghost and came to Fu Mingli. Fu Mingli, who was humiliated in public, looked unconscious, and his eyes were completely swallowed by darkness. The white of the eye disappeared, leaving only darkness in the eyes. Yaina raised her head and struck Fu Mingli's skull ruthlessly. The skull was broken, but there was no blood splashing. Fu Yishua narrowed her eyes, and was surprised to find that there was no flesh and blood under Fu Mingli's bones. There were only rotten branches, broken bones, dark twisting insects, and broken and smelly facial features. Fu Mingli's face shrank to the center of his face, and his facial features completely disappeared, turning into a faceless man without skin. Yaina took out the crystal core that still existed in Fu Mingli's brain with her bare hands, crushed it, and put it into her mouth and swallowed it. At the same time, a group of black crystals slowly gathered and appeared in her hands. Putting the black crystal back into Fu Mingli's rotten and smelly skull, Yaina looked around with indifference. Just grab the shuttle at the Dao gate. Let's go. Yes. The blood sword was unsheathed and blocked in front of Yaina. Fu Yishua sneered. With just this little trick, you dare to challenge me? Yaina slowly side-glanced. The corners of her mouth cracked inch by inch. Her eye sockets suddenly became larger, and her eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Is it a little trick, Taoist Fu? It's too early to say. Crack. Crack. The sound of bones growing came from behind, and Fu Yishua saw it out of the corner of her eye. Fu Mingli, who was standing there like a wooden man, suddenly began to grow bones on half of his body. These bones have long exceeded the tolerance of the human body. Sharp bone spurs pierce the skin texture, and countless rotten flesh falls off. The sharp bone spurs are like ice cones piercing out of the body, and the hands and legs have grown to more than 2 meters long. The skull spreads, wrapping up the exposed black crystal, until it completely becomes a half-human, half-bone monster. In the blink of an eye, the huge monster is agile, and it disappears on the spot in an instant. Fuishua vigilantly distanced herself, but the half-bone monster had already appeared behind her. Chapter 197. The giant hand formed by the sharp bone spurs attacked Fuishua with overwhelming force, and she quickly dodged. She turned sideways neatly, and wherever the blood sword went, the bone spurs were uprooted and cut off like tofu. Realizing that the black crystal in Fu Mingli's brain was the source of power, she did not hesitate to pinch the seal with one hand, triggering the thunder formation, and directly hit the black crystal core. The powerful thunder fell with a bang, the skull was shattered, and the bone fragments flew. Another thunder, the exposed black crystal was completely shattered. Fuishua raised his lips in disdain. That's it? Yaina was trembling all over. She laughed strangely, her tone gloomy and creepy. Don't worry. Fuishua drew his sword and turned around to face Yaina without hesitation. I don't have time to wait for you to read the bar one by one. At the moment when the blood sword was about to pierce Yaina's neck, Fu Mingli, whose skull was flying, actually moved and blocked Yaina at a faster speed than before. He was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, his body, skull, and finally the black crystal in his brain. At the same time, the half of the body that originally belonged to a human was completely split and transformed, completely turning into a bone spur. Fu Mingli could no longer be called a human. He was a complete monster. Fuishua narrowed his eyes. What did you do to Mingli? Yaina was very satisfied with Fu Mingli's changes. He accepted my baptism and became a new human. Fuishua, new human? Yaina nodded. Yes, new human. Why should we, as human beings, be divided into different levels because of our different talents at birth? As long as they are baptized, everyone can get powerful energy. The new crystal core can regenerate infinitely, and will never die. The new human will create a truly equal world. Fu Mingli respectfully prostrated himself at Yaina's feet, ready to be dispatched at any time. Fuishua sneered. Your so-called new human are nothing but monsters driven by desire. So, are you worthy of being called a human? Yaina shrugged helplessly. That only shows that his heart is not strong enough. Look at me, even if I become a new human, I still have my own consciousness. If you want to get powerful power, you can't give up anything, right? Fuishua said calmly. What is the source of your power? The black crystal stone that Yaina gave birth to could not have appeared out of thin air. Who is behind all this? Yaina bit her eyebrows and smiled sweetly. Master Fu, if you want to know the answer, you have to convince people, right? The Hua family members that Yaina brought with her all transformed to protect her. Fuishua observed that these new humans were not only in the form of Fu Mingli's bone spurs, but also had growing vines, ice cones, tentacles, and many eyeballs. These new humans had mutations in any part of their bodies. This ability was a bit like the mutation of awakening abilities, and a bit like the ghost abilities in the dungeon. When Yaina first came, Fuishua blocked her way, and killed the people she brought with her. Suddenly, there were exclamations and screams from outsiders. It seemed that these new humans. It was just like what Yaina said, as long as the crystal core could regenerate infinitely, he would not die. However, Fuishua narrowed his eyes suddenly, and raised his sword. There was no power of infinite rebirth at all. The so-called infinite rebirth was just to compress the long-life energy to the extreme, and suddenly explode. Infinite rebirth means infinite killing. Until all the energy is released, not to mention humans, even gods will die. Fuishua was besieged by 10 new humans, but he never lost. Even if they were endless, they would be resurrected after being killed, and the energy after resurrection would be even stronger than before. But the battle-hardened Fuishua's rhythm did not change at all, and even her sword-dancing speed became faster and faster. It really fulfilled Zhou Qianfeng's words. Back then, the Taoist Fuishua, who could fight ghosts and gods with a blood sword, was amazing. Yaina, who was still confident at the beginning, saw that some new humans were really turned into ashes because of the continuous destruction of the black mental power core, and her face gradually became gloomy. Ms. Yaina, Fuishua's combat power is the third in the alliance. We still underestimated her. I didn't expect that 15 years after the peak battle, Fuishua's forces are still so strong. Miss Yaina, let's retreat. If our existence is discovered by the outside world, wouldn't it be a warning to the enemy? Yaina gritted her teeth fiercely, with black lines in her eyes constantly jumping. If Fuishua doesn't die today, the existence of the new humans will definitely be made public. Fuishua didn't even think of leaving us a way out. Today's battle must be a fight to the death. seeing another new human turn to ashes. But even if these rabble are baptized, they are no match for Fuishua when they are put together. Yaina raised her lips strangely. These rabble are indeed not good, but what if they are the disciples that Fuishua has personally taught? Inspired by something, Fu Mingli, who was fighting fiercely, quickly came to Yaina's side. Yaina whispered, "Go Mingli, bring all your junior brothers." Fu Mingli nodded woodenly and turned away. The Hua family was astonished. It's worthy of Miss Yaina. In addition to Fu Mingli, she has even successfully infiltrated the Taoist sect. That's right, one Fu Mingli is not enough. Those 10 or 20 disciples that she personally trained in the Taoist sect can't kill Fuishua. Fuishua relied on her status, as the head of a noble family, to seize the resources of our Hua family. No matter how powerful Fuishua is, the Taoist sect has collapsed long ago. A woman like her cannot support the Taoist sect. If you ask me, how could she survive back then? Who knows what shameful things she did in private? That's right. So many Taoist masters died before. Maybe she was the one who stabbed us in the back. These years, she has been under the guise of looking for the son of an old friend. It's hard to say whether there is such a person or not. That's right. I haven't heard of such a great person in the peak battle. You made it up yourself. The dirty words of the Hua family reached Fuishua's ears, and her eyes gradually turned red. The breath was unstable for a moment, and finally, a flaw was revealed. Puff. With a sound, a dead branch with a dead poison stabbed into her waist and abdomen. She chopped off the dead branch with a knife, but she had no time to retreat, and the bone spurs on her back attacked again. Looking from the corner of her eye, the most defenseless back was finally stabbed with a hole by the child she raised with her own hands. He took the sword in his backhand and dropped it without hesitation. With an invisibility charm, Fuishua quickly stabilized his mind. After taking 2 SS-level healing potions in a row, the wound showed no sign of healing. The black energy brought by these new humans when they attacked could not be cured even by the healing items in the dungeon. Fuishua gritted his teeth, and when he raised his head again, there were suddenly dozens of disciples wearing Taoist uniforms in front of him. Seeing the black mental power cores gathering in their brains, Fuishua pulled the corner of his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 198. 10, 20, 30. Fuishua felt that she had indeed failed. She had been infiltrated to this extent. Swinging the sword countless times, pinching the fingers, and setting up the formation, all the movements had become subconscious muscle memory. The wounds on her body were increasing, but Fuishua seemed to be fearless, as if she didn't feel any pain at all. Fuishua didn't know how long this battle lasted. She only felt the pain from the tiger's mouth, and even she gradually felt tired and tingling in her mental core. She killed the child she raised with her own hands. Even if she had prepared herself mentally, even if she thought she was as hard as stone. However, Fuishua still felt indescribable loneliness and sadness. She spoke every word, and every word was tearful. Today, I, Fuishua, will clean up the sect. Those who betrayed the master will be killed. Those who stabbed their fellow disciples in the back will be killed. Those who colluded with the enemy and turned to the devil will be killed. Another mouthful of blood. The new human had long been rotting from the heart. All the blood in the field came from Fuishua's own blood. At a glance, everything was red. She had shed a lot of blood. Just like the peak battle 15 years ago. She told herself that she must kill them all. Kill them all. And herself? Not strict discipline, not persuasion, unworthy of being a teacher. Kill her. Miss Yaina, we have no one here. Yaina sneered. Didn't you see that Fuishua is about to collapse? Miss Yaina, are you going to do it yourself? But you are a baptized person. You have hardly fought. Yaina glanced sideways. Isn't that just right? I just want to taste Fuishua, who is the third strongest in the entire alliance. Her spiritual power core. How delicious will it be? Yaina slowly walked towards Fuishua, with piercing wounds all over her body, which looked terrifying. But it was still not as scary as the wound on her neck. Yaina, what's wrong with your neck? How did you survive with such a wound? Fuishua's throat and mouth were full of rust. Her spiritual power, physical strength, and mysterious power were all exhausted. She laughed softly. If you have seen a real god, you will know how ridiculous the so-called new humans you are talking about are. Yaina narrowed her eyes instantly. You're looking for death. A sharp black knife grew out of her hand instantly, and her 5 fingers tightened and stabbed directly into Fuishua's head. The sound of the knife piercing the scalp made people's souls tremble. Just when it was about to touch the skull, Yaina was kicked away by a huge force. Aunt Fu! Master Uncle! Yaina turned her head in astonishment, and was hit by a huge Zen stick, which made her see stars, and she didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Before Yaina stood up, Wu Chong had already picked up the super ion nuclear energy gun he had been thinking about. Toot toot toot. Wu Chong, how dare you hurt Yan Qi's great grandmaster? I beat you to death. Do-do-do-do-do. Wu Chong, push, my fried chestnut number. Under the pressure of the double physical attack, Yaina's body was distorted, and she turned from a solid body into a ball of black gas. Seeing Yaina's current appearance, it was very similar to what she saw in Wu Yu's consciousness before. Richard raised his voice to remind, be careful, she is going to use unknown energy. With a loud voice, he almost took a megaphone to broadcast in a loop. Wu Chong suddenly set up a rocket launcher. What? Unknown energy? I have a rocket launcher in my left hand, and an M2 Browning in my right hand. Even if it is an energy body, I can't even float. Fu Yixue eliminated the new humans inside the Dao sect, and the people brought by Qi Yan quickly cleaned up the battlefield outside the sect. When Wu Yu and others came to support, the situation was reversed instantly, and Yaina became a turtle in a jar. Yaina never thought that the double death trap set by Fu Yixue was broken by Qi Yan and his gang. Yaina gritted her teeth. You ignored the Alliance convention and openly attacked my Hua family. Aren't you afraid of being sanctioned by the Alliance? Richard smiled. Forget it, the Alliance convention applies to humans. A monster like you is not protected by the convention. Jiechen sneered. And don't worry, we kill you, and then we take down the Hua family and kill your whole family. Wu Chong proudly said, don't be polite, this is what our Alliance's first team, Qi Yan, should do within its capacity to maintain public order and protect the safety of citizens. Wu Chong couldn't believe it. After following Ye for a long time, I'm really good at talking now. Richard, Jiechen and Wu Chong did not give Ina any time to react, and they kept attacking as they talked. Even before the last moment, Du Kuku used his ultimate move. If Ina's health bar dropped a little bit, it would be their fault today. While the three of them were fighting with Ina, Wu Yu quickly helped Fu Yixue to move to the shuttle treatment cabin, and Fu Yanqi stayed by their side to protect them. Wu Yu stuck healing gems into Fu Yixue's mouth like it was free, and when she found that it didn't work, she immediately replaced it with an SS-level Nightlight Pearl. Although the SS-level Night Pearl is useful for ordinary wounds, it still cannot heal the penetrating wounds caused directly by the new humans. And the scalp of Fu Yixue was corroded at a speed visible to the naked eye at the place where Yaina touched the top of his head. The scalp fell off, and the skull was looming, which was terrifying but also made people desperate and sad. Wu Yu pursed her lips and said nothing. Her hands moved frighteningly fast. Fu Yixue suddenly smiled. I'm fine. Fu Yanqi gritted his teeth. Don't talk. He kept using healing magic on Fu Yixue, and sparks flew from his fingers. Fu Yixue looked up at the sky with relief. I have no regrets. Fu Yanqi spoke loudly to Fu Yixue for the first time. His eyes were red, and his voice was broken and out of tune. I told you not to talk. Fu Yixue glared angrily. Can you please stop disturbing my sad and autumnal atmosphere? I'm not dead yet, and you want to make trouble, right? I think you want to die in front of me. Wu Yu suddenly thought, right. The summoning skill of the Holy Angel. She now has mental power, and can use it. Immediately summon the Holy Angel, and use the Holy Angel's healing skills on Fu Yixue. The little angel flew out, and circled around Fu Yixue, while golden light spots kept falling from his body. Summon the Golden Crow as well, and use the purification ability. Humans are mammals anyway, so maybe it will be useful. Yaina was entangled by 3 people, and couldn't get away. She kept an eye on Fu Yixue's condition. Seeing that her infiltrating power was invading Fu Yixue's skull, she frowned and secretly rejoiced. It's useless. No one can fight against the evil power of the new humans. It is a gift from the omniscient and omnipotent God to the new humans. No one can heal the wounds caused by the new humans. The final outcome is only death. When Fu Yixue is successfully infiltrated, she will be able to obtain Fu Yixue's spiritual power core. At that time, everyone present, such as the first team of the Alliance, Qi Yan, and any powerful warriors, will become her dogs. Ha ha ha. Fu Yanqi was surprised. The wound is actually healing. Fu Yanqi was excited. Wu Yu, the treatment is useful. Fu Yanqi roared passionately. Wu Yu, your little angel can really heal the wound of the master's uncle. Wu Yu, yes, but can you lower your voice? Your roar is making my ears ring. Your voice is so loud that it's OOC, brother. Yaina turned her head in shock, and was kicked in the face by Jiechen without even bothering to dodge. She looked at Fu Yixue in disbelief, and actually saw that the wound on her body was slowly healing. Impossible. Yaina screamed with her face shocked. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 199. Secretariat. The secretary spoke quickly. Secretary General, Taoist Fu suddenly booked a wedding banquet in advance, and Yaina went alone without wearing a wedding dress and took a team of people. About an hour later, Miss Wu Yu drove Qi Yan's shuttle and broke through the gate's restriction. At present, the signal inside the gate is completely broken, and the specific situation is still unknown. Zhou Qianfeng frowned. Something is wrong. Fu Yixue must have other plans. Send our people in, and ensure we use safety first no matter what. The secretary hesitated. The people from the secretariat trespassed into the Taoist domain without permission. It would be hard to explain to Master Fu. Zhou Qianfeng sneered. With Fu Yixue's extreme personality, she is not hiding her intention to make a big move. I cut off my head and let her kick it like a ball. Suddenly giving the secretariat so many soul-calling talismans. It's like arranging funeral affairs. You go in person. If something really happens, cooperate with Wu Yu and the descendants of the Taoist sect to do the aftermath. The Taoist sect must not fall. If something happens to the Taoist sect at this time, it will send a signal to the entire alliance. One of the pillars she left behind has fallen. As long as we get rid of my secretariat, the last pillar will be unable to support itself no matter how powerful it is. Secretary, yes. Wu Yu's expression was serious. Although it does have a therapeutic effect, these evil spirits are very stubborn, and the treatment progress is slow. Fu Yinqi stood up suddenly and walked to Yaina. Drawing out the sword, he pointed it directly at Yaina's forehead. Tell me, how can we cure it completely? Yaina laughed crazily. I thought you were so powerful. Want to know how to cure it? Then beg me, kneel down and beg me. You are the pride of the Taoist sect. Aren't you very arrogant? Don't you look down on me? Then crawl at my feet like a dog and beg me. Looking directly at Yaina, Fu Yinqi retracted his sword, his expression unchanged, and he was about to kneel on one knee. Fu Yixue was so angry that he vomited blood. Fu Yinqi, you dare to kneel down and try. Even if I die, I can't let you beg this monster for me. Yaina laughed triumphantly. Fu Yinqi, do you really want to see your beloved Uncle Master die ugly and turned into a pile of maggots? Kneel down with your legs. Kowtow until your head is bleeding and I say stop. Wu Chong, Jiechen and Richard took turns to attack, but couldn't find Yaina's weakness. Seeing that Fu Yixue was in a bad state, they could only purse their lips tightly, and their faces were full of indignation. Fu Yinqi lowered his eyes and knelt down. Wu Yu suddenly said, Yinqi, Aunt Fu is vomiting blood. You come to help Aunt Fu. Fu Yinqi shook his head. Wu Yu, I have to trouble you to take good care of Aunt Fu. Wu Yu said in a light tone, then I will kill Aunt Fu now. Everyone turned around. What kind of devil are you? The king of hell will tattoo you. The most outrageous thing is that Fu Yixue actually nodded. Yes, I will commit suicide now, so that I won't be pissed off by this kid. Fu Yinqi jumped up, walked to Fu Yixue, and took him over without saying a word. The treatment and purification of the little angel and Jinwu continued, and the wound showed signs of healing. Wu Yu stood up and walked to Ina. Richard, Wu Yu, be careful. Wu Yu nodded, and put on the SS-level armor, the Jade Silk Eyes Soul Cicada armor, and the SS-level helmet, the Godzilla King Kong skull, without thinking, and acted like a tiger. The people watching were stunned. Be careful, it's not shameful. Wu Yu summoned the brain-eating worm. According to Aunt Fu's description, the source of its power is the mental core. You like to dig brains, right? I wonder if the brain-eating worm eats the brain. The brain-eating worm suddenly expanded to 10 meters long, and the whole yard was full of its wriggling body. It twisted in front of Yaina seductively, bending itself into an S shape and then into an M shape. The closer the brain-eating worm got, the uglier Yaina's face became. Wu Yu, what do you want to do? Only human spiritual core can be the source of her power. Wu Yu, you like to eat brains? And my worms like it too. How about you, PK? Yaina was angry. What do you know? This is baptism. Wu Yu spread her hands. What high in terms? It's the same thing after all. Brain-eating worms are parasitic invasions. Aren't you the same? What do you call yourselves? New humans? The new virus is so childish. In essence, compressed energy is constantly reborn, the body mutates, and the combat power is enhanced. Isn't it an advanced version of the zombies in the early stage of the apocalypse? In the early days of the apocalypse, humans upgraded their mental power through the crystal cores of zombies' brains. As mental power became more popular, this method was simply eliminated. Fu Yixue raised his head and agreed, that's right. The people in the early days of the apocalypse were just old, not extinct. Yaina suddenly shut her mouth, her eyes filled with doubt. How could it be? How could she see through it so quickly? Wu Yu smiled and added, you are not even as good as zombies. The zombie virus is transmitted through the air in certain situations, and through the blood in general. You are so weak that you still need salesmen to run around to get orders and infiltrate the enemy to incite negative emotions. The communication efficiency is too low. It's really pitiful. You have become monsters in the end times, and you still have to be social animals, busy with KPIs and indicators. How many downlines have you developed in these years? It can't be the people of the Hua family and the Taoist sect, right, Miss Yaina? No, respected baptizer, your business ability is not good enough. Yaina sneered. Don't use this trick to provoke me. I won't be stupid enough to tell you how many new humans there are. Wu Yu knocked his head. Yes. After all, he is also a baptized person, and he is a middle-level leader from K8 to K10. You must sign a confidentiality agreement before joining the company, right? However, some of your colleagues are not as professional as you. The captain of NI Lin, Long Shi, right? In the World Boss War, he was not killed by 12 nuclear shells. Wu Yu checked and confirmed that the one who appeared in the north before was Long Shi himself. Excluding those rumors that Long Shi has life-saving props, the biggest possibility is that dangerous people on the edge of the alliance, like him, have been infiltrated by these new humans. Ina's eyes flickered violently, and Wu Yu deepened her smile. She moved closer to Ina. I also know when you were baptized. It was at the friendly orphanage, the night when the alien beasts invaded, right? You left and came back at that time, most likely to complete the task of joining the new human race and eliminate the alien beasts. The first time she entered the memory, Wu Yu cut off Ina's head freely, and she did not resurrect. The second time, according to her childhood memories, Ina left and came back with evil power. It was only because the strange beast had been eliminated that Yaina became greedy for her spiritual power core and accidentally stimulated her own potential. Yaina suddenly opened her eyes wide. How do you know? Wu Yu spread her hands. I was just guessing. Oh, did I guess it right by accident? Wu Chong was stunned beside him. Yeah, you are too smart. What's going on? Why did Wu Yu make Yaina stunned? Can someone explain it to him? He doesn't understand. Why was Yaina so crazy just now, and now she is panicking? Can you bring the idiot to play with you? Fu Yixue nodded repeatedly. Yes, she is so smart. Born, genetics are so awesome. Chapter 200. Wu Yu suddenly approached Yaina, staring at her with a smile. So, the children who suddenly burst out with spiritual power and left the orphanage in those years may be your accomplices. Yaina's pupils flickered violently. I don't believe it. I don't believe these are all your inferences. Someone must have told you this. Wu Yu shrugged. Who cares whether you believe it or not? Yaina's eyes widened. What do you mean? Wu Yu tilted her head. Don't you understand yet? Since we already know that there are other people like you, your life or death is no longer important. The reason you are clamoring for negotiation is that you are sure that we dare not kill you. Yaina's pupils trembled. Wu Yu, you are just deceiving me. You dare not kill me. Besides, do you think you can really kill me with just you? Don't you want to know who is behind it? Wu Yu said in a light tone. Friendly orphanage. The day when the monster attacked, the mountain was covered with snow, and there were no outsiders in the orphanage. Yaina suddenly closed her mouth. Her heart was rising and falling rapidly, and fear was gathering in her eyes. Wu Yu. Don't kill me. I am still useful. How to recover from the wound, who is the mastermind behind it? As long as you don't kill me, and let me get to a safe place, I will tell you everything. Yaina, who was just arrogant, was completely defeated by Wu Yu, and her role was reversed instantly. The one who wants others to kneel down and beg for mercy will eventually become the dog, who kneels down and wags its tail. Wu Yu pulled out the Frost Moon Ice Slice, the part inlaid with rubies, and as the little angel upgraded, 2 new little angel wings, like ice crystals, grew at both ends of the ice branch. Wu Yu was agile and wielded the Frost Moon Ice Spine to meet him. In extreme panic, Yaina was completely enveloped by the black air. Her voice became hoarse like the roar of a monster. Wu Yu, aren't we best friends? The invisible black air rushed towards Wu Yu like a huge net. Richard suddenly raised his voice. Wu Yu, get out of the way. That's the source of her power. If you are eroded by the black air, you will become a monster. Jietchen stepped forward with his diamond eyes to rescue Wu Yu. Wu Chong was so anxious that he dared not shoot, and did not have time to read the skill bar. Fu Yixue pushed Fu Yanqi fiercely. Go and save Wu Yu. However, Wu Yu and Yaina were too close. In the blink of an eye, the black air had completely enveloped Wu Yu. As Yaina laughed triumphantly, Qi Yin fell into a dead silence. Fu Yixue opened her eyes wide in astonishment. Yu. She pushed Fu Yanqi fiercely. Yanqi, go and have a look. You go and have a look. Richard stopped everyone and said, don't get close. This black air is fatal to mental strength. But after saying that, he plunged into the black air. Ha ha ha. Even if you guessed everything, it doesn't matter. You still die. Yana had never felt so happy before. She won. In the end, she still won. Fu Yishua's face was ashen. The wound that had just recovered began to penetrate rapidly, and it was even more severe than before. Feeling the sudden pain of the wound in her body, Fu Yishua looked up suddenly and found that the little angel who had been treating her had disappeared. At this moment, Fu Yishua felt that her heart was completely dead. Ha ha ha. Ah! Hearing Yana's voice change from arrogance to surprise, and finally her body becoming extremely painful, everyone looked up in surprise. Yana's body actually had cracks, and the cracks became more and more. Until, Yana was like a piece of clay that broke on the ground, and it broke into pieces and dissipated between heaven and earth. The black air slowly dissipated, and Wu Yu stood in place. Dingling, dingling. The wind chimes of the entire Taoist sect all rang at this moment. The little angel's body suddenly grew in size, and he stood in front of Wu Yu, not only helping Wu Yu to block the fatal blow of the evil force, but also successfully triggering 100% counter-injury with a 50% chance. Yana tried her best to make a fatal blow, but it was finally returned to her intact. At the same time as Yana disappeared, a package exploded on the ground, and the package was opened. Congratulations on obtaining the SS level Brilliant and Glorious Spiritual Power Gun Sword, hanging SS level Flowing Light Overflowing Spiritual Power Cross, Wu Yu. This is really what you think, and what comes? Wu Chong curiously poked his head out. What is it? Is it the super disgusting eyeball tentacle black contract? Hey, if it's dirty, throw it away. Wu Yu silently handed the weapon to Richard, and Richard naturally took it. Huh? Is it really dirty? Don't worry, I give it to you after I purify it for you maybe. Seeing that it was the SS level weapon he had been thinking about, and even equipped with SS level accessories, Richard's eyes were wide open. Wu Chong kept squeezing in, and when he saw that it was actually weapons and accessories, he jumped up and down. Ah! This is too good. It's actually weapons and accessories. Why don't I have accessories? Jietchen was puzzled. Why did the bag explode when Yana died? Fu Yishua, if Yana really joined the new human race at the age of 12, then in various senses, she is no longer a human. It is normal to explode when killing ghosts. And Yana has always been feeding on spiritual power, and the weapons that explode are related to spiritual power, which is also logical. Wu Yu's mouth twitched. It's logical, but not common sense. Fu Yishua, with the current social situation, what common sense is there? Yeah, you guys leave quickly. Although Yana is dead, the matter is not over yet. As soon as the voice fell, countless footsteps suddenly appeared behind him, and Fu Yishua's eyes suddenly became fierce. I didn't expect the Hua family's support to arrive so quickly. You guys leave quickly. Don't let Qi Yan get involved in this matter. Fu Yinchi nodded. Yes, you go. I stay and advance and retreat with my uncle and the Taoist sect. Jietchen sneered. What a joke. When has Qi Yan ever been afraid of trouble? Richard raised the SS level gun sword in his hand. Just get the benefits and leave. God will punish me. Wu Chong always likes to watch the fun fight. Everyone argued endlessly. Their voices were louder than each other. Wu Yu silently took out a big speaker from the space. Be quiet. The huge sound wave hit, and the whole air was shaking. Not to mention Qi Yan's people and Fu Yishua, even the people who rushed and stopped suddenly. Fu Yishua looked at the newcomer, puzzled, surprised, and finally put her hands on her hips, and suddenly got angry. Who allowed your people from the Secretariat to break into my door? You Zhou Qianfeng, wait for me to kick your head like a ball. The Secretariat entered, the signal was restored, and through the live broadcast, Zhou Qianfeng's eyes swept across the scars on Fu Yishua's body and issued instructions. Announce Fu Yishua's death to the public, and take the initiative to catch the Hua family off guard. Take her back to the World City secretly. The person who can completely heal her wounds is in the World City now.